What's up, everybody? Happy Monday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this August 24th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Morning.
Good morning. Johnny Cakes Allville's here.
Hey, what's up?
And Jason Bishop.
Morning.
We'll talk preseason game number 2 for what it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
We are 16 days away from the start of the NFL season.
Let's go. We're almost there.
Because, of course, it starts on a Wednesday this year.
It'll start on Wednesday from Australia, I believe.
So we will get real games starting in 16 days.
Fantastic.
We're 6 days away from the college season.
Yes.
Don't skip over it.
College
6 days
football's
away.
here.
So if you're interested in some college
Very good.
football, it's going to be here on Saturday at noon.
Ready for that, too.
Well, we will talk Commanders on the show today. John Keim's going to join us, ESPN's Commanders beat reporter. He'll jump on at 7:25. We'll hit
JK.
Skins at 7 o'clock. But we should start by thanking the great people over at Monumental Sports who had us out to the Freedom 250.
I want to hear all about it.
I
Really
went
nice.
much later in the day. Cakes and EB went early.
Yeah.
I think I arrived around 4:30. To be honest with you,
Yeah,
it was
you were
almost
there for
it was
the end.
wrapping up.
It was pretty much over,
the
wasn't
end. Yeah.
Saturday, and they were doing qualifying.
Oh, okay.
Believe me, I heard a lot of loud cars, and I saw them zipping by.
Sure.
That's all you needed to see.
And I had shrimp cocktail.
I mean, we had a great vantage point. We were just set up directly across from the U.S. Capitol, like at the start/finish line.
Oh,
Yeah.
It was like the views and
perfect.
the vantage point was amazing.
It's
Was it?
pretty surreal. You know, you get there and you don't expect to see, like Indy cars racing down whatever road that was, Constitution Avenue, whatever the heck that was, Independence Avenue.
I don't even know what road
whatever
it was.
effing road
I should
that
know
was.
that, but I didn't know it.
It's just wild. It would have the Capitol right there in the background. I mean, primo suites there that Monumental had, and they were nice enough to invite us out.
Yeah,
And
you're just-
everybody that was there, you can't help it. I don't care. You have to take a picture in front of that because it's just an iconic scene.
Yeah, I sent a text to you guys, though. It was planes, trains, and automobiles, at least for me.
Yeah.
I asked, because you guys were going in the morning. We had a soccer game out in Ashburn, came back home for a bit, and then went back out. And I was wondering what was going on, like what was the best route. And EB said, it's a disaster. Took an Uber. I didn't know that you guys took an Uber together because
Yeah.
Cakes never responded.
Well, so my buddy
really?
Lucas was here, and Valdez and I and Lucas, we played out at Hidden Creek on Friday. That was a blast. I should mention that. We can maybe talk about it later, but that was a lot of fun. But then, so Lucas, I had to fly in because he's a big F1 guy, and I said, I know you're into racing. I mean, he literally gets up every morning and on the weekends watches it. He's not an IndyCar guy, but he's a race guy. He says, yeah, sure, I'll come up. And so we came up here, and I wanted to give him a tour of the radio station. He'd been to D.C. a few times, but I hadn't given him a tour yet. So I'm giving him a tour. And then Cakes is here with his son giving Brendan a tour because Brendan hadn't been up here in a while, if any times.
I think he'd been in the lobby for whatever reason and never came up and saw the studio. So I
was
gave him a quick tour.
Perfect. It was like 10 o'clock, something like that, 10:30, something-ish. And he was going to walk or train.
I was
said,
considering it, but then I
Yeah.
heard it was a 30-minute walk over
yeah.
there. I was like, you know what?
That's just too
finished.
much.
I
I
said,
think
we
the walk
looked it up.
was, I looked it up, was like 1.8 miles.
Right.
Which is a healthy walk.
Hey, good for your
Healthy
heart.
walk.
Definitely
But
good for your ticker.
You know, we didn't know about the rain. It was still dicey. It ended up holding out, being perfect. Like it worked out for us. I'm sure it did for you too in the afternoon. We took an Uber and we had Dina. I had Dina and Lucas up late the night before, plotting on maps where we want to be, what's closest to our thing, and we still had an Uber take us to where we thought would be close, and we still struggled navigating.
it wasn't that close. He dropped us off somewhere, and then
Maybe he didn't drop us off where we asked. I don't know. It was
I don't
not
know.
close.
we started walking the wrong direction. Then we figured out we had to double back and
Yeah.
then head towards the spot where
Eventually,
we were set up.
It wasn't, I'll say this. It was a very cool event. There were a lot of people there. It wasn't signed well, if that makes any sense. Like there wasn't I understand it's there for 3 days, but they should have temporary signs somewhere. They had a lot of volunteers.
You helped me out because you said just ask the volunteers.
Just
But
ask the
that said, when I
volunteers.
was driving here, I punched up an article on NBC4 News, and it was all about where to park or where to be. And it said that if you're going through Gate 5 to take the Metro to L'Enfant Plaza, and I was like, all right, I'll just park here.
Well, we told our
Take the
driver,
Metro.
take
And the
us to the
Metro-
Metro stop. By that Metro stop.
Yeah.
We told the Uber guy because I didn't want to deal with the Metro. Just drive to that Metro stop. I'm not sure he did.
No, I don't think he did.
I don't think.
Yeah,
he
because
drove
if you were
there.
right at that L'Enfant Plaza, basically you could smell the rubber right when you got off the Metro.
We could hear the
I could
cars.
hear everything. And then
Where
there
did he
was a
drop you
volunteer
off?
right outside.
No idea, Jason. He was like, "Is this good?" And we're like, "Yeah, sure, whatever."
I think
you
he
know.
dropped us off near like the Department of Agriculture.
So you had no
building,
idea
wherever
really
that
where you
is.
were.
I
We
don't even
didn't
know
really
where that
know
is.
where we were. And then I've said this a million times. You know when you get your ways out for walking, or it's the same thing. I always deal with this in airports because you're like, all right, how do I get out of this airport? I got to go to Whatchinup Field or whatever. You put it in, and it takes a second to get its bearings. You know how it's going a million different directions.
Yeah.
So that happened when we were walking. We're walking.
Right.
We're like, no. You know,
Go this way. Go
it
this
was
way.
a cluster for us trying to find it. Be
Could
honest
you
with
just try and listen to the cars
No,
zooming by,
no, you couldn't.
But
follow
yeah,
the
you could,
noise?
but
They're
that's
in
a
all different
mile track or
directions.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and we needed to be near Gate 5, which is closest to where we wanted to be.
It's an interesting viewing experience.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about racing, and I brought my daughter, and she brought one of her teammates.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, after 10 minutes of watching, everybody was bored, and it was already closing in on 6 o'clock because we got there right when some race finished.
Yeah.
So we're there, the race finishes, and then they're clearing the track and they're setting up for the next race, which was like an hour later.
Funniest thing when we
But all the people that are just sitting in a spot,
yeah.
it's kind of fascinating to me now. They're race fans, so they love it. But I don't really get because
Well,
you don't
my
know what's going on really.
Well, I found what my buddy does.
couldn't know less.
Who watches F1. He was not only just watching this, he was watching the TVs they had out there.
Yeah.
So you could see the whole thing develop. So you don't just watch the zoom, zoom,
Yeah.
zoom. You got to watch.
Were the drivers for the races, the pre-qualifying races, the IROC races, were they the same drivers that were in the Freedom
No.
250?
Because
Oh, they were different.
Those were the like stud names that you knew, like
Jeff
Jeff
Gordon.
Gordon, Rusty Wallace was racing.
Oh, really?
One
Yeah.
of
Oh,
the
I
Ray
didn't see that.
Halls. I'm not sure which one.
It was almost like a legend.
Like
thing.
Helio
Oh, okay.
Castroneves, I think was in one
They
of
were
the
like the
cars.
biggest
they were-
names in racing.
So they were different.
They were
completely
in the,
different.
they were in the earlier cars.
by the
cars
way-
that didn't go as fast.
Gotcha.
By the way, where we were, and my buddy Lucas was telling me, is because we were coming off a turn. Our straightaway was like a short straightaway. They weren't hitting top speed in front of us, even though it was a
Right,
straightaway, because it was coming off the turn. And those IROC cars, I tell Cakes, they look like lawnmowers compared to the Indy cars.
Yeah,
They
they look
really?
stuck in the mud.
stuck in the mud.
So
yeah.
I saw the Indy cars, I think.
We did
because
too.
I saw qualifying.
The Indy
at
cars were
4:30.
flying,
They were
but
zooming.
still, it wasn't still top speed.
I saw them get to like 140 or
Is that what they were
150.
saying they were?
Well, because there was a TV inside the suite,
And that's what it said. I didn't even
and
notice
you
that.
could see the inside of a car, and it was
Yeah, they
like
were getting up
140,
to
150.
they were getting up to yesterday when I was watching, getting up to about 165
So
Okay.
when we check in
on the straightaways.
we gave them our name at the desk when we check in, and the woman, after I give her my name and my son's name, she's like, "Do you want the radio so you can listen in like to the pit or the team?" And
Oh,
I was
that'd be
like,
cool.
I was like, "Thank you for the offer, but no," because I mean, I would just look like the world's biggest poser.
turned it down,
Like,
too.
I would just be like, I don't even know what I'm listening to.
But it,
so no,
it probably
thank you.
would have made our experience better.
It may have.
It probably would have.
I turned it down. I did not turn down the earplugs.
I-
Did you
I
guys
did.
put in the
No
earplugs?
earplugs,
I
no.
put in the orange earplugs.
I'm all man.
Oh, man.
I'm all man. I'm
Good
not.
for you. Yeah, you're really
I
manly.
already have damaged hearing. So what was that really?
It
good?
was so
Is that
loud,
going to make it
Jason.
even worse?
So
I'm sure.
loud.
I'm sure it was. I
And
mean,
it's and it was a high pitch, at least for the races that
Yeah.
I was. I was
yeah.
But it was fun to experience. It was fun to watch.
And it was good food.
Yeah, because you'd never
Yeah,
seen that
food was
before.
great.
I'll be honest with you. 3/4 of the reason why I went is, as I said, probably going to be pretty good food.
Pretty good food, yeah.
Drink. So it was
What
good food.
was on the menu?
Cakes you can
Ooh,
describe better than me.
There was shrimp cocktail.
I didn't see shrimp cocktail when we were
From
there.
when
That
I
might
was
have been
there,
a later-
shrimp.
That might have been a later in the day.
Were they
offering.
the colossal shrimp? They weren't nubs, tiny shrimp.
Pretty big shrimp.
There was like a
I know there was salmon
There's like a
that we had.
foofy like bean salad, salmon, grilled chicken,
There was
and there was
beef.
also some sort of roast beef with like a chimichurri sauce. It
Oh,
was
so you
good.
were there lunchtime. It
It
was
was good.
definitely different.
Yeah.
For me, it was the shrimp. It
And
was like
open
a
bar,
charcuterie
which is, of course,
board,
nice.
Yeah.
fruit,
Yeah. A nice. You would have been sized. They had nice cookies,
cookies, brownies.
a lot of little desserts.
So how long were you there total? You think a couple hours?
I probably stayed until 2,
I'd say I
1:30,
was-
2 maybe.
I left shortly after cakes. I'd say we were there probably 2-ish hours, 2.5 hours.
And getting home was okay. It was
We
just-
walked. We were like, screw all this.
You walked back
we
to
ended up walking.
the station.
It was fine,
okay.
but because the Uber was the disappointment.
Yeah.
We didn't
Yeah,
know where
yeah.
to go. We're like, let's walk somewhere and get an Uber. And we're like, you know what? It's only we're looking at our thing. It's
only another half a mile.
Yeah, let's just keep walking.
Yeah.
I took my first
Fine.
metro ride, I think, in like a decade.
Yeah. Somebody
2
told
stops
me.
couldn't have been easier.
I think it was your son that
Yeah.
told me that you don't even need MetroCard anymore. You could just use your
Correct.
your credit card
credit card, just right
Credit
there.
or
card.
your Apple Pay
Yeah.
or whatever.
Well, I
whatever
looked.
floats your boat.
I don't know if it was on TV on Saturday. I don't think it was with the qualifying stuff.
I don't think the qualifying was on TV, but
it was
the
on-
race definitely was.
Oh yeah, I was watching. It was on
Maybe
Fox.
on like a speed channel or something.
I mean,
Could be,
Danica
yeah.
Patrick was out there,
Oh, I
and
didn't see her.
she was on the like the pre-race set with the Capitol in the back.
No. It was a spectacular setting.
Yeah.
And even though I don't really understand racing, I'm thankful that I went because it is one of those experiences that I'll have lodged in my memory. I'll always remember. It
Yeah.
was just very cool, very surreal experience. Thank you to Monumental. Jim Vincent was great.
I'm sure.
He's always a great host.
He was like, let me know if you want to come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean,
He said the same thing to me. I was like,
such a nice guy.
it's like, I think I have soccer.
Yeah.
Well, it was cool to watch because of course, it's never been here before. So, and all the flyovers were awesome, and the actual race was pretty cool. I mean, I don't know. There was probably when I was watching 5 or 6 accidents.
is there-
But one guy was in second with about 20 laps to go, and he tried to pass the guy, the leader, and he was going too fast. Hit the wall, pummeled the tire. He was done. He was done. He was
Yeah.
out of the race.
We sleep on Kyle Kirkwood, who won the event.
Kyle
the guy that
Kirkwood.
won.
Sleep on him.
Yeah.
He's
Definitely sleep.
He's from Jupiter,
Sleep
Florida.
City.
I'm not
Oh, I
sure I
didn't
know.
know that.
Are any of the Indy drivers like sort of famous, like to the general public? Not really.
I'd have to see a list of their names to figure it out. So that I don't know. I'm going to guess.
I hadn't
probably
heard of
not.
any of them.
I'm going to guess you know some of the F1 names, probably not many of the IndyCar names.
right.
Hey,
But
Well, we
Mario
used to know
Andretti
Danica
is
Patrick when
Mar-
she
Yeah.
raced.
right. Mario Andretti is the team owner,
Yeah. I know that name.
and he came in. I believe Andretti racers were 3 of the top 4,
Nice.
including the winner.
So
he killed it.
Yeah. No, it was very cool. There were a lot of people out there.
A lot of people just in the lawn area, just watching
Yeah.
the big TVs,
sure.
all the sponsors,
And the weather ended up being good.
The weather ended up being just fine.
We got lucky.
No problem.
So thank you to Monumental Sports for
And-
having us out.
And like just a random tire didn't hop over the fence and kill us, which is great.
Let me
That's
tell you
fantastic.
something. That thought never left my mind, the back of my mind, the entire time I was there.
mean,
When you were
could you
going
not
over
think
those
of
little
it?
bridges.
No,
Right
when
over
I
the
was
race?
sitting
From where
there,
we
when I
were
was
watching.
sitting out front, right by the finish line, I was like, "Watch out for
I've
flying
seen the Final
tires."
Destination movie where that happens. I haven't seen that where that's the opening scene.
So what do they? Because there were so many, tire marks on the streets.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do they clean the streets? What do they do? They
I don't-
repave them?
I don't have any idea.
I don't
I
know.
wonder
You know
what
what?
they do.
Call Mayor Bowser. Ask her. She'll know.
Mayor Bowser said, "Racers to your cars." Did you see that?
What are you supposed to
didn't do
That's
say?
all she said.
She didn't do the start your engines?
No, she said, "To your cars," and
Well,
then
maybe that's what she was told
Somebody
to
else
say.
said to start your
and then
engines?
someone else said, "Start your
Okay.
engine."
Yeah,
let's-
she got a note card. I'm sure she got a note card.
That's
Yeah, I mean, she was supposed to say that, but
Yeah.
I had never heard someone announce "to your cars."
never heard that either.
I figured they were already at their cars. I mean, the race was like
It's a good bit.
3 minutes away.
Jason says that to himself at 9:54 every day.
Yeah.
Jason, to your car.
Get your ass to your
To the
car.
Homewood. The
Hey,
Homewood
racing
Suites.
coverage on
Yeah, it
106.7
was cool.
The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. We're the Junkies. Coming right back. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Trying to pick a little splinter.
Oh,
You know how many
brutal.
hours of yard work I did yesterday?
Way more than I did.
Dude.
I did like 5 hours of yard work.
Oh, that's
my God.
devastating.
got-
In one day?
I got motivated.
You've achieved too much in life to do that.
I was
don't
mowing the
understand.
lawn, and then
That's a
there are a
horrible way
couple
to
of
spend a Sunday.
branches on these trees that are overhanging. And I need to thank
clip,
not
clip,
just
clip.
one neighbor, but 2 neighbors, because I just decided there was this one branch which is hanging kind of low, super long, and I don't have that many tools, so I just took I have a small axe. I'm like, I'm just gonna
You have a
frickin'
hatchet.
axe away. I got on a ladder, and then I'm just
Using an
boom,
axe?
boom, boom,
That's
using an axe.
Complete.
And it-
I know nothing about yard work. I know that's the wrong tool for the job.
but it's what I
know
had,
that.
right? So
Good luck you didn't let the thing didn't land on your head.
Oh, but I'm hitting the axe, and I
on
should
the
have had
ladder. He's on the ladder with
How
an axe.
how thick was the branch?
about like
Oh,
this.
it's pretty big.
It wasn't a big axe like you
Substantial.
would split wood with.
No, no,
It's a hatchet.
small axe.
It was a
Yeah,
hatchet.
It's not an axe. Let's call it what it is. I mean, an axe.
It was a
is
half-ass axe.
Yeah.
Okay.
An
Jolly
axe
Green
has a
Giant
handle
thing.
that's
All
this
right,
long.
okay, a hatchet,
Okay.
whatever.
Yeah. Not like a battle axe.
Yeah.
But I'm chopping away, and I would take breaks every couple minutes, and then chop, chop, chop,
Oh
chop,
my God.
and it's like it was like 1/4, then halfway, like through. I'm
You
just waiting for
definitely
that branch to go down.
have golfer's elbow now.
And the like the bark is just flying everywhere, and I should have had goggles and sort of closed my eyes.
What a
And
debacle.
a neighbor, Ben, thank you, came over, and he's like, he goes, I saw you struggling with a tree, and he brought over a hacksaw, and then we just got that one done with the hacksaw, and then once I was like, hey, can I borrow the hacksaw, because we have another tree. So we have a basketball hoop in the driveway, and we have a tree on the side, and like it doesn't block the shot immediately, but there's definitely a branch that's about 12 feet high.
you need a little
that
mini
it's a
chainsaw.
little bit. I needed a chainsaw, but I didn't have one.
Yeah,
So
well,
then I
like
had the
50 bucks
hacksaw
or something.
Well, whatever. I had the hacks. So now I had
he
my
didn't have
neighbor's
one.
It's been
hacksaw.
5 hours.
He was relying on his
So
neighbor.
then I was.
Now he's
that-
doing
He was like
this.
freaking
Yeah.
early man out in his backyard trying to cut the
Oh,
tree.
So then I
Yeah.
did the hacksaw, and my
Did you
my,
start a fire with
my,
twigs?
No, my neighbor on the other side,
So ill-equipped.
this guy Tung, he never does yard work. His dad lives in the house, who's probably 80.
Yeah.
He does it all.
Came out, he saw me
Yeah.
do the hacksaw. And he goes, I think you need this one. And his hacksaw was basically the exact same, and he did it for a while. And I felt, I actually
had an
told him,
80-year-old guy
I
doing
actually
it?
told him, I was like, I hope you don't have a heart attack. He left, and then I finally
Oh
got
my
down the
God.
tree.
Oh, what an
Should've gone to
embarrassment.
Home Depot.
A
got
couple
freaking
cuts,
chainsaw.
a lot of bug bites, and then a stupid little splinter, which probably hurts more than anything.
I mean, 5 hours of yard work. That is my personal apocalypse. In one day?
5 hours.
Well,
no,
it's
that's way too
only
much.
5 hours because he was going at it
Because
with
he's
a butter knife.
wildly
No.
inefficient.
Well, yeah, and then
mean-
and then I guess the rules of the neighborhood. What I learned is so like one of the branches was probably 16 feet long. Is that you can turn in pieces of wood, but they have to be 4 feet or shorter.
Okay.
So then I had to take the long pieces and cut them
Cut
down.
that
into
down.
short
Oh my God.
pieces.
Again, chainsaw. Should have called your boy.
And then all the little branches put into those stupid Costco bags.
Honestly, I had a busy weekend to come over there and save the day with my manly chainsaw. I would have been so sized. I actually would.
Yeah, but then you would have had to drive it over to his house. You're going to do that? No chance.
Bit of
Next
But no
time-
ladder
Yes,
accidents.
I would have.
Well, JP, next time just call him.
Yeah, I didn't know he had a.
Yeah, now you knew.
Now listen,
chainsaw.
I bragged about my chainsaw before. It's a little effeminate chainsaw.
Yeah, but it'll
Better
still
than-
work.
It's better than whatever he was using.
It would work, 100%.
It'll
No,
still
the
work.
hacksaw worked. It takes a
It takes
while.
forever.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
used one before to cut a much smaller branch, and it takes forever. Trust me, I know. Mm-hmm. It's not fun. I'll never do it again.
I sprayed.
I'll hire a
I sprayed
professional.
some weeds and some crabgrass.
Did you?
There you go.
Did you do it
come-
for 5 hours?
5 minutes.
Did you do that
It was
over at
pretty
my
long.
house? I need to do that in my house. I got a lot of crap.
Yeah, crabgrass is the worst.
No,
lot of
his ears go up when he hears my crabgrass. He's very excited.
Eric was telling me, I didn't realize this. Crabs are butt cheap right now.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it might be a time for a crab feast.
I don't know. Somehow this hillbilly
I got to
from,
call my cousin. He's
from
a
like the
waterman. He's a waterman.
from the
He is a
bay
waterman.
showed up on my feed, and he's like $100 a bushel. You know?
That sounds like a bargain.
Hey, speaking of
He said
crabs,
the prices from the 90s.
I assume you guys. Well, you probably didn't hear
Go
it
back in time.
because you guys were at Freedom 250.
Yeah.
But during the Lions Commanders game, Dan Helly, B. Mitch, and Rigo were all
Yeah.
talking about crabs.
Oh, they were. They were having a crab.
Yeah, because
summit.
Helly said, "Well, next week we'll be in Baltimore,
Yeah.
Okay.
Baltimore, and he said, "Home of the crabs."
Right.
He tried to use the Baltimore dialect.
Yeah.
And B. Mitch said, "I love crab cakes.
Right.
I love them." And then Helly goes, "Well, where do you go?" And he goes, "I don't really know." He goes, "There's a place in Front Royal, Virginia. It's got the best." He couldn't remember the name of the place.
Yeah.
It's got the-
People probably just hook him.
Yeah.
he says it's got the best crabs.
Probably just opens his door and there are crab cakes.
And
like on
Rigo
dry
was
ice.
saying there's no crab cakes in Kansas.
As they
I
move,
mean, it was. I mean, they had nothing to talk about. I guess.
as they move into the later portions of the games,
Yeah.
it becomes a talk show because
It is.
nobody cares about third and fourth.
Oh, you mean after the second?
Yes.
After the
Yes.
first offensive possession?
Yes.
No, believe me, this was later in the game.
I know.
Yeah, it was later in the game.
They did that in week 1 too because it's who are these guys? These are
Yeah.
guys who are just going to get cut.
Yeah, but they were having fun talking about it.
Yeah.
So it was entertaining to me.
All right, let's get into the Junkie Sports page. Bish Bucks.
All right, sponsored by our good friends over at Open Road Distilling, Reston Town Center. Make sure you go over there and mention us. Of course, you can get their locally crafted spirits like Eagle Eye Rye, Mabel Old Fashioned, Independence Bourbon, all at Northern Virginia ABC stores. So head on over there. I guess all right. Well, we kind of touched on the Freedom 250. We'll just touch on it real quick again. Kyle Kirkwood was the big fat winner.
All right.
He won by about 3.5 seconds over some guy named Lundgaard
Never heard of
and another guy named Power.
I'm sure he's silly.
Lundgaard is from Denmark and Power is from Australia. Both of them were interviewed after the race and said, "You know what? It's good that an American won here in Washington D.C. Freedom 250." So it was pretty cool. But they were all jacked about just the experience and the setup and the race and the city. They loved it.
On Sunday, the president showed up, right?
Yeah, he waved the green flag.
Where did he
so-
sit?
Did
Did he sit in the Monumental Suites?
I don't know exactly
No,
where he
our
was.
guy
about?
JVS
The
said
president.
he had a compound across from where that setup was.
I mean, we had like the primo seats,
I
like
feel like
legitimately
I feel
right
like
in the
we had
middle.
the best seats in the house. Yeah.
It was pretty cool. Cool to watch. I can only watch it once a year.
well, I'm kind
I
of
can't do it every
I don't know
every
if I'm
week.
gonna be, sitting down and watching IndyCar every weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, it gives you a little more interest in it, but hello, the NFL's about to start. Okay?
Right.
Like and college football about
It's
to
a,
start.
it's a little bit like tennis in that I recorded my daughter and her friend watching, and your neck just moves
yeah.
nonstop.
Like
It's
if
just
you
left to right,
follow-
left to right.
If one
or
of those
for us,
cars
it was
zooms
right to
by
left.
you and you follow it all the way down out of the line of sight, you can't pick up the next car because it's just coming too. It
comes too fast. Yeah.
It's coming at 140 plus. Like
Yeah.
your eyes can't track with it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's crazy to have those cameras. You can see the racers trying to steer
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
and it's so hard. It's so hard to steer those things.
One of the guys
tell
that
me
was
what
in
you. I don't know what you're talking about.
with
I mean, the steering wheel's going all over the place,
Well,
and they're just
Really?
It's just it's not. It doesn't look like power steering.
they don't have so much power steering.
I mean, I'm sure they do, but it's just very difficult to steer those.
It's not
vehicles.
stable.
which
It's
Bush
very
is still
unstable.
with us? Is it Kurt or Kyle? Which Bush passed away?
Don't know.
All right. Well,
Kyle?
the Bush that's still alive was in with Danny, along with the dude whose name was Stingray something.
Yeah.
Stingray Bob.
Stingray Bob, whatever his name was. He said that their pulse rate is at like 155 to 160 for 2 straight hours.
Right.
Wow.
It's their hearts are just boom, boom, boom
and
the
he's-
whole time.
They also said that
That's what it looks like when I'm putting for bogey.
it's so hot in those
Yeah.
cars, and they're sweating so much they lose 10 pounds an hour.
I guess that
Is that what
makes
he
sense.
said? Or maybe he said 10 pounds for the race.
That seems aggressive. 10 pounds an hour.
That's what
but
maybe he said 5 pounds. He definitely said 5 pounds.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it was 5 per hour.
I might have
but-
to get in an Indy car soon.
He's driving the Ozempic
But they were
car.
so
Losing all
hot
that
and
weight.
sweaty. I mean,
Of course.
it was
So
cool to watch.
the Indy
so.
car though doesn't look like a regular steering wheel. It almost looks like a PlayStation
Yeah,
joystick.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like something like on a big wheel. I don't know how those guys do it.
So it was pretty cool to watch. All right, so NFL preseason week 2 is in the books. I mean, all these games were terrible, but the Monday night game or the Sunday night game was Seattle and the Titans last night.
Well, I'm just curious. I know the scores don't matter, but I'm just curious what the score was.
1916 Tennessee.
Okay.
So Cam Ward played for the second consecutive week. I didn't watch it. He was 8 for 12 for 69 yards, no touchdowns, no picks.
Okay.
Sacked once. But I think a lot of the starters played for Tennessee, at least for a series or two. I don't think many played for Seattle. But Seattle did lose their second-round draft pick, Bud Clark, who they drafted out of TCU. He's a defensive back. Broken ankle. So he's going to be out months, they say.
There's some bad injuries coming out of preseason and training
That
camp.
was the Seattle Seahawks second-round pick, Bud Clark.
Because Genty got hurt with the Raiders.
Genty
his
got
ankle.
hurt.
And you know what that means? They're already writing about Lauby zooming up the depth chart, going to get some real running back touches.
Good.
It looks like.
Nice.
And
Yeah.
Mike Washington Jr., I believe.
Yeah.
Also there in the mix.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you saw any of the highlights of the Browns game. They got pummeled by the Bills.
Big story there was Deshaun Watson's terrible press conference afterwards.
Well, he got booed. It was the first time he's played at home on the field since October 24th of 2024. So it's been a couple years. And he got booed by the fans.
Yep.
Those are my people.
The fans just don't like him. They don't want him out there.
And he played poorly, too.
And he played bad.
Well, they booed him when you saw he threw the one ball in the dirt. What did he throw an interception?
Yes.
I think he threw an
threw a
interception. That's
pick.
when they booed him.
Yep.
Man, I didn't have no reaction. I think the biggest thing is, I think you guys know too, and I think the whole world knows. It has nothing to do about the performance. It's a little bit personal than that. So, I think that's it's a disrespectful thing. So, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep whatever I feel with me and my family internally on how I feel about that, and yeah, just move on.
But don't you think, Deshaun, that winning and playing better would eliminate some of that booing?
Last time I played on this field, I tore my Achilles. And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt. So, does that have to do with, what does that have to do with anything about performance? When a person get hurt, especially for your own city, and they cheer.
Does any of that make you regret coming here?
No, I don't regret anything in my life. You know, I think the Lord put me through situations for a reason. So, I don't regret anything at all. But, you know, I had different thoughts on how it was going to be. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, sometimes, you know, the tables turn. And I'm patient enough because I'm a child of God to, you know, wait for that time to change. So I'm not tripping on it.
It's annoying when
I
you
would
hear a guy say, I'm a child of God, and you fondled like 20 women.
I would regret
He
that.
doesn't regret anything?
I would regret that part of
That
my
was
life.
the money quote. That was the quote. Like, I don't regret having any regrets in life.
Yeah.
I honestly, I mean, does it make you think maybe some of this was overblown, or maybe it was weird? Like, I don't know. Maybe it didn't happen the way we think it happened.
We don't know what happened, but 20 women accused him. So,
And he settled with all of them.
yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they don't want him there.
If you're the
And
Browns, why are you keeping him around? What is the point?
That's what I asked the
Like,
one guy what we had from, remember the guy we had from Cleveland?
I think they just want to
Ryder?
get their money's worth.
And I said,
guess.
why would he even be on the roster? Don't play him.
He's a
Just
sunken cost start. Like,
Yeah.
he's not going to play
Monken thinks he's going to be better for the team to win.
to win
Well,
what?
to
Shador
win
has
some
played
games.
okay.
Okay.
And if
Well,
you watch the
Monken's-
game, listen, hold on. I want to say this.
Sorry.
Shador played okay. He had one interception on a batted ball. He's not a star. I mean, Shador's probably a backup, but I think Shador is okay. And the fans are not going to boo Shador.
Right.
No.
So,
and
I don't know why they just play
Monken
him.
said he's going to announce the starter for the season today.
Just announce
So I
Shador,
assume that's going to be Shador.
announce him, cut Watson. It doesn't like you've already guaranteed him $200 million plus. He's not going to play for you. It's
No,
just
and no one's
it's
gonna
a
sign him.
PR disaster.
But
you-
what if
like-
what if he's been out
I
playing
don't think he has
Shador
been.
throughout training camp?
He hasn't
I mean,
in the
if he's
preseason game.
clearly better than
he
everybody
played.
else in the roster?
That's incorrect.
In the first preseason game, he played fairly
better
well.
than Shador in the first preseason.
And they
Okay,
said
fair
in the-
enough. But when you look at the total stats, it's
Okay, but
it's basically
who knows
a
who-
wash.
who
Yeah,
knows
but they
who
said in
they
the
were playing
joint
against.
practices he was better.
Look,
No, day to day. Look, I agree with Ian Rappaport. I think put out a tweet. He's like, Deshaun Watson, by play, should be the starter, but after that press conference, just go with Shador. And
Yeah.
as Cake says, just cut your
Yeah, it's
losses
just,
now.
I mean, you're never
You're not going anywhere with either of them anyway.
You're never going to have him live up to the contract that he signed, and he's a pariah amongst the fan base. They hate his guts.
Yeah.
Just move on.
Yeah.
Like at some point, you have to move
I,
on.
I would think that they should, yeah.
I
And,
think- I
and maybe
will. I mean,
maybe
at some
after what
point.
happened in terms of the booze and the fan reaction, maybe they realize
And,
it's
you know,
not worth it.
Maybe it's just the ownership is resolute and just saying, "Look, we paid him $200+ million.
We want him out there.
He's
Yeah.
going to stay on the roster no matter what."
Okay.
So, like, maybe the GM and the coach they're neutered. They can't do anything.
Yeah.
I would
So,
guess.
so Warren Sharp retweeted, and I saw it. The interview Shador did on the side. He did like a 6-minute interview on the sideline. It was outrageous how long it was, but it shows you nothing preseason, right? They went
They're looking
6
for
minutes with him,
content, yeah.
And I'm telling you, and I tweeted this, and some people, they're like, I don't care how he plays on the field. I don't care if he's the worst quarterback in the history of the game. I root for him. He's so down to earth.
He's likable.
He's so likable. And we have some standard against him where we hate him because of his dad or something. And meanwhile, his dad's raised a pretty freaking humble kid.
Well, some of
who-
his college antics.
Okay. What did he had a fancy car or something?
He had
What
the
were his
rap song. He did,
Yeah, but why would you hate
some
a
of the
kid for that?
celebrations.
Okay, but he's a kid.
No,
Why
but
would you hate
I
him?
understand, but he had kind of like Baker Mayfield had a lot of people who hated him in college.
Yeah, I think
Like
Baker
that-
Mayfield though, like got in trouble with the law. Like they were real things. Like these are kind of trivial things.
Well, he had a drunken public and he ran from the cops. So
right. Yeah, but anyway,
Nothing too crazy.
Anyways, I think he's one of the more misunderstood, more maligned guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I just see a sweet kid, and I root for him. I don't care if he's the worst quarterback in the history of the world. I will always root for him.
Yeah, I
just
think
so
he's
you know.
pretty likable.
Yeah.
All right,
I
well,
watched the interview.
you're
super
So you're
likable.
rooting for him to be the starter. in
I don't
weekend.
know if he's
Big
good.
time. I think he's
Look, I'd rather-
good enough. He makes plays. Here's this. His arm is trash. I think your arm's better. But he makes reads, and he can deliver the ball. I don't think he's a star. He's probably a backup.
He's definitely not a star.
He actually seems pretty humble
I need to bet
about
that
his
under.
game.
We need
Yeah,
to bet
he's-
they're under, Jason.
I
he's
think the
super
perception
humble.
in college was the opposite.
I think the perception was probably wrong.
And they
think all of a sudden
retired
he
his
just turned-
number
you think-
for a team that won like 7 games.
Again, do you think a player doesn't have control over that? You know what I mean?
That's true.
He has no control over that. Do you think he just
It was
all
all
of a
about-
sudden got humble?
It was all
I
about
doubt it.
prime time.
Yeah, it was
and
about
his
the dad.
popularity.
It was backlash on the dad. The dad's all over the place. Sometimes the dad is super humble, super great with the young kids, and sometimes the dad's out of control.
Oh, I'm rooting for him to be the week 1 starter too.
Me too.
Because I don't think Deshaun deserves it.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
Coming up at 7 o'clock, we'll hit the skins. And next, we will dive into the Washington Commanders' second preseason game. Are you hitting the panic alarm after watching that ugly performance? That's next here on the Junkies. The Washington Commanders play 3 preseason games. In the first preseason game, we saw no Jaden Daniels. In the second preseason game, we saw him for 3 snaps. Begs the question, why even put him out there for 3 snaps?
Dan Quinn can't
What
win.
we said.
That's the
What we
most clear
said.
thing. Like Dan Quinn, he gets roasted if he doesn't play him, and then when he does play him, even if it's for just 3 plays, 3 meaningless plays,
Right.
3 of the most nondescript plays you'll ever see in an NFL game, he gets killed. Like he just can't win.
Well, he
Dan
could.
Quinn-
I think he could win if he played him for 15 snaps and they were 2 touchdown drives.
So then he plays him for 15 snaps. He limps off with an ankle sprain, and then
And then
everybody
he-
attacks him
Right.
for keeping him in too
It's a
long.
ri-
If that
He
did
cannot
happen.
win.
reward. It's a risk
He
reward
just
thing.
can't
It was
win.
just
So
it was
this
just
is
bad
him-
luck.
This is him basically saying, "Look, I'm going to play him. I'm not going to play him very
I'm
long.
gonna play him one series. He
I'm
said, "I'm gonna play him one series."
I'm going to play him for 3 plays, and that was it.
He might
No,
have
he didn't
wanted
know.
to-
He didn't know the one series was gonna be 3 plays.
Right.
Well, he also might have.
If he knew that, if he could predict the future,
Yeah.
he probably would have held him out.
He might have anticipated playing him for 2, but after the offensive line was a complete disaster on the first 2 plays, they just
And after like Bates and Chig are missing blocks, he's just like,
Yeah.
"Oh my god!" Like,
first 2 plays
we gotta
were a
get him out of
disaster.
here.
Yeah.
And you get sacked,
Right.
And then the other play collapses. Then they have a handoff, whatever.
Right.
And then he's like, you know what? That's enough.
Done. That's all I need to see. It's not worth it.
Not that he needed
I mean,
to see anything.
he's-
No,
I
no.
think
I mean,
they-
that's what I'm just saying.
I think
That's- in a
they
funny way.
always say, and you've all heard it, that it's just him going through the rhythm of warming up for the game, doing everything with the team, going out there with the team, hearing Blau in the headset for the first time, how he calls plays in a stadium,
Yep.
and then just going through that. I agree with you. Just hearing 3 plays in your head, like I don't know how that's going to be relevant, but
It is what it
they
is.
decided that is meaningful and that's enough.
Quinn definitely didn't like what he saw because he scheduled
This
an
is
additional
DQ right here.
practice.
No, going into it, I knew this was, if it was going to be 10 plays or 3 plays, that's how we were going to do it. Same thing defensively. So
Oh, I didn't hear that
Just kind
part.
of stuck to the game plan of what we had. Fortunately, like he's throwing an excellent camp. And so I've been pleased with what I've seen from him. It's important to get these looks, but I wanted to, like if I set a plan up, I was going to stick to it.
So he's
Yep.
he's taking what he's seen in camp more than 3 random wackadoo plays against the Lions on a Saturday afternoon. Now, that's probably the right approach to take. Like he's seen him in practice every day at camp,
Yeah.
and he's seen the progress he's made in the offense.
And look, he's not going to play in the third. They got joint practices
Right.
scheduled with the Ravens this week. So, that's kind of more action that he can see JD in against another team. So maybe with those joint practices with Miami and Baltimore, that's really all he needs to see. 3 plays. I know a lot of people were frustrated, but it happened with other teams too. I mean, some other teams started the quarterback, played 3 plays.
Again-
I think it was Herbert.
Yes.
So
I don't-
it just happens.
I'm being picky here, so forgive me. I don't think he needed to see anything. He needs the players to do it and execute and get some positive stuff out of it, get some connections, get some vibes going. But I don't think there's any question about Jaden.
right.
I have 0 questions.
No, but
Just
you don't
all that stay
necessarily
healthy.
have
Well-
great confidence watching the whole operation. And I think we need to talk about the offensive line in particular.
That's the question.
That's where
That's the question,
people are really starting to panic, particularly about the center position.
Yep.
Cakes brought up the PFF grade maybe a week ago or so, and we were all kind of taken aback, like that PFF had them the worst offensive line. But you lose Tunsil, and Brandon Coleman's done it before, but that makes them weaker. The offensive line with center was already going to somebody who didn't start last year because you let Biotish go, and you made at least you had a dalliance with Linderbaum, weren't able to land him, decided Allegretti was going to be the guy, and ultimately he should be the starter, but he's had injuries. There's just questions at the offensive line.
Yes. And I can't tell you how many times I was on my phone or on the computer and people were just throwing out random trades for centers. Should the Commanders trade for this guy? Should the Commanders go after this guy? Blah, blah. So I don't know if they're looking in the market for a
I think
starting
he
center.
said that they're looking.
I'm sure they
they're
are.
looking for more help at center.
I'm sure
They've
they
actually
are.
said it publicly.
Yeah.
They're looking for more help.
So don't be surprised if that happens
Oh, I
in the
won't
next
be
week.
surprised.
you
at all
know,
if
you know
they
the
add
name
there.
that I've heard floated. Now again, this is just from guys that cover the team and that kind of thing.
Who's that?
Luke McCaffrey. He might have a little bit of value.
Some trade value?
Might have a little bit of a glut at the receiver for that, for a depth,
Okay.
like a proven depth player. maybe, you know,
Maybe a team like the Raiders or Texans who could use another wideout.
use a wideout, kick returner, whatever.
Yeah.
It's possible, yeah. I
it's
guess you're right.
possible.
Yep.
So definitely the offensive line going into this was one of the strengths, and now after the injuries, and it's I would say it's the biggest weakness for sure.
No, I don't know if I'm ready to deal my best kickoff returner in McCaffrey. I don't know if I want to weaken myself in that spot, but we'll
Yeah.
see.
You might
Kickoff
have to.
returns
You
are
might have
only
to.
returned about 40% of the time now. Is that correct?
I don't know
I'll have
the
to maybe
numbers on
check
that.
last year. Maybe it went up last year.
I feel like they're kicking it to like the 6-yard line now, way more than ever. They're like pooch kicking it.
Yeah. I did put up a Junkies poll of the day brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail, made with real vodka, only 100 calories, and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. There are 2 choices. After watching 2 preseason games, are you still optimistic or worried? I found a lot of people worried. My personal read was it was almost a toss the game out. Again, not playing many guys. Jaden's barely on the field. It's a lot of Calic Manis,
Yeah,
a lot
I mean,
of
it was-
Jaden Bradley,
Yeah.
guys that aren't going to perform. I mean, even Owens had a big hit.
I mean, it was the preseason.
Let's say this in their defense. Defensively, they showed out much better.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it was a disaster in week 1, somewhat defensively for the first unit. Second unit, very strong.
Bunch of sacks. Quan
Sacks,
had an interception.
The fumble recovery in the end zone,
Zone.
wherever to start the game. Couldn't ask for a better start to the game from your first unit.
Correct.
So defensively, I think you gained some things
Yeah.
from that. You
They look
gather
good.
some things. You could feel a little bit
Now
better.
they're going
about
against
it.
backups.
They didn't look good on the Josh Dobbs read option that
No,
he ran for
and that-
50 yards for a
Well,
touchdown.
Josh Josephs,
That was just basically,
Yeah.
hey, he got sucked in.
Yeah.
That was one
Yeah,
guy
Joseph's
ruined the play.
he had a bad play.
but
Yeah.
but to Jason's point, it wasn't against starters.
That's
Yeah.
fine. That's true.
But it's all right. You can't take it away from them.
I'm not saying
they
it's-
still look good.
I'm not saying it means we're going to be number 1 ranked defense, but it was you needed to see the defense play
They-
better after week 1.
Correct.
So are
first
you
unit.
optimistic or worried?
No, I've said all along since the schedule came out, they're not going to make the playoffs.
I'm talking about after the preseason games.
After the preseason games, I'm worried most about the offensive line. That's it. Mm-hmm. I think the defense will be fine. I think the receivers are good. I think Jaden will be good if he can stay healthy. I think running back thing, all that'll work out. I'm worried about the offensive line, yes.
It just seems like whack-a-mole. Like, first game, defense didn't look that great on the first drive. Now you got offensive line issues. It's almost like put your finger in the dam.
The only thing is we all have, I agree, but we all have experience with this, every single one of us, that the preseason offense, like 0 correlation to regular season.
I know, but
You know?
but it would make you feel better if things were a little crisper on all facets, especially because Dan's putting a lot of emphasis on
Yeah.
the training camp this
If
season.
you feel confident right now as a Skins fan, you're just doing that on blind faith, right? So I think most Skins fans,
I would
if they're
agree with you,
honest,
yeah.
If most Skins fans, if they're honest, have not been impressed with what they've seen in the preseason, that doesn't mean anything. When we won the Super Bowl, we won 0-5 or whatever in the preseason.
I'm still going to pick him to win double-digit games.
I think
still resolute.
I also think it's because the worry would be higher, or the worry is higher because Dan put so much emphasis on the training camp and this preseason as opposed to last preseason. Things are going to change. It's going to be, it's different. So you would just kind of expect things to be crisper. That's all.
Looks like most people are worried in the early voting. You can vote at Junks Radio or give us a call at 1-800-636-1067. We'll continue the discussions. We hit the Skins at 7 o'clock here on The Fan.
All right, guys, EB here. The Junkies are brought to you by FanDuel. Baseball fans, the MLB season is in full swing, and FanDuel's giving you a chance to call your shot with daily dingers. Joining the action is easy. Just make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game, and if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a chance at extra winnings. It's just another reason why FanDuel is the home of home runs. Maybe you like a Dylan Cruz to hit a bomb, K-Bear Ruiz to go yard. Are you ready to play your game? Just head over to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local to opt in for daily dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting a homer. Play ball and swing for the fences on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 21 and over. Present in Virginia. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Washington Commanders have added a practice today. Instead of a walkthrough, they'll have an afternoon practice after the loss to the Lions, getting ready for the Ravens on Friday. Tennessee beat Seattle 19-16. Seahawks Bud Clark and Mason Richmond are out with long-term injuries. Raiders running back Ashton Jeanty believed to have a sprained ankle. Marlins beat the Nationals 6-2. Nats have lost 10 of 12, but Jacob Young had the catch of the year.
The long set, Kent to the plate, and a swing and a drive, left center field deep. Jacob Young going back to the warning track. He climbs the wall, and he caught it! He scaled the wall and caught it right at the top of the fence. What a play by Young.
The Call on the Fan. Home tonight against the Rockies, start of 4, Cade Cavalli to the bump. The Mystics defeat the Fire 105-100 to clinch a playoff spot. Orlando Pride beat Washington Spirit 1-0. Wyndham Clark holds off Rory McIlroy to capture the BMW Championship. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. In 2026, we're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com. Learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Spish Cakes, EB and JP, 7 o'clock. Time to hit the skins.
Hit the Skids, brought to you by Don't Sleep Energy. Shot for right now, 12-ounce can for all day. Don'tSleepEnergy.com. Make sure you use the code JUNKIES for 10% off. Don't Sleep makes you great. So again, we continue to touch on the first preseason game. Commanders lost. Not that the score matters. Really couldn't be more trivial, but they did lose 17-13 to the Detroit Lions in their second preseason game. Low scoring. Very interesting. The start, the Commanders scored first on a fumble recovery for a touchdown in the end zone. Then they tied it briefly, stayed close with field goals. Lions took the lead in the third quarter on a 1-yard Travion Williams run. And, of course, they held on with a late field goal. Jaden Daniels was out there for 3 plays, big disaster. The tight ends kind of, didn't hold their blocks well enough to execute the first play. Second play, I think maybe Julian Good-Jones even got blown up a little bit. Kind of, everybody was pointing out that, I can't remember who it was, Diggs, a couple of these other guys were out there, were wide open, but just the play couldn't develop, and Jaden kind of chucks it like some sort of weird swing pass thing that basically gets rid of it.
Right.
And then the third play was the delayed handoff that got some yardage, but whatever. And that was
That's
it.
an ultimate
Right to
give up
Allen.
play. Third and 20. You're like,
And that was
okay,
it.
let's
Yeah,
hand
they
it
just
to
wanted to
Fat
get off the
Man
field.
and give Tress some room to punt.
So that was very disappointing from the sense that he just wanted to get a little excited,
By the way, it wasn't the center that botched that second play. It was Bates.
No, it was Bates on the first play. Bates botched.
No, I'm talking about on the
too?
sack.
Yeah, that was the first play.
No, the sack was the second play.
Okay, well, I'm confused.
There's an incompletion
The
on
first play was Jaden just gets rid of the ball. The
Yeah.
second play was
Okay,
the
I
sack.
got it reversed.
So it wasn't the center because they were all moving left and he had his guy, but Bates missed the tackle.
No, I just reversed the 2 plays.
Yeah.
So forgive me. There are guys though that again under the first team defense, I thought marked improvements. So it's not all terrible. And then other guys, you had the 5 defensive guys that had sacks. Hurst, Jean Baptiste, Amik Robertson. Of course, he flashed. Even the I'm not even going to try to
That was a
say
great play.
try to say the name of the guy who's like their international player. I actually thought he looked legit on that play. TJ Maganranga or whatever. I mean, who knows what his future is. But I thought he looked pretty good there. Everybody's talking about the Jaden Bradley catch. Antonio Williams continues to flash a little bit. He had 2 catches for 41 yards. Josh Josephs, while he did have the play where he over-pursued on the run and he got burned for it on the touchdown, he generated that early pressure that led to Amik's strip sack. And then, of course, he recovered the fumble. So it was up and down day for Josh. But he's flashing. I think that's good.
Robert Henry Jr. came crashing back to earth after
With
his
the fumble?
After
That's
week 1.
sort of on the downside. The running game, just 35 yards on 17 carries, 2.1 yards per attempt. As Cakes mentioned, Robert Henry Jr., he was kind of like, what is the, I don't know. Everybody loved what he did in week 1. Week 2, just
Came back down to
as
earth.
good. He had a late kickoff fumble. Katron, even though he only had 30 yards on 10 carries, some people thought, fairly impressive getting what he could, showed a little wiggle. Hartman had some moments, where he looked like maybe a varsity high school quarterback. There were some other
gets
moments where he
clubbed.
looked like a JV quarterback. Kelly Kamanis is not a star, but you know what? He looks the part.
Made some nice
he's
throws.
very Cousins-like.
Yeah.
Like, he's not super athletic. I mean, relatively speaking, these guys are all great athletes. But relatively speaking, relative to the competition, relative to other elite quarterbacks, he's not going to really move. But he's got good footwork. He's got a big, strong arm. He was 11 of 14. I think he's impressed everyone.
He's got a stranglehold on the number 3 job.
11
yeah.
Like
for
he's
14.
pulled so far ahead of Sam Hartman.
Yeah. And
Uh,
if Mariota's
162
not ready
yards.
for the first week, he's going to be the number 2.
Right.
Yeah, he really is raising some eyebrows. So I think good job so far there, Adam Peters, on that project that they've selected.
It was just an ugly game because there was just no offense from either team. There was barely any yardage. It was kind of ugly to
blah
watch.
preseason.
Have you mentioned Sonny Styles? Because on Friday, when we did the show and we were talking about what we wanted to see,
Yeah.
one of the things that I said was, I want to see at least one Sonny Styles splash
You want to
play.
see him flash.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you want to see him pop a little bit because he's your first round pick. And I don't know, maybe I missed it. I didn't see it.
He didn't give you anything.
No. Only thing
But he wasn't out there very long.
the only thing I'm going to say.
He was out there in the first series where they caused the fumble. Okay, so that wasn't a long drive. In the second series, that's when Dobbs scored, and then he was pulled. So, I mean, he just
yeah,
wasn't out
but
there.
he's been out there for maybe a total of 30 plays or so
Yeah.
in the
Right.
2 games.
You
30
tell me when Ale Cajo leads the team in tackles during the regular season over Sonny Styles. I mean, that just shows you in a nutshell what the preseason
Can I make
is.
a bet with you?
Sure.
You take Sonny Styles to lead the team in tackles, which
Okay.
you're insinuating will not take the field.
Ooh, I can't do that.
Why not?
I mean,
Bobby Wagner did it every year.
I'm not into giving you field bets at this point. I need to
I'll
see
just
a
say
few
this.
weeks.
Sonny Styles, I'm assuming he's going to be a great player. He's got everything you want. He's a spectacular kid, God-fearing kid. Like, everything about the kid is just you root for him. I do think that it's pretty obvious that he's learning, right? That beyond just any rookie learning, I still think he's growing into the position of playing linebacker. I used the word project when he was drafted and people attacked me. He's learning. He's got a lot to learn.
He's the target of a couple of social media accounts, including our guy First Round Mom.
A lot of people are attacking Sonny
And
Styles.
I watched
Yeah.
one of the kind of all 22s where they broke down every one of his plays. It hasn't been flattering the first 2 games. Now, what I don't know is when he's going into a gap and he's taking on a tackler, is that where he's supposed to be? He's not making enough plays to notice it as just an average fan.
Put it this way. Josh Josephs is flashing more than Sonny so far. But again, Sonny's a freak athlete, comes from good stock, great person, great college. Everything's in his favor. You assume he'll figure it out, and I would probably bet on that. So
Right, it's not about the
early.
preseason, but I'm curious if people are starting to worry about his play. 1-800-636-1067.
It'll be 50-50. Half the fans will be worried that he hasn't made any
I
plays.
think most fans will
He's been
still
out there
be-
for 20 seconds.
You don't want to be the
It's
first
more than
one
20
at-
seconds, Jason.
It's been 3 series total.
Okay.
3
Yeah.
in 2 games. I mean,
You
come
don't
on.
want to be the first. You don't want to just be out there attacking him when he's barely played.
Right.
So you're probably not going to have too many people say that they're.
But you
worried.
might have a drop off this year from
Well,
what Bobby Wagner was
I
giving
would-
you consistently to what Sonny may give you this year. He may be
JP,
a
Bobby
superstar
Wagner
in
is
2
going to
years.
the Hall of Fame.
I know, but people were so quick
that's
to bail on him.
unfair. That's unfair to
But
compare him to
I'll
Bobby
guarantee you
Wagner
this,
right now.
That Sonny Styles isn't going to be a liability in coverage like Bobby Wagner was
That's true.
at the end of his career. That I don't know how you can
I think he
quantify
looks
that. and
really.
bet
I think
on
he
that.
looks pretty smooth there in coverage.
He's very good in
I think he
coverage,
looks pretty
been-
smooth.
which is
He's
part of
been
the
up there
reason he
for
went number 7 overall.
17 plays. I think it's been 17 plays.
And both. I think it's been more than that.
Oh,
I don't
well,
think so.
I also he hasn't recorded a tackle, has he? Or
Yeah,
even-
he had one. He had one in this game.
He's had like assists.
I think he had one
He
in
had
this.
one listed tackle in the Lions
Yeah.
game.
Now, Chenal had, but see, if he had botched the play that Josh Josephs did, right?
Oh, he'd be
he would be getting
Oh,
killed,
destroyed.
destroyed.
I totally agree.
But no one said anything about Josephs.
No, people
Joseph's
noticed
not the
it.
first round pick.
People
Right.
noticed it. People noticed that Josh Josephs botched it, but
Yeah.
Josh Josephs also had a fumble recovery. Josh Josephs also has pressure. You know, Josh Joseph has flashed more. That's bottom line. But that's fine. I think he'll be fine. He's got all the pedigree.
I would agree with you. He hasn't given you anything, but he's only been out there for 20 plays.
I need a big week one from Sonny Styles.
I mean, he's going to be out there for the entire game in week one.
Put it this way, he's still in the learning curve phase, very much so.
Sure. And then once he's going against starters and other opposing coaches are kind of gearing to his, his negative plays, or I just think it's just way too early to kill him after 17 to 20 plays in the preseason.
I think that's right.
But I understand that faction is out there.
Well, it's going to happen with anybody that's your first round pick.
Yes,
anybody, any top 10 pick, any position, the eyeballs are going to be on you.
Right.
So
no matter what position.
The poll of the day is whether you're still optimistic or are you worried. Two choices about the Commanders right now after 2 preseason games, and one of the responses was worried about Sonny Styles. Right. I think it's fair.
Too early to worry about Sonny Styles.
You have zero worry.
If you're a month in,
you have zero worry.
I would be
little worry.
Okay, little worry is different than zero.
Little.
I would be worried much more about the center position than Sonny Styles.
Oh, that is very concerning.
I think they'll figure that out.
I mean, first of all, you're relying on a guy in Allegretti who I believe has 4 starts at center in his career prior to this year. Now he's got other starts in the interior line at guard, but doesn't have a ton of experience at center.
Mm-hmm.
Got rid of Biotish, who, by the way, side note on him, terrible story. He's done for the year.
Right.
Season-ending IR from his injury for the Chargers. That
Right.
sucks.
Right.
Yeah, there's concern about the interior of the Commanders' offensive line.
Let's go to Mo in Largo. Mo, what's up, buddy? Are you worried?
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I mean, the shortest distance to the quarterback is to the center. And our starter is hurt, and the backup has no experience. We lost our left tackle. I mean, our inadequacy right now is a tremendous liability because he jeopardizes our most valuable asset. So, yeah, I'm worried, man. I mean, I like the defense and everything. You know, I see some talent emerging around the offense, but without the offensive line, I don't know how anything gets started. And not to mention, we're lacking the personnel and continuity. So just to assume that the weapons will be able to make the most of their abilities is kind of a false, optimism, because if the line can't block, there's no time for the play to develop, and we just get Jaden scrambling around again. So I'm going to remain worried because usually when I'm overly confident, we come out looking like trash. So, yeah, I'll just be worried, and hopefully things will become positive. Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, it also
Thanks, Mo.
it really sucks that as they're trying to figure out, and I do think all teams have weaknesses. They have to scheme around whatever they are. No team's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So this is our weakness. It's going to take a while to figure it out, probably. Well, it doesn't help that the first 3 games are brutal.
And
does not help.
And think about it. The defensive tackles for Philly are studs.
Of course.
They are
And if
monsters.
they're going to go against a banged-up Allegretti or a backup center, that's going to get ugly real quick.
Could get really ugly. The only thing you can hope for is maybe just Philly is a disaster offensively, just kind of falling apart.
Yeah, I mean,
it hurts on another OC. He maybe shook a little bit. He doesn't have age. Who knows?
Stephon Diggs, you better be ready for some quick passes from Jaden Daniels week 1.
Side note, if you want to call in and give us what you're worried about, or maybe even things that you're taking positives out of the second game. I thought defensively it was a big jump, and that was the point of emphasis, so that's good.
Yeah.
And I do think defensively they're going to be pretty darn good. If they can figure out the offensive line, I think we're going to be pretty good offensively, too.
Hey, Drew Stevens was 2 for 2.
that's right.
Well, his long was 32, I think.
I get it.
It's already made him.
I mean,
But he was 2 for 2.
you take pauses where you can get them.
You got to trust that they see something in him and his personality, whatever, that he'll be able to handle it.
Trust played.
Trust played.
Yeah.
That's good.
Tress had, 4 or 5 punts?
4 punts.
So while people call in, you can give us what your worries or your concerns and what your positives are. There was a side note, and that was just unfairly so. Our guy JP Finley was kind of attacked by some Skins fans, diehards, the HGTC crowd, where you can say nothing negative or you can do nothing that doesn't just toe the company line. They were upset that JP did his job and just asked, hey, give him a chance to comment publicly on the LSU thing, and people just murdered him.
Oh, yeah.
How is everything going with kind of the fallout with LSU? Man, I mean, like you said, I posted that. The statement is out, but for me now, it's really just focused on Commander football. I said everything I had to say within the statement, and now it's really just getting ready for week 1.
And where do you think you guys are?
Look, they both handled it the exact way they should have handled it. JP has to ask him the question because he has that forum and that platform, so he asked it, and Jaden deflected it and said, "Look, I'm focused on playing Commanders football."
I think he could have handled it better.
Who, Jaden?
Yes,
that
he sidestepped it. He deflected.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, what else?
Nothing wrong with it, but I think he could have been forthright.
Well, it's forthright.
And said, just say, look, I haven't had a chance to talk about it. He could expand it.
Well, why would he? That only opens up the can of worms.
Right. Just saying.
That just makes it worse.
Short-sighted thinking on your part.
It'll be a bigger
The way
story.
he handled it gets rid of
Not
it.
hiring JP as my PR guy.
I agree with you, JP. There's the public perception nationally. He had a chance to change it.
Yeah, but why? Let it go. Who cares what people think?
I'm
Just
not
play
giving it any
football.
more oxygen.
I just think he could have handled it differently.
But JP was he did a show with Mitch Tischler after the Lions game.
Yeah.
And JP was upset that
people were killing him.
Yeah, they were killing him for doing his job, and he kind of unleashed. It made me happy.
I wasn't going to even bring this up. Burger Manners just said, JP Finley just asked Jaden about LSU. I hate our media. Well, Burger Manners, here's what you don't know about how journalism actually works. Jaden, after everything has happened, hasn't spoken to the media, hasn't addressed the media. This is a national story. Somebody has to ask him the question. I was the person here, probably with the balls to do so. So that's why I did it. And I'm not going to name names, but reporters all over the country and most of the DC media that didn't travel here asked me to ask it. And Jaden, when he left, dapped me up and said, I know you got to do your job. So don't speak on what you don't know about.
I mean,
and it was an opportunity for Jaden to say whatever he wanted.
Right, that's what I was going to say. Like,
I knew he was going to refer to the statement. That went exactly how I expected it to. His focus has been on the Commanders. I don't think he had a whole lot to do with all this LSU nonsense. And I think all the people piling on social media are lame. But, that's the job, dude. There's a reason I'm on this field in Detroit, and you're not, Burger Manders.
That's a great way to end.
Getting a little fired up here at the end of a preseason game. I like it.
Burger
Yeah,
Manders.
that's the perfect way to end it, JP.
I thought JP did his job. I did think Jaden had an opportunity to just be a little forthright versus just deflecting.
What do you mean be forthright?
Just say, look, this is the deal. He could almost outline it.
Why? All that does is open up the can of worms even more.
Potentially, or
it's
some
already died down.
Some people who've already decided that he is public enemy number one in LSU.
That's fine.
He might win them back.
He doesn't need to. He doesn't care.
I think he should just forget about it.
Yeah, exactly. He handled
go
it,
out and
in my
worry about your
opinion,
center
perfectly. The worst thing to do is reopen that can of worms. That would have been the worst thing he could have done.
I don't agree.
He had to. I mean, he sidestepped it for an entire week.
Yeah, he could have just said. He could have just said,
What's wrong with that,
"Hey,
though? Dude, you're allowed to sidestep things. I don't have to comment on anything."
He could have said, "Look, my focus is on the Commanders, but I want to fill you in that I had to sit down with Brian Kelly after I finished playing at LSU. I loved my time at LSU, won the Heisman, and Brian Kelly told me that I was going to retire the number. Then so and so talked to me about it, and my feelings were a little hurt when they moved on." And
it's too much.
It's way too much.
Yeah. I mean, that's
the way
it would have been the top story on ESPN.com.
It was a 48-hour, 72-hour news story. It should have been about a 1-hour one, but because nothing was going on, and now it's dead. Now, as far as the news story, it's dead.
It's not dead because it's already under his resume. Nationally, when you hear Jaden Daniels,
permanent ink on his resume.
Yes,
it'll never go away though.
They'll be in his Wikipedia forever.
There's nothing he could say to make that go away.
No, he could have said something. It could have made LSU look worse in the situation.
Yeah, that wouldn't help him. But that wouldn't help him. It just makes him seem petty. He handled it. Listen, I'm telling you, he handled it perfectly.
LSU got to basically spoke on this more so and better than Jaden did, and Jaden had the opportunity to.
He can let them have that PR win. LSU gets the PR win. I agree. That's fine. Let them have it. He doesn't care, and I believe him. His focus is on football right now, and you don't need to open that can of worms again.
Coming up next, John Keim on the Commanders' second preseason game. JP here. Football is almost back, which means we're all about to spend the next 5 months second-guessing coaches, quarterbacks, and every pick you make in your fantasy draft. Well, one decision, which I haven't second-guessed, my new Traverse from Michelle Radley Chevrolet of Leesburg. Every new or pre-owned vehicle comes with Radley VIP rewards. Their 2-year, no-cost VIP package. We're talking oil changes, tire rotations, alignment checks, engine light diagnostics, and more. And right now, there's some serious deals across the group, including 0% financing on select new models. In the market for a truck, Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg is Northern Virginia's truck headquarters. And Radley Chevrolet in Fredericksburg is Central Virginia's truck headquarters. Or if you've been thinking about going electric, check out Radley Cadillac right now. Score 0.9% APR for 72 months on new Optic or Lyric, plus no payments for 90 days. Great deals all across Michelle Radley. That's Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg, Radley Chevrolet, Radley Cadillac, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi in Fredericksburg, delivering memorable driving experiences. Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude's most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and check in with John Keim, ESPN's Commanders beat reporter. Hey, John.
What up, guys?
Should fans be worried about the Commanders after 2 preseason games?
I mean, I think everybody should be lined up on the bridge ready to panic to no end, right? No, I don't. Well, here's what I say. I think I would say, based on what we've seen in practice in the collective, like in the joint practice against Miami and all that, like there are reasons to think like, hey, this could be like Jaden Daniels looks good. The receivers look good, right? Like there's depth, and there's actually now with Stephon Diggs here, and then you also have Chukwuemeka Okonkwo in the pass game. So that all looks good. The defense looks very aggressive. What we've seen in practice is not what we've seen in the games, not just in terms of play, but in terms of style. So I think like so you see that and you say, okay, here you go. And then, but I think we all know the concerns, and it's like not just there's the injury, the Tunsil injury is a massive one, right? Because of the trickle-down effect. And you have Brandon Coleman's gone out there. He's done a fine job, but he's not Laramie Tunsil. But then it also takes away what they really need too, which is interior depth. And so I think, like, so there's concerns, or if nothing else, there are questions there. Whether you call them concerns, questions, things that have to be answered a certain way to feel better about things. And I think the hard part there is with Nick Allegretti out, if he's your, most likely going to be your starter, that's tough. And I know these guys know him. He knows, he's a smart guy, that he knows them, but you still got to work together. And, until we see how that looks, it's going to be difficult to know like the final product. And you need cohesion up front. And that's part of the question / concern for me. And I think for others too. But it's also like, what, do you have the depth up there that you now need to get through a 17-game season? I think that's also a definite question.
Hey, John, do you think that there's any second guessing going on as to the move to get rid of Tyler Biadasz before the season started? No? Okay.
No, that was done so early. That was not done with to me, it's never the move you make. It's the corresponding moves that you make to reveal, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so if you're going to do that, first of all, you're doing that early. You weren't happy with what you had, period. This was not a money-saving thing. It was nothing more than it's not working for them. And this is like not just, I would say, like, when players get cut, you're going to hear a team side and you're going to hear things, right? Stuff that I heard was more about the play, about like protection calls, was not coming from within. So, like there's, in other words, it's not just a spin. So I don't think that they regret that. I think what you have to look though is like, did you then, from that point forward, did you handle it the right way? And they went after Tyler Linderbaum. They were willing to pay a certain amount. The Raiders went crazy and got him. And then it's like, okay, what's next? And they really haven't, it was all, when this first happened, it was like, okay, you got Nick Allegretti, and you can bring in, ideally you bring another veteran center in to either compete or to be an experienced backup. And that's the part that hasn't happened yet. And, Julian Good-Jones has played 2 snaps in the NFL. Matt Golden is a rookie. Those are your backups. Like, that's the part that it's not the initial move. It's like, it's the rest of it, because you can survive anything. Like, and Biadasz's film last year was, nobody's film last year was all that good. So I don't think they regret that but did you handle it the right way the rest of the way? That's certainly, the question now for sure.
Fill in the blank, John. Sonny Styles' play has been blank.
Up and down.
Okay.
I think there's so I think the first week, could he have come downhill better? Yeah. I think, there were times the other day that I think he did that better. I don't think that we've seen all the ways that they're going to use him. So it's kind of hard to say, like, I think, for example, like that 50-yard touchdown run, that's not on him. And it's, I think it's kind of, he's getting, not that he couldn't have handled his thing better, his play better, but the touchdown doesn't happen because of him. Could he have handled could he have handled the block better? Yeah. And, can you find better ways to get off the block? Yeah, that's what he has to learn. And I think one thing with the preseason to me, which is good, is you find these, like, I'd rather for them, for his sake, that it happens in a preseason game than in a regular season game. Now, if that always happens, if it consistently happens, you're not being able to shed blocks like that or whatever, like that becomes a problem. I don't know that we can say that at this point, but I think the other part with the linebackers is you're really not, again, you're not seeing them used in those preseason games the way I think we're going to see. And that's where I'll see, like, that's, in practice, he's looked good. But I think in the games, he's looked like a guy in his first season, right? You have some plays where it's like you see certain attributes, and then others where it's like, okay, can you handle this better? And even the other night, there are times where he appears to be filling his gap where others maybe were getting moved out of theirs. So I don't know. And that's one where without talking to the coaches about that, I don't know, so I don't want to say he did it great and others didn't without really having full knowledge. But that's, sometimes you stop the film and you're like, okay, this guy's here, here, and here. This guy gets moved from B gap over here to the B gap on the other side. Like, that's probably not what you want to happen. So, but yeah, I think he can play better. I think the other thing with him is what they've talked about is just don't be afraid to make mistakes and just play fast. And I think that's what you really want to see. And I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's like, I'd say, I think there's been a slight overreaction on social media to it. But I think, can he play better? Yeah.
To me, it looks a little tentative, but he's a rookie. He's learning.
Yeah. So. That's exactly right. Like, I think don't be afraid that, you don't have to be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
That was something that, Ohio State, like, that was something there too. You don't have to be perfect with it. You just have to play fast. And I think we saw a little bit more of that the other night. But I still think you need to get there because you were like, how do you see it the other night? Like, how's this going to look in the regular season, right? And you're playing a very good run team in that first game, so you want to make sure that you are coming downhill a little bit more aggressively at times. So I would agree. Like, he looks like a guy in his first couple of games, and that's it.
Yeah. Overall, though, defensively, I'm happy. Big jump from the week one of the preseason. And again, take preseason a grain of salt. Again, vanilla stuff. You never know what to make. But week one wasn't great. Week two, I thought on the whole, a lot better. A lot of guys pop. A lot of guys flash. Amik Robertson makes a play. Even Josh Joseph, you can say up and down, but he made some play.
I like him.
There were a bunch of guys that got sacks, like 5 guys. And I'll say this, I don't know where they're going to put the kid, but I thought that international guy, he looked like the real deal on the one play there. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know what they're going to do with that guy.
I think
TJ,
I agree with you.
Yeah. So I thought just overall, like, defensively, big jump from week one, and there are a bunch of guys that popped, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think, it's hard because, like, Detroit, you're not facing...
and they suck. And
you're not facing that. So it's always hard to see. But then, like, Chason's not playing, Oweh's not playing, Deron Payne wasn't playing.
Which is good.
So it's a little, so it's a little bit different. But I think, again, like, the thing
Quan
that I'm
Martin,
most curious...
wanted to mention him too, John. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's had, I think he's put himself in a good spot.
Yep.
Just with a couple picks, and it's funny because someone's like, "Well, it was against the backup quarterback." Well, yeah, and nobody else got that pick either. Yeah, so he's, I think one thing with him is there's still versatility, and he's taken the ball away in 2 games, and that's a major point of emphasis for them. But with the defense, what I'm most curious to see is when they are all out there together, and you get Oweh and Chason back, or Dorrance Armstrong out there starting in week 2, what does that look like with Sonny and Frankie Louvu, and how you maneuver with that group and what you do with them? Because I think that's when you can start to be really aggressive, because you have the athleticism and speed out there that is just different from what this group has had. That's what I'm most curious to see. And I think, like the other night, the play where Amik Robertson gets the sack, like that was, I liked how that unfolded, because like the line slants to the left, and you basically push Dobbs to the other side, and that's where the blitz is coming from. And, I think what Robertson gives you too, and Quinn said this, is like he calls him a dog-ass competitor. I think if you watch him on film, that's where he is. Now, are there limitations? Yeah, but he brings that. So, there are good signs there. I think I'll be really curious to see how it looks against Baltimore in the joint practice on Wednesday. Mm-hmm. And then, again, what does when does Owe come back from the strained calf? What does it look like when it's all together and starting in week 1 and they play? We know they play a tough schedule early. What level are they at early in the year? That's going to be the big question, because I think you need them to be at a certain level for sure, and can they get there right away?
Hey, John, one of your colleagues tweeted, I forget the name, female though, but she was like, it wasn't Nikki, but it was somebody else. But that essentially the offensive line, her claim was, this is what I was saying all through camp, is that we could see the issues, and that even when Jaden's making plays, that she was quoted as saying essentially, that would have been a sack in a real game. When you do these controlled scrimmages, joint practices, whatever, I know you can't hit the quarterback, obviously, but can you fairly judge? Because everyone says Jaden's been sharp, and I believe you, right? I believe you 100%. Yeah. But is he really sharp, or would he have been sacked on a bunch of those plays and they're being exposed in the preseason? You know what I mean? I'm trying to.
I think. Yeah. No, I get you. And it, there are definitely times where I'll even talk about whether it's, whether for ESPN or on the podcast, he did this, but it would have been a sack.
Yeah.
But you continue through with the play, and it's the rest of it's good. So you take that, but it's really that would have been a sack. So there's definitely times where that happens for sure. Mm-hmm. And I think when you're watching it, you take into account, I think the hard part to always know is, with a guy like Jaden, what could he have gotten out of? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That's sometimes it's obvious. I would say last year it was much worse last year with it. And so, I think the thing too, unless definitely that happens. I think the other part is, if you have a defense that's ultra aggressive, are you as ready for it now as you need to be? If you're facing this kind of D in a game, what happens? What kind of game plan do you do? If you're, or like Minnesota's last year, when they played Minnesota last year, the big knock was a lot of guys here felt like they didn't have the answers to the pressure that Minnesota was bringing, and that could be with the routes, et cetera. And the feeling with this offense is they feel like they have more answers to handle that. Well, so I'd be curious to see it in a game too, to see. But I think the other thing is when you're switching guys around or having to move guys around or whatever, there's going to be some issues, and you don't have all your guys out there, right? And so I think you see the results of that at times for sure. And so there are definitely times where it's funny because, and this is not a knock on anybody, but the fans are out there, and Jaden will complete a long pass, and it's everybody cheers, but it's well, that was a sack, and so you know what I mean. And so, but I get why they're doing that. It looks good, and it's a good throw and all that. But yeah, it would have been a sack. So
Right. All right, John. Good stuff. Good insight as always. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Thank you, buddy.
John
Thanks,
Keim from ESPN.com. We're the Junkies. Coming right back. So I saw a movie this weekend that I know none of you would see.
Okay. Can't wait
But
to hear this.
I saw something online on Friday night, and we had a sweet spot where Isabella was going to a sleepover birthday party.
Okay.
So night alone, decided to have a little date night last second, and it was a movie which was so perfect for my wife. And I was one of, I believe, 2 men. Maybe there were 3 men in the theater. But it looked kind of like Bridesmaids, to be honest with you. It was called Spa Weekend with Leslie Mann,
Oh my God.
Anna Faris, and Isla Fisher.
So you wore earplugs and you saw Spa Weekend?
Spa Weekend was kind of funny.
It made
Kind
you
of funny.
chuckle?
And I looked, it got crushed on Rotten Tomatoes by the critics, 33%. But 76% of the audience liked it. You know, hour and a half movie, kind of fun. How much do you think I spent, though? 2 tickets. I'll tell you what I got. 2 tickets. Jess got a margarita. I got an IPA. We got pretzel bites.
Right.
We didn't have dinner.
Yeah.
So we got pretzel bites. Then we got hungry again. Then we got popcorn / Reese's. We put the Reese's in.
$108.
That's right about that. It was
that's
about
a lot.
$100.
But I mean, that's, like.
But it was
that's
a fun night out.
That's what you'll spend at a restaurant. But you just
Glad you did it.
You just ate trashy food. You ate
Yeah.
popcorn. That's all good. I mean, pretzel bites, probably dipping them in cheese and or
Yes.
mustard. I mean,
Yes.
so good. Standard
Pretzel
movie
bites,
fare.
cheese.
Cheese.
And then the Reese's.
Yeah.
That's Jess introduced me to that like 15 years ago. I love Reese's Pieces.
Just
You put
dump
them
it
in
in
with
the
the
popcorn.
popcorn, and it's
That's-
a perfect combo.
sounds pretty
The only
good.
thing is, a lot of them end up getting to the bottom.
That's okay. Then you might crack your teeth on
Pretty good.
on a popcorn kernel. They
Yes.
might get mixed in with
So
the
you-
Reese's Pieces.
EB would probably lose a tooth.
You got to be careful.
Lose a
there.
crown.
Got to be careful.
Dude, I still got to go to the dentist. I still have a big gaping hole in the back of my mouth. I'm just too lazy to go.
Oh, you still have the hole.
A massive hole.
It's been there for like 2
I
months.
know, but it's like good golf weather.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Kind of
Do you have
waiting.
your bridge just like on your dresser at your house, or like?
Oh no, I need a 5, like a 5-tooth thing.
Oh, you need like the Chesapeake Bay Bridge
I
in
need
your
like
mouth.
a huge exactly. I need like an elite.
So do you chew with just one side?
Yeah, just destroy the left side of my mouth. It's just destroy.
Can I see the hole?
Someday.
Oh, yeah. It's a big gap.
I got two.
It's
teeth.
a Grand Canyon back
I
there.
got 2 teeth missing. I'm gonna go as the weather gets worse. Then I'm gonna go. Well, what is a rush?
Weather
Oh,
gets
I got-
worse. That's not till November. You got to hook it up.
Hey, what's the?
Maybe if you have a rainy day, you'll just go. If you know
the
there's
problem
gonna-
is you got to do it in advance.
you can't.
And my
predict it.
dentist is
He's always
friggin'
booked.
semi-retired. He's only there 2-3 days a week anyway.
Living the dream.
He's living the dream.
He says a bunch of bickles.
Yeah.
So I wanted to mention also quickly. So we had guests. I told you a million times. Lucas over the weekend, whatever. I went downstairs to sneak a deuce because you're having conversation. Whenever I just go downstairs quietly, slither downstairs, and go. I'm just gonna knock one out here. Not on the main level. That'd be crass, right? Because God forbid, an odor seeps out or something. Right? You can't have that. So I go down to the basement. And I have to tell you, my basement toilet is notorious for this. And you know me, I play a lot of golf. So when I play golf and I walk, I can go through 7 or 8 bottles of water. That's how much sweating I do. Literally, just I can't get enough water, right? Then I go home and I knock out a 20-minute sauna session where I'm I'm having a hard time staying hydrated. So, and I take the electrolytes. I got all the things. I eat the bananas. I'm trying all the stuff. Every once in a while, I generate bricks. Okay, it's just what happens. Okay, just dehydrated. I could tell I was brewing a brick. Okay, I could tell.
Hans Bricks.
I knew what was coming. Okay, I said this.
Got some Angel Reese duties.
I said this is a legit non-fibrous brick. Okay, not going to be too graphic, but as soon as I deposited the brick didn't have a chance. As soon as it hit the water, I hit flush, right? Because I know this is going to be a problem. As soon as the brick hit water, I hit flush. Looks like it's going to be okay. I'm looking at the swirling or whatever. It looks like it's going to be okay. Then I start to do make sure I'm proper down there.
Thorough.
And then I do another one, and then it starts coming up. It starts coming up. I got to take the lid off real quick. I got to get her to stop it. Right?
That's the worst.
For the last 48 hours, I've been putting baking soda down there, vinegar down there, all the remedies, all the things you're supposed to do, liquid soap down there, everything you Google. I put all the stuff.
I've never heard of any of those things. How about a plunger?
I've been plunging my brains out. The brick.
So you guys need a snake.
I got to go get an auger. I got to get a Home Depot
That's
snake.
hard.
I've never done it before. I'm not going to call a plumber for a toilet. That's embarrassing. I'm going to man up. I'm going to get a freaking snake at Home Depot for $20, and I'm going to go in there and snake that sucker out today.
So you didn't call Crop like Cakes did when he
I'm not
had
gonna
a
call
clogged.
Crop for a
He had a
clogged toilet.
clogged drain in his shower.
So it won't flush.
Yeah.
The plunger just won't work.
It won't work out. If the plunger's not good enough, believe me, it's the first time I've ever been defeated. My wife, someone in the family might, and I go in there. Don't worry, I got this.
Yeah, the plunger's just not working.
I literally feel like I'm an elite plunger. I got so much experience at it. I'm
So
like
the offending part is still there?
The what?
The offending issue is
It's
still
somewhere in
You
the
don't
pipe.
understand. You don't see it. The water's
You can't see it.
basically clear.
Yeah.
It's way down in the pipe somewhere
Oh,
because of the
man.
brick. It didn't
That's
make
brutal.
the turn. Like, you know when you
Yeah.
have to make the turn? The
Sure.
brick didn't
Yeah,
make
yeah,
the
yeah.
turn. So it's stuck in there.
Stuck against the pipe.
It's stuck against the pipe.
That's gotta
And
be
and I'm telling you, I don't ask me how I know, but I've felt those bricks before that I create. They're bricks.
Doesn't it just eventually just break apart?
That's what I thought. It's been 48 hours now. It's been 48 hours now. I came down this morning to check it.
Yeah.
The water. Did you think the water would sink? It hadn't
Water.
sunk 1 millimeter.
So the water is really still high.
Oh yeah, it has its, and there's bubbles
So if
everywhere.
so if you flushed it, you're overflowed.
Flush it.
trouble.
Yeah, it's
A
all
serial
over the
killer would try to flush
all
that.
over the bathroom floor.
Yeah, you can't flush. There's no flushing.
Yeah.
The next thing you have to do is you have to scoop out the water, which I've already done one time. I took a dirty
the doo-doo
bucket,
water.
scooped out the doo-doo water, and threw it out the backyard, so that I could then.
I think I would just call a plunger. I mean, call a.
No, that's embarrassing. I'm not going to do that. I'm gonna man up.
Okay.
I'm gonna handle
If you see Eric buying a snake in Home Depot, someone take a
Yeah,
picture.
that's a great
I'm thinking
pick.
about ordering one Amazon, so I don't have to go and suffer the. It's like buying rubbers. You know what I mean? I don't want.
Buy tampons.
The indignity
It's
of
like
it.
a guy buying tampons. I don't want to.
Oh, who had the big duty?
I'm telling you, it was a
Have you
brick.
ever done
And
that? Have you ever bought feminine hygiene items for your wife? I don't think
Yes.
I've ever done that once.
Yes, of course.
Bunch
It's
of
happened-
times.
I mean,
A bunch of times?
I would say maybe 3 times in my life.
Okay.
So it hasn't happened a lot, maybe once a decade. But like there'll be a crisis and like you need to go and get me some whatever. And yeah, I'm like, you better tell me, you better take a picture of it.
I think my
Why
wife.
don't you just
I
call?
don't know what-
Why don't you just call the guys at Crop?
because that's embarrassing. Come plunge my duty.
They've seen it all.
I
I
Yeah,
know,
but the
but when it's
duty's
so
not there.
minor,
Embarrassed.
you feel like you're infringing
Yeah,
on their
I
time. Like
already
when Cakes
feel
did.
like-
Can
I
you
would be
explain
freaking
what
out.
happened?
I would just call Crop and say, I'm
Yeah, I had
freaking
an-
out.
I had,
Hold
an
up.
issue, I had an issue
It's
with the
gonna
shower.
overflow.
I had an issue with the shower in my basement, and I called them out, and they're like, basically said, "You're not running this shower enough, and it's backing up. You have to run the water every once in a while."
No, I will
But
say.
I didn't. How am I supposed to know that? That's for the
Right.
Crop Metcalf.
That's what
I
I
will
would have
say I
done.
haven't exhausted all of the commercial product. Like you could go get like Roto Rooter or get something like a legit chemical clean
Yeah.
thing that can help dissolve. Although I don't know how it dissolves concrete, but maybe it will.
I'd go that route. I would go like liquid plumber.
Yeah.
Like the extra
yeah, and
strength.
I've done that before for like a drain in the closet.
Yeah,
too much
sure.
hair in there. That happens. You just put the Roto Rooter down
You
there.
better start eating those
cleans it
apple
up.
cider gummies, bro.
Dude, I have apple cider vinegar every single morning.
I don't know why it didn't work.
I'm telling you, you don't sweat the way I sweat. I can't stay hydrated. 8 bottles of water. Who does that? 4 in the front, 4 in the back.
It's a lot.
And then the kicker is going in the sauna. That's just devastating.
It's the Drew Stevens.
1-800-636
Anyway.
1067
Someone go over to
is the
Bickle's
number.
house right now. and
No,
hook it
I'm
up.
gonna fix it. I'm determined. I will not let that toilet beat me, and I'm not gonna have some other guy come out and just
Right, be there
just
for 1
man
minute.
mog me. I'm not gonna have that.
It's happened before.
I
It
know,
might happen
I'm not
again.
gonna let some guy come out there freaking emasculate me.
I can live with that shame.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
Head coach Dan Quinn has added a practice today. It'll be an afternoon practice as the team prepares for the Baltimore Ravens on Friday. Teams must trim their training camp rosters to 53 on Sunday, August 30th. Tennessee defeated Seattle 19-16. However, the Seahawks' Bud Clark and Mason Richmond suffer long-term injuries. Cleveland Browns are waiving tight end Daquan Wright, who has an agreement in place to play for LSU if he clears waivers. Marlins beat the Nationals 6-2. It's been a miserable couple of weeks for Washington, but a nice hit from Dylan Cruz.
Swing a line drive, smoke to left center field. Ruiz on the go, chasing. It's over his head. One hop off the fence. Ruiz grabs the carom on the warning track. Lyle will scoot in and score, and the Nationals have tied the game.
The Call on the Fan. Home tonight against the Colorado Rockies. Cade Cavalli, the start at 6:45 live here on the Fan. Mystics defeat the Fire 105-100 to clinch a playoff spot. Orlando over Washington Spirit 1-0. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com. Learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. Been talking about the Commanders throughout. We'll get into the Junkies Blitz shortly and take a quick look around the league and what's happening. Let's go to our pal Mark in Largo real quick.
Mark, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm pretty worried about the offensive line in the center position. I did hear that Detroit has someone that's available, like Glasgow. Me and Chris Russell have been talking about him for over a month before 4th of July. I don't know why they won't bring him in and look at that guy. The other thing is, I mean, if
I could barely hear him.
If you could,
yeah, he's.
Do you have your hand over the
he
phone?
He needs to get some sort of better connection when he calls in.
Wait, hold on. Valdez going to talk to him. Why does he sound muffled?
I don't know.
I think we caught him off guard.
I mean, I would guess they're probably hesitant to pick up Graham Glasgow because he's 34 years old.
Yeah, but if you only need him for 1 year.
You sign him to a 1-year deal if you're in dire straits, which I don't know if they're
that's
quite
one of the
there
guys
yet,
I saw over the weekend that they
Right.
possibly could trade for. I don't know much about him, but
there's got to be some experienced interior alignment guys that have played center in the NFL that are going to get released, and it's not because they suck per se, but the guy ahead of them's better, and it's an upgrade for us.
I think he was released.
Was he released?
And what I'm seeing is that he was released by the Lions in March. Maybe nobody's picked him up.
Okay.
Yeah. They're
Look, I'm sure he's
aware.
not a world beater. I'm sure he's not the best in the league, but you need some help.
They're aware. I would be very curious to see if they are able to, and if they'd be willing to trade a guy like a Luke McCaffrey, who might have some value as an up-and-coming guy who's, he doesn't lit the world on fire by any stretch, but he showed some utility as a returner, and he might have some promise still as maybe a slot receiver. If they could trade him for, somebody's backup center.
I'd be okay with that. I mean, it hurts you in the return game, but I'm guessing there's somebody else on the roster that could approximate what he does in kickoff returns.
Well, Antonio Williams is return kicks.
Yeah, he could probably do it.
I mean, there's plenty of
Put him back
guys.
there.
There's plenty of guys out there that can return kicks. I listened to B. Mitch, was it on Friday when I was driving home, and he actually thinks the way the rules are now that like running backs, I'll paraphrase, Brian can correct me if I'm wrong, but running backs sort of their instinctive way that they run now is the way he returns, no pitter patter, just blast it right up. That they're more suited. They're better suited than like DBs and corners for returning kicks these days.
Right.
That's his theory.
Who lined up as
He's basically a Hall of Famer. So
who lined up as the third receiver on the passing plays? Do you remember?
When?
On the first two passing plays,
I'd have to look at them.
where you had Jaden get sacked and he had the incompletion. I think Treylon Burks was definitely in on one of
I
them.
don't think it was Antonio Williams early.
No, it wasn't
I
Williams.
don't think it's been
Was
Williams
it
early.
Diggs, McLaurin, Burks?
Might have been.
I'd have to rewatch it. But I think Burks is 13.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Burks was definitely out there for one of them. I don't know if, like Diami was out there or Luke was out there. I'm just curious.
It's going to be a battle at the end for one of those
It's
spots.
hard to tell.
With Diggs signing, I mean, one of those guys is not going to make the roster. Van
That's true.
Jefferson, Treylon Burks, McCaffrey could be in trouble. I mean, there's a lot of flux
I don't think
there.
McCaffrey's in trouble.
I would.
De'Ami Brown
I would
might
bet
not
Van
make it.
Jefferson. It would be
No,
Jefferson.
Van
Probably
Jefferson
Van
would be the
Jefferson.
one to be on outside looking in. They're just going to bring him back if they can for the 70.
But they say he's had a great camp.
I know. Well, sometimes you have a
Yep.
great camp, you still get cut.
All right, let's get into the Junkies Blitz, brought to you by Offenbachers. Upgrade your backyard for game day with outdoor furniture, hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and more. Shop Offenbachers.com or visit one of their 4 locations. I think this is a pretty big story. The Cleveland Browns had a player who they waived. His name doesn't even really matter because you're not really going to remember the name, but I'll give you his name anyway. Daquan Wright.
Yep.
Tight end. They waived him.
Mm-hmm.
Happens all the time, right? This doesn't happen all the time, but may start happening all the time. He's reached an agreement to play with LSU if he clears waivers. His agents Drew Rosenhaus and Kyle Lincoln told ESPN's Adam Schefter on Sunday. Wright is believed to be the first player to have an agreement to return to play in college after signing with an NFL team.
I have a lot of thoughts on all
Yeah,
this.
this is so stupid.
We're all in agreement on this. That once you declare or whatever, and you've practiced with pros, and you're getting some pay, modest pay, whatever it is, that you shouldn't be able to go back and play in college.
When you sign with a team.
You sign with a team and you're making some money. Like, it's just crazy. And the NCAA, though, and the NCAA is embarrassed by this. So what's happened
should
is,
be.
this is personal for me now. They've targeted the 22 class.
Correct.
As you guys know, my daughter's boyfriend, he's basically like family to us. Who knows what the future holds, but he's a great kid. There was a Colorado ruling a few weeks ago that allowed the 22 class to get a 5th year because there's a new rule being installed starting next year that every kid gets 5 years to compete 5.
Yep.
Okay? The 22 class was still in school when that ruling was made. But for whatever reason, they arbitrarily cut the line and said, except for this year's seniors, you don't get the benefit of it. If you're a junior, you get the benefit of it. If you're a sophomore, you get the benefit. But this year's seniors, and I think it's because they're trying to prevent this from happening with the NFL guys, but they're screwing the other guys. So Coop got the reprieve, as hundreds of other athletes did, signed with Samford,
Samford, right.
in the Southern Conference, and is excited to play a 5th year. There was an injunction placed on Friday that temporarily stayed that, the NCAA, because the NCAA is legitimately targeting the 22 class.
Yep.
Not for guys like Coop, but and Coop's suffering the downside of this. It's because they don't want the football guys coming back because it's embarrassing. Right?
It is.
They've made a mockery of the NCAA's ruined this whole thing.
Oh,
you may not
with
want
the portal, with the times, the calendar. It's
Right.
the worst.
Now, this has nothing to do with COVID. This has nothing to do with anything.
No.
The new rule
it's way
is
after COVID.
you get 5 years to compete 5, and it's trying to prevent guys from being 29 years old and playing for 9 teams in 7 years and getting medical redshirt, etc. So this is very personal for me.
Yeah.
Now it's not over though. These guys have all signed a petition and a lawsuit. Coop is on a lawsuit in California. So now it's gone a state by state ruling. So certain states, they have to go to the judge, and the judge said, and so far the judge in pretty much every state has sided with
granted
the
it.
players.
Yep.
So fortunately, Coop's in California with a ton of big name guys. They just got to win a state ruling, and then they'll be 5th year eligible. So he's at Samford. He's practicing with the team. He's enrolled or whatever.
Yeah.
And we're gonna hope and cross our fingers.
And-
this is why it's
and
personal.
that's good, yeah.
But
in this
but
case,
the NCAA's
But
made
I don't
a
have-
mockery
I
of
don't
it
have
because
that-
of this.
But I don't have a problem with that because he didn't sign a professional contract.
No.
I have a problem with this one
Everybody
because
does.
Daquan Wright signed a professional contract.
Everybody does.
With
But
the
why are they
Eagles.
targeting everybody else? The lacrosse players, the soccer players,
I
the
know.
basketball players who they're just arbitrarily drawing the line on the 22
But the
class.
devil's advocate also, and I don't really support this, but you could say, well, he signed with the pro league. He's going back to college, but college is now like a
It's the
professional.
pros,
It's
too.
a professional league as well.
That's
so
also
it's,
true.
It's murky.
That's
and it's
also
weird.
true.
I don't know.
And, you know,
some of these
you
guys
just-
aren't even taking classes.
You just shouldn't be able to sign a professional contract
Yeah.
with an NFL
I
team.
tend to agree.
And go back and play college football.
Well, the thing that's tricky is we grew up, playing high school sports. You played in college.
And by the way, he didn't play.
The term
in
is student
the preseason.
athlete. A lot of these guys are just athletes now. They're not students. They're not taking classes.
Well, it's been like that forever.
So Wright entered the transfer portal after he and the group of athletes filed the lawsuit in Louisiana, granting the temporary restraining order to return to college. Monken said that Kiffin reached out to him a week ago, and he thought it was weird that Kiffin reached out to him.
Yeah.
Kiffin coached this guy, Ole Miss, in 2024 and 2025.
Of course,
he
he
had
wants him back.
39 receptions, 5 touchdowns. So he basically said, hey, you get cut, come back to LSU.
And I don't
And
blame,
then he'll get
and I
paid
don't
at
even-
LSU.
I don't even blame Kiffin because he's just playing the system.
Of course.
Yeah.
Playing by the rules.
But the NCAA is such a disaster. They've created this opportunity.
Speaking of playing the system, Bill Belichick admitted on Friday that the Tar Heels have preliminarily looked into adding some of the 16 players who received that fifth year of eligibility through the temporary restraining order. So this guy Wright might be the first NFL guy, but it seems like others may follow.
And the Tar Heels play at noon on Saturday, the first
The
college
football
game.
guys are really caught in between. Like, just forget about guys that didn't enter the draft. They're just fifth-year guys that want that same benefit that every other class is going to get from here on
Yep.
out.
Yep.
Why should they be arbitrarily cut out when they were still in school when the ruling was made?
It's crazy.
We mentioned Todd Monken's decision earlier in the show. Deshaun Watson performed poorly in his second preseason game. Shedeur Sanders got the start. They had decided in Cleveland Deshaun was going to start the first preseason game. Shedeur was going to start the second. I think Shedeur was 9 for 11, but did have an interception. But the story there was Deshaun Watson called the home crowd disrespectful. Todd Monken says he's going to make a decision today and that the post-game comments from Watson will not play a factor. Who will be named the starter in Cleveland? Jason Bishop.
I believe it'll be Shedeur.
Johnny Cakes?
Shedeur Sanders.
EB?
I don't have a
Because
have a
of
read
that,
on it.
because of the backlash.
Yeah, you can't.
Unless Watson just looked awesome in both games. He looked pretty good in the first one. He was throwing some nice balls. Second game, he didn't.
So you think-
And then with the
unless
backlash.
ownership steps in and says, you're
Start
starting
Wa-
Deshaun Watson.
I don't think ownership would do that. I think Deshaun's going
Their
to.
ownership is so weird they could do it.
I think Deshaun's going to start.
We'll find out
Their
today.
first
Yeah.
2 games are on the road.
Yeah.
And then if he's mediocre or bad, which he probably will be, then they'll go to Shedeur. If you start Shedeur in week 1, you're not going to. Like, if you're going to. Once Shedeur's in there, you're going to ride it out, I think.
Well, at least for 5 or 6 weeks.
I don't think you could then go to Deshaun. So
No,
I
no,
think
no.
that you start with Deshaun to start off, see how he does. First couple games are on the road, not from the home crowd. If they happen to win a game,
Who do they start?
the crowd might actually.
They're opening at Jacksonville and then at Tampa in the first 2 weeks. They're not winning either of those games.
With either
no
quarterback.
matter who's playing quarterback.
Yeah.
You know what
You
to
wanna
do.
take the
You know what
bet,
to do,
Valdez?
Valdez.
You want to bet?
Bet against Cakes.
I'll bet you. Browns start 0-2.
Let me think about it.
Cleveland?
I got to think about
You
it.
bet on Cleveland. Tell me how it works out.
You're so vociferous
NFL.
about it.
It's the
And it's
NFL,
the
man.
NFL.
Upsets happen.
Pretty confident.
It's the league that's most known for parity.
I'm well aware, but I'm highly
I would probably
confident
lean
the
that way,
Browns aren't
too.
going on the road and
I
beating
think it's
either of
might
those
be-
I'm never
teams.
surprised.
I think Cakes thinks it's 99-1. It's probably closer to like 70-30. You know what I mean? It's
I'll
like,
always take 70-30 if I'm the 70 side.
I know, but do you acknowledge it's 70-30? Or do you
I
think
think
it's
it's more
99-1?
80-20, 85-15,
Yeah.
if I had to guess.
Hmm. Well, Munkin says he's going to
I'm
announce.
flipping. I've got aces against your tens. I
I don't know.
love my
Let me
aces
see who
against your
Munkin
tens.
named starter first.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters.
Listen, the one thing I know you guys all don't like Shedeur as a quarterback. I do think he has the one skill that, for me personally, as an elite quarterback evaluator, that is the most important, and that is he could stand in the pocket and read a defense. That's his best skill, in my opinion. It's not his arm. It's not some other things, but I think he can read a defense and make the correct
Well, he throws
throw.
picks all the time. He's not great at reading the defense.
Well, the one pick he threw was because it was a batted ball a little bit behind him.
Okay,
It
I
wasn't
was going to say it was behind the
right, but it
the
wasn't
receiver.
because he make bad reads. Like if you watch him, he makes late developing throws. He stands in the pocket and reads defenses. He does.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Not
he does.
shocked
I'm not
if he
saying
has-
he's great at it.
Not
though.
shocked if he has good football IQ.
Yeah,
Should have.
I'm not saying you
Yeah.
should be shocked. I'm just telling you that's what he does.
I think he's a playmaker.
He's a playmaker,
I think the
but
difference
he can
between
stand
him
in
and
the pocket. The pressure doesn't get to him.
yeah. I think the difference between him and Dylan Gabriel is he throws the ball downfield.
Exactly. He takes shots. He reads defenses. He doesn't dump it off, and he's not Joe Milton just trying to throw 80-yard bombs. He actually has the qualities to be decent.
He's a backup.
Probably a backup,
His
but he
ceiling's
has the,
probably a backup.
Okay, I'm just telling you, he has the qualities that could surprise you potentially. In other words, he can
I
stand
don't
in the
rule it
pocket
out.
and
I
read
would
a
be
defense.
surprised if he ever develops into.
I think it could be a
full-time
low
starter.
end. I think it could be a low end starter on a bad team. You don't have 32 stars at quarterback.
True.
He could be
But
a low
I think
end
they're
starter.
going to have they're going to draft a quarterback next year.
They probably
and it won't,
should.
and
That's
it
a
won't be
certainty.
Shedeur Sanders as their number one.
They should, but my point stands. I think he could be a low end starter.
I think he could be better than that. He was one of the stars in college football.
There are lots of
Well
stars in
said.
college football that flame out on the pro level.
I agree with that.
Tons.
But in college football, he was one of the best, if not the best. So I wouldn't rule it out.
We'll see. I'm rooting for the kid, big time.
Look, we have a pretty delineated Shedeur Sanders line here. This line over here believes in him.
That's one of his top 5 most hated. By
this
the way,
one does not.
Angel
Right.
Reese had another silly the other day.
Well, she'll always stink at basketball. You can tell me all day long she's a great player. That's
Scored
fine.
31.
That's fine. She can have her one-offs or two-offs.
Just saying. So we'll see what happens. The decision is supposed to happen today. Although I could see a situation where he delays it and tries to figure it out after the third preseason game. Coming up next, let's talk more quarterbacks. Jaden Andrews, you disappointed. He only got 3 snaps in the last preseason game. College football's back, and so are the predictions. Who's going to make the playoffs this year? Who's going to win their conferences? Who takes home the national title? On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. It's a lot of fun to be on Kalshi. Well, Clemson beat LSU this weekend. Right now, Clemson's currently trading at 24%. That means a $100 trade is going to pay out $395.58 if Clemson can pull off the upset. On Kalshi, you get to trade against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app and use the code JP. You're going to get $20 when you trade $20. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Then contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
I've gone into the restroom in the last 2 breaks.
Yeah.
I really have to go.
Okay.
And there's someone in there, so I have to walk right out. I think it's Clary. Ryan Clary's in there
I think
now.
Clary was in there. So, like, even if he's in there, you can't
I can't.
go number one?
I need it by myself.
You
I
have
need
to
to
have-
be solo.
That's kind of a weird bit.
All right.
Wait a
That's
second.
just me.
Are you going there to pummel the bathroom? or
I'm
you
going number 1. I just got to go pee.
You have stage fright that somebody's in a
I
stall?
don't have stage fright. I just don't want to hear them do their business.
Oh, okay.
I wish the speakers were louder in
Well, I
there.
think Bickle's doing his business right now.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Clary's in there too.
He was, yeah.
I guarantee you, Bickle knows someone's in there. He looks underneath the stalls.
So if you walk in and I'm standing at the urinal, you're gonna leave?
Yes.
Really? I didn't realize
Hopefully next break,
that it was
everyone's
that
out.
extreme. You know what? I'll make a vow not to go to the bathroom next break, just so you have
All right, just
a
let
clear
me.
runway.
Just give me 3 minutes.
Yeah, you're good.
That's about as long as Jaden Daniels was on the field.
Oh no.
How
are people feeling
I was
about that?
semi excited because we went to the Freedom 250, so I was like, I'm gonna wait until I get home. I'm DVRing the game.
Yeah.
But then I kept hearing word that he only played 3 plays through Twitter. So of course I looked at it before I got home. I looked at the plays and I saw that his offensive line was failing him, and Bates and Chig missed some key blocks, and I don't have a problem with Dan Quinn pulling him at that point.
All right, let's get into it.
Got sacked with the quickness, and the protection was breaking down around him. I don't need to see any more.
Let's open it up to callers. 1-800-636-1067. Are you disappointed that Jaden Daniels only played 3 snaps? I would answer that yes. I think Jaden should have gotten 15 to 20 snaps. And I know that it's different from team to team, but didn't Josh Allen play again and get a bunch of passes in the last preseason game? There are quarterbacks who are getting work in. And I think for a new offense, it would be preferable to get more work in than 3 snaps.
Josh Allen did not play in the second preseason.
Okay, so I'm thinking the first one.
Played.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Kyle Allen.
I'm thinking the first one, the first
Yeah.
preseason game.
Yeah, the first
he played a
preseason
bunch.
game. Sure.
EB's guy, Kyle Allen, NFL survivor.
He's got an ability.
Still getting paychecks.
He can kind of get out of the pocket a little bit, make a play.
So I think it's disappointing to not see him out there. I'm not going to make some grand conclusion about Jaden Daniels. That's not what it's about. But it's about getting the offense rolling, and we didn't see that. Instead, we kind of are left scratching our heads and wondering whether this offensive line is going to hold up.
I'm not disappointed because I know, much like all of the coaches and players know, that preseason games, for the most part, are a complete
Fiasco.
farce.
Yeah.
And they just
Right.
have to go through the motions to get them done. It's a product that the owners are just making crazy money from because they're charging real prices and not paying the players for the labor. These games they're an abomination. And
They
the
are.
less we have of them, the better.
And they really need to cut it down. You know, it used to be 5, 4, now it's 3.
It'll
they
get
need,
whittled down to 2 once they get
it
the
should be
18th
one.
regular season
It should be
game.
1. I understand
Maybe
the owners.
eventually they get to 1 or none.
I think the owners will probably always want to keep at least 2
They want
because they
that
can make some more
revenue
money.
stream. Yeah.
I wanted to see Jaden for longer than 3 plays, obviously, because I knew we would talk about it. We would talk about it all week, but I wanted to see him. I understand why Dan Quinn did it, but I wanted to see him throw some balls to Diggs and to McLaurin and
Well,
to
that's why
Chig.
You got to go to training camp.
Yeah. You got to go to joint practice, right? So, but I understand why he was pulled because if you look at the entire league, none of these teams, besides maybe the Titans, are playing their starting quarterback in both preseason games. Cam Ward played in both. I'm not sure any other team played their starter in both teams.
I would love to ask Jaden or any other quarterback, like Justin
Browns.
Herbert, any other quarterback that played
Maybe Burrow did too.
3 snaps.
Yeah.
And hook them up to a lie detector test and say, did you get anything out of that?
Oh,
of
course they'll say no.
Well, I don't know what they would say. I mean, the team is saying that there is a value. I mean, Dan Quinn said on our show, there is a value to the rhythm of preparing for a game, warming up with the team, and then being in the stadium, hearing the play calls, and executing the huddle, etc. It seems trivial to us, but we take all those things for granted.
Right.
We totally take
because
for granted.
we don't know. We don't know exactly what
the play
takes
calling
place.
bits, which none of us could do. Like they're speaking Chinese.
No, never.
To execute, hear it in your ear, execute it, get to the line of scrimmage, execute the play, do all that in a hostile environment. They're claiming
It wasn't that hostile.
they're claiming there is some utility in it.
Why not give him a second series? Why not get him a second series?
I'm telling you why. Because the second play was a disaster, and he got sacked. Now he didn't get thrown to the ground.
Yeah. And by the way, I was nervous when he got hit.
Yeah.
I watched that and I went, "Hey!"
Yeah. I'm guaranteeing that's why.
That's the reason why Dan Quinn canceled the presser and said, "We're having another practice. We're having a practice today on Monday. I'm not just going to go through the motions, do a walkthrough or a jog through." He clearly didn't like what he saw there, so he's putting them through the paces today instead of giving them an easy out with a walkthrough.
Yeah.
He wasn't happy with what transpired there.
And I don't blame him.
I don't blame him either.
I'm officially on the record saying this team will not make the playoffs. Okay, I'm not a hater. I love this team. I just don't see it. I also secretly think Jaden's going to get hurt and miss significant time.
That's a disaster.
That's what I
That
see.
would be
That's
the
the
biggest-
future I
nightmare
see.
if that
I'm
happens.
having, even though I know he played 55 games in college, he played the first season, he started every game. The reality is my fear is overwhelming me, and I think he's going to get hurt. And I think he's going to miss 3, 4, 5, 6 games. I don't know how many.
It's a reasonable fear based on last season.
So I do not.
He couldn't
think
stay
we're gonna-
healthy.
Yeah,
and based on his frame,
I need him to get hit, pop up, hit, pop up before I'll start
but you're
bleeding
terrified
again.
every time he.
If that happens,
That little hit, I went. Ah!
that will be the biggest disaster because
That's just being honest.
I mean,
Yeah.
I hope that you're wrong, but I
Me
can
too.
see it,
And
especially
people-
with what's going on in the
people
offensive
can trash
line.
me. I can handle it. I'm a huge fan of the team. I'm a huge fan of Jaden Daniels.
1-800-636-1067. Are you disappointed Jaden only played 3 snaps? I am. I think he should have come out for a second series. Let's go to the phones.
All right, let's go to Dwayne in Bowie. Hey, Dwayne, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Good morning, guys. Happy Monday.
What's up?
Yeah.
What's up?
Okay, so I'm agreeing with two people in two different perspectives. One, I'm agreeing with JP, and Eric, I'm also agreeing with you, and I'm going to tell you why I agree with JP. Jason, what JP is saying, which is what I'm saying is, okay, forget about that series. What about giving them a chance the next series? We didn't see anything. 3 plays, bad throw, a little grab sack, and okay, go back in there the next play and maybe throw a bomb to Diggs or just do.
But he already knows he could do that. And Dan's defense.
Well, he doesn't know if he can do that with Diggs. He doesn't know what he can do with
They're
Diggs.
seeing it in practice. He already knows he could do that.
When he can't get sacked, when he can't get hit.
It's not a question of Diggs. It might be a question of can we protect this kid?
But you want to work on timing.
Yeah, but that's what practice
Game
is
timing.
about.
Exactly.
Games are
exactly
different.
What the timing. So let's put him in the bubble then. How about we just put Jaden in the bubble? Don't do anything. Don't touch. He's going to get hit.
It's about what they're trying to do.
I actually am pro. Put him in a bubble for preseason. I actually am pro that at this point.
Definitely pro that.
That's JP part. Now, Eric, your part, I totally agree with you. Unfortunately, this team is not going to make the playoffs. They're not going to make the playoffs because you're not going to be using Jaden the way he wants to. He needs to be used. Okay, so let's just understand that, right? So here's the thing: Jaden is a scrambling quarterback. We all know that. That's what he did in LSU. Everybody knows. Now you're going to bottle him up. I don't want him to get hurt. I was watching the Tennessee game last night. I thought I was watching a real game. These guys were playing, hitting everybody. I mean, even the starters. We out here bubbling and pampering Jaden. Okay, let me ask you the final question, Evie, and be honest with this. God forbid, okay, let's just say hypothetically Jaden gets hurt. Would you rather him get hurt now and recover during the season or first game of the season he gets hurt? Which one would you rather? Gun in your head, which one would you take?
I would rather him get hurt in the regular season.
First game of the season.
The regular season.
Of course, instead of a preseason game.
Yeah, I don't want to waste an injury in the preseason.
I mean, none of us are obviously rooting for him to get hurt in the
Yeah.
first game, but if you're telling me he can get hurt in a preseason game or a regular season game,
Well, I mean, how
that's
serious is
easiest
the
question
injury?
Ever.
How serious is the injury?
Any injury.
That's just a dumb question. You don't want him hurt in the first.
I think his idea
in the first week of the season.
His idea, no. I get what he's saying. Actually, his idea is like the same thing with Tunsil. Like I was making the argument. Well, at least the Tunsil injury happened early because now you have the whole camp to scheme around it, try to get a personnel guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You could address it.
You know-
I think
you-
that's what he's saying.
You know the outcome before going in it.
You
Instead
know
of
a
having
big
to,
problem you're gonna have.
Instead of having to adjust on the fly.
Yeah, have less
said,
options.
with said problem and less options.
Exactly. I understand what he's saying, but I would rather. I don't want to lose a star in the preseason for a game that literally means nothing.
1-800-636-1067. Let's go back to the phones.
Let's go to Jerome in D.C. Jerome, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Good morning, gentlemen, man. Back to school to all these kids, man. I know the parents loving that.
Can't wait.
That aspect. So
I feel for the kids. I hated school.
Yeah. So real quick, man, this is something a lot of people don't really talk about often. I'm kind of disappointed in the whole organization, meaning this. We're projecting Jaden to be this guy who's going to break the bank when it comes to his next contract, right? First year, he's going to get all his money. Let's prepare for this. Let's prepare for that. And we are scared to put him out there to figure out if we could even – is he the person to get the money to? If he can't make it several games to play, then we can't give him the money.
Well,
So
you're
we
going to
can't be
find
so-
out. He's going to play in the
Well,
regular
we can't-
season. You're going to find out.
So look, you saying play the regular season. What if we go out there and the guys can't block for him and he get hurt the first game of the season? We cannot be so terrified to
You're
put
gonna
this
find
young man
out.
out there. We listen. Here we go again, fellas. We got to let the guy play. And also when it comes to Blah, if we run the ball and realize that, hey, we don't have the guys to block, then call a different play. It shouldn't be first two plays you're going to come throw the ball. So we got to be able to have the people in the organization to protect the young man with the play calling, but to protect the young man with the people that we bring in. Like, we can't be skipping on the center. That's the first person right next to the quarterback, the most important person. Like, we can't skip on that particular part. We can't skip on the wide receivers and bring Diggs in later on after the fact that we realize, hey, we need more help. We are doing a lot of skipping on points that we need. We got Blah in him, young dude. You know, I can't say we're skipping on. We don't know yet.
I think the Diggs thing, just to jump in, I think the Diggs thing was a backup plan. They thought Ayuk was going to end up here. And Ayuk thought he was going to end up
they
here.
soured on Ayuk after a while.
I know, but I'm
He's
saying
saying
initially.
Initially, yeah.
Yeah, they did. They soured on it, Cakes. But I think initially they thought, eventually the Niners are going to release him, and he wants to come here, and we'll pick him
And
up.
let me say this, too.
We
in
don't
their
know.
defense,
I mean, they might have liked Diggs better than Ayuk.
Possible.
And maybe Diggs was
They
just
might have
asking
liked
for
Diggs
too much
better the
money.
whole
It's
time.
possible, but the vibes that people were getting was Ayuk was going to be the guy until it went crazy. To defend the organization a bit, and I have no interest in doing it, but I'm just trying to be logical. You can't have elite backups at every position, right? That's just not a thing. At the NFL, it's not a thing. You're always going to have some thin spots. They thought, we as a fan base thought Biadasz was fine. They clearly didn't. Got rid of him with the quickness.
They didn't love
right?
him, clearly.
They were comfortable with Allegretti being there. They went after some others to try to get better, right? You have the chance to get the best center in the game. Of course, you're going to go after him. Didn't work out. They were comfortable with Allegretti being there and then hopeful that they could fill in with good Jones and Gulbin they drafted. It just so happens they got a little unlucky that at one of their thinnest positions, they got hit. They got hit actually twice in the overall position group. So there's a little bit of unluck there. It's not like they're going to have – no team has depth at every position. They got kind of hammered at a position where they're a little vulnerable, and so it's making them really look bad.
But to the caller's point about playing Jaden, you're going to learn a lot this year, right? If he plays 16, 17 games, and you're going to say, well, maybe
We can
last year
relax.
you were unlucky.
An outlier.
And you're going to point to the track record in college, and you'll point to rookie season and this year. If it goes the other way, though, then eventually they might have to make a decision like, is this our long-term guy?
Right, 2 of the 3
Because
years.
you can't
injury
rely on him.
riddled.
But I think
and
he
you
gets
still
the
have a-
Burrow treatment.
and
I
you
give
s-
him a fourth year.
Yeah, and you still have the fourth year. It's not like a rush to do that. But the other part of it is deciding what type of player is, because guys are going to have offensive line issues. Justin Herbert had both his tackles out last year.
Yep.
And he got crushed,
Yeah,
but
now
he
he's
found
got
a
his
way.
center- now his center's out.
But he found a way to play all the games. Now Justin Herbert's a bigger,
Yeah.
sturdier
He still-
guy.
He still took a lot of
But
hits.
Justin Herbert ran a lot last year too.
Yeah.
So
Joe
it's not-
Burrow went to a Super Bowl with one of the worst offensive
lines
lines
ever.
in history in 2021.
Exactly.
That's how
So
good
that's
those
my
guys are.
point, is that you can't just say, well, the offensive line sucked. That's why he got hurt, or that's why he had a bad season. Good quarterbacks have to be able
I
to
think if he can stay
figure it out
healthy,
in
he'll
both
have
ways.
a good season no matter how bad the offensive line is. I'm willing to say that.
Okay.
Because they'll scheme around it. They'll put running back. It'll limit them, but they'll chip and they'll do other things, and it won't be maybe as prolific as it could be. But I'm not going to sit here and make excuses for Jaden if the line goes down. Yeah. I think Jaden is a Hall of Fame talent. He just has to stay healthy.
1-800-636-1067. What are your feelings on Jaden Daniels getting just 3 snaps in the second preseason game?
Sport Bish, it's back to school time. It means the kids finally have some homework and we finally have football back. My guy Josh Cochran and his team over at Bayer Subaru have definitely done their summer homework. Right now, you can score a new 2026 Crosstrek or a Forester, both with just 1.9% APR for 36 months. Or you can get a new 2026 Outback 1.9% APR for 72 months. And here's something else these guys are getting right this back to school season. Through the Subaru Loves Learning initiative, Bayer Subaru is adopting Ferdinand T. Day Elementary School right there in Alexandria. They're providing teachers with flexible funding to help them get their school supplies, classroom resources, giving local kids a better shot to start the school year strong. So do what I did. Head on over to Bayer Subaru right off of Richmond Highway in Alexandria. Make sure you tell them Bish sent you or check them out online, BayerSubaru.com.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Talking about Jaden Daniels getting just 3 snaps. Is it no big deal, a little deal, or do you think he should have gotten a lot more snaps, a lot more work? Let's go back to the phones.
All right, let's go to Dave in D.C. Dave, what's up?
Hey, Dave.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
Hey, I want to see Jaden play. I want to see what our offensive line can do. I want to see him hand the ball off to, do what we got to do, man. We got to see this guy play. I want to see him at least playing a quarter for the next 2 games.
Well, there's only one more preseason game.
The next time we're going to see him is in Philadelphia.
Yeah, in 20 days.
You're going to see him September 13th.
Is that the math? 20 days?
I think you're right. I think you nailed it.
First half the next game, then. First half.
Yeah, he's just not going to do that. I hear you, but he's just not going to do that.
I actually was thinking
They're
about
not
it,
going to
though.
play any of the starters in the third week.
I almost think that the way it's set up now with the preseason in the gap, that the final preseason game should be the one where they play the most.
The dress rehearsal.
Yeah, because there's a 2-week gap.
Yeah, but then
and I heard somebody make this point on the radio, and I don't remember if it was Chris Russell or somebody. It was like, well, let's say he played 2 series in the preseason game, then he got 3 weeks off.
Yep.
Yeah.
They give 3 weeks off. Like I've always kind of argued I like them to play in the preseason to get a rhythm. But what rhythm are you really getting if you take 3 weeks off afterwards?
Exactly. Exactly right.
So to me, the third preseason game is the most important one.
You got to remember
they don't
this.
treat it that way.
I'm pretty sure. I'm just working off the top of my head here, but I'm pretty sure they look at these games like D. Smith has this hammered in my head that every player leaves this game injured, and then every game people get injured. Right? It's that. So they know there's a calculus in their head. Okay, this is just the reality of the NFL. Every NFL game, we're going to have an injury list. And we're going to have, let's say on average, 7.5 injuries every game.
Mm-hmm.
So if you start getting I'm just making up numbers, but if you start that in the first preseason game and keep going, right, it's inevitable. You're going to lose starters. No team doesn't lose starters.
Mm-hmm. Right.
They all lose
attrition.
every single NFL team, all 32, going to lose starters to injuries. You just don't want to burn them in meaningless games. They're becoming conservative, but it's just, the argument is, every single game, Dan Quinn comes up and he goes through the who got hurt.
Sure.
Every single game.
It's part of the game.
It's part of the game. And it sucks, but every single year, the NFL loses like 45 some guys is like the average, off the top of my head, ACL injuries.
Yeah.
Like every year, they're going to lose like
year.
40 to 45, whatever. Some years it's 28, some years it's 45, whatever. Every year they're going to have X amount of collarbones. Every year they're going to have X amount of whatever. And so the argument that the way they're kind of looking at it is, I think, is I don't want to start that injury train with my starters in meaningless games.
That makes sense.
Yeah, a lot of teams
makes sense.
It's a risk.
subscribe to that.
I just wonder if your team is ready to roll in week 1.
Maybe you won't be, but at least you didn't lose 6 starters in your first 3 preseason games.
So your Venn diagram in your head is, I'd rather lose the game coming out flat than lose the game because we have 3 players out
for 9 weeks.
Because we were trying to get them ready for week 1.
Exactly. I think that's the way they look at it. Because they know every single game, I'm going to stand up to the podium because it's the nature of the beat. It's such a grisly game. That's why the guys only last 3 years on average. I would see it in like college lacrosse. I would always look at it and go, which kid's going to tear his ACL in the preseason? Who in fall ball is going to tear their ACL? Because it happened every year. I just hope it's not my kid.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? Like and I was like, how do these coaches deal with it? And you know how they deal with it? They recruit 55 kids.
Yeah. You got to have numbers. You got to
have numbers.
Well,
absolutely.
Because they know they're going to lose.
The problem is that you have both instances happen last season. You had the injury bug, which happened, but also you had everyone saying, well, Jaden didn't look like Jaden from last year because he's not getting enough. He's off and on in the games and off and on in practice. He's not getting the reps.
Had the worst of everything.
That's why he's not looking like that. So you have arguments for each side to be had for this preseason.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Well, some coaches just look at it differently.
Well, they're just.
Jordan Love has played in both preseason games.
Yeah, no, it's
pretty
fine.
sure.
They just accept that we're going to lose X amount of players every game. Preseason, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You're going to lose players. You're going to stand up there and say, so-and-so got hurt, he got a knee, he got a shoulder, he got a this, he got a this. Some guys are willing to risk their starters.
And some guys aren't. Yep.
Yeah.
But Dan Quinn's decision to whatever his decision is with the starters shouldn't be based on what the majority of the league's doing.
Well,
it should be
he's got to do what he thinks is best.
Yeah, for his own benefit.
He's got to do what he thinks is best.
Yeah, well, he does.
I think
he's heading into a critical year 3 where he needs to win a lot of games.
By the way, I actually happen to agree with him. I know this sounds like a big wuss. I wouldn't even have played him for the 3 dumb stabs because I just don't want to risk losing one of my starters in the preseason. All right, let's go to. I've made my case, Cakes. Let's go to Bowie. It says Bowie, Fort Washington. His name's actually Bowie. All right. My head's
Is that
exploding.
true?
Bowie, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. My name is Bowie.
Thanks, man.
How come that guy number 16 gets it done with the same line
Yeah.
or worse, and other guys can't get it done? Number 16, I can't say his name.
Kaliak Manis.
Kaliak Manis.
Kaliak Manis.
AK.
Yeah.
Call him
He needs
AK.
to be the backup quarterback. He really does. Because he's shown that he gets the job done.
He could stand
He's been
in
impressive.
there. He has
Especially
Kirk
for-
Cousins vibe.
For 7th-round pick, he's really impressed.
He's getting the job done. I think it's a no-brainer. And I hope they put him – I hope he's either the third quarterback. Because if Jaden get hurt, I kind of feel comfortable with that guy taking over the reins.
That's a little
I don't
early for
know.
that.
You got to remember who he's.
Mariota?
You got to remember who he's playing against.
Yeah.
I could tell you when we were out at
He's playing
camp,
against number 2s and 3s.
He doesn't look as necessarily as a president. We went in camp. He threw the session-ending interception. You know what I mean? So he's up and down. Jaden goes in there, boom, boom, 2 plays, touchdown. Hartman goes in there, takes 74 plays to get a touchdown. Kaliak Manis, maybe the same thing. You know what I mean?
I mean,
It's
he
just
might
different.
be good, but we've seen a lot of guys star in the preseason that hasn't translated
Right.
to any success in the regular
I'll
season.
just say this: he looks the part. He looks like he has the physical. He looks the part.
They drafted him for a
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah.
They like him.
Yeah. Let's go to
Maybe Adam Peters just crushes 7th-round picks. Bill and now AK kills it in the 7th round.
Let's go to Reggie, Silver Spring. Reggie, what's up? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, listen, guys. I know it's all been said, but listen. Practice speed and game speed are 2 different speeds. And it was obvious the front line can't block, and they're going to get that boy killed. And you can't play scared. You got to put him out there in preseason, get at least 15 reps, get some timing going on, because that team sucks, man. And I'm telling you, you're going to get them hurt if you just wait until putting them in there in the regular season. And then everybody's going to be crying, oh, you didn't get any preseason snaps. So, this is really his first game. So let's give him 3 or 4 games. So 3 or 4 games, we're going to be out of it by that time.
That's the calculus.
They can't afford to start slow. Even though the schedule is loaded, it's front-loaded with a lot of landmines.
Against
they cannot
legit defensive lines.
2 on-the-road division
Yeah, I
games,
know.
and then you play the Super Bowl champs in the first 3.
I think if you expect this to be a playoff team, forget about preseason and all this stuff. Just going in, if you expect this to be a playoff team, you're crazy. They can do it, but it's going to take some good fortune and good luck, and they're going to have to kind of surprise people.
Checking in on our Junkies poll of the day, which was after the second preseason game. How did you feel? Still optimistic or worried? Only 29% optimistic.
Yeah. It's gonna be
The preseason has actually made people worry a little bit more.
Well, maybe it's made them realistic because the Vegas number all along has been like 7.5.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime into the Junkies. Coming up next, we'll open up EB's entertainment page. Don't go anywhere.
Turn on the news. There's a new headline every single day. Inflation climbing, interest rates shifting, new tax laws being enacted. It's enough to make anybody nervous about their money. But here's the thing. You don't need to chase every headline. at Trajan Wealth. That's spelled TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors help you tune out the noise and focus on the big picture. They'll work with you to build a long-term financial strategy based on your goals, your risk tolerance, and your time horizon. Peace of mind starts by calling Trajan Wealth. Instead of constantly reacting to market swings, you'll have a plan designed to keep you on track no matter what the economy throws your way. TRAJAN Wealth.com. Just like in sports, it's not about one play, it's about the entire season. Don't let uncertainty dictate your future. Call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1, or visit TRAJANWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The Commanders add a practice today during the afternoon as they get ready for the final preseason game against the Baltimore Ravens. Teams must trim their training camp rosters by 6 p.m. on Sunday, August 30th to 53 players. Tennessee defeated Seattle 19-16 yesterday. However, Seahawks Bud Clark and Mason Richmond are out with long-term injuries. Raiders running back Ashton Genty believed to have a sprained ankle. Marlins beat the Nationals 6-2. The Nats have lost 10 of the last 12. Jorbit Bibas, though, huge double.
Kicks and fires. Swinging a fly ball right field deep. Back on this one, Conine to the warning track, to the wall. He leaps. It's off the wall. Ruiz, the center fielder, picks it up. Keibert Ruiz coming in to score.
The call on the Fan. Home tonight against the Colorado Rockies. Kate Cavalli, the start at 6:45. The Mystics defeat the Fire 105-100 to clinch a playoff spot. They're now 22-15. Orlando defeated Washington Spirit 1-0. Wyndham Clark holds off Rory McIlroy to win the BMW Championship. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. On TV, you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Spish Cakes, EB and JP. Coming up at 9:45, your chance to win tickets to go see Usher and Chris Brown at M&T Bank Stadium. That's coming up October 17th. Right now, though, let's open up the entertainment page.
All right, guys. The entertainment page is, of course, driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW of Fairfax. I'm sorry, my wife is texting me as I'm distracted. DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's a general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. Got to thank Ben from Crop Metcalf. He reached out. I'm refusing the toilet help.
Oh, you are.
I'm refusing it. But
I tried to talk him out of that.
But
it's kind of stubborn.
I will accept
Were you
some
offered
electrical
it?
help. Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't ask for it. He just volunteered because they're great.
Yep.
But I have to
great.
fix that myself. I just feel like a big
Just a
wuss.
mission that you're on?
I'm on a mission. All right. Still more news surrounding the death of Hayden Panettiere Cakes. There's a neighbor of her place in West Hollywood who claims she witnessed the late actress being taken from her apartment on a gurney by firefighters on multiple occasions during their troubled relationship with Brian Hickerson. So this incident happened in like South Carolina, North Carolina, wherever the hell
South
that was.
Carolina, yeah.
They had other incidents where they're taking her off in a gurney in West Hollywood.
For domestic abuse or for drugs?
I
don't know if they know.
My guess is
I'm guessing
drugs,
drugs.
but who knows? She says she saw the incidents in July of 2023 and January 2024. To JP's point, claiming Hayden appeared to have bruises and red marks while Brian was nearby both times.
Gotcha.
The worried neighbor says she asked Hayden if she was okay during the first incident, and the actress replied, yes. It appeared she had been beaten up. It wasn't apparent to me that it could have been anything else. So, of course, the mom has complained about this Hickerson dude. I think we talked about it last week, that he issued some statement and that they found no signs of foul play or anything. So he's standing by that.
Bottom
So
line
who
is she
knows?
led a sad and tragic life.
Yeah.
Off screen.
Right.
It's just
So she
horrible the way
didn't
it
have
ended.
she didn't have a relationship with the mom, right?
Maybe. I think the mom
I think she
used
was
to
out
be
of the
her
picture,
manager. And
but then she was out of the picture, I think, probably because of
Yeah.
the Hickerson dude.
Yeah. Well, I think that once she got to be an adult, like you have to find a real agent at some point sometimes, and maybe that was a fractured relationship there. I don't know. All right, the box office, Spider-Man.
It's over $2 billion worldwide, right?
Yeah, it tops the box office for the fourth weekend. It becomes Nolan's highest grossing film. I have another blurb over here.
Nolan did the Odyssey.
Oh, the Odyssey.
Spider-Man,
I'm sorry.
then he's
I'm
really
sorry.
killing it this
I'm
year.
sorry. The Odyssey. Forgive me.
It's all good.
I did have a nugget right here on Spider-Man.
But the Odyssey wasn't tops at the box office, was it?
The Odyssey became Nolan's highest grossing film. Okay. Tom Holland's Spider-Man just wrapped its fourth weekend as a clear number one. It helped push the U.S. box office past $7 billion for the year. So that's for all movies. And it owns August with a record monthly haul. JP saw Rehab or whatever it was. Spa Weekend. And was that its first weekend for that movie being out?
I assume so. It's probably one of those ones that's going to be at the theater for a week or two.
How many?
You guys were lucky to catch it when you did. I would assume.
It's better than a Netflix
It was number
movie.
9, so that did $3.1 million. So for the
But was
week,
it worth $108?
We had a good time.
No one saw it.
No one did.
About 29 chicks and one dude saw it.
Your net worth is more.
You probably contributed 1% of the box office this weekend. to that
You
movie,
know those
JP.
stars: Leslie Mann, Anna Faris, Isla Fisher.
I know them. I know all of them. Probably wouldn't go see a movie in the theater with them anchoring a movie.
Although, did I bet you guys all saw Bridesmaids?
Did not see
Not in the
Bridesmaids.
theater. But I did see it. Very funny.
Bridesmaids is good.
Give me
So
a
I
list.
would-
Give me a list. I like what you're doing.
Who was in Bridesmaids?
No. Give me a list of movies like kind
That
of
you thought we
kind of
would-
wussy movies that we saw with our dates, like with our wives.
I don't remember
You'd be
seeing
hard pressed to
Bridesmaids.
find one this guy saw.
Well, you probably haven't been in a movie
Okay,
theater
tough guy.
No, I
outside of
just saw
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
What's the last movie you saw before Spider-Man?
He fell asleep 10 minutes into Spider-Man.
It's probably been a while.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
But
He
yeah,
walked
but
out of the war movie,
I
which
don't
Cakes and I
We
saw.
don't really do date movies. We go see movies. I want to see.
All right, good for you. You don't do dates.
She doesn't want to see the same
She
movies.
doesn't care about movies.
We had a good time. Got a margarita. She had a margarita. I had my beer.
I can't imagine. I mean, to each his own. I can't imagine though if we did go to the theater together, it would be to see Spa Weekend. I did.
Well, do you like to laugh?
Usually those things don't make me laugh.
All right.
Yeah, but you like sitcoms. Sitcoms don't
You
make me
laugh
laugh
at
too.
anything.
I look at sitcoms and I just go.
Your mouth's agape.
Yeah, is that I don't think I can't. I laugh like Cheers.
I can't believe JP has the balls to admit that he was
saw Spa
that he saw
Weekend.
Spa Day.
Spa Weekend.
Whatever.
It was a fun movie.
The worst.
Would have held that in so much.
I'll tell you what, and I think I've said this before. I think the worst sitcom ever created was that, and I can't remember the name of it. My wife watches it every day. About all the nerds that
Big
sign-
Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory is the worst
Terrible.
ever.
I used to
I've
watch
never
it.
seen
It is
for 1
so
second.
dumb.
I used to watch it, but then I had an epiphany.
It is so stupid.
when I saw a clip of it without the laugh track sweetener in the background. And I said, this is decidedly but unfunny.
All right.
I'll never watch it again.
God, I can't believe how popular that it was for 5 or 6 years.
Well, how much money
They made
Kaylee
billions.
Cuoco and all the other
Oh, I
cast
know.
members
They
made.
stole money.
I think
So
so
much
much
is Chuck
coin.
Lorre worth? Because that's a Chuck Lorre production.
Oh,
He did 2.5 Men.
He's probably
I
worth
mean,
a
his,
billion.
his
The
net worth
Big
has
Bang
to be like
Theory.
at least half
Yeah,
a
but-
billion dollars.
I think the last movie that my wife said to me, like more than once, that she wanted to see, and we never ended up doing it, was the Michael Jackson documentary. For some reason, that tickled her. I don't
So
know.
I was thinking about your question, like what other movies,
Yeah.
and it doesn't fit this one perfectly, but I threw up Bridesmaids.
Yeah.
A movie like When Harry Met Sally.
Well, I did like that.
That was a good movie.
Chuck Lorre's net worth, by the way, is around $700 million. This blows my mind, Jason. Do you know how much HBO Max paid for exclusive streaming rights of Big Bang Theory?
No idea.
The number one, make a B,
B?
next to it, $1 billion.
12 seasons. I can't believe it was
That is unbelievable.
on the air for 12 years.
And then they did a spinoff.
Yeah, they did Young Sheldon.
So dumb.
Haven't watched one episode because I haven't watched BBT since I had that wake up call.
My 9-year-old was watching Young Sheldon.
Yeah, that's probably who it's designed for.
I will say,
9-year-olds.
in fairness, like I could sound like some macho guy about my not only seeing movies I want to see. The reason why is my wife doesn't watch TV. Doesn't watch TV. So she doesn't watch.
She's missing out on one of great life's great
She's a lot of
pleasures.
fun.
No, she watches. If she watches TV, she watches like tennis.
Does she like read books, like to fill her time?
You know what she does? She cleans up after me. Like, I mean,
Well, that could be a full-time job.
Exactly.
She lives a life of service.
She lives a life of service. She has a full-time job, and then she's taking care of the family.
Yeah.
And then by the end of the night, she lays down on the couch. I could have anything on there, and about 2 minutes later, it's going to be
Comatose.
yeah, just wiped out. My wife does not watch TV. She has no favorite shows.
You're working hard to put food on your family.
The only thing that
can't relate.
Yeah, she just doesn't.
She will this week, U.S. Open.
She watches tennis.
Justin and I started watching
We were
a
watching
show.
the freaking Cincinnati Open
With their
yesterday.
mom.
Oh, I'm going to watch the latest episode of Furious today on
Yeah,
Hulu.
Furious comes out today.
With my wife.
Justin and I are watching Furious, but we also dabbled with a show, and I might botch the title. It's on Apple.
Yeah.
I think it's called Maximum Pleasure.
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know what that is.
No, but it's like a murder mystery type deal. It's pretty good.
Thank God for my man Evan, who hooked me with his Paramount account so I could watch episode 4 of Lioness today.
That was the funniest nugget I heard last week.
Yep.
That you are using his.
His sisters is actually his sister.
You're using a third-hand Paramount.
Who I've
account.
never met.
He has
We've all
multiple. He
Yeah,
has
but
multiple
I mean,
password
I
donors.
haven't done it in years.
Usually they're one-offs, though. You just want to watch one thing, and somebody slide you a password. It's pretty hard to do, though.
They're making it a little more
They're making it a
difficult.
little bit more difficult. Yeah.
Hey, do you, Jason?
Yeah.
Do you have your own profile set up under his username? Like
No.
you scroll over to Jason to go log in to watch
it's
Lioness?
all his
The whole
sister.
family, and then Jason Bishop.
No, it's his sister.
It says like daughter, wife, Jason.
Right.
He's hooked me for 3 years, for 3 seasons, and all he said was, "Hey, just pay me back. Take me out to a nice golf course."
Is that a listener?
Haven't taken him one.
Is it a listener?
No, I've known him forever.
Why don't you-
He played D3 hoops for Mike Lonigan back at Catholic U.
Why don't
very
you
good.
hook him with Open Road?
I could.
Do that.
I could.
And then you'll at least have that guilt taken out of you.
he asked for golf.
He wants golf. He wants to go play golf.
I know, but
Does it have to be with
probably
you?
doesn't want to play with him, right? You probably
No, I don't mind playing with it. It's just a matter of
It's a
setting
hassle.
it up, and
It's a hassle. Just
It's
send us a-
probably never going to happen.
eventually it will. But it could
It's
be
never gonna happen.
Lioness season 5.
The series will be over.
Right. We'll be done.
Valdez, I defer to you on this one. Taylor Sheridan, is he the creator of Yellowstone?
He's a genius.
He's the one. He's the ex-actor that just started writing all these series, right?
Yes.
He's
actually
been accused.
he actually is acting in Lioness.
He is.
Yes.
He's actually been accused.
And he plays the role perfectly.
of stealing Yellowstone from a 2016 pitch in a copyright lawsuit. Valdez, you have to help me with this one.
It's just that the accusation is that he lifted the idea of Yellowstone
From somebody else
from somebody
making a
else
pitch.
making the pitch.
Right. Who was the guy? The other guy that was thought to be somewhat of fraud. I keep bringing him up. Was that Nick Pozzolito guy? Right.
Right.
From
True Detective.
Detective,
Detective.
right? Remember because everyone was jocking him as like a genius. And
Right. And then
writing
they
all
say
his plots.
he ripped it off,
Yeah,
too.
and they say he ripped it off. Who knows?
You know, I don't care if he
didn't
ripped
write
it.
it himself or something.
Yeah.
like
I don't
Yeah.
care. If it's good, I like it.
Yeah, quality product.
Yeah.
I'll watch it.
I know.
Don't care who wrote it.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw this video overnight while I was scrolling on my phone. Drake was spotted at a Ella Langley concert in North Little Rock, Arkansas.
He's an Ella fella.
How wild is that? And she noticed. She clearly noticed
She
him.
saw
right?
him in this.
He was up. He looked like he was up in like the standing room only kind of area. Up
Did he bring
front.
his goth baddie?
I did not.
Well, there's rumors-
Pikachu or whatever her name is.
I don't remember.
Well, there's rumors that he might be dating Ella.
That they're actually dating.
Yes.
Really?
Maybe that's what's going on.
Yeah, he's flying out to support her.
Because that would make sense. Because
I have no idea what she looks like. First time I'm ever looking up.
Ella Langley?
Not
She
ugly.
attractive?
Yeah.
Definitely not ugly.
He was spotted in the crowd during her sold-out concert. There's videos and photos circulating. He's like singing along with her in the crowd too. The problem with Drake is, he's a known just man whore, right? If you're Ella Langley, are you really gonna date Drake? Isn't that stupid on your part?
The pea hound.
Yeah, right? He's the biggest pea hound in the world. There's
So
no one
she's not
worse.
dating that John Sansone guy anymore?
You know more about it than me, buddy.
I don't know that person. Sounds like he makes phones.
No, not Samsung, Sansone.
How old is Ella Langley?
I'm going to put her on 28.
20. Yeah, I'm going to
I
say
don't know.
mid
I have no
20s.
idea.
She might be a little older because I saw a video of her like
Cakes nailed
6
it.
or 7 years ago when
27.
when she was just starting out, and she didn't have any tattoos. She was just young on a little tour bus, and it was like 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah.
She's still young, 27.
Yeah, so she must have been about 20 then.
Dropped out of Auburn.
Did she?
Loves War Eagle.
Auburn.
And last but not least, Dr. Dre says he uses AI to produce songs. Now, before you freak out about it, I think he makes...
Trust me, I'm not going to freak out about it.
Well, a lot of
but go
people
ahead.
do because they, you could actually, like, almost anybody could claim to be a record producer because you just have AI do something.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are against it, but he makes good points. He says, oh, you're against... He says, to him, it's just another tool. He says, were you against the drum machine when it came out?
Right.
Were you against synthesizers when they came out? This is just another tool to make you a better producer. So I think he makes the argument.
I'm going to guess you could give Mike Marr all the AI in the world, and he's not going to produce a banger like Dr.
Dre will with his AI.
Sorry, Mike Marr. I mean, that's just my
You think
opinion.
you can rival him with the power of AI, Mar?
Probably not, being completely honest. No, I don't think so.
Good. So there you go.
I don't think he's got Chronic Part 2 in him over there. Maybe I'm crazy. Can I reference an older record?
It's Dr. Dre.
I mean, that's what he's known for, right?
Yeah.
That's his magnum opus. Has he done anything better than that? I don't think so.
Probably not.
I'm gonna guess no.
You guys ever see that white rapper? He does freestyle in New York City, Harry Mack.
No.
Yes.
Harry
Guy's
Mack.
pretty freaking talented, dude.
You give him like 4 words and he comes up with a
And he
song.
could do like a rap for like 4 or 5 minutes, and he keeps referencing the words.
Yeah.
That guy's super talented. I find myself just mesmerized by the guy. I'm mesmerized.
Seen it before, but then
I'm mesmerized by freestyle guys, but I always think that's not really freestyle. You've been working on
You know
that.
what you should do? You should go approach him and say, "Here are your 4 words: Jaden Daniels, 3 snaps." see what's on
I guarantee he'd kill it.
See the bars he could drop.
But he's perfect for a guy like me because he's creating the rap based on your words. And if you could tell him supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, he'll freaking find a way to rap off.
Sure.
of
He'd
it.
tell you to look at your manual with Jaden Daniels.
Yeah,
or
sure.
something. I don't know.
No, he's really good.
Yeah. But I don't know if he has any real songs that are popular.
I don't think
he's just got a
just a freestyle.
Seems
guy.
like it.
I'm going to have to YouTube old Harry Mack.
Watch Harry Mack.
Yeah.
He's silly. I mean, he's really good.
I'll just do another mock draft.
Can Matt
while
run
you're
it?
doing that.
Can Matt
Can you
run it?
find it? Can you find a Harry Mack? Do you know who I'm talking about, Valdez? He's all over Instagram.
He curse?
No,
I think he may. I
I don't know. He's
I like Craig
super
Mack better.
Creative. Mike Marr, are you hip to
Craig
Harry
Mack
Mack?
has a banger.
Yeah, I've seen some of his stuff before. I'll try to see if I can get.
See if you can find
Yeah,
something.
good one for
Can we do
Valdez.
a tease? Play it when we come back, and then we move on.
Sure.
How about that for a radio tease? I'm telling you, this guy I think is one of the best freestylers that I've heard, and not like I'm an expert. We should have who's our guy that raps all the time? Cole. We'll have Cole rate him.
Seize mics.
See Cole, if you're listening,
Sure.
I'm sure he's
Yeah.
listening.
I'd much
chime
rather
in.
listen to Craig Mack, Flavor in Your Ear.
This guy's pretty
That's a
freaking good.
Great song.
That's a great song.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back with more here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, ZB here. College football Saturdays are already packed with reasons to get excited. And this season, FanDuel's giving you even more. Make this your most rewarding college football season ever with FanDuel. From the first kickoff of the day to the final whistle at night, there are more ways to get in on every matchup. Back your favorite team, build a same-game parlay, bet team props, or make your picks on the biggest games of the weekend. And along the way, keep an eye on the FanDuel app for even more ways to get rewarded throughout the season. Because when every Saturday brings another slate of games, FanDuel gives you more ways to make every week count. So get ready for big games, bigger Saturdays, and your most rewarding season ever. Only on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 21 and over. Present Virginia. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Learned during the break, I didn't know, Craig Mack has passed away. It's not recent. It's
8 years ago.
yeah. It's a while back.
That was a great tune, though.
And actually, that's the only song that I can name of his, Flavor in Year.
Well, that's his best. That's his top notch.
Great song, but EB brought up the other Mac.
Harry Mack.
Harry Mack.
He's been around
So I'm
for a while.
watching a video.
Yeah.
I didn't listen to it. I just watched it because it was on silent, obviously. He's in front of the Lincoln Memorial. A bunch of kids come up with phones, and he goes, "Give me some words."
Right. That's his shtick.
So they gave him exquisite, Jamaica, Maserati, Daddy, and Stank.
Right.
And he hooks up some.
I don't know how. I don't know
how he does it. I haven't heard
a
it.
Wizard. I'm not saying he's the world's greatest, but he's a wizard.
I haven't listened to it.
Genius. Like, if you can do that, it's like genius.
I mean,
level.
with those words, yeah.
So Valdez has an example, and I think that you have him picking out words.
Are you a streamer? What's the channel? Can I just demonstrate what I do? Yeah. Give me one crazy random word. Chicken. Aerodynamics. All right, check it out. Let's get it. I be coming off the tip of this and spitting the best. H-Mac, I cook you up just like a chicken breast. Yeah, I ain't got no time to kick it with these dumb word the chicken legs, I got rhythm like drumsticks. Improvise constantly, I bomb MCs, I'm dropping words. Hey yo, I'm seeing to a distance, no binoculars. Yeah, everything I'm spitting sounded hella dope. They couldn't see me even if they had a telescope. I'm in another galaxy, another stratosphere. Breaking through the atmosphere, the dopest figure that was clear. Wait, I'm breaking through the atmosphere when I slam it. I guess I'm in the spacecraft that's aerodynamic. See Mac taking flight when he's doing this thing.
So you get the idea. So he works in
Surprised we didn't hear
aerodynamic, whatever.
the fart sound effect from Valdez.
I mean, Valdez might think that's true, but then he also goes to guys. He'll see their T-shirts and he starts making fun of the guy based on his T-shirt, whatever. I mean, you know,
No,
it's
he's
clearly
born-
not. I'm always suspicious of freestyle that it's not freestyle. That they're just doing.
Well, he's prepped.
I'm sure he's
prepped stuff.
I'm sure he's prepped those lines before, but But if
But
some
he's
of these
also a
people,
quick thinker, 'cause-
Some of these people are just throwing out random words.
that's
he's got
the
to work
point.
that in. Yeah.
I mean, I mean, to his credit, he did a little chicken play, right? There was chicken. The guy gave him chicken and aerodynamic,
Yeah, and he
chicken drumstick,
exactly. And I've seen him. I've watched more than a dozen of them. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I agree. I've watched a few.
Yeah. Anyway,
I just don't know
how
if he
that
has
came
any
up.
actual
So-
hits.
I don't know that he's ever put out anything. I have no idea. So on Friday we played out at Hidden Creek. So I got to thank Valdez, and I felt bad. I basically invited myself out to Hidden Creek, and then I said to Matt when my buddy was there, I said, "Dude, let me pay." You know, because you have to pay when you have a guest. You have to pay guest fees. Or whatever. I don't expect Matt to pay for me and my guest, and whatever. And he said, "No, don't worry about it." I know I didn't offend him, but he's like, "No. You know, I want to play with you guys. I got it, and then I'll reciprocate. So I'll have him out to Norbeck, and
It's usually standard.
I'll make him whole.
Yes.
But I wanted him
I've been,
to
I've
know.
been I've been a guest many times, and I
You feel
didn't
awkward.
pay. And
yeah, you feel uncomfortable sometimes.
Yes.
You want to make sure you know, whatever. So we were out there at a great time. And I told you, I think on the way, it was my wife that actually had the idea. She said, "You guys should go to Pupatella." I was trying to figure out, what am I going to do? Remember, I'm going to pick up Lucas.
Yeah,
we'll go to the Pupatella. So we went to the Pupatella in Reston. Valdez met us. And we had a nice lunch or whatever. We go out, we play golf. Valdez played great. I think Valdez shot one over.
Wow, look at you scorching
played
it.
very, very well.
Very nice.
I thought I played pretty good. What'd you think of old EB's game?
Solid game.
Thank you.
Solid game.
Was it
You
what
should have shot.
thought?
You should have shot in the 70s. You missed a lot of putts. We got to work on your putting
big time.
Maybe I can give him some tips, Valdez.
Maybe you can. Then as we were sitting there, my daughter calls while we're in the Hidden Creek dining room. We were having dinner. Well, the bingo was going on, or whatever the hell it was.
It's trivia
night.
Bingo.
Whatever it was. And she said she loves Pupatella. And she says, "Can you bring?" I said, "I already went."
Who doesn't?
So then I said, "Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to the other Pupatella. There's 7 of them. So I'm gonna go to the Pupatella.
You went to more than one day than I've been in 2
Chantilly.
years.
So the first one we went to was in Reston.
So whose card was used in
Mine.
Reston? Yours.
Both
Okay.
times mine was used, but they don't know. They're not tracking that.
I guess that's true.
I think they can. They have a number
I'm sure
on
they
it.
could. I'm sure they could, but I definitely wasn't going to go to the well twice in the same day. When I gave her the thing, she goes, "Oh, let me go tell my manager." Like, she went away for 5 minutes in one of those deals because she doesn't see that card very often.
Because they
And-
aren't that many of them.
Right. And so that was
They're in
fine.
short supply.
So then Valdez was kind of breaking my balls. I was going 20 minutes out of my way to hit a different poop because I didn't want to go twice to the same joint. Do you respect the game, Mar?
I
Or-
respect the hustle. And you actually set the foundation at the one in Reston because I went about 2 hours after you to that location in Reston.
Oh, you did?
I was right on your heels, man.
both double
Did
dipped?
you know?
No, we didn't. I didn't double dip. I just went
Okay.
to the one in Reston after he
Okay.
did.
Yeah,
Got
but he
it.
probably went twice last week.
Yeah.
What were you
He's
doing?
the leader in the clubhouse.
What were you doing in Reston?
I was golfing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I played at 7057 and
Right.
then caught Reston on my way home to Arlington.
Does your mom work there still?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played with her on Friday.
Mars' mom is so
Nice.
sweet.
She's very
She
You
nice.
ever met her?
No.
Oh, she's sweetest.
She's good friends with our good friends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I go to the same poop every single time. I've only been to one poop, and that's in Leesburg.
I've been to that poop.
It's great. My man Caesar and Omar.
Yeah, I've chilled with.
What's your standard tip?
I usually just get while I'm waiting for the whatever I'm ordering. I usually just get a beer and I give them $5.
I didn't know that's
And
where
then,
Omar wound up.
That's for the beer.
$5 on a beer?
Okay, but
donkey.
no, for your total.
Oh, I tipped the girl 10.
So
Usually-
15. You
yeah.
walk out, give him 15.
I never
maybe,
know what to do.
maybe a little
Cakes,
bit more.
what's your standard
Feels
tip?
great.
You're getting free pizzas.
It depends on how much I order.
Oh, it does.
Now, if I have a big one,
Yeah.
if I'm hitting my head against the glass ceiling of the 150,
How does that even happen?
What do you mean?
Because
How
you
does that
order
happen?
for 3
You
days
order like
worth.
6 pizzas?
Oh, I've done that.
Oh, yeah.
Like my kids' friends come over and I'm like, I'm driving to Pupatello.
6 pizzas, yeah.
And I'm gonna,
Our
So-
limit
You could probably
is
get
what
8.
We have for people
Probably
don't
get 8.
understand. They like us so much that we promote them and they have an endorsement. So this is fine. This is all fair.
Yep.
We're paid. The station's paid. We get $150 credit. We could go there every day and eat $150 worth if we wanted.
Yes.
if I
It's a hole in my game.
If
I've
I
never gone.
spend the full nut, I'll probably tip 25 to 30. I think is a
All right,
good
but what
tip.
if you just get 2 pizzas?
2 pizzas, 15 or 20 bucks.
My range
'Cause
is
I'm getting
15
hooked.
to 20.
I'm getting
Almost.
completely
Yeah,
resolved.
I don't give that much.
My range is 15 to 20.
Because I think I might. I need to start. What am I doing? I need to start doing it.
I don't know.
And because my
botching
I think my daughter's gonna start swimming in Olney. Mm-hmm. I feel like that's closer. It's definitely closer than Gaithersburg.
I mean, it's
Columbia.
closer, but Columbia is not that close to the O Town. It's a
Well, I've
good-
got an hour to kill. My point is, I'm going to be in
Oh,
Olney.
then you're good.
I've got an hour to kill.
You're good then.
That might be my go-to move.
Do we know if we should be calling it poop?
Probably should have
I know
It's
it's fun.
just
I know
funny.
it's funny.
I think they could take it in
We
stride.
they know we love it.
Poopatella.
I know, but the casual may not know. What's this poop place?
It's great.
I know
It's
is.
the best poop you'll ever have.
It's the best poop. It's the best tasted poop.
Yeah.
So that's where they might.
Yeah.
All right.
Be
It's
like,
not-
okay,
but
let's-
listen.
Oh,
what we get-
please. We've
hold
been
on.
talking about that place
We got
forever.
we got 2. You can bake. I got my own pizza. I always get the marinara pizza with prosciutto and ricotta like
Uh-huh.
that. I don't even know. My buddy Lucas got like a meatball pizza.
Right.
Then we got the croquettes. Is that what it's called?
Sure.
The fried things, whatever. They're
love
good.
croquettes.
Valdez gets the olives and the charcuterie thing.
Oh, charcuterie so good.
The mini,
I mean,
yeah.
yeah.
Olives
I
in
mean,
the
we
mini.
have
and
our
then
go-tos.
EB's taking his big hands and putting them all over my olives.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, they were just sitting there. What are you gonna do? And then, and my daughter always she's not as adventurous, so she just likes the
Cheese.
plain the margarita pizza or whatever. So I get a couple of those. Get something that my wife likes. Might get a panini to go.
Just living high in the hog.
Why wouldn't you? They're giving. You know what?
I would
They're
like to,
gonna
it's just far
fire
away.
us one day. You know that, right? We don't get to end on when we want. They fire you. So I'm going to use this as
You're
while
going to
we
go
can.
down
Take
swinging.
advantage,
Yeah.
You're going out swinging.
No, they've been unbelievable. I mean, the fact that it's not 150 a week or 150 a month. It's 150 a day.
Yeah.
Right.
I saw the most EB
Crazy.
story
It's
over the
nuts.
weekend. Headline, this is from The Sun. Okay, so that's like the Daily Mail.
Okay.
Sex-mad German politician reveals plan to turn city into nudist swinger paradise.
Oh, no.
He wants the whole city to be full of nudists and swingers.
He's a counselor in Mannheim, Germany,
All right.
and he believes that Mannheim, Germany should become a swingers paradise.
Cakes wants to go.
Yeah. I'm sure I'm going to book. I'm sure that'll be my maiden voyage to Europe is to go to Swingerville in
He recently
Germany.
said group sex with city council members would be the ultimate in closeness with the citizens.
Oh,
what a creep.
It sounds like a horny politician.
Very horny.
He said turning City Hall into a sex party venue was an attempt to break social taboos.
Do you? I know that there are freaks in every profession. Like whatever the issue is, right? Whether you're a sex freak or whether you're a drug addict or whatever your problem is, right? It plagues all aspects of society. You can't just. But it sure does seem like politicians are sex freaks. Like they might be a more sex freaks.
They're concentrated in
How
that
many?
area.
How many swingers do you think there are in Germany? This article actually.
I feel
says-
like in
Now,
the
I don't even know the
European
total
country, like,
population
they
of
don't
Germany.
care about that stuff.
Total population Germany. I'm going to say 60 million. I have no idea.
Okay, this is a good
Well,
question.
let me
How
find
many
that out
swingers
first.
are in Germany? I feel like in Europe, like anything goes sex wise. They don't care. They're not hung up on it.
All right, I was 23 million off.
All right.
Total population Germany 83.6 million.
All right,
How many swingers?
What about Mannheim?
How would we know that?
I'm gonna
Just-
be able
just
to
come-
guess because I
Hey.
think in Europe they're more free. They don't care.
So
They
it's a higher number?
They put it anywhere. So I'm gonna say,
Even though you've never been there.
yeah, but I'm just making a
Yeah,
generalization.
he'll never go to Germany.
Yeah,
You know how we use upside down pineapple? Do you think they use like upside down schnitzel?
Schnitzel's so good.
I'm gonna
I
say, how
want it
many
for
did you say
lunch.
there are? 23 million.
No, 83.6 million.
83 million. So if it was 10%, that would be pretty high. That'd be like 8 million. I'm gonna say, I'm about probably conservative.
1 million.
5 million. 5 million.
Jason,
I
you're
say
guessing
less.
1 million?
5 million.
I'd guess
swingers.
1.5
I say
million.
less than 5. I don't know. 1, 2.
Estimated 128,000 swingers.
Oh, such a
You're such a
liars.
highball estimate.
They're liars. They're liars. They're liars.
You
They have
actually
all
think
those-
1 in 100 people are swingers?
in Europe?
Eurocentric.
Yeah, they got all the nude beaches and everything. They got all the sex beaches.
Well, maybe they have less taboos.
What's the sex
but-
beach that you've seen online before? Damn it, I can't think of the
Sex
name.
beach. I didn't know this place existed.
Told you
You
this
never-
is an EB story.
You never stumbled onto that.
Yeah, wasn't that a
Stumbled
genre?
onto a
No, I
sex
remember
beach?
EB was into a
No,
genre for a
the
while.
thumbnails.
Oh.
You work with me, Case.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Weren't you into a genre where they would hook up on nude beaches for a little while?
I've checked them out.
I
before.
definitely stumbled on. I'll tell you what I did stumble onto. A TOPLESS beach in Aruba.
Yeah,
You have to spell that out.
Yeah. Topless.
right.
I'm doing a stern bit.
You
Yeah,
stumbled
You'll come up
onto
here
it?
and do
stumbled
it.
upon that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you stick around or did you hightail
I mean, I
it out
walked
of there?
by, but I definitely did a double take. I was
Big-
like, what?
Your eyeballs got big.
Yeah, I mean, I
Oh,
was
was
like,
that when you were there by yourself?
Yeah.
For the poker tournament.
yes.
Right.
Yes,
You didn't have
Ricky.
Amy just take her top and throw it in the
No,
ocean. Oh.
no.
The
That
small
did not
blind got
happen.
sized.
Yeah.
Did you get
No, it
a,
didn't happen while I was playing poker. It happened while I was outside of the poker room.
Right.
Did you get as sized as you were during your drive to Atlantic City?
No, that's
Oh my
the
God,
most,
that's so
When you had
weird.
to
that's the
pull over.
most iced I've ever been. Where
Is
I
that like
haven't-
listening to night calls or something
I was
like
listening
that?
to something erotic on the radio.
That is so weird.
And I
Playboy Radio.
nearly,
I love the fact that he admits it.
I nearly
I can't
pulled
believe
over
he did
and
that.
I can't believe
I
he
almost
admits
pulled
it.
off an arrest area and almost did what I felt like I had to do. But I didn't.
Can you imagine? Hold on. Can you imagine? This would be so comical. If Case,
That would be the
who's
best
as
arrest.
big a rule follower. Well, that's not really true. He steals a
Yeah,
lot.
please.
But largely, he's is thought of as a straight laced person as
Yeah,
you could
sure.
be. That just got caught up listening to Playboy Radio
Yeah.
and had to pull over and
if I'd
handle
gotten
it,
caught-
and then got caught,
Oh, it'd be the worst.
and they would be known as a pervert.
Yeah. I think I would have to retire from the show.
If there was a God that we knew, damn it.
So I was listening to it and I said, I might need to pull over and take care of some business. But then I didn't. And
You
I
thought the better of it.
I made it to the Borgata. And then
Calmed yourself down.
Then
I'm
you
sure I
eventually.
treated my body like a carnival. And then
How'd you calm yourself down? You flip it to like fantasy football radio.
I had to stop listening. If I had kept listening, it might have been an ugly scene.
All right, coming up
Can't have
next,
that.
Can't believe
we'll
he
give
did
you a
that.
chance to win some tickets to go see Usher and Chris Brown. You can call in now 1-800-636-1037. 1067 for the morning matchup. All right, we have 2 tickets to go see Usher and Chris Brown, the R&B tour, Saturday, October 17th at M&T Bank Stadium on the line. Since you guys were joining on me for seeing Spa Weekend on Friday night.
Right.
Have a Name That Movie game.
All right.
All right.
And what we're going to do is we'll punch up 3 contestants at once. I will give cast members, if they want to guess the movie, they get their guess in. If they're right, they win the prize. If not, they're out of the game, and I'll give more cast members
All right.
to said movie.
Sounds simple enough.
Let's do an example for you guys.
All right.
All right.
I'm locked in.
Your cast includes Jason Bateman,
Jason Bateman. Okay.
Jennifer Aniston,
I'm in. Oh, I think I got the. Oh, what is Horrible Bosses?
Yes, you didn't have to say it in the
Jeopardy.
form of a
I
question.
watch Jeopardy every night,
You
so I
said
feel like
what
I have to answer in that frame.
EB, would you have been able to pull it if I gave you Jason Bateman, Jennifer Aniston, Colin Farrell, Kevin Spacey, Charlie Day, Jason Sudeikis?
No.
No, did not see that.
All right, this one for
That's a really. You should watch that movie.
this
Jason.
one
Horrible
for
Bosses.
It's very
EB
funny.
and Bish only.
Okay.
All right, burning some.
I'm eliminated.
Vince Vaughn, Christopher Walken, Isla Fisher,
I'm in.
Owen Wilson.
Owen.
EB's face.
I don't know. You
don't
don't
know
understand.
that
My
one.
brain doesn't work that way
That's
anymore.
Wedding Crashers.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is?
What is Wedding Crashers?
Yeah.
Sorry, Ken.
I have a.
I would have had
a
to
permanent brain
I'd have
fog.
to think about that for about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I have a permanent brain.
I'm not
fog.
going to get it in 3 seconds.
All right. Let's go to our contestants.
You could
Great movie, by the
You
way.
could ask me like Cal Ripken's number, and it's like iconic, right? And I would have to think about it for a long time before
Yeah.
it would register. Like my brain.
What about Ovi's number?
No, I'm telling you.
You pull that one.
I'm telling you. It's not, the synapses are.
They're just not firing.
All right, let's go to D Woods. D, what's up, buddy?
What's up, fellas? How y'all?
What's up, D?
What's
good.
up, D?
Good. I guess he wasn't calling for the
Long-time
game,
listener.
but
long time listener, first time caller.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, you Donkey Kongs. Yeah, last week y'all were talking about the junks callers or listener route Mount Rushmore, and
Yeah.
I will say this: I'm a modest mouse, right? But to leave my name off and put Big John on is a slap in the face. Like, I
agree.
mean, you guys.
Now,
come
now,
on now.
I put him
That-
on there,
that was
D,
blatant disrespect.
because I could joke that he takes up 2 faces instead of 1. That's the main reason I would put him on. Other than that, of course, you deserve a spot.
Yeah, so no, I'm not calling for the game. I know y'all got things to do. Love the junks. I won't hold up any more of y'all time.
all right, you never
Thank
did.
you, D.
Thank you, D.
I love
What do
D.
you want to ask?
That's
him?
why D's
No, I was
a
going to
great
say
caller.
D
Gets
is.
in,
I think
gets
he's
out.
the most entertaining of all of our regular P1 callers.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
I think he's got the best personality.
It's a low bar.
That's where I start.
We hung out in the Atlanta airport together.
Oh, very
When
nice.
I was flying back from the Masters. He was flying up to Cincinnati.
And you just stumbled onto each
Yeah,
other?
he was like, "When's your flight?" And he goes, "Oh, I'm going to be in the airport at the same time." We were hanging out.
Go meet for a beer.
Yeah,
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, he's a funny dude.
All right,
Good dude.
Let's go to Danielle,
D Woods.
Falls Church. Hey, Danielle.
Hi.
Hey.
All right, we need some other contestants, EB.
Oh,
We're going to
okay.
have them all on the line at the same
sorry.
time.
Oops, I gotta do hold ready. I got you. Keith and Laurel, hey buddy, got you hold ready. I got it, Valdez. And Bobby.
No, you're not locking him in here.
Oh, hold on. I got it. Okay, I got lock in. Lock. Okay, sorry, I got it confused. All right, he's locked.
Brain not locked
Keith,
in.
Yeah, locked. I just haven't done this in a while. Lock. And let's go to Bobby, Calvert County. Lock. Hey, Bobby.
How's it going, John?
What's
All right,
up, man?
Bobby, Keith, and Danielle.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to give you the cast of a movie. This is a very Jason Bishop movie.
That's a hint.
If you know the name of the movie, say your name, then you'll get your guess. You miss it, you're out of the contest. You get it right, of course, win the
You're a
prize.
big fat winner.
Name that movie. The cast feature Benicio del Toro, Emily Blunt, Josh Brolin, John Bernthal.
They're just not going to get it.
Hey,
All
Kate.
right.
Go ahead.
Sicario.
It is
Oh,
Sicario.
we got it.
Hey, first time winner here on the game, Keith and Laurel.
Nice job, Keith.
Congratulations.
What's
You
it
get
like to
2
win a
tickets
prize?
to the R&B tour starring Usher and Chris Brown Saturday, October
You know what?
17th at M&T Bank Stadium. Tickets on sale at 10 a.m. today. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. I don't know the exact rules behind the scenes, but I think you can only win a prize like once a month, something like that.
Yeah, I
feel
don't
like you
know.
just
So-
won, but you know what? Don't hate the player, Cakes. Hate the game.
All I know is I had to hold my tongue there because I have a long-standing bet with Valdez that if I help influence any of the listeners in a contest, which is against the rules, I owe him $200.
200.
200?
I have to.
Where'd that number come from?
I threw that out there, a punitive number, to make sure that I
That you
don't
never do it,
That I
right.
don't do it.
Gotcha.
I feel bad for Danielle because she probably wouldn't be on stage when Chris Brown's doing all his fake sex stuff.
Instead, Keith gets to watch it all.
Keith can go on stage.
Yeah, you get to.
And I'll give credit
Yeah,
to
Big Keith.
Keith in this respect. You know, when you say don't hate the player, if we do a contest at 6:30, he's in on it. We do
Yeah.
a contest at 9:50, he's in on it. So he's listening, I think, to the whole show.
I wish every listener was a prize pick.
Yeah, it'd be great.
That's actually the way to go.
I also wish they just had more of an impact. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
I'm trying to be as
around
vague
comes-
as I can here.
What goes around comes
Why
around.
can't you?
I
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
I know.
By the way,
I wish we could say it.
I've been
I would love to say it.
I've been showing these guys. I'm just stunned. This picture of me from 2 years ago. Did you see it? Did I show you that?
You did show me the picture over the weekend.
I'm going to
yes.
tweet the picture before and after. I can't believe how fat I was. I can't believe you didn't tell me you're a big fat pig. You need a.
Well, I mean, that's something you got to take care of on your own.
Yeah, but I don't even think it registered with you.
Not really. I'm
Right?
just being honest. Like,
I can't.
I mean, it's not like you
believe-
weighed 300.
I don't look at you enough to know that you're
Exactly. Exactly. I'm going to show you. It's
You were
an
just softer.
Dude, you got to see that. Wait till you see this. I'm going to tweet it. Follow me, EB Junkies, before and after from 2 years ago. It's crazy. Can't
But
believe
what is it, 40 pounds?
40 pounds, yeah. Probably about 40 pounds. Here's the thing. Once I got over 235, I stopped getting on the scale. So God only
I can
knows.
relate.
God only knows what it is. I don't like to get on
I
the
don't
scale.
do the Danny bit. I don't get on a scale after vacation.
No.
It's probably not a great
I
move.
only get on the scale if I think it's going to be good.
All right, we got to get out of here. B. Mitch and Finley, they're up next here on The Fan.
Mervis, Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Washington Commanders have added a practice today. Instead of a walkthrough, they'll have an afternoon practice after the loss to the Lions, getting ready for the Ravens on Friday. Tennessee beat Seattle 19-16. Seahawks Bud Clark and Mason Richmond are out with long-term injuries. Raiders running back Ashton Jemke believed to have a sprained ankle. Marlins beat the Nationals 6-2. Nats have lost 10 of 12, but Jacob Young had the catch of the year.
The long set, Kent to the plate, and a swing and a drive, left center field deep. Jacob Young going back to the warning track. He climbs the wall, and he caught it! He scaled the wall and caught it right at the top of the fence. What a play by Young.
The Call on the Fan. Home tonight against the Rockies, start of 4, Cade Cavalli to the bump. The Mystics defeat the Fire 105-100 to clinch a playoff spot. Orlando Pride beat Washington Spirit 1-0. Wyndham Clark holds off Rory McIlroy to capture the BMW Championship. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're west, Ashburn, Virginia.
Way west.
BigBear.ai Performance Center. Little schedule change this week. Dan Quinn was supposed to have a Zoom Sunday afternoon, speak with the media. Today was supposed to be a closed walkthrough to the media. The players would be here, but the media wasn't going to. They switched it up. Now today's walkthrough is going to be open. It might be more of a jog through. I don't want to I don't know exactly. I bet they'll be in shells coming off a game. But we're here. And practice is going to be this afternoon. I do wonder if we'll see kind of some updates from the organization before they get on the practice field. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening? I finally saw a BigBear.ai, like a little office over there.
Probably a data center,
Right when
right?
I got on 20. No, it's not a data center. It's over right when I make the left on the 28. I looked over and I'm like, oh, man, there you go. Because I'm so used to talking about the performance, and I'm like, where the hell is the business?
And
I finally saw one.
That's a great point. What do we know about BigBear.ai? I'm pulling it up right now.
They have an office in Chantilly.
Looks like they have an office in Tyson's.
Chantilly.
I don't know. Company. We really don't know what they do, but we know they paid good money to get their name on this joint.
They do something with data centers.
Hold on, I'm going to tell
AI.
you. I'm going to read this to you. You tell me what the heck it means.
All right.
BigBear.ai provides decision intelligence solutions for supply chains and logistics, enterprise operations, manned, unmanned teaming in autonomous systems, and cybersecurity.
They basically help you run your business.
Check them out, BigBear.ai.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
They help you run your business.
So, here's what I know. We're at the BigBear.ai Performance Center.
Yes,
that much
we are.
I can tell you.
Yeah, we are.
All right, B. Stallion, God bless you. I know there's a whole rundown. Let's start with this is not an added practice. The coach is not mad. He did not add a practice.
No.
They were always going to be out here today. They just changed the schedule to have the media out here today rather than do a Zoom yesterday.
Yeah.
Because there are obligations for the head coach to speak to the media. The head coach is kind of on the hook year-round. The players don't talk nearly as often during training camp. At least like quarterbacks are required to speak once a week in the regular season. That's not the case in preseason. So this is not an added practice. I do not think anyone's being punished or anything. But
you think somebody gonna write that anyway? You know that, right?
You always say we're here to educate where we can. This is not a punishment. They're going to be in shells. If it was a punishment, it'd be a 2-hour practice in pads.
Yeah.
Okay. That said, I don't know. You were on the call, and So not only, for those keeping track, B-Mitch beat me to Detroit, probably by about half hour, 45 minutes.
Probably a little longer than that, Jay.
Both our flights were a little bit delayed. Mine was delayed more than yours.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've talked to you about my return Saturday night.
No.
I got home at 2 in the morning.
Why?
We were 2.5 hours delayed out of Detroit.
Damn.
And it wasn't weather. You got out.
When we left,
I was on the same flight as Rigo and Bram.
So y'all were
Maddie was on my flight.
But I think you all, the rain was coming in when you all, because when we were getting ready to go, you could tell something was coming.
I don't. Our problem. The plane was there. The flight attendants were there. The pilot was in Philadelphia. So we were just waiting on the flight from Philly to Detroit. I do think weather was a factor. Like, I can acknowledge
him getting to you all.
Yes,
probably. Yeah.
Getting home at 2 a.m. was not great.
It wouldn't be something that you really like. Right, Brian Coleman and I, we had a good time. We sat at the Outback Steakhouse.
Longhorn Steakhouse.
No, Outback was inside in our terminal.
Oh, because you weren't in the Delta terminal.
We were in the United terminal, and we sat there, and those wings, those kookaburra wings, are so damn good.
Did I
but
not?
The tequila was better.
Did I not show you my update from the Delta Lounge?
Damn. you got rid of your just one model, right?
Those were not martinis.
Just one triple.
I mean, I was texting with my wife. She's like, "How long are you gonna be delayed?" I was like, "Honestly, it looks like 2 hours. This plane from Philly hasn't even taken off." She's like, "What are you gonna do?" I was like, "You can probably guess."
Hey, you should say, Lauren, the same thing you would do if you were delayed. Drink.
Yeah. Now, all that said, we went to Detroit to watch a preseason game. The results of preseason games are not what matter. There are things.
You would think so. As many people say that no starters should play and all this, but then once the game ends, you know how many people come up to me, "Oh, man, they lost, man, what happened?" I say, "Listen, bro, I judge stuff by when the starters in the game." And I say, let me tell you one thing. If what I saw from the defense gives me any kind of indication, I think defense going to be damn good. Well, man, you don't care about they lost the game. I said, no. I said, you got to understand how to look at preseason. Because be honest with you, once the main guys go out, and the main guys are normally first and second string, all of a sudden coaches start trying stuff. Let's see if we can do this. Let's try this. Let's try that. Stuff they wouldn't ordinarily do in a regular season game.
It was interesting because that first play from scrimmage where Amik Robertson blasts Josh Dobbs in the chest, credit to Josh Josephs for staying with that play. I mean, real hustle and stick-to-itiveness there to get the touchdown. Like, Durante Jones showed something there. That was a corner blitz. That was a six-man front. Like, that's who he's going to be. Yeah. But Detroit was doing the same stuff. Like, the play where Jaden got blown up, that was a six-man. Like,
he brought some people.
Both sides were showing a little bit.
But if you look at that play with Amik, that's Josh Dobbs holding on to the damn ball too long.
Sure.
That ball should have been delivered a while ago, but there was pressure. And on top of it, it was coverage. And Amik could have destroyed him, and he could have been out. But you saw how he just turned his head to the side and hit the shoulder.
He still gave him a good pop.
No. If he could have drilled him. He took stuff off of it.
Well, agreed.
If it was Jackson Dart, he probably would have taken him out. People don't like him.
The flip side, Jaden Daniels plays 3 snaps.
Yep.
For me, man, there is no right or wrong way to handle starting quarterbacks. Everybody wants to say, "Oh, Dan Quinn's being soft." Is anybody calling Dan Campbell soft for not playing Jared Goff?
You know what?
Like, there's no right way to handle it.
The people that want to call him soft, if something would have happened to Jaden, then they'll be saying run him out of town. So the ultimate thing is, he had made the comment they were going into this game, they were going to get a series, however it goes. And it went the wrong way. It didn't go. You had 3 plays. Now, the first play when the pressure came and he threw the ball, he got it out of his hand, what I said on there was, good decision. You don't need to take unnecessary hits right now. And then they came back with another one where they brought the little blitz and they got to him.
I'm going to say this. Credit to the Lions defenders there.
Yeah.
Because they could have blasted Jaden.
Damn straight.
And they didn't. Like, they just stood him up and let the ref blow the whistle.
That's the thing where I say about veteran players, even in this type of situation. Nobody's trying to hurt anybody. And guys normally get the benefit of the doubt. You know,
sometimes it's live action. You're coming off the tackle, you spin off the quarterback's there, you take him down.
Yeah,
that could have been very bad. They held up on that.
Yeah.
I think credit to David Blau when it's 3rd and 20 and your quarterback was pressured and then sacked. Call the draw. That's the avoid disaster playbook right there. That is the right decision, sir.
Yeah.
I was never surprised that Jaden was pulled after the first series. The plan was always a series. I think a lot of folks are very concerned about Washington's offensive line. And I think a lot of that is valid. I do think, social media was going crazy Saturday and Sunday, and I think there's a lot of reactionary stuff. I want to let people, I kind of just want to open the phones. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067, because I think so much of preseason results are largely irrelevant. Now, if your concern is Washington couldn't run the ball in this game, that's accurate. They ran the ball 17 times for 35 yards. That is ugly numbers, right? That said, Katron had some good tough yardage. I don't know how much we need to determine. I don't know how much we need to even attempt to extrapolate that Robert Henry ran it 4 times for -3 yards and fumbled a kickoff. I think in 2 weeks, that will be deemed completely irrelevant.
Yeah, I think all of it is going to be irrelevant in 2 weeks.
I think the center situation is undeniably relevant. Dan Quinn, his most honest comments about the center situation to date in the postgame, he was asked about the offensive line. He said, I really like what Cosby's doing. I feel like he's been our best lineman. I've been pretty impressed by Brandon Coleman at left tackle. I thought all that was fair and accurate. But the first, I'd say, really honest commentary from DQ specific to the center situation, we've got work to do to figure out where we want to go at center.
Yeah.
That's a quote. Now, where they want to go is for Nick Allegretti to be out there healthy today.
Totally.
And they have to be – it's a twofold answer for them at center. One, you need Allegretti to be healthy. You need him to be able to stay on the field, which through camp has not happened, period. Two, you need Allegretti to be the guy they claim he's going to be. So it's it's not just step one, it's step 1 and 2 for their decision-making process to not look flawed at the center position. I still maintain I expect them to add a veteran at that position or someone that has interior offensive line versatility, can play guard and center. I still expect that to happen by this time next week. Roster cuts are due Sunday afternoon. That's when all the players will hit the wire. They can make adjustments then. This is hardly a finished product. But if you're concerned about the offensive line with the center position, that's real. On the first play of that game, Julian Good-Jones got a stunt, was not prepared for it. Pressure was immediately there. Yeah. Jaden made a good play to throw it away. You should be if there's any highlight of Jaden's 3 snaps, it's that he didn't try to hold on to the ball and make a play, and he basically just killed it at Chig's feet. That was the right decision.
Smart.
I think extrapolating a whole lot else from that game, particularly Sonny Styles stuff, is asinine. Sonny Styles is a traditional linebacker. Traditional linebackers kind of make their plays over the course of a game.
Yeah.
Josh Dobbs had one great touchdown run. And
that touchdown run was not because of Sonny Styles.
He was part of a number of people that screwed up. They all bid on the run thing.
The DN has to stay home on that play.
Will Harris can't get sucked up that far.
Yeah,
there's a number of people that messed up. Sonny's part of it.
If the DN stays home, that play's dead immediately, and he didn't. Thought it
was 48. I'll go back.
That's Joseph. He was past the damn center. If I'm running the option route and you're past the center, I'm smiling all day. Because as soon as he rolled it, he was gone. If he just stays there, Dobbs is going to try and do something else. He's not trying to run the ball. And that's not on Sonny.
Sonny was out of position, but so was half the defense. They got caught up. They bit on the run fake. I can't stress enough. And I get, a lot of Washington players have become fodder for specifically this Polymarket football account. I don't understand. Polymarket, real question here, and White Brian's my best bet. Does Polymarket football not have a deal with the NFL? Do these prediction markets not get deals with the leagues, like the traditional betting outlets like FanDuel and DraftKings and all that?
Yeah, I don't think there's any relationship there.
Whoa! White Brian, you sound terrible, dude.
I had to cough, and I didn't clear my throat.
You still sound terrible. Now, listen, Brian and I have had some weekends, okay? We've had some weekends in our lives. But you, sir, we know you took another vacation. You're down at the beach for your fantasy draft, which somehow seems like it's like 4 days long. So good for you. Good luck selling that to Rose.
Smart man.
Yeah. You sound terrible. Did you injure yourself at all this weekend?
No, I am 100% healthy.
You don't sound it, bro. But I'm glad you're not physically injured. Poly market football, I don't know. Maybe I'm giving too many people that are just out there for engagement credit. I know I did that over the weekend by even acknowledging these accounts.
That's why you got to stop acknowledging them.
I mean this sincerely. If you're drawing conclusions on Sonny Styles at this point, you're an idiot. Like, whether he's going to be the Sam or the Will might change depending on the setup, right? But
it changes depending on what they call.
But
that's the fact. But see, that's what I'm saying. Most of these idiots who's watching it don't know what the hell they're looking at. Sometimes he's at the mic or the wheel or the mic, and sometimes he's not. He's on the other side because Chanel does some of the stuff. Chanel. So what they have to understand,
working on that.
You don't always know where he's at.
But what you want from Sonny Styles this year is that position is not built on flash plays. And what people want to see in preseason, where the guy plays 18 snaps or whatever, is like, oh, show me a flash, show me a flash. He's not a receiver.
Yeah.
He's not a quarterback. He's not a running back. Fred Warner's rookie year played all 16 games, had 124 tackles. Like, you want maybe north of that, but you want durability, a guy that's there every week that's logging 11, 12 tackles a week.
There you go.
Like, that's what you're looking for from Styles. And along the way, you want some passes knocked down. You want to force a fumble. But, like, that position is not built to wow you in a small sample.
But see, that's what people think, and that's what they're going to look for. And then you get social media, stupid media, I'm going to call it like that. You get that where all of a sudden everybody starts saying the same wrong, dumb stuff. So when I said last week that Sonny made the quarterback come off of a pass down the middle because of his length, did anybody put that? No, because it's not juicy enough. But it's facts. But anything that seems like to be knocking somebody, putting somebody down, that's going to get a lot of people hyped up about it. And we get guys who claim that they're Commanders fans, the main ones putting it out. Because they don't care about what they're doing by trying to knock somebody and they don't know what he's doing. They just care about how many clicks can they get on their account. Yeah. And that's the problem with so much of this stuff. And it's gotten this point with some people even in the real media. They do a lot of that just to get clicks instead of talking about what's real and what's not. And they have the right to talk to everybody out here and find out exactly what's going on. So listen, man, it troubles me because media has gotten to a point now where everybody's an expert.
The center issue at this point is a legitimate, glaring concern. Good Jones is not the answer. I don't think they expect him to be. I think they think it's Allegretti. They expect him to be back at practice. They expect him to continue to be able to practice. Now, there's some pressure with that, undeniably. Like, he needs to prove, 1, stay healthy, 2, be the right guy, be the answer there.
Mm-hmm.
But the amount of people I have asking me to sign Taylor Decker, Cosby's been the best offensive lineman here without a doubt. Without a doubt. Cosby's looked quite good.
Mm-hmm.
I think Coleman's been your second best O-lineman.
He has.
I think he's outperformed Connerly. So my question marks aren't about losing Tunsil is a huge deal. He's arguably your best player, maybe your second best player, whatever that is. He's your highest paid player, I know that much. Losing him is a huge deal. I actually still kind of like the layered tackle depth.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Coleman and Connerly. You have Wiley and Trent Scott available. Like, for an NFL team where tackles are hard to find, like, I'm not mad at that position. On the interior, you need Chris Paul to have the
same type of year he had
relative productivity he had last year.
Mm-hmm.
I think you love Cosby. And so then it's the center position. And Good Jones is not the answer. I think
Good Jones is not the answer, but I don't really think they expect him to be. I think what they're trying to do is find out what Goldman can do in other positions. In my eyes,
so they can have him active.
Goldman's number 2 at center right now. And if they had to go in the season, if they don't sign anybody else, he'll start.
I agree.
That's what I believe. And I think the thing of it, the main thing that we haven't discussed or said yet, no one is game planning for anything right now. And if you go out there and you game plan, you'll find out. They'll find that where we ain't running up the middle. We running on the edges. We doing different things. So until the game planning actually starts, they're finding out who can I trust to just whip somebody's ass when they have a chance. And Good Jones is not proving he can.
Phones are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. I'm going to start. Chris is in Hyattsville. What's up, Chris?
What's up?
What's
How you
happening?
doing, guys? Good morning.
Good morning, dude.
Listen, I want to say something on behalf of all fans. We do not know what we are talking about, B. Mitch. I think football is the most watched and least understood sport in America, especially offensive line play. But they looked terrible the other day. And I want to ask you, in your opinion, and JP too, was that a talent issue, an execution issue, or possibly a scheme issue? Why were they getting to Jaden so easily? And for that matter, the other QBs too. What was going on there, in your opinion?
The first two plays were blown assignments, hands down.
There was a stunt Good Jones couldn't handle,
So
and then both your tight ends, Bates and Chig, just got beat.
Yeah, you got blown assignments right there and getting whipped. And I don't believe that as you go through a season, you'll just keep doing it all the time. And they're also playing a guy where they're trying to get some work with him in Good Jones. And I don't believe that they feel he's the guy that's going to be there if we don't have Allegretti there.
Appreciate the call, Chris. Phone lines are open. It's B. Mitch and Finley on a Monday morning. The sky, to me, isn't falling, but to some it is. Let's talk.
This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Windows.com, your clear home improvement choice. The Commanders have released running back Jerome Ford with an injury settlement included. Dan Quinn will speak at 4:30 p.m. Teams must trim down to 53 by August 30th. Tennessee beat Seattle last night 19-16. However, Seahawks Bud Clark and Mason Richmond are out with long-term injuries. The Astros have parted ways with GM and former Nationals executive Dana Brown. Astros are 65-66 in first place with the Rangers. Marlins beat the Nationals 6-2. Nats have lost 10 of 12. Cade Cavalli tonight against the Rockies, 6:45 live on the Fan. Mystics beat the Fire 105-100 to clinch a playoff spot. Orlando beat the Washington Spirit 1-0. This August, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Croc Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Well, B, here we are. Couple of stats I think are relevant. One courtesy of my guy, David Agadello. One I just know off the top of my head. We're going to open these phones, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. If you say I'm cherry picking or straw manning here, fair. I'm just going to point out two known statistics.
All right.
When the Lions went 0-16, they were 4-0 in the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
And the Super Bowl ring you wear, the 1991 Washington Redskins, 14-2, one of the greatest teams ever, 0-4 in the preseason.
Yeah.
So, just
listen,
putting those
man,
facts out there.
That's the one thing where people have to stop trying to act like exactly what goes on in preseason is what happened. Because as a Commanders/Redskin fan, one of the best scoring preseasons we had was when Spurrier rolled up in here, Osaka and all that stuff. What happened once the season started?
Ass kicking.
So it matters. It matters to the coaches trying to select a team. It matters to people that are trying to get seen by the coaches too. But the record does not matter.
Let's let the folks chime in. Aaron is in Suitland. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, guys.
How concerned are you by the preseason?
Man, I'm extremely concerned. Thank you so much for taking my phone call. And I 100% disagree with everything that you guys are saying. Let's not go back so far back with this team. Let's look at last year preseason. We averaged on defense giving up maybe around 30, 31 points a game. Well, guess what? It rolled over into, the regular season. One of the things that, and like one of the things as a fan for myself, I've been a fan since 1971. One of the things that I like is when I see a person playing, I like to hear their name call. It reminds me so much of this guy, number 30, for the Washington Redskins in 1990. The very first time he fielded a punt, he returned it for a touchdown. It was a punt or a kickoff. I don't think he was going to make the team. I don't think he was going ahead of Ernest Biner or Riggs or Kelvin Bryant and so on and so forth. So when you see a person do a job and they call their name a lot, then that's indicative of the talent that person has, regardless if they're first team, second team, third team, or what have you. You have to be able to see talent. You have to be able to recognize it, and you have to be able to acknowledge it. It's that plain and simple, and that's what I look at as a fan.
So did the way the starting defense looked encourage you then?
No, because as you know, the NFL is a repetitive, what is a copycat. So guess what? We have problems stopping the run up the middle. So guess what? When the next preseason game, that's what the next NFL team is going to do. They're going to test that, and then if it carries over, guess what? They're going to do it even in the regular season. They're going to test that. When the
starting defense was out there, the first play they scored a touchdown on a fumble, and on the next series they had an interception. That doesn't register. That doesn't count.
Well, I mean, no, truly, that does count. That does count. That shows that they have some speed. Like, for example, just me as a fan, I see that it's going to be difficult to run on the outside of us. But I think that we're liable up the middle. That's what it looks like to me on TV with the limited knowledge and information that I have. It looks like running side to side is going to be difficult, right? That's what it looks like to me. But up the middle, I think we're vulnerable.
Okay. Well, listen, I appreciate the call, man. And I think, everybody's trying to kind of figure out how this thing will look.
But what he's saying, though, okay, he's ready to jump off the bandwagon, but not ready to jump on when somebody does good. See, good stuff is not good enough. Now, he mentioned about me returning the kick. Me returning the kick is seen way more than somebody making tackles and doing things like that. It's those kick returns and touchdowns by a receiver and a running back going a long ways. Those things are like flash plays. If you're a linebacker and you're making your proper reads and turning the people back into another tackle, you're doing your job. So what you're supposed to just leave that and go make some one-on-one tackles, which in essence, you're going to eventually give up a big play. So I'm just saying it's different. You look at different positions in different ways. It's not all the same. Me returning the kick, everybody see that. And after that play,
I think
still
that's
had
a vital part of the styles.
I still had to make the damn team from that point. You know what I'm saying? I was told I haven't done a damn thing, even after returning kicks. There have been people who come here who return kicks in the preseason. They didn't make the football team.
Detroit's first. Listen, if you're upset with this football team right now, I can get it. If you're upset with the resources deployed to the offensive line, because I think that's where most fans are, I can rack my brain around that. I'm not sure I fully agree with where some fans are, but I can understand your concern fully.
You don't think they put resources toward the offensive line?
That's the thing, is because Tunsil's hurt, now all the resources allocated to him don't count.
They don't count, but then you don't have enough to go get another Tunsil?
Right, like they trade for Tunsil, make him the highest paid tackle in football, draft a first-round tackle in Connerly. Coleman was a high third round pick. Cosme got an extension. If you have beef with cutting Biadasz, going with Allegretti, I get it. My only caveat to that would be we're still in August. Yeah. And if Allegretti starts today in a walkthrough, practices tomorrow, practices Wednesday against the Ravens, is good to go for week 1, a lot of this will be rendered irrelevant. But it doesn't change how you feel about it right now. What I will disagree with, though, if it's all about let the guys play, just we want to see some performances. The Detroit offense, they were without Jared Goff, they were without Jahmyr Gibbs. I don't know if folks are calling Detroit radio station, I believe it's 97.1 The Ticket. Did you see how much signage 97.1 The Ticket had in Ford Field?
They're spending money.
Dog, it was everywhere. I believe it's 97.1 The Ticket. Hopefully that's the Odyssey station. Otherwise, we're promoting somebody else. But, I don't know if fans are calling The Ticket to say, why the hell weren't the starters playing? That Detroit team has accomplished much more than this Washington team. Mm-hmm. Jared Goff has now, played in the Super Bowl, played in an NFC title game. Maybe Goff doesn't need preseason work. Jahmyr Gibbs, there was a contract situation. He didn't practice fully. Maybe he doesn't need the preseason work. Mm-hmm. But the defense that was on the field for Washington, all they could do is try to make plays. And
they did.
The first 2 drives for Detroit, 2 plays, a fumble 6. The next drive, 6 plays, Quan Martin gets another pick. Mm-hmm. Quan Martin has now had interceptions in 2 straight preseason games, and his last 2 games in Detroit. I'm now, much like Diami is Mr. January, his only opportunity to play in January, balled out. Quan Martin is Mr. Detroit. Dude just goes up there and makes plays.
Yeah.
I called him that, and he just laughed. I can't understand, if your concern is the Josh Dobbs touchdown, I'll be honest, I'm not going to go back and chart to see who was on the field for that one versus the first 2 series when they were dominant. I can understand that, but you can't just negate the first 2 series of dominance from this defense.
But, Jay, it's being negated. You know why? Because it was too positive.
Let's go to Deacon in D.C. Deacon, what up?
Man, let me tell y'all something. First of all, the covers come off in 2 weeks. first of all, how y'all doing? Good morning,
good, brother.
Great
We're good,
Monday
buddy.
morning.
We are
right.
good.
Listen, the covers come off. The covers come off in 2 weeks. The coach already told you what he was going to do. I'm just going to do the first series with the big guys, with the starters, and then good, bad, they're out of there. Because that's not this preseason. I'm trying to find out who's the next man, the best man, or the next man. So I need to let my puppies play. So the puppies are going to play these next 2 weeks. Really, they really going to play the next 2 weeks. They ain't going to put them starters in there. They already kind of know. Brian, I gotta agree with you on that. The game day is what we setting it up for, but we gotta take this thing to the level where we can get the game day to say what's going on. So you already kind of know who the starters are, but now we got to find out what we got in the mix. And that thing with Styles is doing exactly what he's being told to do. He ain't out of place. He's doing what he gonna start. He's gonna be that guy, and it's not gonna be a flash play like you say, Brian. That touchdown that you ran preseason, that was a flash play. Now then, you had to play the whole game to try to play up to that flash play. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So no, this thing here, we got a good, solid team. I think the man has done. The head coach has done a great job putting people together. Alan Grady, if he's not ready, next man up. And we're training and seeing it. It might be Cosme, it might be that third round draft pick. But the bottom line is, if Alan Grady's not ready, he's going to try. We're going to try this with him moving forward, maybe with this week or whatever. And Baltimore would be a good way to. Baltimore would be a good way to see if he, game ready. You know what I mean? So that's what I got, man. Just everybody just calm down. The naysayers on the radio, the media don't play the game. Facebook,
Appreciate you, man.
Instagram, they don't play the game.
Like the one thing I'll say, I don't know. Deacon said a lot there, and I appreciate the call. Two things can be true. Styles was out of position on the Josh Dobbs 50-yard touchdown run. Period. So were 5 other people, and it was the third drive of the Lions. I'm going to actually try to chart this here in the break. Quick break. If you're on hold, stay there. We're taking calls all day. We're going to talk some college football because it's a damn mess, and we're excited. Dan Orlovsky will join us at 12:30. Nobody go anywhere. God, I love this song. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Coming to you live from a tent in a field in Ashburn, Virginia. BigBear.ai Performance Center. Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool. Keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. And if it ain't Rude, Brian.
It ain't right.
Damn right. I want to let folks weigh in on the phones, what they've seen from preseason. Are they freaked out? Are they not too worried? Let's go to Trucker Dan. What up, Trucker?
Oh, what's up, fellas? How you doing? How you doing?
We good, man.
Thanks so much. I've been in Ohio for the past 2 weeks, man. I've been listening to y'all from there.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate
Odyssey app.
But y'all should be hearing what they saying about the Browns over there.
I mean, that's a mess. We should discuss that later.
They've been a mess for years.
Man, but look, my one thing is I don't really care about the preseason, but I do care about what happens in it. You know, that kind of give you a blueprint of what you should expect.
That's
so
the right
as far as
approach.
the defense, I'm loving that. The defense 100%. I'm loving that. But my thing is, if everybody's getting a clean slate from last year, I don't think Revo should be starting over Juan. Juan is an elite player, and I think if he was to start, he'd be he would be better for us. But my other thing is, we got a lot of wide receivers and a lot of safeties. We got to use that as leverage to maybe trade for a center. I know the Bills got Christian Berry, and the Seattle got their backup. He's actually good too. So maybe we could try here and there. But I know Adam Peters there put in all that work this off season just to let it go by with the offensive line. Like that, the season ain't over yet. It ain't even start. You know what I mean? So, but it can be over real quick if we do not address this O-line issue. And to think that Allegretti is just going to come out the woodworks and be like ready, like we are really, really hoping for a lot. Like we put all our eggs in that basket. And look at this example, right? Our main man Bates, elite tight end, right? Number one blocker tight end in the game. He was injured. He ain't played. He come in the game and he missed the blocking. So you don't think that will translate also to Allegretti, who, by the way, is playing 2 elite defensive tackle week 1 versus the Eagles. And you know, one thing that they don't do in Eagles, they do not play fair like Detroit was. You know, they bear rap our man Jaden. Eagles not doing that. They're going to smack the bricks out of that. So, no, I'm not trying to put all my eggs in that basket. And I think Adam Peters, I'm not part of the media, but if I was, I'd have been pressing that issue. I'd been like, Mr. Peters. So when, I'd have asked him nicely. I'm not trying, but something has to give right now. We can't put all our eggs. And, all right, so Allegretti goes down. Are we really putting all our eggs in Julio Jones to really be our backup to protect Jaden Daniels? The man is snapping the ball over people's heads, missing a block. No, man, like, we can't do that to our quarterback. We can't do that to Daniels. We went out and did too much this offseason.
That's a great call, man. Like, what you're saying is legitimate. It's not overly reactive. It's not hot takey. There are question marks, undeniably. And the center situation is the top of the list. Credit to Mitch Tischler. He was freaked out about this in February. Mm-hmm. I just think organizationally, they're going to tell you, we believe in Nick, just need him on the field.
Yeah.
And I also think they're going to add somebody after roster cuts, but they're not going to do it right now.
Probably would, but I still think Gobin to them.
Like if there was a real game.
It makes a lot of sense over Julian Good-Jones.
Sure. So I agree with you, B. Why don't you just do it then?
But the thing of it is,
like that second preseason game, if we've seen enough, like
maybe he'll get some shot this week. But the whole thing is, he does some stuff. I saw him in center in practice.
Sure.
In the games, he's been playing more guard because I think one thing about them, they don't talk about it as much as Ron does. They like people that can do multiple things, especially on the offensive line. Because when they come down to their final O-line, everybody will be able to play more than one position. That's a guarantee.
The Good Jones thing is not the answer. It's crystal clear. They've got now. The other part of this is nobody's going to play Friday night. So, like, I wouldn't expect Allegretti to. Maybe you see Good Jones again Friday night, but I wouldn't draw a conclusion from that. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Anthony in Martinsville. What's up, Ant?
Hey, man, long time
No, here I ain't get a chance to talk to y'all last week too much, but great to hear y'all voice again.
Appreciate you, brother.
Hey, listen, I just want to tell y'all and all the fans, man. Look, we just don't know. We don't know because part of it is they thinking about Philly, and they want to know the matchups that they're gonna have to put out there for Philly for us, the offensive line. They still trying to. We was 5-12 last year. We trying to figure out what player plays best in what spot. Now, if we was 12-5 and we was every year 12-5, we would be saying what goes good with our scheme, with our offense. But we were not at that level, so they trying to figure out what players go good where, and our fans want us to see Pro Bowlers at every position. They want to see Sonny Styles blitz on every play and get 5 sacks in a preseason game. Bro, chill out. They getting ready for Philly the best that they can, and I gotta believe that they waiting until these cuts come out and see who's available, who get released, and they'll pick up a center and have him come in, and it might be Goldman for the first couple of weeks until the guy that they pick up gets up to speed. And they might run a different scheme. We didn't see no zone running game out there against Detroit. We didn't see them doing a whole bunch of double moves as far as the wide receivers. I mean, so they not running the whole offense. The fans just got to chill out, bro.
All right, bro. Appreciate you.
Thanks, bud. I do think drawing too many conclusions from the preseason is premature. Let's let Jupe weigh in. Jupe, what up, man?
What up, Jupe?
Something wrong with we got this rain.
What?
You up, Jupe?
Okay, let me what's wrong with
All right, put Jupe on hold.
Yeah, Jupe,
Jupe's talking to somebody about the rain, like he's a farmer or something. We're going to take a quick break. If you're on hold, stay there. If not, I want to have a conversation, some college football. I want to go around the league. I want to check on Cleveland. There's a lot going on. We're live from Ashburn. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
The NFL Cleveland Browns have tabbed Deshaun Watson as their QB1 instead of Shedeur Sanders. The Commanders have added a practice for today, and Dan Quinn will speak at 4:30. The team has released running back Jerome Ford. Tennessee beat Seattle 19-16, but Bud Clark and Mason Richmond of the Seahawks are out long-term with injuries. Raiders running back Ashton Genty has a sprained ankle. The Cleveland Browns also have waived tight end Daquan Wright. He's going to go to LSU. The Astros have parted ways with general manager and former Nationals executive Dana Brown. Marlins beat the Nationals 6-2. Nats have lost 10 of their last 12 and scored only 20 runs on the road trip. Tonight they take on the Rockies with Cade Cavalli to the bump. The call on the Fan at 6:45. Mystics into the playoffs with a 105-100 win over the Fire. Orlando Pride stunned Washington Spirit 1-0. Wyndham Clark holds off Rory McIlroy to capture BMW championship. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067, The Fan. Last few days of Commanders training camp, all of our training camp coverage on The Fan brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. I did want to check in with the boys because we're going to talk to John Talty in about a half hour about the state of college football. Stallion, you were New York City Stallion this weekend. How'd it go, brother?
It was a good little weekend in New York. I'm not going to lie. I am exhausted. Like, New York can drain you, man.
It's a young man's game up there.
It is a young man's game, but it was a good time. Got back last
the Yankee game?
Yes. So here's the thing. You guys know me. I'm a big baseball fan.
We don't know all that. We just know that you say you are.
Nah. I love the Yankees. So I was excited to go to Yankee Stadium. Did the whole thing. We didn't get there till the second inning. And I'm kind of like a guest this trip, so I couldn't get like mad and just kind of express myself and be like, dude, what are we doing? Like, it's everyone's first Yankees game. We're getting there in the second inning. Like, that's a terrible mistake. You know what time we also left? The eighth inning. You know, who decided to come back and make it a good game? The Yankees. Like,
why'd you leave early? That's on you. Getting there late might not be on you, but
well, so at that point, I'm like, listen, they aren't baseball fans. It's like 7 of the 8 people that were in there. Like, they were just there to drink and have fun. We didn't even have seats. We had standing room only.
That's what you were there for, too, Ryan. Come on now.
Well, no,
when they got ready to leave in the 8th inning to go drink more, you were happy as hell.
No. I wanted to sit there and enjoy Yankee Stadium. Like, I took some time to walk around just myself. Just kind of, like, take it in. And like,
did you tell them you wasn't ready to leave?
You hadn't been to the new Yankee Stadium?
I hadn't been to New Yankee Stadium.
Did you tell them you wasn't ready to leave?
Yeah. And they were like, well, we're going to a bar. And I'm like,
you should have said, I'll meet y'all later.
Yeah, you have a cell phone.
I mean, I could have, but
so he did what he wanted to do.
I'm there. I haven't seen my cousins in a while. It's one of those things like, okay, I'm already staying in a hotel for free. Like, it's, you know, it'd have been a bad bit, I felt like.
I guess, man. Did they go to bars in the Bronx, or did you guys go back to the city?
Yeah, I gotta say, yeah, Billy's. So we went to Billy's right outside.
You
which
easily could have stayed and then
he could have stayed and met him, but he wanted to go drink. Because I guarantee you, when you was in the bar, you wasn't sitting there catching up with your damn cousin.
No, sorry, we went to Billy's before the game, and then after we went to the financial district.
So you went back to the city.
We went back into the city.
So that would have been harder to like find the right.
Exactly.
But whatever, you still have cell phones. You could have waited another inning.
What bar you're at? I'm gonna catch your Uber to the bar.
Yeah. Bang.
So, well, here's the thing: the Ubers were about like $120.
That's why you left, because you're cheap as hell, and you let your cousins and your friends take care of all the damn bills.
Breaking news: I don't have B-Mitch money. Yes.
You just told us on Friday you are very good financially and you got a stash. Did he not?
No. Yeah. But then what did I say after that? I said I was cheap.
How do you handle going to New York, drinking all day? A beer's $25. Like
he stayed in the hotel for free.
No. So actually, here's the weird thing: the drinks in New York weren't that expensive. Like, I think DC's a lot more expensive drinks wise. Maybe it was just the spots that we were going to. Yeah. Like, we went to some dive bars, man.
No, maybe you weren't paying the bill. That's why you thought it was cheap.
I paid the bill.
The New York City is not cheaper than DC by no stretch of the imagination.
How about we're going to move forward? I'm glad you had a nice time. I have a comment that I will actually save for off air for some photos you sent us, but I'm gonna do you a solid and address that tomorrow.
I might do it on air. Let me look at these photos. I'm not giving him no damn.
We got real breaking news here, B. This is weird. 49ers owner Jed York was arrested in the Youngstown, Ohio area over the weekend and found guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges.
What are misdemeanor charges?
Disorderly conduct, and possessing criminal tools. I don't know what criminal tools.
What's that?
I don't know. He was arrested Sunday. So when I first saw this headline, it said 49ers owner arrested in East Palestine. And I thought that meant, like, Israel. I guess East Palestine is a town outside of Youngstown, Ohio. Court records showed York was sentenced to 2 days in the Columbiana County Jail with credit for a day served. He was also ordered to pay $1,100 in fines. Court orders show a cell phone was ordered returned to York, and $160 seized shall be forfeited to the Mahoning Valley Human Trafficking Task Force as part of the agreement. Not a lot of information here. When I hear disorderly conduct, I kind of think you're drunk and didn't listen to a cop. I have no idea what possessing criminal tools means.
That doesn't make. I don't know that.
It's like a crowbar. I just Google it. Like things like crowbars and lockpicks that you're using for an illegal intent.
What the hell is the owner of the Niners
Why did he
doing?
have a crowbar?
Is he breaking into somebody's house?
I'm done with this one.
That's weird. Generally, NFL owners roll with security, like at all times. And I would think, like those, but the Niners' ownership history is a little funky.
Mm-hmm.
There's some stuff there.
Some people were like picking up trash bags of cash.
Yeah.
Trying to get casinos in New Orleans.
You certainly hope
Remember
everything's
that?
all right there. I don't know much, but I just found that pretty odd. We're about to have John Talty on, and I want to have a little bit of a college football discussion because over the weekend, the Browns waived tight end Daquan Wright, and assuming he cleared waivers, he has an agreement in place to go play for LSU. This is a dude.
And you know
that was in an NFL training camp.
One of the judges who basically gave these kids the right is from Baton Rouge, and he's an LSU supporter. See, I may be different than a lot of people, but politics and judicial, stay the hell out of sports. Because the same stuff with the kid in Texas Tech, it was a judge who supported Texas Tech who was trying to give him the leeway to play, even though the guy had gambled on college football. Now this judge is letting people coming back to LSU. You know, I just don't buy that. Listen, you have 5 years to do 4. If you already got those 5 years gone, you go. These judges can't say, "Oh no, we're giving you another year of eligibility." That's just BS, man.
So this dude got cut from the Browns, and he's going to play at LSU. Todd Monken, the Browns head coach, who's got a lot going on. There's a lot going on in Cleveland and apparently Youngstown. Todd Monken said, "Man, isn't this bleep crazy? I don't even know what to say. I've wondered why Lane Kiffin reached out to me a week ago. Now I know. I didn't call him back. I guess I should have." This is crazy.
Listen, man. If guys are in the NFL camp, they should not be allowed to go back.
And we saw it with the NBA too. No.
Yeah. I just don't buy that.
But dude,
what if all of the other SEC teams say, okay, if he is not and what if a judge comes and says he's not allowed to play in Mississippi? They got 2 schools there, right? He's not allowed to play in Alabama. There's 2 schools there, right? How about Tennessee, Texas, Oklahoma? What if all of them start just coming back and saying we will put an injunction where he's not allowed to play in those places? They have that right because the dude in Baton Rouge he did it for LSU to say the guys come back. What I want is for all of them to go do your damn job and get the hell out of the college football jobs.
It is just insane that this is happening. I mean, that's the only thing that shut down. What's my man's name? Sorsby.
That's what I'm talking about.
It was the rest of the Big 12 was like, we won't play you. And that's the only reason he eventually declared for the NFL, and then that fell through. But, like, there are no adults in the room. Like,
But
there's
see, that's
just
the thing about
nobody
it.
that
The adults are screwing it up. Everybody was pissed off at all these kids, but the adults are the ones making all the reasons. Why? For their own benefit?
Yes.
They're making all the decisions. So let's be real about it.
Dan Lanning is the head coach of the Oregon Ducks. I like Lanning. They have not been able to break through and win a natty, but that Oregon team is good. They are tough. I actually said this to Josh Connerly maybe last week when I was talking with him. The guys I've interacted with that come out of that Oregon program, they are professionals, man. They carry themselves in an impressive manner. I think that's a reflection on the head coach. This is Dan Lanning discussing about the college football situation.
I mean, I think there's a lot of negatives that are involved around this. One, once you go to the NFL, to me, you're in the NFL. You don't get the opportunity to come back. Two, most of us have built our rosters and you have a limited roster limit now. So if you invited somebody back to your team, that means you're kicking somebody else off your team, right? To match your roster limits. I don't think that's fair to the players that worked all summer, all spring, and put themselves in position to be ready to work for a team. To have somebody come back. But ultimately, it used to be once you had an agent or once you went and did the combine or once you went to all those things qualified as you are no longer an amateur, you're a professional now once you declare for the draft. So to let any of those players come back, fair or unfair to them, it's unfair to the sport.
I agree.
I've seen the following.
I agree, right?
So listen, this is the grant. These judges are saying we giving them they give the guys an extra year of eligibility. So that's 5 years. How about guys that probably played in the NFL already that might have 1 year left? So if they played 3 or they played 4, you get what I'm saying? What if it's somebody who maybe had played 8 years? He got 2 years left for eligibility because he didn't go through all 5 of them, and he still can play. You think he should be able to come back too? See, it's a slippery slope they're dealing with right now. Because it's not going to just be 1 year, 2 year guys. It's going to be somebody else 4 or 5 years out the league with eligibility left that's going to say, hey, I'll go back to college and play.
It's also crazy. I don't necessarily trust the politicians on Capitol Hill to fix anything, but something has to happen. This is insane.
I think all of these ADs and these presidents of these universities, they need to get together and stop it.
But do they want to? If they're all driven.
If you start getting your tail kicked by these guys coming back from the pros, you're going to want to stop it. So let's just get to the point and let's still allow people opportunity to leave high school and go to college. Enjoy that time and then go. I think you got 5 years to play football. If one is a red shirt, the other 4 you play. If you still have your college going on after that, do what you got to do, but you're not playing no more sports.
So one thing I think is really interesting is I know some folks involved in the Army football team and the Navy football team, and they've said the NIL and transfer portal for them, because if you just pay attention in the last couple of years, Army and Navy have become way better. They're ranked again.
But that guy's not leaving.
When they recruit a player, now granted, they probably don't get NIL to go to a service academy.
No.
But what they get is, we're not in the transfer portal. You will not be over-recruited. So if you're a developmental 2 or 3 star linebacker, you could go there and know I'm going to get to play for 4 years and get better. If you're a 2 or 3 star linebacker coming out of high school and your options are Iowa State or Arizona State or Minnesota, man, if I don't perform, they're going to have some dude transfer in.
Yeah.
And then I'm transferring down to 1AA or whatever it is. So it's if you're going after the elite players, the 5 stars, they're never going to a service academy.
Nope.
Maybe you get a one-off kid that, his father or mother went there or something. I don't want to say never, but odds are against it.
Odds are you're not getting them.
But if you're a 2 or 3 star kid, more and more of the 2 or 3 star kids have to do their own recruiting because the college coaches are so focused on transfer portal.
Yeah.
If you're the linebackers coach for Rutgers, are you going to spend your time on a 17-year-old that won't pan out? Are you going to spend your time on the 4th linebacker from Missouri who says he's going into the portal that you think is a scheme fit, and you've already seen him play 2 years of college football.
Yeah.
Like it's just an impossible situation, and
I just think that the one way you can do this thing, when you go to a school, you need to be committed to a certain amount of years, and then you can go into the portal. If you don't, I think 2-3 years you have to be. But the guy that's at a different school every damn year, I don't agree with that.
yeah, man, I don't.
And you know I'm pro athlete. Get as much money as you can, but if you go somewhere, you should be there 2 to 3 years. Then you can move on. But I don't believe in this every year I'm moving somewhere else. That's that AAU mindset, and I don't buy it at all. That's why you got so many screwed up young people in the world now, because nobody ever had to fight through anything. Nobody got to stick to nothing. Everybody just get moved on to the easier position, and I don't buy that.
A couple big announcements in the college football world. Bama named Keelan Russell their starter at quarterback. That was an open competition, but everybody kind of thought it was going to be Russell. Tennessee, B-Mitch, named this kid.
The freshman, right?
A true freshman. 5-star true freshman, Faison Brandon, their starting coach.
Something I asked you about that. If a guy comes in freshman, and like the guy was promised a number at LSU,
yeah.
What if he was promised a job now? So I got to start him, or he gonna leave and go somewhere else. See, that is where it's coming to, where, you know, if he actually won the job, cool. But what I would say in this, schools, if you guy wins a job as a freshman, you need a contract or something. You're here for 3 years at least. And let's go. Let's see.
It is my impression from speaking with agents and speaking with some college coaches that I know, there are more and more, especially high-profile players, that are signing like 2-year NIL deals. So you know there is some continuity. I don't know the situation with Faison Brandon in Knoxville, but I do know this, B. Listen to these numbers. He played his college football at Grimsley, which is in North Carolina. I don't know where that is.
College or high school?
I'm sorry, it's high school football. Grimsley High School. White B, look that up for me. Led them to consecutive state championships in 24 and 25 while posting a 35-1 record as a starter.
Damn.
In his high school career, he threw 90 touchdowns to 10 picks. Has a 9-1 TDI.
That's nice. Now, the thing about it, who was he playing against? That's what we need to know.
4 of his career 10 interceptions came as a freshman when he was a backup.
Okay.
So in the following 3 years, I don't know how many touchdowns there were that year. He threw 6 picks in 3 years.
I'd like to know who he played against, because, like, you know, some of them schools that Peyton Manning and played in LSU, I mean, in Louisiana, they were in a Catholic League, but they played against some bums.
So Grimsley High School is in Greensboro, North Carolina, formerly known as Greensboro Central. I don't know what that level of competition is like. I know North Carolina has some good football. Mm-hmm. Greensboro's probably the 3rd biggest city in the state. Obviously Charlotte, then Raleigh. I would think Greensboro's 3rd. Maybe it's Durham. But if you're winning state titles,
yeah.
And if it's I don't know the size of the high school. I don't know. The numbers are pretty damn impressive regardless. It's got about 2,000 kids. That I would think is a pretty big high school, playing in like you know who might know is London. And we could text London for the Grimsley High School. Now, granted, his son plays in Charlotte. You see the highlights London posted of his son?
Man.
The kid can play.
No, he can play. You know, London was fast. London ran like 4.4.
Well, London was also a hooper. Yeah. You imagine trying to guard, because I imagine the way London has that barrel chest, I imagine he had that when he was 17, 18 years old.
Yeah, he'd probably been walking around like that since he was 6.
Can you imagine me trying to guard London Fletcher in high school basketball?
No.
Like a dude that's my build versus that? Do you think high school me versus high school Fletch would have a better chance at basketball or football?
None of them.
Nobody go anywhere. John Talty joins us next. You're listening to B. Mitch at Finley.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you this summer, you need to turn to Rude. with Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before heading off for vacation? You can adjust it in seconds and stop cooling the empty house. Plus, you'll get instant alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the cool, crisp difference instantly. Here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions while you're trying to relax, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control operating efficiently even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
This update brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred said yesterday that we are planning on playing baseball next year. MLB owners and the Players Association continue negotiating a new collective bargaining agreement which expires December 1st. Browns have tabbed Deshaun Watson as their QB1, not Shedeur Sanders. The Steelers have activated veteran cornerback Jalen Ramsey. Seahawks Bud Clark and Mason Richmond suffer long-term injuries. Commanders practice today and get ready for the Ravens on Friday. They've released running back Jerome Ford. The Astros have parted ways with GM and former Nats exec Dana Brown after going 2-6 in their last 8. Nats have lost 10 of their last 12, hosting Colorado Rockies tonight, 6:45 with Cade Cavalli right here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, fired up to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. Talk to our friend John Talty, National College Sports Reporter for CBS Sports. You can check out his book, Lane Being Lane, via the Wall Street Journal. John, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Good. Appreciate you guys having me on again.
Appreciate you. Dude, we appreciate you. I want to talk actual ball, but it's hard to not start with yet another judge getting involved in college football and letting kids or young men that are in NFL training camps
go back,
enter the transfer portal and go back to college. What the hell is going on here?
It's crazy. Yeah, it's absurd. I think I'm not surprised that some of this is happening. And, you mentioned Lane being Lane. It's an example of also Lane being Lane in orchestrating some of this stuff, specifically that Louisiana case. But, people are always looking for edges. They're going to try to push the limit, sometimes go past the limit every opportunity they can. And here's a situation in which that's happening. And so it's, I think, frankly, disappointing that this is kind of where we're at. Like, there's honestly not much that gets me real fired up, and this one it has, just because it just feels kind of antithetical to what it should be. And especially, it just feels wild to me that anybody would want to willingly potentially leave the NFL to go back to college football. That's just insane to think about. Even a year ago that would have been insane to think about, but the fact that this is now in play is just wild and speaks to, I think, where the sport is right now.
Just like in the Sorsby case, there were a lot of people against it, a lot of people fighting it, and that's why he ended up having to just drop out and move on. Do you think you're going to have other schools or other conferences going against this one?
I do. I definitely think it's possible. Now, whether it rises to the level of what we saw with Sorsby remains to be seen. I think one of the differences here is that we're just on a very expedited timeline where, we got games this weekend, right? And, then we'll, of course, week one, the following. So, there's just a lot happening very fast. That Sorsby case, played out over time, and you saw it kind of take a little bit of time to get people as revved up as they were. And then, some of the lawsuits and stuff like that going back and forth ultimately played a big role in Sorsby not playing. So I'm kind of waiting to see if anybody comes out as forceful as people did in the Sorsby situation. I can tell you privately, a lot of people are complaining about it, but we'll see if it's there was the Sorsby situation, for instance, there was a Big 12 AD who came out with his name attached to it with some bad words about how mad he was. Will that happen in the SEC? I'm not quite sure. Typically, things are more behind the scenes in terms of disagreements and things like that. But we'll see. Certainly people are not thrilled that this is happening, and especially the fact that it's happening at LSU with Lane Kiffin.
So speaking of LSU and Lane Kiffin, you wrote an article, maybe it was last week, about the most expensive rosters in college football. And it seems, reading this article, that there are 6 colleges that have kind of broken away and are spending more than anybody. and it's LSU, Miami, Oregon, USC, Texas, and Texas A&M. Who's spending the most? What are those schools doing differently than the rest? Like, how much more egregious is like Texas and Texas A&M than Michigan and Ohio State or something?
Yeah, I mean, I would say your top two are LSU and Miami. Miami, of course, has been very aggressive, and we wrote about it in the story. To the best of my knowledge, no one wrote about this last year and kind of flew under the radar, but they had a more than $40 million roster last year, and it's gone up since then, right? So they're way up there. LSU is interesting because, you know, they were going to come in at probably a pretty good number, and then I think Lane getting there, getting the base fired up, having the ability to go out and get some top talent at the portal. As you guys know, he's the self-anointed portal king, and they were very aggressive in going out and getting those guys. And so when you look at just two of their bigger additions, Sam Leavitt from Arizona State and then Jordan Seaton from Colorado, like just right there, that's more than $10 million. Just two guys. And that's wild, right? But that when you have two guys making $10 million combined, more than $10 million combined, like your roster number is going to get pretty high. So there are multiple people that we talk to that believe they're beyond the $50 million mark. At minimum, they're definitely mid to high 40s. And so the spending has just continued to explode. I think there was a hope, clearly a misguided hope, that with the House settlement and the rev share, that this was going to bring some of these numbers down. And in fact, it's been the opposite. They continue to explode and really does not seem to be much slowing them down. I guess potentially if there's successfully passed federal legislation, maybe that helps. But as of right now, we're just seeing these numbers go up and up and up. And like, there are teams that are not going to be very good this year that are going to spend $30 million plus on their roster, which would have been unthinkable a couple years ago.
That's crazy.
So they could be north of 50. I can tell you this: he better win in LSU then.
Yeah. So like, was part of him leaving Ole Miss to go to LSU? Was there some sort of like guarantee of like, hey man, we will spend the cash?
That is certainly one of the factors. Now, I can tell you that Ole Miss people had promised him before he left, like, hey, we can guarantee X level for at least the next 3 years. And, you know, Ole Miss is a smaller, smaller fan base, less, huge donors
Right.
relative to some of these other places. And so it's a little bit harder for them. But I'll tell you what, man, I talked to somebody at a different SEC school for that story who was like, I think Ole Miss is getting the best bang for their buck out of any program in the country. Like, they get every last penny they can. So there could be some of like, we've tapped out what we're capable of doing here, which I think is, a relatively fair argument to make. Whereas LSU, you guys know, like when people are bad, they're even like just not meeting expectations, it can lead to, well, let's go spend big. I want to win again. And so I do think you're seeing some of that with LSU. And if he wins big this year or next year, then that will keep rolling in. If he does not win and they feel like, wow, we spent a lot of money, didn't get much for it, then sometimes you see the money dry up. And, that's happened at places like Florida State, where the money spigot's kind of been turned off because they don't believe in the program to maximize their dollars.
Gosh, it's just all so fascinating. What do you make? We're talking with our friend John Talty, national college sports reporter for CBS Sports. I have heard this, and I kind of find it hard to believe, but part of me wonders if your reporting shows it's accurate. If you look at the schools you say are really separating in NIL, is LSU, Oregon, USC, Miami, Texas, and Texas A&M. Texas and Texas A&M are driven by oil money.
Yeah.
Miami and USC are driven by kind of L.A., Miami, fancy people money. Oregon's got Nike. LSU's got
Oil,
Louisiana. Oil,
sugarcane, soybeans, seafood.
Yeah, whatever. It's Louisiana. That's its own entity. But big picture here, that's only like, what do you make of the divide now between Big Ten rosters and SEC rosters from a money perspective?
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting, in some of the differences conference to conference. So, we basically, did that project. We pulled out the top spenders, but then we also tried to put every single Power 4 roster into a bucket of more than 40, 30 to 39, 20 to 29, below 20, right? And there is no one in the SEC from all of the people we talked to that is below $20 million. Okay. Everyone will have a $20 million or more roster. And really, in the SEC, that number's around $25 million. The Big Ten does have a few programs below $20 million. And so you've got like a Purdue, for instance, that's going to be below $20 million this year. Where you really see the massive divide, and this is where I think it's going to be really interesting over the next 5 years of college sports if this continues. The ACC and Big 12 have numerous programs below 20 million. And if you look in the Big 12, based on our reporting, there's not a single program above 40 million. There's one in the 30 million plus range, which is Texas Tech. And then it's a bunch of either 20s or below 20s. And some of those programs are going to be pretty good this year. They're finding ways to get the most out of their dollars. But just in general, the program that has double the amount of money to work with is probably going to be the more successful one. And so it'll just be interesting to see if this continues and if these SEC and Big Ten programs, especially on the higher end, are able to continue to do this year after year. Like over time, that's going to be a pretty big impact. And you can see why some of these ACC schools and Big 12 schools, like, just it's going to be very hard for them to compete in this new world if you have a $10 million roster and you're going up against a program that might have $45 to $50 million on their roster.
John, we talk lately. All we talk about is the amount people are making in college football, and that's about it. Do they still have a damn GPA they got to maintain?
They're still going to school. I mean, some of these guys, I think they're like, who is it? I think it might be Lenora Sellers, who just, I think, has an internship.
He just had one
semester.
internship.
That's it. So, I mean, you got some of that. But, yeah, I mean, that is the thing that's, like, forgotten about is, like, some of these guys, like, yeah, they are still supposed to be going to school and maintaining grades and all that stuff. And, like, it's just, there's also at a certain point, and I think it's starting to happen a little bit right now, but at a certain point, like, these kids are, they're used to obviously being treated very well. There's a lot of money poured into the programs. Like, at a certain point, people can make, hey, I'm already paying you $3 million a year. Like, I'm not paying for this other thing that you want, And so we'll see if that starts to shift where it's treated more and more like professionals. Like, we pay you what you pay you, but we're not, like, going to have, like, an insane locker room for you the way we used to, or we're not going to spend as much as we've been spending on the training table and things like that.
I wish I was in school right now getting $8 million. Something
crazy.
like that. They wouldn't have to feed me.
I don't know that this information is public or you've obtained it. Who's the highest paid player in college football?
So there's a few that I would put in that range. And what makes this stuff honestly tricky is, like, one, everybody lies. And so some people overinflate how much they make. A lot of programs like to underinflate because they don't want everybody knowing how much money they have. So you got to take everything with a little bit of a grain of salt. And then the final caveat I'll add is, like, some guys are legitimately making money through NIL deals. Like, we have kind of like the funny money, which is like boosters and, hey, we'll pay you to go to this one event and we'll pay you $250,000, stuff like that. There's other guys like an Arch Manning who have legitimate national NIL deals. So with all those caveats, I would put Jeremiah Smith as number one. People believe he's in the 8-figure range himself, but he's also making legitimate, real NIL money because of who he is and his actual ability to generate money off his name, image, and likeness. So he's at the very top. Arch is obviously making a lot, but people around Texas will tell you that he does not make that much directly from Texas because he's able to make so much money on legitimate endorsements. Like, they're not devoting much of any of their rev share money to Arch. So that's kind of interesting. And then, like, the other one I would point to is Darian Mensah. He had to get out of a pretty expensive deal at Duke to go to Miami. So there was money paid up, basically, so he could buy himself out and go to Miami. He's going to be right in that top range, too. Those are the guys that I would point to first.
Two, I think, freshman quarterbacks coming in that are supposed to be really good. This kid Faison Brandon at Tennessee, and is the kid Mayava at USC? What do we need to know about those fellas?
I like Faison Brandon a lot. Actually got to spend some time with him last year. Just, like, really good kid, really smart, sharp, a little quiet, like kind of a lead by example kind of guy, but, like, he's just built for this era. Like, I think he handles himself super well. the people around Tennessee love him, and has the ability to be very good right off the bat. I mean, you always are going to have some of that potential for some freshman struggles, but you got a guy like him, and another one I'll shout out is at Alabama, Keelan Russell, technically a sophomore because there's not really red shirts anymore if this 5-for-5 thing, but has not played much at all to this point. Would have been considered a redshirt freshman. He's another one, former 5-star guy, very highly regarded. They went with him over the veteran on the roster, just the way Tennessee did with Faison Brandon. So those are two guys that, like, it might be a bit of a roller coaster, but those two programs are very bullish on those guys' ability to be special. And, one of those teams you could see potentially they can survive the early couple weeks, get better and better as the season goes on.
This is a last question for me, John, and this is purely self-serving. You mentioned Purdue is the only Big Ten school not spending at least $20 million. Where is Maryland spending come in?
Yeah, we have them in the above $20 million range. They have definitely stepped it up recently, and I think
Damn, Jay,
they have.
What are you giving them?
I don't have that B-Mix money. They're trying to compete,
I think
though.
if my book does well, Locks might hit me up for a donation. But they've done a good job of trying to get more corporate sponsors, and they have a whole new look at athletic department led by this guy Jim Smith, who you guys know, coming from the professional world, and very smart, sharp. If you follow his Instagram, he's constantly posting on meeting with donors and things like that. So
I follow him. That dude works hard.
Yeah, he's a great follow. I recommend following him on Instagram. It's kind of a fun look at what an AD job is like. But they've done a really good job of significantly raising their money. As you guys might remember, I had a book a couple years ago, The Price, in which Maryland was one of the programs that we focused on, and they were very, very low on NIL, and they're still clearly not near the top of the Big Ten with USC, Ohio State, Oregon, but they've come a long way, at least kind of being in the mix. And Malik Washington's good, and some of the other guys they have, maybe have a chance to surprise some people this year.
Let's get in the mix. Dude, I love Locks. I love Jim Smith. I've gotten to know those guys. You got to get to a bowl game. And I think Locks knows the pressure that's on him. What do you need to get to a bowl game? 7 wins?
I think it's 6, but I think that they probably need 7 is what I would think. And there's 2 critical games early on for Maryland. You got UConn week 2, and I think it's Virginia Tech week 3. Those have to be wins, in my opinion, especially year 1 of James Franklin. Like, you can't let that guy get going on you and get an early win. This is the year I think you have to catch him. So if they don't win those first 2, you're going to see the noise start to crank up. And, as you guys know, Maryland's a September team, so it's good that they're probably getting those games early. But they're going to have to win those games to have a shot probably at 7. And then if you get hot, get a little momentum, maybe they can steal a game against a bigger opponent or 2, which historically has been a bit of a struggle for Locks.
B, I'm not sure it's good to be called a September team in the sport of football. Yo, John, thank you for the time, dude. Always
get you early.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, man. Take care. John Talty does a great job. Give him a follow at JTalty, Talty. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Currently signing up for Derek's damn fantasy league.
You mean that fixed league?
It's fixed.
I wouldn't join that league then. Did you win it last year?
No, I think I got.
Who won it? Don't tell me Derek won it.
I don't know.
So you don't know who won it?
He did change last year. The website we used was awful. So at least he changed that. We're on a different website. I still don't understand why he won't just use the website I want him to use, but he is the commish, so he has those abilities.
Because he probably made that website. He knows what you're doing all the time.
We'll see. I think I made the playoffs last year, but I don't honestly remember. I wanted to ask you, I don't know what you were doing yesterday afternoon. I was at my niece's birthday party, and my wife gave me a hard time because I watched golf most of the afternoon rather than swim in the swimming pool.
Mm-hmm.
You had the BMW Championship from St. Louis, and you had Live Golf Indianapolis from Indianapolis. I ended up watching both. I thought the PGA golf was super impressive. Wyndham Clark had a big lead, blew it on the front. Rory came charging. Rory kind of blew it on a par 5, maybe 16, I'd say. And Clark finished with 3 straight birdies to win it. It was an impressive performance.
All right.
By a guy, to me, in Wyndham Clark that's established himself as a real player. You get 2 U.S. Opens, you're a real player.
Hell yeah.
But B. Mitch, the juxtaposition of watching the PGA Tour event, which is clearly serious golf, world-class players, with the juxtaposition of watching Live, and I made a point to watch Live, and honestly, I wonder if I would watch more Live if more of it was in the United States. But because it's often played in Sri Lanka or Australia, like the time zones, like I'm not staying up till 3 a.m. to watch Live golf. But you had the best of the best in Live on the leaderboard yesterday. You had Rahm, DeChambeau, Sergio Garcia, and I was really impressed by the young man that won it. This guy Michael Lasasso, who I'm not that familiar with. I think he won a USAM or a NCAA championship or something that got him a big enough profile to join Live. But I don't know if this will be the final Live golf tournament that a lot of golf media suggests it could be. But it's just there's some good golfers, and that course, for everything I had heard about it, I thought it looked okay, at least on TV. It's not a serious golf tournament.
See,
it's just not.
I would say most of the guys ran there because the money was astronomical.
Right.
And then once they got there and they found out they couldn't just get out of it, they stayed, but I think they're unhappy. And this is where you find out that just because you're getting paid don't mean that it's great. Where, listen, when you playing your best golf, trying to win, you don't want music bumping and people yelling and acting crazy, because this putt may cost me $5 million if I miss it. And it seemed cool when it all started, but nah, man. When you look at it, just like when you watch the NFL, you look at anything that try to compete with the NFL, they look second nature, don't it?
The fact that, even just judging the leaderboard graphics, I could tell that Rahm was in the clubhouse because he had an F next to his name. When you're watching the PGA Tour, if you're a real golf fan like you and I are, you know that it's the name, so it'd be, McIlroy, 14 under, and then it would say 13.
Yeah.
That means he's played 13 holes and he's on the 14th hole.
Yeah.
The fact that it's a shotgun start, that they've maintained this shotgun start nonsense, you don't even have – now, they all play the same 18, but to not finish on the same – I don't know if it was by design or what, but Lasasso was tied with Rahm, but he got to finish on a par 5. Which, if you're a pro world-class golfer, you should birdie par 5s. So it was like almost a done deal. But Rahm, for all I know, might have finished on the hardest hole of the course of par 4. So, I don't know. I don't know if that was the end.
Listen, the shotgun start in a professional tournament is the dumbest thing in the world to me.
You do shotgun starts to speed up play. That's why you do them. Like, are you trying to speed up?
They don't have that many people to be worrying about speeding up play. How many people do they have playing out there?
30, 60?
So they don't need a shotgun start.
I totally agree. Dan Orlovsky will join the program at 1 o'clock.
Update brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. 49ers owner Jed York arrested yesterday morning in East Palestine, Ohio, near his hometown of Youngstown. He pleaded no contest to misdemeanor charges of disorderly conduct and possessing criminal tools. The disorderly conduct was a downgrade from soliciting prostitution charge. The Browns have tabbed Deshaun Watson, not Shedeur Sanders, as QB1. The Steelers activate cornerback Jalen Ramsey. Commanders practicing today, and Dan Quinn will speak at 4:30. The team has released running back Jerome Ford. The Astros have parted ways with GM Dana Brown. He used to be an exec for the Nationals. Nationals have lost 10 of 12 as they welcome in the Colorado Rockies. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crump Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Is that real? That's real.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Love that song, Metal Chris. B. Mitch and Finley coming to you from BigBear.ai Performance Center, Ashburn, Virginia. Commanders training camp. Probably a lighter practice this afternoon, starting at 2:30. Dan Quinn now speaking at 2 o'clock. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
The fact that DQ was supposed to talk yesterday, and then that got moved to today, and he was going to talk after practice today. Now he's talking at 2 o'clock. So he was going to call at 3:30, 3:45.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's at 2 p.m. What generally happens right when we get off the air?
News break. I think it happened on purpose now. I need to find out. See if Sean's scheduling this stuff for us when we get off air.
That was my immediate reaction when I saw that it got moved to 2. I was like, we'll see what happens.
Ryan, this story you put into the text thread, is this real?
That is 100% real.
What is it? Somebody.
A 47-year-old pastor going back to college. He made a football team and he's going to play DN.
I hope he balls out.
Shouldn't he know that you're a damn pastor? You shouldn't be playing with no damn 18, 19-year-old kids.
Good for him, man.
No, ain't good for him. He go play with some grown people.
You think he's making a professional league?
I don't care. I want to go try somewhere else. He going to play against little 18-year-old kids.
I would give the advantage to the 18-year-old.
San Jose City College.
I bet that's like D8. Is that
yeah,
NAIA?
that's what I'm saying. Go try somewhere else. It's got to stop. You can't be 47 years old going back to college playing football, man.
And remember the movie
I
Necessary
got 1 year
Roughness?
left. Hell, want me to try?
You should.
I will not.
I think it'd be a fascinating case study if you decided to try to get in shape and go play college football.
Yep, it would be.
There's a judge out there that would let you go.
Guess what's going to happen? It ain't going to happen.
We've been doing our divisional previews around the NFL, kind of getting ready for the season. Let's go to one of the big boys. Our last one was the AFC South, which is kind of a dog.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can argue the NFC West is the best division in football. I don't think that's that much of a...
Yeah.
I mean, defending Super Bowl champ, two of the teams are in the NFC title game.
I agree with that.
Seattle, watching their Hard Knocks, they compete at a really high level. I'm curious for you, before we get into the team-by-team previews, here's my NFC West intriguing rankings. Not power rankings, but what I'm most intrigued by. The Niners are at the top of what I'm most intrigued by. You've got this Kyle Shanahan car accident. But from everything I've read, Christian McCaffrey isn't there or isn't practicing. They continue to get older and older. Whatever, we'll get to the Niners. I find them super intriguing. Mike McDonald is a dude it's hard for me because Sean McVay's been my head coach, my favorite head coach of football for some time. I like McDonald too. And then you've got Arizona. God bless Arizona. It's a beautiful place to live.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start with the Cardinals, B-Mitch. Arizona Cardinals last year went 3-14, point differential of -133. They had an opportunity late in the year to bring Kyler Murray back, and they decided to just roll with Jacoby Brissett. They did give Brissett a little bit of cash at the quarterback position. You've got Gardner Minshew backing him up. The kid Carson Beck, who actually looked pretty good in the Hall of Fame game, the preseason game. Marvin Harrison Jr., who I think we're a couple of years into his NFL career, and he was a much ballyhooed prospect at Ohio State. It hasn't really hit for the Cardinals. They draft Jeremiah Love, the star running back out of Notre Dame. You do have Trey McBride, a legit stud at the tight end position. They drafted that big kid Paris Johnson, left tackle, a few years ago. Defensive side of the ball, it's hard to get too excited about much. They signed Josh Sweat away from the Eagles. I think that was 2 seasons ago. DN, pass rusher.
He hadn't been when he was there, though.
Nope.
Could it be all those other people helping him out?
That's why I was scared by a lot of those. With that Eagles Super Bowl team, that a lot of those guys were free agents. I was like, I'm not sure I'm spending top dollar there. Arizona won 3 games last year. I'm going to set their win total at 4.5.
They won 3 last year, 4.5. I'll go with that. I'll go 5.
All right, 4.5 and 5. White Brian, what do we got? Or Stallion, whoever's doing it.
It is 3.5 for the Cardinals.
Damn.
Yep.
They expecting them to suck.
Yeah, I believe it's the lowest win total right now in the NFL.
New head coach too. I don't know that having a new head coach is going to make a tremendous difference. It's Mike LaFleur, Matt LaFleur's brother. You know who the offensive coordinator is for the Arizona Cardinals?
Who?
Nathaniel Hackett.
Oh, Hack.
You might remember him from such movies as Aaron Rodgers with the Jets and Russell Wilson with the Broncos. Good luck to the great people of Arizona. All right, they are not compelling whatsoever. The rest of these teams are. And I'm just going to go in order of how they finished in the division. San Francisco 49ers last year made the playoffs, won a playoff game, I believe. They finished the year with a 12-5 record. Their point differential was kind of minimal, plus 66. Tough to win 12 games with only a plus 66 point differential.
They were 12-5 last year. Wow.
They were 5-3 at home, 7-2 on the road. Where the Niners are really good is in that division, man. They have Sean McVay's number. They performed well against Seattle. Shout out to Derek for arriving with a gang of Raising Cane's. The Niners.
Bears like chicken.
The Niners, I'll give you the depth chart and all that, but what's your first blush reaction to the Niners this year?
I don't think they're going to have that luck they had last year. They had a lot of injuries and they kept winning. And right now they are down heavily in their receiver room.
So you got Purdy, who looked good in the limited work I watched in the preseason. He missed a lot of time last year. They kept Mac Jones as the backup there. They added Mike Evans.
He's hurt.
They brought Debo back. DeJon Stribling, I think, was a second-round rookie.
He's their main guy right now.
I think he got hurt. W, look that up for me.
Because their other receivers, he's out for the year, isn't he?
Pearsall seems like that's never going to work. W, did Stribling get hurt in the preseason? Because he's been excellent.
He left the game early, but I'm pretty sure he's back practicing.
Okay.
Says he's day-to-day, according to Yahoo Sports.
Okay. George Kittle is a stud. He's working his way back from injury. I think Kittle's probably on PUP, if I had to guess. One of the boys in the...
He was officially taken off PUP this weekend, actually.
Okay.
That has to happen by the 30th, right?
Yeah. Christian McCaffrey's obviously a stud. I thought he was so impressive last year. Give me the latest McCaffrey update health-wise. Then you go to the defensive side of the football. They played really good D last year. You've got Bosa, you've got Greenlaw, you've got Warner. The dude, they drafted Michael Williams. Malik Mustafa's a safety I like. It's a tough name, but the corner, Diamador Lenore, is a player. The Niners, man. You've got some level of intrigue with the head coach and the car accident. Raheem Morris back in San Fran running that defense after he was fired in Atlanta. Niners win total 9 wins. Yeah, dude, I won't be shocked if it's 11.5. I won't be shocked if it's 8.5.
I'm going 10.
It is at 9.5 right now.
All
So
right,
kind of
right
in between you guys.
Which way would you go on that?
I just think they're gonna run out of their steam. They've been having too many years.
I thought that last year.
Yeah,
I think I owe
but-
some dude $100 from Woodmont.
Well, I think they get right around. They're gonna get. They'll probably get right at 10 wins.
They play tough football though.
Yeah.
All right, here's
Everybody gotta be healthy though.
the Niners went 12-5 plus 66 points, right? The Rams went 12-5 plus 172. That tells you a little bit about the explosion level of both of those teams. You can't have a Rams conversation without starting that they brought in arguably the best defensive player of his generation in Myles Garrett. It sure as hell seems like they're going to get Aaron Donald back. When that happens remains to be seen. Defensively, you got Cam Curl, Quentin Lake, kind of their nickelback. Young player Kobe Turner I like a lot. Poona Ford is there. Offensively, dude, Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua, Matt Stafford, Kyron Williams, Blake Corum, a Virginia kid. Offensive line has been good. Rams are loaded. I believe they're the Super Bowl favorite. from
Well,
Vegas.
if Aaron Donald roll in the camp,
it's a wrap
with Myles Garrett. The rest of the teams on offense going to be completely worried. They may have some quarterbacks all in their pants.
Rams
Just saying.
Rams win total 13? 12 and a half?
I'll go 12.
I'll go 12 and a half.
The Rams right now are at 11.5 for
Wow.
2026.
Some of that is probably the quality of the division.
And then they will have a tougher schedule too, right?
They came in second. They didn't win the division.
They don't get no bad schedule.
No, but like it's not like now you're playing this first place schedule. They honestly probably bumped down in schedule strength.
We will see.
All right, let's get to the defending Super Bowl champions, the Seattle Seahawks. They were an absolute wagon last year, finished 14-3 with a plus 191 point differential. Seattle, if you've watched Hard Knocks at all, hard not to be impressed by the way that organization is run from top to bottom. Defensively, man, Devin Witherspoon, the corner, is probably like the all-pro level player for that team, got paid accordingly. But they just send dudes on the D-line in waves. Leonard Williams, the veteran, Jerron Reed, Byron Murphy, DeMarcus Lawrence signed there last year. Who's the Bama kid? The Auburn kid, rather. Forgive me, White Brian, sincerely. The kid Derek Hall that drives the crazy truck, Mike Morris, Riley Mills. Like they are 8 deep on the D-line with dudes that get after you.
Hey, that's weird.
The linebackers, the scheme, they added Dante Fowler, who was here a couple years ago, Nwosu, Ernest Jones, Drake Thomas, Ty Okada, Julian Love. Well, I don't know, man. That defense is loaded. Loaded. Then you go offensively. You do lose Kenneth Walker. They drafted the kid, Jadarian Price, who was the number 2 out of Notre Dame. Zach Charbonnet, you assume, gets a bigger role. Jackson Smith and Jigba's the headliner. Also have Rashid Shaheed that they traded for with real speed. Have Cooper Kupp, those elite hands. I'd say a strong offensive line. Gray Zabel was a first-rounder 2 years ago. I think he was the North Dakota State kid. Charles Cross at left tackle. And then Darnold. A.J. Barner is that tight end who's proved pretty useful for them. To not, like, if you were looking for something to maybe be worried about the Seahawks, it would have to be Darnold. Like, you think,
Can he do it again?
Yeah, I think we've now seen.
Let's think about it. He has two straight years where he's very good. But it's about their defense out there, I believe.
It's
but
hard.
Their win total, I think, is going to be around 10.5, 11.
So the Rams were at 11?
11.5.
Yep, 11.5 for the Rams.
So maybe do the Seahawks have to be more or less?
I mean, listen, it's hard to repeat, dog.
Certainly. Sam Darnold in the last 2 seasons has gone 28-6 as a starter with 60 touchdowns against 26 picks.
All right.
He's been damn good. So what'd you say? 10.5?
10.5, 11.
I'll go 11.5 here.
The Seahawks are at 10.5 for 2026. So
How'd that be?
it's kind of crazy. Like they're going to
Normally,
regress
the
according
next
to
year,
this.
bro, it's a little tougher for those teams to follow up.
And the Rams added Myles Garrett. That's like the deciding factor.
Brutal.
Yeah, that's an extra win and an extra loss for the other team.
Right. I don't know, man. Mike McDonald, but it's McVay on the other side. That is so loaded. I watched a little bit of Seattle last night, but by the time I had that preseason game on, it was not the starters.
All right, we got somebody calling in, Jeff. I mean, Jay. He's on right now.
Oh, we got
he's
Jeff
on the
calling
phone.
in?
He's on the phone.
Jeffrey,
what score are you all sitting at, Jeff?
We had hold, what, this is 12?
No, I didn't say whole. I said, what's y'all score?
Oh, what's our score, Joe? Yeah.
While
y'all-
Jeff tries to figure this
are y'all
out,
over
let,
par
let
or
me
under
set
par?
up what's going on. Hold on, Jeffrey, hang on.
We're one under. We're one under.
That's terrible in a scramble. All right, our guy Jeff Walker.
Well, hold on.
Hold on, Jeff.
Hold on,
People have
Jeffy.
no idea who's calling. Just give me a second to tell people what's happening. Our guy Jeff Walker runs the board for us. He's a part of the B. Mitch and Finley family. Is playing in his first ever
scramble
at a real golf course. So Jeff, you're taking part in the Howard University Men's Basketball Classic. I hope we're raising lots of money out
I
there.
hope Jeff don't kill nobody out there.
You have played 14 holes in a scramble and are one under.
Yeah. Well, actually, no. We played 8 holes. We started at 6.
Okay.
But we're one under. Surprisingly, we're playing with 2 golfers. This is their first time ever golfing today. And
So you're
we
not
had
the
one
worst guy.
No, I'm not. I'm actually the second best guy, but the guy that's the best, he's like light years ahead of all of us. And he's carrying us right now. Like, if he was a backpack, we'd all be in it because he's carrying the team.
And man gonna go home and cut his wrist.
How's your game, Jeff?
I cannot hit my driver straight to save my life. However, my irons, I am good. Like, the first shot is all them, but anything inside with the irons, it's all me. I'm carrying this there.
All right.
I'll put some putts in the hole today.
Okay, Jeff. How is Woodmont is a proper test of golf? How are you handling a proper test of golf? Because you, to this point, have only played Haynes, right?
Yeah. This is a little, not even a little tougher. This is way tougher. They would say, hit it on the tree line because the dog leg left. I said, all right. Everything went near the houses. I tried, but it's okay because I'm hitting my pitching wedge fine. I'm putting fine, and I'm having a good time. It's a good foursome here.
All right. What's the?
Boy.
Do you have more drinks than birdies?
Oh, for sure.
They got one birdie.
Right.
Yeah.
Hold on. Is it a like par is the worst score you can get on a hole?
You said
Can you
is the par the worst?
Can you take bogeys in this tournament?
Bogey is the highest score. So if you go past bogey.
Okay.
All right.
All right,
yo,
Jeffrey.
like I said, shout out to Joe. He is carrying us every time. I go off to the right, he's hitting straight down the fairway. So we're good.
Shout out to
Matter
Joe.
of fact,
Joe,
I think
man.
me and Joe
going home and go straight
Joe
to
and
sleep.
Jeff will beat B. Mitch and JP.
That's straight grand. That you drama.
What is Joe's handicap?
I almost
Can you
said
ask
the
him
real-
that?
I don't know that, JP.
Ask him. It's
I
not
didn't
that's not a rude question on a golf course. Golf handicaps are very different than other handicaps. Ask him.
Hey Joe, what's your handicap? And he just took a chunk of the green out. He's a 10. His handicap.
Y'all don't have a
We'll
chance.
happily play
Y'all
you
don't have a
guys.
chance in hell to beat me and JP.
Yeah, you don't have a chance of beating B. Mitch. I'll just hang out and drink beer in the cart. Jeff, Now, obviously, you're taking part in this Howard University men's basketball tournament, the Dream Factory, I think they're calling it, raising money and awareness for the Howard Hoops, something we very much support. How much have you pledged to donate, Jeff?
I put $150 into a raffle. I forgot what the raffle was for, but I was like, all right, I'm out here. I put that in. Hopefully, I win these pair of shoes. I can't even wear the shoes because they're too big for me. But I just, I came with the mindset that you got to donate something.
I got to be honest,
I had to make my boy.
I'm impressed.
I had to make my boy look. I had to make my boy look good. He put my name into play, so I put some money to the side. So
I got to be honest.
Doing anything.
Jeff donating $150
I'm impressed.
Is about 140 more than I expected. Jeff, enjoy your day, brother. Have fun. Try to hit it straight.
Right.
Make some putts.
Don't hit anybody.
I almost did, but I'll tell you that story another time.
Yo, Jeff Walker
Right,
versus
boys.
Woodmont. A U.S. Open qualifier, and Jeff is out there, is a wild, wild story. Dan Orlovsky will join the show at 1 o'clock.
The Browns have tabbed Deshaun Watson as their QB1, not Shedeur Sanders, and the Steelers have activated cornerback Jalen Ramsey. 49ers owner Jed York was arrested Sunday morning in Ohio. No contest to misdemeanor charges of disorderly conduct and possessing criminal tools. Commanders practicing today. Now Dan Quinn will speak at 2 p.m. Teams must trim their training camp rosters to 53 by August 30th. The team has released running back Jerome Ford. Astros have parted ways with GM Dana Brown. Marlins beat the Nationals 6-2, but Jacob Young with the catch of the year.
And a swing and a drive, left center field deep. Jacob Young going back to the warning track. He climbs the wall and he caught it. He caught it at the top of the fence. And Jacob Young has robbed the Marlins here this afternoon.
The Call on the Fan, home tonight against the Rockies at 6:45 with Cade Cavalli. Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred said yesterday that we're planning on playing baseball next year. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Oh, man. Razor Cane's hitting the spot right there, B. I don't eat fast. I ate that fast. Did you see the Jacob Young catch that Byron was just talking about in his preview or in his update?
I've heard him explain it twice, so I can imagine just based off of the call.
I'll see if I can pull it up.
He scaled the wall. Quick, caught it.
It was a high wall, though. It was impressive. I just saw it this morning. Look at this. Here. He he almost did the jump man. Like the MJ logo.
He almost came down. Look right there when he started to go, like he was going to go face first.
Well, also, yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Because it seemed like his fingers or something got caught in like the screen. I mean, JY is an electric defensive baseball player. The other thing in the update, I want to get to this Jaden Daniels conversation, but the other thing that I just heard Byron say there, Rob Manfred, the commissioner of baseball, says we're going to play baseball next year. What the hell else is the commissioner supposed to say?
I think, it's just like when you see the movies and they kiss the hand of the mob boss, they always disappear.
Right.
So, tell it what's going to happen, man.
Yeah, man. I hope baseball figures it all out, but I don't know what's going to happen there. All right, I want to open the phone lines up again. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I was kind of inspired to get my typing fingers out this weekend. Jaden Daniels played 3 snaps.
Yeah.
It was a pressure where he chucked it, a sack, and then correct usage of the avoid disaster playbook with a draw on 3rd and 20. My conclusion is there's an inherent problem. There's an inherent trouble to playing your quarterbacks in the preseason, and in turn, there is not a single correct way to deploy them. You can play them a lot. We've seen Andy Reid play Patrick Mahomes. Tom Brady used to play a lot. We've seen that technique.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen this dude's not going to touch the field technique. Sean McVay, Matt Stafford, Dan Campbell, Jared Goff. And we've seen the try to thread the needle. And that's what Dan Quinn said after practice, after the game, rather. We're trying to thread the needle, get him out there, get him some work. It was 3 snaps, B. Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that was enough? Did you want to see him another series? We knew he was only going to play 1 series.
Yeah, you knew he was going to play 1 series, and you knew other people were going to be coming out too. So, based off the description I had received, I was fine with it because that's what they said. No matter what happens, we're going 1. And then once you saw that O-line in front of him, you didn't want to see him with no other O-line in front of him.
I mean, it didn't go very good with that O-line in front of him.
That's what I'm saying. So, you damn sure don't want to see him with a second best one up there.
Part of me wonders, and I'll open the phones, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Jaden Daniels played 3 snaps in this game. Do you wish that was more? I think, frankly, if it's going to be 3 snaps, you can make the argument it should be 0. I don't know that there's...
But I'm sure they wouldn't expect in 3 snaps.
Right.
So, but the whole thing about it, like the one thing, talking to Dan last week before the game, he said, these games have value for everybody. And I 100% believe that. I know people look at it and they say how much and this, that, and the other. I just think getting into it and getting the feel of it makes a difference. You know, even in that game when he's dropped back and he threw that ball away, I saw something I wanted to see.
Don't take
because
the hit.
We were discussing watching him in practice where he takes off and he doesn't seem like he's getting ready to slide or take a hit because nobody better hit him in practice any damn way. In the game, I saw that his mind was working to get rid of the ball real quick.
Yeah, I thought that was the highlight. I mean, hard to have many highlights when it's only
3.
only 3 plays. Do you think wherever Jaden and Blau were, step 1, step 3, step 10, step 15, does that experience in Detroit help them take another step?
In that game?
Like I'm specific with Jaden and Blau. Yeah.
I think so. Because I think, you look into the game, now this has come down to a point where Blau can be thinking, if we're in this situation, we're going to have to game plan something else. And Jaden, understanding what he's dealing with in front of him, he may have a different approach completely. Like when they were trying to set up, looked like it was some level of a screen to me, the one when he got sacked.
Yeah.
I always felt on the screen, send somebody deep. You know what I mean? Just in case. Backside.
On the first play, it seemed to me that Burks was in a position for a big gain. Jaden just couldn't get it there because he was under pressure immediately.
Yeah.
And exterior pressure off the edges for a quarterback, maybe you could try to make a play, make a guy miss, run to the other side. Interior pressure almost immediately after the snap, pretty damn hard to do much.
Because when you get flushed out, when they come straight up the middle at you, you are now trying to run full speed one way or the other. And if you're running left, to turn around, you might take a hit. And then go in the other direction, it may be hard to throw a ball backside. You get what I'm saying? So, I don't know.
800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Do you think Jaden got enough work? Do you think that was what needed to happen with David Blau? Because a lot of people just had this theory, 2 theories that I heard a lot that I think were answered. One, he needs to get hit. I heard that a lot. You need to see him get hit, pop up, right? Well, it happened. He was pressured on first down, was sacked on second down. They didn't take him down, but still, the whistle was blown. He was hit.
Yeah.
2, he needs to go through the process. Warm-ups, running out through the tunnel, hearing David Blau in his ear. Those things happen. It happened quickly, but it did happen. How do you feel about the workload for Jaden Daniels in the preseason? Let's start with Cade in Fresno.
What up, Cade?
What's up, Cade?
Hey, my biggest question on the O-line has now become center and left guard. And after seeing Jaden's first drive with the starting unit, it gave me a lot of flashback fears for him running for his life last year. And I'd really like to know your guys' opinion on how we should address the center position.
They are hoping and praying that Allegretti is healthy and the player they expected him to be. And if he is, that will handle it.
Yeah, we'll handle it.
If he's not,
it could be a problem. But, like, the thing about it is, I know people always say, go sign this guy, go sign that guy. Is that an automatic guarantee that the person's going to step in and play better?
They have set themselves up for, like, the question to me, how many if Allegretti is ready week 1, plays 10, 12 straight weeks at a satisfactory level, like, they were proven correct. They have set themselves up, though, and this is DQ and AP, that if the injuries continue for Allegretti, or if he plays and it isn't satisfactory, this is a major strike on the resume, because this is the way you built this thing when you had plenty of money in draft picks, and maybe they think Golban can emerge over the second half of the season or something. I don't know, but it does set up a big what was the plan here, because this is how you built it.
Yeah. But you never expect the guy to get hurt. And I think that's the thing about it. Just like Tunsil getting hurt. Nobody expected that.
Right, but even that is built with more layers.
Yeah, but I didn't think that they were going to be moving Coleman back outside.
Right.
If something happened to Tunsil. So that's a complete different move I saw. I thought someone else would go out there. I didn't think Coleman would go. Okay? So now Allegretti's hurt. And I'm telling you, I know they have a good feel with Golban. I don't think I would just say, in my mind, there's no way that they feel that they're going to go with Good Jones.
I agree. David Blau, for all the conversation about Jaden's got to get out there and get hit, he did. Jaden's got to get out there and hear Blau in his ear, he did. It was 3 snaps, but it occurred. Jaden Daniels has played quarterback at the highest level in this league 2 seasons ago as a rookie. Have we asked the question, did Blau get enough work this preseason? It's kind of an interesting way
Blau called every play throughout the whole game, so he got his work.
But, did he get enough work with Jaden?
He didn't get enough. Those 2 guys had 3 plays. So, no, they didn't get – neither one of them got enough work, I believe, but they got the work that they said they were going to get.
Did Jaden need more snaps? Did Blau get enough opportunities? We're taking your calls when we return. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Phone number 800-636-1067. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you from BigBear.ai Performance Center, Ashburn, Virginia. I got to remind you, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool, keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. And if it ain't Rude B,
it ain't right.
I want to go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Our guy Mark in Landover Hills is on the line. Mark, you think Jaden got enough preseason work?
Hey, JP. Hey, B. How's it going, guys?
Good dude. How are you?
I'm hanging in there, buddy. Hey, look, man, I tried to call in when you guys asked this the other day, but something got screwed up. And, hey, man, there's hell no. I'm going to be blunt about it. And let me tell you, man, I agree with Doc and I agree with Brian. To get ready to play football, you have to play live-action football. And they're setting themselves up for failure by doing and treating these starters like they are. And like Brian's been telling people from day one, you can step off the bus or out of the shower and get injured. But that should not be make people hesitant to make them play football to get in football shape. Live action. And Doc and Brian are right about that because they played the game, and anybody else that's played any kind of sports knows that. I don't care if it's baseball, wrestling, whatever. And people should listen to Brian and Doc. And I'm going to tell you what, if they keep going the way they're going, all I can say about my man JD5 is get ready to go see an orthopedic surgeon, man, because they're going to be on you like the grease would. And take care, guys, and have a nice day.
Yo, hey, Mark, I wanted to ask you, bro. You said something got screwed up. What happened?
JP, I can't keep track of all the times where I've had somebody that works with you guys get on the phone and tell me, well, we're not going to be able to get to you, or we're changing the subject, or, man, sometimes it just takes that long. So
I'm sorry,
I don't know
buddy.
who's producing or what's happening, but I'm just, like I said, I'm not going to let them stop me from talking to the best two radio personalities in D.C., or at least a couple of them.
It's probably Clary.
I think you should just come to the station one day and slap him in his face.
Yeah, tell Clary, see me with the hands, son.
Well, Brian,
1015 Half Street, second floor.
I tell you, Brian, that would be nice, but that usually never works, man, because they've got to figure that out on their own, like you did, B, when you threw the boxing gloves on the ground when your dad threw them to you. Some people don't get a chance to put the boxing gloves on the ground, and if I showed up down there, people would interpret it that I'm there to hurt somebody or do something bad, because I've already got one strike against me, guys. I'm about 6'8", and about 210 pounds. And people don't trust me.
6'8", 210?
I bet, yeah, something like that. Buddy.
You got that reach on him, though. You got that reach on him, Mark.
I think
Brian?
you can take Stallion. Stallion, what do you think? Dude, it's 6'8".
Mark, I don't want to fight you. It's not my fault, Mark.
Well, see, there you go. You're already assuming that I want to fight. I don't want to fight. Because my father taught me a long time ago, fellas, and he's right about this, having grown up in a heavily populated area of Prince George's County where everybody knew anybody, that fighting is usually the last resort of an idiot. And I'm no idiot, buddy. And neither one of you guys are either.
Appreciate you, Mark. Listen, to be
you
clear,
guys are the best, man. Keep it up, B. We'll be going for you, B.
Mark, B and I always want your call, just to be clear. I don't know what the rules are. Stallion's got bosses. Everybody's got TPS reports.
I got 5 on Mark.
Yeah, I got 100 on
Man,
Mark.
Stallion started backpedaling as soon as he said he was 6'8".
He's a unit. My God, 6'8".
Yeah, but 6'8", 210 is skinny. That's like basketball
but that
players.
means he got that jab, bro.
Stallion, can we get a charity? Now, Mark made clear he may not want to fight. But could we get,
if he got to raise money for charity, he'll do it.
how about a charity
boxing match?
Charity boxing match, Stallion, you in?
I'm in for it. Let's do it. Get
Stallion,
it at
you
the
can't
anthem.
fight, dog. You need to not be in for it.
Give me a couple beers.
I've seen you throw punches with the air, and the air was beating you.
I'm sure.
Stallion, stand up for the monumental viewers. Show Joey a little shadow boxing there. Let's let the fans see what kind of hands you're working with.
Oh man, you saw that?
Dog,
He just put his fist right into somebody's face.
I have no place to work
no,
right now.
He put his face
put
into
his
somebody's
chin
fist.
out. What do you mean you have no place to work?
Yeah.
You need more
Dude, I have, like,
space?
this little corner here.
That's all you need is a little corner.
You got to fight in the phone
throw
booth.
a proper jab. What was that? That wasn't a cross.
Let's see your jab, Stallion.
All right, let's see this.
That's an uppercut.
Do you know what a jab is?
Yes, I do. I do. But I don't
that's
have
not
the,
what you threw?
That
I
wasn't
can't
one
reach
of them.
without hitting the glass right now.
So go the other way, idiot, towards White Brian.
Well, then it's not in front of the camera. All right, here, actually, it is.
Oh yeah, you getting beat the hell up. You are getting beat the hell
I
up.
can't even-
Hell, Maya and Aaliyah might beat you.
White Brian, can we please put that on the internet? I don't know if we have a.
Hey, Ray Brian, when you put that clip of hell no, he better not fight, send that to me, please. I got to post that.
Also, if I don't know if 106 for the YouTube stream has cameras in there, but Joey does. Joey, we need that footage, sir. All right. Stay. That was something.
Hey, have you ever boxed in your life? 'Cause
He's been in some drunk
That
bar
looks like
fights.
you've been knocked out several times in your life.
Actually, no joke. I did take boxing classes a few years ago.
Obviously, you
How'd that
didn't.
go?
Not with that punch.
Did not go too well.
Did the bag hit your back?
I'm sure.
All right, I want to get to break on time because I'm excited to talk football with Dan Orlovsky next. Orlovsky knows the quarterback position well. Want to talk to him where he thinks Jaden is. Am I crazy to want to ask Orlovsky about Kaliak Manis?
No, you're not crazy.
Kaliak, I think it'd be really hard to run it back with Sam Hartman.
Kaliak Manis has the proper techniques and all that stuff, fundamentals of a pocket passing quarterback.
The little play he made on the third down.
The
where
one he threw when he was still being hit.
To pick up the first down.
Delivered that thing perfectly.
That was really impressive. B. Mitch and Philly.
Rigo really likes Kaliak Manis.
He told me that. Dan Orlovsky joins us next.
Commanders practicing today, preparing for the Ravens in the final preseason game. Commanders have released running back Jerome Ford, and Dan Quinn will speak at 2 p.m. Around the league, 49ers owner Jed York was arrested Sunday morning. According to the Columbiana, Ohio court records, East Palestine police arrested York with a charge description of engaging in prostitution. That charge was amended to misdemeanor disorderly conduct. The Browns have tabbed Deshaun Watson as their quarterback one, not Shedeur Sanders. The Steelers have activated cornerback Jalen Ramsey. Seahawks Bud Clark and Mason Richmond with long-term injuries. Running back Ashton Jeanty of the Raiders has a sprained ankle, and the Browns are waiving tight end Daquan Wright. He will go to LSU. The Astros have parted ways with GM and former Nats exec Dana Brown after the team went 2-6 in the last 8. Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred said yesterday that, quote, "We are planning on playing baseball next year," end quote. The collective bargaining agreement expires December 1st. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Show sponsor is Rude. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. And we are very excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in Mr. Dan Orlovsky from ESPN. Dan, thanks for making time for us, dude. How you doing?
Of course, I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing great, brother.
We're good, man. We're good. We all just saw you on McAfee, so we appreciate you joining us after.
Of course.
Let's start in Washington, and then we'll zoom out over the league. There's a lot of excitement here about Jaden Daniels, year 3, adding a receiver like Stephon Diggs, Terry McLaurin fully healthy. What do you think about this Commanders offense with a new play caller and David Blau? And you're a player that has talked about Jaden Daniels plenty over the years. Like, what do you think this offense could accomplish?
Yeah, obviously massive fan of Jaden. I think there's a little bit of just reality unknown exactly what David Blau's offense is going to look like, because of his playing career in a couple different places and different, I guess, wrinkles of offenses. I'm not knowing exactly how that's going to look. I would imagine it's a little bit of a Shanahan, Ben Johnson marriage type of visually. I think that's going to be very different than what Cliff ran, obviously, and way more traditional football. Jaden underneath the center, a lot more play action, a lot more changing where he's throwing the football from. So it's just an unknown because he's such a young player. Sean Mannion, who's the Eagles coordinator, I could tell you, because of Sean Mannion played under Sean McVay and Matt LaFleur. So I've got a pretty good feel for what his offense is going to be. I think that I'd love the addition from a football perspective of Steph. Steph still wins. Steph still can kill in the crossers. And I think that's something that Jaden throws at a high level. I'm a big Chig Okwankwu fan. Being as successful as he was in Tennessee with, young quarterback play, and kind of up and down quarterback play, I think just as a pass catching threat, really good. So I think this offense will be way more deceptive. The advantage specifically of 2 years ago. I know Jaden was hurting some last year, but the advantage of the no huddle and the tempo and some of the out leveraging probably not going to be utilized as much. Obviously, the loss of Tunsil is a big deal. I know Brandon Coleman's played, but that's a big deal, and that's going to have a tremendous impact. But I'm interested to see kind of what the identity, the calling part of this offense will be.
For sure. And I think, from what I've seen early on, it's motion, it's a lot of tight ends, it's guys moving around pre-snap. And I think they're trying to make things easier for Jaden Daniels. We've seen Jaden perform at the highest levels, but what do you think, more play action, more under center, more bootlegs can do for number 5?
Yeah. So one of the things that is very different about the NFL now than 5 years ago was explosive plays are at a premium. Defenses are putting that umbrella, that shell on offenses, and they're matching coverages immediately. What I mean by that is, 5 or 6 years ago, RPOs were a huge part of the NFL, and space and you would spread people out, get the ball to the quarterback's hands, RPO, and a 5-yard throw would become a 15-yard completion. That's gone now for the most part because teams are now playing so much match coverage. So almost like a man, okay? So, and that teams are daring teams to play physical offensively, put the quarterback underneath the center, run the football, and have efficient drives. So the counter is then from an offense, we want to create explosives because we don't really want to go on 12, 14-play drives. They're hard to do. There's two ways to get explosive offensively. We have one person who we could put out there on the outside and just throw them the ball down the field. Julio Jones, Jamar Chase, A.J. Brown in his heyday. The Commanders don't have that guy. The only other way consistently is the play-action pass game. To get the defense to commit downhill, to stretch the defense down the field, and then you create those voids in the middle of the field. And that's a need. And I think that will make any quarterback's job easier and beneficial. So I think that's going to be step number one. Step number two, the more that you can change where the quarterback is throwing the ball from, the more than likely less hits they're going to take. Keeping the quarterback upright, obviously a big deal. I think the more that they can do that and be diversified on offense and do a bunch of the same things from different looks, I mean, those are the offenses that are the most week-to-week consistent in the NFL and reliable. And I'm hoping for Commanders fans that becomes one of them.
The young kid here, Antonio Williams, came from Clemson. Do you have any take on him? You've watched any of him in college?
Yep, I've called a couple of his games. I've called games when he was, playing as a true freshman at Clemson. Really talented guy, route running, sudden at the top of his routes. I'm not going to tell everybody he's a big body guy, and I'm not going to tell everybody that he is, a speedster down the field. But he is a fast vertical player that can shut down the top of routes and separate and get open. So, with Terry there and the addition of Steph, him having to win matchups, versus a third and or fourth corner, I think it gives him a chance for success. So he's a guy that you can get the ball into in his hands, and he reminds me a little bit, obviously became a great player, but a little bit of Tyler Lockett back in the day from Seattle. Just a really strong at the top of route, go get the ball in the air type of player that has the chance to become a really nice receiver.
For sure. I also, you mentioned you really like Chig. I think they're going to play a lot more tight ends. I think you'll see more 13 and even 14 personnel. But I think Chig's kind of a different player in that he's not like the most traditional tight end. Like I think he'll kind of line up in the slot. What do you think of his fit with Jaden Daniels and his game overall?
Yeah, I think he's a really athletic player. He probably lends himself a little bit more to a pass catcher than your traditional blocker. Hopefully John Bates can really thrive in that role. Again, style and usage. He will, for me, represent a little bit of like Trey McBride from Arizona. Is he going to become Trey McBride from a production and dominance standpoint? I don't see that. But usage, where you're trying to get those matchups in the play-action pass game where he's really stretching the field vertically and then breaking away from coverage. You can put him by himself and he can win at times. But him work in the middle of the field and kind of like the crosser, the climb game where he's gaining things down the field, leverage down the field, I think that's his strength. One of the things that I thought Jaden did exceptionally well in college and certainly his rookie year was just throw that 18 to 24 yard route, whatever route it is that you have to layer over people. I think he does that at a high level. That's probably the place that I would expect them to utilize Chig's just vertical speed as much as they can.
Talking with Dan Orlovsky here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give him a follow on Twitter. A ton of great film breakdowns on Twitter at Dan Orlovsky7, ORLOVSKY, and of course you can see him on ESPN all the time. Let's zoom out. From Washington a little bit and just talk about the NFC East. There's a lot of questions about Jalen Hurts. You mentioned Sean Mannion earlier, like kind of his tree landing him the Eagles offensive coordinator job. What do you think of Hurts in a very different kind of timing-based offense without a player like A.J. Brown. And, those two may not have been best of friends, but A.J. Brown helps a quarterback a lot, and he's not there anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you had told me, hey, Jalen Hurts, the three things that maybe he doesn't do at the highest or best level as a quarterback, because he obviously does a ton at a very high level, I would tell you, he doesn't go under center a ton. He doesn't throw over the middle field a ton or with a ton of success. And he doesn't see over the middle of the field very comfortably. Those would be my three answers. Sean Mannion, what's probably the foundational elements of his offense? Look, going to go under center, and we're going to use play action to throw the ball over the middle of the field. And so it is interesting that that's the marriage. I'm not betting against Jalen Hurts because he's been through it so much, but this is a completely different world than he has ever operated. And so I am of the belief that Philly's offense will look very different in November than it does in September. You are banking on Mekhi Lemon and Eli Stowers, their first and second round pick, being really good players, both as rookies, one from USC, one from Vanderbilt. That's going to take time. And so it's a pretty big unknown for a team that's a Super Bowl contending team to be like, okay, how will this offense actually operate?
Yeah, and it's part of why I like Washington to go up there week one and sneak out with at least have a real opportunity to sneak out with a win. Because I think the Eagles by Thanksgiving are going to be a way different team than September. Dallas, a lot to like offensively.
Definitely.
You know what Dak could do, Pickens, CD, that run game. Defensively, they've improved a lot. Do you think Dallas can make a run at the Eagles for the division?
There's no question if they stay healthy. Defense is massively improved. I think Caleb Downs is going to be the guy along with Ruben Bain in Tampa that everyone looks back and they're like, well, the NFL overthought that because they weren't big enough, fast enough, strong for whoever it is. He flat out can play football. That was a huge weakness of theirs last year. You watched their third round pick, Jayshon Barham, this past weekend. Just bringing a physical presence back, like the violence back to the defense. I think it's going to be meaningful. And Malachi Lawrence, the kid they took in the first round, that second pick outside of her opposite, Caleb, and from UCF, going to get better as the season goes on. So I think they're vastly improved from a defensive perspective. If they stay healthy, it's a very, very good offense, and there's zero doubt that this team will contend for the NFC East championship. Absolutely.
Looking at the New York Giants and Jackson Dart, you can see him at times. He shows that he has what it takes to be a quarterback, but he takes a lot of those. He thinks he's a running back. He can run over linebackers. What are your thoughts on him?
Huge Jackson Dart fan. I thought he was much higher or worthy of a higher pick last year than he ended up being. I think from an offensive perspective, they're going to be hot and cold. Obviously, Malik Neighbors' health is a big part of that. I think Malachi Fields, their third round pick wide receiver out of Notre Dame's got to become a really good player. Isaiah Likely comes from Baltimore, really nice player. So, Jackson, there are going to be moments, the splash plays. Can he become the consistent with his feet in the pocket quarterback? That's probably the biggest question mark I have from an offensive perspective. I think their offensive line is going to be better. I think they're run the football well under Matt Nagy. But Jackson's feet are really the story. And sometimes his feet, because he's so talented, make plays, and sometimes it misses plays for him. I think their defensive line will be very good. I think the Giants are just going to be an annoying team to play against. People have claimed that they think that they're a playoff team. I'm not there with them. I think they are playing meaningful games in December, but I don't see them as a playoff team. But I just see them as a very challenging and difficult opponent to play week in and week out.
Talking with Dan Orlovsky here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can check him out on Pat McAfee's show, Get Up. He's all over ESPN. Appreciate you making the time. Dan, there's no way you knew this, but my Super Bowl prediction is a rematch of Bengals-Rams, this time with Joe Burrow holding the Lombardi. I think you're pretty high on the Bengals as well.
Yeah, I am. I'm also very candid. They're all in. This is a make or break year. And when I say break, if they don't win things are going to change, and I don't think it's just, hey, like maybe we'll get a new head coach. So that'd be 4 straight years of not getting into the playoffs for the Bengals, and that just doesn't happen with elite quarterbacks that often. So it's the easiest schedule in football. They don't play against like a gauntlet of AFC quarterbacks. I think obviously Lamar twice. I think Washington plays them, but they're really talented on the offensive side of the football. Their defensive line will determine how good they are. The Dexter Lawrence trade, but they have Cassius Howell, who they took in the second round out of A&M. He led the SEC in sacks. Shamar Stewart, is he going to be healthy? How impactful can he be? Brian Cook comes over from the Chiefs at safety. So super easy schedule. I think 13, 14 wins is absolutely on the table. And then they can get in. They can beat anybody because the quarterback and receivers are so good. I think the AFC is very wide open, but, if they don't get in, I would be floored. But if they're healthy, if Joe plays 17 games, they're in.
I'm with you there. Let's talk 2 quarterbacks that I think face really immense pressure because, to me, Lamar and Josh Allen have entered the phase of their careers where unless they could win a Super Bowl, they're going to be viewed as guys that just couldn't win the big one for all of their greatness. Where do you see both of those players, both of those teams going into this season?
Yeah, I totally agree. They're going to be in that conversation until they win. That's the burden that they have earned because they've been so great. Not perfect teams, but plenty good enough to win the Super Bowl. Interior of the offensive line of Baltimore is completely new. Vega Ioane, the first-round pick out of Penn State at guard, looks to be a very good pick. Jacoby Lane, who's their third-round receiver, they're going to be relying on him. Bateman's been up and down health and performance, has an off-the-field issue right now. They lose Isaiah Likely. So the pass game, they're going to be tapping into a third-round receiver that is a long kind of go-get-the-ball guy, but not necessarily a winner when it comes to getting open. And so how good is he? I think the defense is going to be very good. Matabike's got to play. Hopefully he's healthy enough, but the defense will be very good. Jesse Minter's great. So Baltimore's going to be awesome. I think Buffalo's roster a lot better than people think. Top 5 offensive line, top 5 run game, 6 or 7 deep, tight end and wide receiver. They got some really good closers on the defensive side, the defensive line. They're really young in the secondary, but athletic. So, I think both those teams are playoff teams, absolutely. And then, the question is, can the team in Buffalo play its best games in January? And in Baltimore, can the quarterback play his best football in January?
Do you think that's a fair prism to judge Lamar and Allen? Just that everything they've accomplished, the MVP awards, all of it, but they haven't even gotten to a Super Bowl?
They're starting quarterbacks in the NFL with MVP next to their name. Nothing they'll experience is fair, Is it proper? Absolutely. But there's context attached to it. Josh has had playoff games where he's been absolutely off the charts, and the team has let him down. Lamar has had playoff games where he has not played up to his standard or expectation or the way he has in the regular season, and he's at times let the team down. And I think that's probably the most accurate way to look at them when it comes to their playoff performances.
Yeah, for sure. It's the other quarterback that maybe has been the biggest thorn in the side for Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson is Pat Mahomes. Mahomes now coming off a major injury. What are expectations for Mahomes? I mean, he's played at just the highest level we've seen in this generation.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably the best player that I've ever seen outside of Tom Brady. So the expectations for Patrick are Patrick to be Patrick. How much does the injury impact his playmaking style, the jaw-dropping plays? I don't have Kansas City in the playoffs right now. I think it's a roster that is a year away. You've got pretty significant questions at tackle. You've got fair questions at wide receiver, how good they'll be, how healthy they'll be. You've got 5 rookies that I would tell you you're banking on playing important and meaningful snaps. 2 first-round picks, Mansour Delane and Peter Woods have got to be big time. R. Mason Thomas, who's their second-round pick out of Oklahoma as a pass rusher, he's got to be big time. Now I will say he's looked awesome in the preseason. Cyrus Allen at wide receiver, I think, is going to be important. So I just think that's a lot. And in a division with both the Chargers and Denver, it's a big burden and ask from Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. I'm not betting against them, quote unquote, but I think that this roster is still a year away with some of the youth that they have.
Hey, Dan, last one I wanted to throw at you. This Cleveland situation. I think you've been pretty vocal that you think Shador has earned that job. What do you make of how the Browns are handling the quarterback position?
Yeah, I don't like it. I said if this was strictly football, 50-50 coin flip for me. One thought Shador was average in week 1 in the preseason, and I thought he was better in week 2. I thought Deshaun was solid week 1 and really bad week 2. But I could not believe after the Saturday press conference and the way that Deshaun handled that they named him the starting quarterback. I think it's disrespectful to the Cleveland Browns fans. I have said this, if he's still the starter week 3, I would not go to games if I was a Browns fan. But they don't play a home game till week 3. So we'll see what happens week 1 and week 2. But I was very surprised that they went that route.
Well said there. Dan, thank you for the time, dude.
Appreciate you, Dan.
As somebody locally that gets a lot of crap all the time, the fact that you can handle it as well as you do nationally is always impressive, man. Keep fighting back.
I appreciate you, man. We get to do sports. Life's good. Don't take yourself too seriously type of thing. So I appreciate you guys, and have a great day and have a great season. Good luck.
Sounds good, man. Take care. That is Dan Orlovsky from ESPN. Give him a follow at Dan Orlovsky7. I want to talk about this Cleveland quarterback situation when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This update brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. 49ers owner Jed York arrested yesterday morning in East Palestine, Ohio. According to Columbiana, Ohio court records, police arrested York with a charge description of engaging in prostitution, which was later amended to misdemeanor disorderly conduct. Cleveland Browns have tabbed Deshaun Watson, not Shedeur Sanders, as QB1. Today, Watson apologized for his comments about the fans who were booing him during the previous game. Steelers have activated cornerback Jalen Ramsey. The Seahawks' Bud Clark and Mason Richmond are out long-term with injuries. Commanders have released running back Jerome Ford. Dan Quinn will speak in less than an hour. They did have practice today. The Astros have parted ways with GM and former Nats exec Dana Brown after going 2-6 in their last 8. Nationals take on the Colorado Rockies tonight at 6:45 live on The Fan with Cade Cavalli to the mound. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I wanted to make sure I made a mention of this. Very cool event in D.C. this morning. The ribbon cutting for John Thompson Junior High School. Up kind of by me, Northwest D.C. off MacArthur Boulevard. Named after the great, late John Thompson, Big John, famous Georgetown Hoyas coach. That's just a cool thing to do.
Yes, indeed. He had a major impact in this city in more ways than one. You know, I mean, many people look at the Georgetown aspect of it, but when you start looking at all the stuff he was doing even when he was like younger and doing stuff around at academics and things of that nature, you know, this is something that I think was well deserved.
I totally agree. I think that high school, if I have the right school, is down on MacArthur, kind of right by like Foxhall and Reservoir Road and all that. So I think that was the old Georgetown Day High School. And then my understanding is that GDS built a big campus up on Wisconsin Avenue, kind of in Tenleytown, and they just gave that school to the city because for a minute they were calling it MacArthur High School, and their mascot was like the elephant because I would drive by there driving to work. So that's cool. They came up with I mean, I know in like Montgomery County schools, they go out of their way now to not name schools after people because we live in a space where people are looking up what someone may have done 200 years ago, found it problematic. You got to change names and stuff. Nobody's going to change John Thompson High School.
I don't think so.
No chance.
Should not.
All right, B.
I learned a lot from him, believe me.
I know that's a guy that matters a lot to you.
Yep.
I also thought I'd mention this. I can't confirm or deny this. Maybe we could ask Logan, because I know some high schools have been in school for a while. I know, like, Logan's been coaching.
Loudoun County has been in school. I think Fairfax started today.
So my girls start tomorrow to kind of get ready. So last night we let them have a last late night of summer. And B, I was a hero for a brief moment. So we were, like, playing games and stuff. We ended up playing wiffle ball out front in our street because the street lights were on, so we had enough light. And this was not real intense wiffle ball. But Shelby hit a couple bombs, and then I got to come up to bat, and I hit one wiffle ball so hard that it broke. The ball just snapped in half, and both the girls were like, whoa. And I was like,
Daddy's strong.
I was like, Lauren, what'd you think? She's like, shut up.
Yeah. Lauren's brother, the ball, we had it a while. It's probably dry rot, and you just happened to hit the right one. If Shelby had hit it, it probably would have exploded there, too.
So I can't confirm this, but if I'm incorrect, like, have Loudoun County high schools had a football game yet?
I don't know.
Okay. I just got this email from...
I don't go to Loudoun County school games.
Sure, but, like, I feel like we would have known if there had been a high school football game yet. Again, could be wrong. Maybe there is one. And we all know that the definition of DMV means different things to different people. But I applaud the creativity from this young man. Jeremy Huber just sent me an email. He's a young, aspiring broadcaster. He does updates for Sirius XM Sports, and he does play-by-play broadcasts for a number of sports at Georgetown, including the football team. And he emailed me to say, just wanted to reach out to let you know that the Hoyas open their season Thursday night at home against Lafayette in what I believe is the first football game that counts in the DMV this year. Because he says high schools don't start till Friday. Howard plays on Saturday.
All right.
So shout out to the Hoyas. If this is in fact accurate, that's the first football game in D.C.
Okay.
I don't know. Well, let me know who wins. Georgetown, Lafayette. I'll be rooting for the Hoyas. Now,
It's Lafayette from somewhere.
Pennsylvania, I believe.
Yeah.
Are you rooting? I think they're the Panthers.
No, I'm not rooting for them.
Yeah. Is that right? Lafayette Panthers, White Brian?
Yes.
Bang. Were they always the Panthers, or is that a name change over the years? You
As long as I've known, they've been the Panthers.
Okay. Shout out to the Panthers.
As long as he's known 26 years.
26 seconds. Deshaun Watson, this has been all over my timeline, but I have not listened to this yet. Stallion, I'm going to assume we have the audio of Deshaun Watson. Okay, great. Deshaun Watson has been named the starter in Cleveland. Apparently, he was awful in preseason week 2, and Shador looked good. But Deshaun was booed at home by the Browns fans. This is Deshaun Watson speaking after that game.
Man, I didn't have no reaction. I think the biggest thing is, I think you guys know too, and I think the whole world knows, it has nothing to do about the performance. It's a little bit personal than that. So I think that's it's a disrespectful thing. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep whatever I feel with me and my family internally on how I feel about that. And yeah, just move on.
But don't you think, Deshaun, that winning and playing better would eliminate some of that booing?
Last time I played on this field, I tore my Achilles. And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt. So what does that have to do with anything about performance? When a person get hurt, especially for your own city, and they cheer.
Doesn't that make you regret coming here?
No, I don't regret anything in my life. You know, I think the Lord put me through situations for a reason, so I don't regret anything at all. But you know, I had different thoughts on how it was going to be, but you know, it is what it is. You know, sometimes the tables turn, and I'm patient enough because I'm a child of God to wait for that time to change. So I'm not tripping on it.
Deshaun Watson in the game he was booed was 5 of 12 for 36 yards with a pick.
Mm-hmm.
The Deshaun Watson conversation is obviously complicated. He's in the last year of what is an wildly overpaid deal for what he has performed for the Browns. If he thinks he was booed because of everything in his past, maybe. But if you go 5 of 12 for 36 yards with a pick, you're the highest paid player on the team and have been for 4 years. And the number 2 quarterback, the second-year guy out of Colorado, Shador, went 9 of 11 for 74 yards with a touchdown drive. Mm-hmm. He also threw a pick, but he was far better. Like, isn't it possible they were just booing him because he was bad?
They could be booing him because he's bad, but I think if you forget about the context of when he tore his Achilles, they cheered.
Yeah.
This is not a one-moment thing. And
yeah.
Let's be real. A lot of people were judging him before he got to Cleveland. And a lot of things were wrong. Now, yes, he was playing bad in the preseason game, but that booing that he received is not just that game.
Yeah.
It's a combination of things. And I when I heard –
in the first game, he was much better. He was 11 of 15.
But when I heard Orlovsky say that I think he handled that damn good. That press conference right there, based off of what I was saying, the guy was asking all the questions. He was trying to get him to say something stupid, and he didn't. So I don't see where he did that bad. I don't think it was nothing terrible in the way he handled that situation.
I guess he called it disrespectful. And
it is disrespectful when if a guy get hurt and you damn cheer. That's disrespectful as hell.
What do you think of them giving the job to Watson?
I told you before the preseason even started that he was going to get the job because they paying him that much money. They like, look, we're going to try to get some of this out of you, And if he completely messes it up, then they'll move on. But he was going to be given every opportunity. But today, it's more about what you make and how much they paying you than it is how well you play. And I think we got to be honest with that situation. If he was a guy on this team that wouldn't guarantee that amount of money or making that amount of money, he would be sitting his ass on the bench, point blank.
if he didn't get the fully guaranteed deal, he would have been cut 2 years
That's
ago.
what I'm saying. But, like, he's still around and making millions. He's going to play. We ain't going to just give it to you.
The Browns opened the season in Jacksonville. Then they go to Tampa. They got a little tour of Florida to open the year. Browns open as 7.5-point underdogs to the Jaguars. What can you expect from a dude? I'm talking football. What can you expect from a dude like Deshaun Watson at this stage of his career?
I don't think you can expect anything. I think you can hope that just once he can get back the little song. I may not be as good as I was ever was, but I could be as good once as I. They hope he can just get some type of fire for just a little bit. But I don't think you can expect anything because he's been out of football and injured too much over the last 3 to 4 years to expect anything.
Since the 2020 season, 2020 Houston Texans, Deshaun Watson was excellent, undoubtedly. 4,800 passing yards, 33 touchdowns against just 7 picks. Missed the 21 season. I think that was an injury. I don't even know when all the legal stuff happened and the suspension and all that stuff happened. Since 2020, he has played in just 19 games. And his record as a starter in those 19 games is 9-10. He started 7 games last year. The Browns went 1-6. He averaged 63% of his passes, 5 touchdowns against 3 picks. Averaged 164 yards passing per game on what was a bad Cleveland team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to make of all that. Supposed to live in a world of second chances, and he was, served suspensions, paid fine, like whatever that all worked, whatever that whole situation was. I don't know, man.
As bad as that whole situation was, I still think he took all of it. And Houston was involved with a lot of all those people being sent to him for massages and everything else. But Houston doesn't have them with them. So the whole thing troubles me.
Todd Monken, great offensive coordinator at University of Georgia, I believe. Then he got the Ravens OC job. I've explained this before. To me, there are 3 types of NFL head coaches. You have the elite strategist. You have the guy who can scheme it up better than their opponent.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the leader guy. You have the leader of men, charismatic, competitive speech giver, right?
Mm-hmm.
The third, unfortunately, is the guy that takes a bad job because they know it's their only opportunity and they're somewhat at the whim of ownership and management. They're kind of stooges, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately for Monken, whether that's who he is or not, you take the Browns job, that's who you're going to be. I don't know how any of that's going to work out.
Yeah.
Best of luck to all involved. Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets. B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We did our NFC West preview a little earlier in the program, and I said the 49ers were the most intriguing team in that division because there's always stuff with the Niners. You got the electrical substation, Kyle Shanahan's car accident, and then certainly the news today that 49ers owner Jed York was arrested was big news, and it was first reported that he was arrested for disorderly conduct and possessing criminal tools. Further reporting has come out. Niners owner, I'm reading now from the New York Post. San Francisco 49ers owner Jed York was arrested on suspicion of engaging in prostitution in Ohio over the weekend, the California Post confirmed. York pleaded no contest on Monday after the state of Ohio amended the one count of engaging in prostitution to a disorderly conduct charge. Court documents obtained by the California Post on Monday state York responded to an ad on a known prostitution website and, in quotes, arranged to have sexual activity with the female in exchange for $140. This dude is a billionaire.
Yeah, dude.
He was arrested in a trailer park. I don't know.
I just wonder if it was one of his players how he would react to it.
How the league would react.
Yeah, see the league got to stop being so little two-faced and start handling things a different way, because that shows you right there. And let me just say it, Mr. York, you got $1 billion. Do you not have a mouthpiece, dude? Your mouthpiece can be, I got $1 billion. That's all you got to say. And guess what? You could find some of the best that will give you a try. But you spend $149.
To use the term mouthpiece in this conversation is pretty outrageous.
But that's what people, no, that's just about it. Like when people talk, bro, most dudes that may have the means or the look or whatever can't ever have a lady because they don't know what to damn say. They got some of the most awkward, stupid people in the world. This dude is a multi-billionaire with owning the 49ers, and you got to go this route?
I will say.
You must be one of the dumbest dudes in the world. What did he say? Hey, how you doing? What's going on? I mean, he must just talk himself completely out of it.
I don't know if this is real, to be honest. But what happens in these situations is people are always going to get their jokes off on the internet. That's how the internet works. I don't know if this is real or not, but somebody, I guess this isn't actually Brandon Ayuk, but it's somebody had a post that was Ayuk and said, thought this was sweet until you got arrested before me. I don't know if it's real, but that's funny. I'll say that much. I don't know what to make of this situation. Best of luck to all those involved.
A lot of stuff is happening to that 49er franchise right now.
I mean,
after messing with Brandon.
Now,
I don't know, man. He might be putting some of that voodoo or something on them people, man.
Let's be honest. Is this that different than Robert Kraft's arrest?
No.
I mean, it's probably pretty darn similar.
It might be something that just goes on in that
circle
area, that circle, yeah.
I don't know, man. Why don't we make some bets?
I bet you I ain't gonna be caught up in that situation.
All right, new week, new us. I don't think we have any football tonight. If I'd love to be incorrect. Is there any football tonight?
I think it's a Monday night game. I think so.
I'll be so thrilled. Just to have football.
I think it's supposed to be a Monday night game, and then next week everything ends on Saturday.
No Monday nighter.
Is none?
I think that's why that Raiders-Texans game was on ESPN on Thursday.
I thought it was supposed to be on Monday night.
I don't think so. I think we got to wait till Thursday, and then we have college football. We got week 0. Games that count. Yeah, everything ends Saturday because the roster cuts are due around the league on Sunday. All right, so, the Mystics clinched the playoff spot. Shout out to the Sticks. I don't know how much of that regular season is left. The Mystics do not play tonight. It's looking like it's a baseball night, B. Nats are home tonight against the Rockies. Oh, is Cavalli pitching tonight, Stallion?
He sure is.
Give me some Cavalli props.
So
You
here's my
believe
bet.
Ryan don't know.
No, I knew he was pitching from last week.
He's pitching, and right now
Yeah,
the
he's
prop
pitching.
for me is it's minus 200.
Oh, can't take
Cavalli
it.
over 17.5 outs recorded tonight, so he'd have to go 5 2/3. Or actually, yeah, he'd have to go 6 innings, and that's something that he has done. The last time he didn't go 6 innings, it was July 5th. Like,
You could take him if you just add something to it.
I'll take that and then throw me in like a
No. You can take that bet if you're going to say instead of how many. What did they say? You was going to take 5.5 or something like that.
He has to pitch 6 innings.
You have to take more
You have
than
to
that.
parlay it.
You
Yeah,
got to take more than that, like 7. You can have it.
They ain't letting him pitch 7.
I'm not. Yeah,
I think that's documented.
6 1/3.
Sure, I'll do that. 6 1/3.
I do have Cade Cavalli pitching for me tonight. I just picked him up in our fantasy league. So
now I got to cheer against him.
See what happens. All right.
I got you. Give me the Rays, brother. Give me the Rays.
The Rays for B. Mitch.
And the Mariners.
The Mariners for B. Mitch.
Yeah. You know you like that because the Phillies are, they playing against them.
Phillies have been red hot though. How many Phillies have won 8 in a row or something.
But now
right?
they going all the way over there.
The Phillies won 9 straight games.
9 straight, yeah.
Think they gonna get the 10, Ryan?
I mean, I doubt it, but I hope not. They've got Zach Wheeler in the bump. That's their ace. So,
and they got Gilbert on for Seattle.
What do you like, Dub B?
Padres.
I just saw that.
I'm gonna take.
You know what? I'm taking the Reds. I'm not taking the the Mariners. The Rays and the other one I took.
I'm gonna take under 8.5. Nats Rockies. I like Cavalli. You want something real quick, Chris?
I'll take Diamondbacks.
Diamondbacks.
I got the Rays and the Reds.
Thank you to Dan Orlovsky for joining the program, and thank you to John Talty for joining the program. We're going to go watch a little bit of practice. Dan Quinn talks in 5 minutes. He'll probably break some news because we're off the air. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Hold your beer.
49ers owner Jed York arrested Sunday morning in Ohio. According to court records, police arrested York with a charge description of engaging in prostitution. That charge was amended to misdemeanor disorderly conduct after York pleaded no contest. Cleveland Browns have tabbed Deshaun Watson, not Shedeur Sanders, as QB1, and the Steelers activate cornerback Jalen Ramsey. Seahawks Bud Clark and Mason Richmond are out with long-term injuries. Raiders running back Ashton Genty is believed to have a sprained ankle. Commanders practice today, Friday final preseason game against the Ravens. The Astros have parted ways with GM and former Nats exec Dana Brown after going 2-6 in their last 8. Marlins beat the Nationals 6-2 to sweep the series. Nats have lost 10 of 12 back home against the Colorado Rockies. That starts at 6:45 tonight with Cade Cavalli getting the call. Commissioner Rob Manfred said yesterday that we're planning on playing baseball next year. The collective bargaining agreement expires December 1st. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We will talk to Grant, that Grant, at 3 o'clock. Toby is sitting in for GP. So let's do it. Let's start. 800-636-1067. You know what we're talking about today. The dress rehearsal, the get-ready game, Washington, Detroit, a great measuring stick, all the data we were looking for. We wanted to see what's it going to look like, Tobes. What are they going to do? 3 plays. I blinked twice and I missed it.
Yeah.
Bark once if you're in Milwaukee. Tobes, what a letdown that was.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty pointless, right? I mean, 3 plays, 2 of them that I frankly don't ever want to see again.
Yeah, I'm good on those.
Like the draw plays, whatever. But yeah, it was kind of gross to watch. And defensively, it was good to see them get some turnovers. So the vibe started high, right? 2 drives, 2 turnovers forced. Like, okay, maybe this defense is going somewhere. And then you had the offense trot out there for 3 plays. And everything that we talked about last week where PFF ranked them 32nd in offensive line rankings. I think ESPN had them 31st. And everyone's like, well, maybe they're better than that. Didn't look like it on Saturday. They certainly did not.
So I'm serious. I want to know, how you feeling? They got 3 plays. 2 were negative, an incomplete pass on a play that got blown up, a sack for minus 10 yards, and a give-up run. That's your starting offense's preseason. That's Jaden Daniels' preseason. Last year, it was 4 snaps. That included a touchdown run. So at least there was something to hang your hat on. They went backwards for 2 plays and a give-up 3rd down run and put his feet up. How you feeling? 800-636-1067. You feel better somehow? Maybe they're so confident that you're so confident? Do you feel the same? Do you feel worse, like I think a lot of us do? 800-636-1067. We want your reactions throughout the show. This is for you, Washington fans. I don't know how. Here's what I'll say real quick. The argument that you feel better or that you feel good rests upon your confidence that they're going to do things that they have not demonstrated yet. That's not unreasonable, by the way, because you probably were raised, like I was, with Joe Gibbs 1. Where their preseasons were terrible, they never mattered, and their track record was so good you didn't care when they looked like garbage in the preseason game 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5. You used to do 6 of them. But this group doesn't have that track record. This group has last year's the most recent sample, where you Cadillac through preseason, you Cadillac through OTAs, training camp, the whole 9 yards, and it's we'll just see what happens with this buzzsaw of a schedule to start the year.
Yeah.
You're counting on, if you're confident, you're counting on they're going to show something that they haven't shown. I don't mean schematically. I mean Josh Connerly blocks well. I mean the line is good or better than this, despite the fact that they haven't looked at. You just assume things are going to be different. And that's not a crazy assumption, but it requires a leap of faith that I'm not willing to make given last year.
Yeah, I mean, it's concerning because of the fact that the center position looked awful. Looked atrocious. Julian Good-Jones, I said this when they released Tyler Biotish in the offseason, and their first thing was, well, Nick Allegretti or Julian Good-Jones will be the starting center. To which I said, if Julian Good-Jones starts at center next season, someone needs to be fired. that cannot happen. And unfortunately for them, Nick Allegretti has been injured for most of training camp, and so it's not like that was something that was planned on, but you opened up a hole there that didn't have to be opened up. If they would have saved $10 million in cap space, Danny, by getting rid of Tyler Biotish, I wouldn't have much of an issue here. I would say, yeah, I kind of get it, and then they ended up in a bad spot because Allegretti got hurt. They saved negligible amounts of cap space, and it's not like they went out and signed. They used their cap space a little bit more this offseason, but they still had some. It's not like they were down to their last cent, and they're like, we got to save these $2 million or whatever it was on Biotish. And so, in turn, Allegretti, what he's praised for is he's very smart with his protections at the center position. And I can tell you this, they could have used some help there on Saturday because Julian Good-Jones in the 2 pass protection snaps did not look very good. The first one, he's fooled by a stunt. The second one, more so on the tight ends, on the play action fake there. But regardless, that's just not good. And the problem is, I haven't seen Nick Allegretti to give me confidence that when he's in the lineup, somehow everything's going to be fixed on the offensive line. They can't run the ball. Danny, yesterday or Saturday, 17 for 35. That's 2 yards a carry. That's not going to cut it. This is an offense that's going to want to be able to run the football so they can get to their play action. You can't do that when you're averaging 2 yards per carry. And I get that they're going to have Bill out there and they're going to have more dynamic backs than Katron Allen, but that's just not acceptable. It's not like there were holes that were there that weren't getting run through, and they also weren't protecting in the pass game. So what exactly do you do here?
Wasn't the Lions full ones either. I mean, I don't want to say, it's too early to use the word panic, right? Panic is irresponsible. But I will tell you, you do this gig long enough, and fortunate to do it for a little while now, and you can kind of fast forward through stuff and see where the road's going. Now, every once in a while, you're delightfully surprised, and that's fun. That's great when that happens. I love that. Like, for 2 years ago, I didn't see 12-5 in the NFC title game. I don't know who did. Other than the blind homer that tells you that it's going to happen every year,
Yeah.
and you've been right for the first time in 30-plus seasons. This doesn't look good. It doesn't. And either you put no weight on it, little weight on it, some weight on it, a lot of weight on it. For those of you that are walking around puffing your chest out going, just wait and see, we got something for the NFC East. Just wait. Daniels will fix it, or whatever. I'm not putting much weight on this. And that's your right. You're allowed to do that. Because, again, it's hard to figure out how to weigh these samples. Because, to your point, the carries total and yardage total you just gave, I don't know how to judge that. That's sometimes 2s against 3s and 3s against 2s and 4s and practice squad guys and whatever. I just know that it hasn't looked very good. Their touchdown came on a fumble that Benny Hill musicked around into the end zone. Their offense, their starting offense with the quarterback that I love so much, played 3 plays. One of them was a give-up run. And that's going to be it, guys. That's going to be it. That's your prep. They play in, however many weeks it is. They have their last preseason game, then 2 weeks off. This is it. That was the sample. The amount of times that David Blau radioed in a play to Jaden Daniels, he said it in the huddle, and then they executed it was 3 times. 3. That's it. And if the whole point was they've looked so great at the joint practices, they've looked so great here and there. And we'll see next week, of course, with the next set of joint practices, assuming the Ravens don't cancel, because they did that last year. That's why I make that zing. I'm hoping, I'm along with you guys. I'm hoping that we shouldn't put any weight on this. You can laugh at me. In a month, if they somehow start 4-1 with this buzzsaw of a schedule, they drop one maybe to Dallas or Seattle, and they surprise the world and beat Philadelphia, and they're in the driver's seat and they're kicking everyone's ass. Bring this up. Laugh at me. Mock me. Please, I welcome it, because we'll all be happy and we'll have a great laugh about it later. That I can't believe we were putting weight on this. My point all along, this preseason, this training camp, and everything under the sun was I would treat, knowing me, this is me, Danny Rouillet. I'm not in charge and I shouldn't be, but if I was, I would treat last season as such an epic disaster. And they acted accordingly to some degree. They moved on from coordinators, which I'm grateful they did that, especially on defense, where during their worst losing streak of my lifetime, they had Joe Witt change seats. That was it. I would go every paradigm that I have about how to build a football team, about how to to run training camp and OTAs and lead ups and practices and everything else needs to be thoroughly examined and probably changed, probably course corrected to a degree. And there's been more intensity. Is it enough for you? I'm asking you guys rhetorically. I know not everyone's been able to be there. Tobes has been there a bunch. Is this enough? Did that look like a group that's ready to rock? A group that's ready to go? Detroit did. A lot of teams around the league haven't, but they've got track records. This group doesn't. And I'm worried, man. I guess that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I mean, I think to me, this is different because of so many. You look around the National Football League, and there are teams that play their starters, there are teams that don't. The reason that I think this is such a thing here is third-year quarterback who missed a lot of last season due to injuries, so you'd like to see him get out there and play. Last season was such a disaster, and a lot of what they're doing in terms of preseason usage is similar to what they did last season, and you have two new coordinators. So you'd like to see some of this stuff run at full speed just to get a little bit of a taste of what you're doing in real game action. And Dan Quinn, to his credit, has said that they were going to run a more competitive camp, and they have. But in terms of preseason action, there's not a lot different here. And the thing I question a little bit is teams put so much weight on these joint practices, and I understand why they do, because it's a controlled environment. You can, as much as possible, ensure that your quarterback's not going to get touched, he's not going to get injured, and that's really, in Washington's case, right, and teams around the league, as long as your quarterback is healthy, you feel like you've got a shot, regardless of some of the other stuff we're talking about, just the feeling in the building. If Marcus Mariota has to start week 1, the feeling in Ashburn is way different than if Jaden Daniels starts week 1, regardless of what they look like. So I understand that. But I do think there's something to be said for playing football, because a joint practice is still practice. It's not football. Jaden can't get hit. I want to see him out there processing, understanding, hey, I can actually get hit here. There's a difference in your mindset when you play football, understanding that it's live, whether it's he gets outside the pocket and decides to scramble in a practice, or he throws it away in a game, or the pocket breaks down and he throws it away, or he takes a sack, or those sorts of things as his processing speed up to stuff. That's what I want to see, is in real game action with a brand new offense for a quarterback. And frankly, I'm not as worried as Grant has made the point that he hasn't played a lot of football. It's going back to last Halloween, and I understand that that's a valid point. I'm not as worried about that, but it is something that's completely valid. Guy hasn't played a ton of football and didn't really look like himself last year. So I'd like to just see him run through 12, 15 plays. I don't quite understand the idea of he's playing one series no matter what. Well, I would say we're playing until we get at least some sort of headway. And if you're not going to get any headway, then you're probably going to have to suit up next week.
Yeah, if the line is that the line or the center position or whatever, and I got a note on that here in a second, isn't very good, so we can't play, then, again, everyone should be freaking out. Does that make sense? If you don't have Nick Allegretti, a guy that's been a career backup offensive lineman who's bounced around as kind of a guard with a couple of games at center and some practices that you're counting on to be the dude, if the line can't function without him, you don't have a line that's worth a damn. Julian Good-Jones is going to play this year. Dan Quinn, at the podium moments ago, said that Matt Golban will go back to exclusively center. To give you an idea that we're not just making this up. And further, KB on Twitter, I'm at Funny Danny, at Toby_Altizer, I believe, on the Twitterverse. KB just brought this up. I think it's correct. Dan Quinn saw what we saw. They're not doing a walkthrough today. They're practicing today. They said, we can't do this anymore. We gave you guys maybe too much time. Who knows exactly the logistics? But some context clues are telling you that they saw the same thing that a lot of us saw, that it ain't good enough right now. So again, Matt Golban, I believe their 6th round pick, will go back to working exclusively at center after what they saw on film. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Steve in Arlington. How you feeling, man, after that preseason game?
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah. Hey, I echo everything that you're saying, and I love all the shows on the Fan. But you guys, thank you for being, I'm going to say, objectively critical, right? Everybody, it seems like nobody can touch Jaden Daniels at all. There's a bias against trying to make it look rosy, but I think you guys have hit it right on the head. They can either play him in preseason, and the chances are he's going to get hurt, but the chances are that he's going to be better prepared for when the games actually start, or they can take a bigger risk, in my opinion, of playing him when the season starts. And if he gets hurt, you're in no different situation. So it makes no sense to me, other than the fact that I think they know they have a problem, right? And I love Jaden Daniels. Everybody's excited about him coming here, but I think they know they have a problem, and they're really not addressing it. As we know, it goes in these things. And then the other thing I would say everybody's kind of ignoring is the quarterback from Rutgers. I'm going to try to say his name, Ethan Kariakis. He did a great job. And so what was the difference in the line when he was in, right? And if it was second versus third stringers as opposed to first versus second stringers.
Yeah, it may be that, Steve. And I appreciate the phone calls always. 800-636-1067. I couldn't pause and figure out which Lions were in the game, the twos, the threes. I'm watching the local broadcast with our guy Brian Mitchell and Helly and Rigo. So and they're not going to give you, okay, let's set the scene here. It's now a combination of this set of twos. It's the three linebackers, but it's the top corners. I have no idea. So that's always so hard. I mean, we're DC fans. We've lived through. Hey, this guy, Trent Green, the third string guy's better than the first two guys. Does that matter at all? Or Gus Farrat's pretty good. Do we care? And eventually they would earn starting roles. So I'm not suggesting anything. I don't even know if he is that the Souflaki slinger is ready to take over the starting gig over Jaden Daniels. I'll put the kibosh on that right away. But if the point is the line didn't look good, I'll co-sign that.
Yeah, and to me, Brian Mitchell brought this up about a week ago, and I thought it was an interesting point. They can do whatever they want, Danny, but eventually they're going to get judged, and that day comes up on September 13th against the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
And we can panic, hit the panic button, scream, and say this is stupid and everything, and if they come out and look good, call me an idiot. On Twitter, call in, I don't really care. That's fine. I will gladly take that, and I hope that's the case. I just know that what I'm watching right now, it does not certainly look like they're ready to play football. And look, you don't have to be in midseason form, but you have to be able to function. You have to at least be able to run a play without Jaden Daniels looking like he's already going to get put in the grave. Like, he snaps the ball and has no chance. Like, I
Dead
wanted
on
to
arrival, 2 plays.
Guess what? If Jaden Daniels completed 2 passes on Saturday and he looked like himself, we would have a joyous time. Even if it was they picked up 1 first down, to be like, oh man, it was nice to see Jaden sling the ball. He couldn't even throw the ball.
Yeah, if we're here, that's a good point. If it's 3 plays because they went 80 yards in 3 plays because they ripped off a catch and run and something great happened, you go, what are they supposed to do? The offense is too effective.
Yeah.
You sure as bleep wasn't that?
No.
You guys saw that, right? 800-636-1067. The question's simple. After that second preseason game, the dress rehearsal, the much hyped, and again, whether their plan was to play 1 series and that was it and they stuck to it or whatever. But it was uninspiring. You feel better, worse, or the same? Because that's it. That's our look. That's what we're getting of Jaden Daniels in the offense, unless something dramatic changes. I can't imagine it would. But that's the sample we got this preseason. You feel better, worse, or the same? 800-636-1067. It's Grant Daniel, the Fan. Tobes in for GP. Don't go anywhere. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. $30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entry starting at $1,000, all with no rake. Circa Million, 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. Circa Survivor, pick 1 winner each week. Last one standing wins. And Circa Grandissimo with a $100,000 entry. Enter Nevada, play from anywhere. $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
Commanders are on the practice field today after it was originally scheduled as a walkthrough. Dan Quinn changed it to a practice. Addressing the media earlier before practice today, Nick Allegretti, he said, isn't there yet as he returns from a calf injury. Bill Krosky-Merritt dealing with a lower body injury. He's going to work off to the side this week. He's expected to be back after the Baltimore game, which they'll have a joint practice with the Ravens on Wednesday before their final preseason game on Friday. Over the weekend, the Commanders released running back Jerome Ford. Other news across the NFL, 49ers owner Jed York was arrested yesterday in Ohio. He pled no contest to a pair of misdemeanor charges after being arrested on suspicion of engaging in prostitution. Raiders running back Ashton Jeanty left practice earlier yesterday. Originally worried it would be a lot worse, but it's said to be a sprained ankle and not a long-term injury. And in baseball, the Nationals begin a 4-game series against the Rockies at Nats Park tonight, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Ryan Feltner. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
A big part of me wishes that Washington didn't play on Saturday so we could let the story breathe a little bit and pay a little bit more attention to Jed York visiting Ohio. Like, I wish there was a little more room to explore the space.
Oh, man.
You know, like old Jed York did. $140 in a trailer park. Jed. Good call, buddy.
What are you doing?
Yeah, you're crushing it, pal. I don't know. It's a reminder that, I mean, like, I know plenty of rich people. I don't know if that's like a brag or not. I do.
Yeah,
I know plenty of people that have plenty of money.
Danny.
Yeah,
Jeez.
good for me. I'm not one of them, but
I was going to say, are you one of us?
I've walked among them, certainly. There's a difference between that and so wealthy that you lose sight of the most, you see what I'm saying? Like the simplest.
Yeah.
It's so easy to not do that. It's
you
so
own an
easy.
NFL team, dude. Like, go do something else.
Seriously. It's the easiest thing to do in the world is to not do that. I'm amazing at not doing that.
Yeah.
I've been not doing that my entire life. I'm so good at it.
I'm almost to 28 years of not doing that.
Thank you.
Almost.
I mean, who knows? Maybe tomorrow I'll go, you know what I should probably do is get myself on a bird, get to middle of nowhere, Ohio, wander around a trailer park with 720s and see what happens. You buffoon. 800-636-1067. But alas, Washington's first team offense was the Jed York in Ohio of offenses there on Saturday. We didn't see much. How you feeling? In short, I don't feel very good. In short, I'm really worried, Tobes.
Yeah, I mean, and rightfully so. I think for a lot of people, a caller mentioned this earlier, there's a risk that Jaden could get hurt playing in the preseason. That's definitely true. There's also a risk that you could sink your season if you don't get off to a decent start. And I thought when we saw the schedule released that there was going to be a definitive different approach to training camp in the preseason. I would say there has been to training camp. I don't think there has been clearly to the preseason. And we'll see if that works out or not. We'll find out starting on September 13th. But I wish I felt better after what happened in the second preseason game, and I don't.
Two to the phones, 800-636-1067. Shane, Tennessee. What'd you see, dude?
Commander, Toby, Lieutenant. How's it feel riding that lieutenant seat there, buddy?
Can't complain.
Lieutenant's chair.
Here's the thing, fellas. That offensive line is going to be a problem all year long. We're already down a hell of a left tackle. Our center position, we had a center. We let him walk for God knows reason why. Who knows? Maybe he had nudie pictures of the owner's wife. I don't know. But look, here's the thing. He's no longer here. And now the left side is going to be question mark. And here's the thing. Look at the defenses we played the first 4 weeks. Like I told you, now this is going to be. I said we were going to go 1-8. Now let me ask you a question. Say Daniels has the things he had last year.
Right, like the slew of injuries.
So yes, and we end up picking up, say, in the top 5. At that point, Arch Manning's out there. All these quarterbacks out there. Are we saying Daniels is our starting quarterback right now? He needs to be playing right now. Like, this is ridiculous. He's in a new offense. He's in everything.
Shane, thank you as always, buddy.
I don't know that I need to go to looking at the next draft class.
Yeah, I don't want to be in that, to borrow Dan Quinn, I don't want to be in that space.
No.
I'm not ready to do that.
And to me, Jaden, he didn't look like anything on Saturday because he didn't have a chance to look like anything. I think he looks fine at training camp. Not much of a chance when you snap the ball and a guy's in your lap. But the problem is that could be what happens against Philadelphia, Dallas, Seattle. And in that case, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Because that's live. That's real football. That actually matters.
Well, people are looking at Philadelphia's offense, and yeah, they might be slow to get going. It's a difficult marriage to make that zipper lined up, right? With what Mannion wants to do, likes to do, and while you employ him, and Jalen Hurts is a previous skill set, right? But what he's done really, really well. I mean, this is a guy, again, that's won a Super Bowl and outplayed Mahomes in a Super Bowl, even in a loss. This is slightly different. Different offensive personnel that might take a minute to get going. Yes, your offense might not be as good in September as it's going to be around Thanksgiving with Mekhi Lemon, who hasn't pretty much practiced or played at all, and Dontavian Wicks coming in. So there's a lot of changes that are going to happen there. If you're going to get that offense, maybe September's the time to do it. That defense is just fine and ready to go.
Yes.
They are coming in week number 1. Chip in Burke, you feel better, worse, or the same after that dress rehearsal?
Well, hey, fellas, thanks for having me on. I have to say that I thought it was very underwhelming, and I want to go back a couple of years to Jaden's rookie season and Grant. I know he's not on the show today, but at least a couple of times during 2024, Grant said,
What did he say?
What did he say? Oh, my God, what did he say?
No.
What did he say? Chip, did you do that? Darius, did I do that? Did anyone do that? All right, let me try again. I don't know what happened. Chip, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Okay, that was such a cliffhanger. Okay, what did Grant say?
Thanks for hanging in.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, Grant said several times during the season, part of the good news story here is this is the worst team that Jaden is going to play on. We're going to build around him, and we're going to be, by the time he gets to his 5th season, we're going to be dominant. I made part of that up, but I think the thing
idea,
we are continuing to miss is Joe Gibbs 1 was built around a dominant offensive line and a strong to dominant defensive line.
Indeed. Chip, thank you, buddy. I will always say I was there too. I had a lot of fun, but this is 40 years later, and football's changed some. I'm not telling you don't need a good offensive line. I've been screaming about this one. They need to be much better, but the way the salary cap is, I'd rather have a great quarterback and a C-plus offensive line than a great offensive line and a D quarterback. But I understand your point. It's still valid, and we hearken back to those days when it was good, and we think all you got to do is hand it off to a fullback at 3.9 yards per carry, but he's behind the Hogs, and you'll go win a Super Bowl. The game is different now to a degree.
It definitely is, but at the same point, it's still one in the trenches. I mean, we watched a juggernaut of a team last year in college football in Ohio State not be able to get past Miami, who was not as good on paper, but their dominant defensive line just annihilated the offensive line, and they didn't stand a chance. Mm-hmm. And you look in the NFL, Philly's been good for how long and why? It's because they're good in the trenches. Quarterbacks come and go, whether it was back with Carson Wentz to Nick Foles to now Jalen Hurts. And, Jalen Hurts is routinely now ranked outside the top 10 of quarterbacks, but they're routinely good. So the issue I have for the offensive line, Danny, for the Commanders is with Laramie Tunsil, that's unfortunate. Like that one, you had one of the top 5
good plan, bad luck.
Left tackles. I can live with that. Chris Paul, Brandon Coleman, that's, to me, fine at left guard. Never liked the center position. We were talking about this in the break. Like, Nick Allegretti is who we're all talking about. Well, when Nick Allegretti gets back, it's like, all right, fine. So you're going to plug in someone who has barely been a starter throughout his NFL career, and that's going to fix everything? Great. I still don't feel great about that plan. I feel good about Cosme, but Connerly, even, a first-round pick.
I'm worried, man.
The issue is, I drafted you in the first round hoping that he eventually, I'm sure the thought is maybe he takes Laramie Tunsil's spot at left tackle when Tunsil's done. But I got to have you play right now. So I can't have you just be dog crap at right tackle and not be able to block.
Kevin, Arlington, feel better, worse, or the same, buddy?
I feel the same, which is what the hell are they doing at center? And I've been banging this drum since the Biadasz release, which I understand a little bit better now. Sheehan has actually provided some color around the contract demands that Cedar Biadasz met. But listen, they wanted to sign Linderbaum. They wanted to sign Pierce. They didn't get either. They finally, thank God, went and got Diggs and gave up on the Ayuk fantasy, but they didn't fix center. They are so far from fixing center. I mean, this guy, Good Jones, might as well be Hartman at quarterback. He's never going to play in the NFL. That's our plan.
Nick Allegretti has injury history. He got benched after the second game last year. I know he's smart. Hey, man, availability is the number one. The guy's old. He's banged up. He's not that athletic. What the hell are they doing at center? They had their center they drafted playing guard last week in practice. Oh, and Quinn announced it today. They're going to move him back.
They're going to move him back,
That's great, Dan. But, they don't have a plan. And they are refusing to go get a veteran to give them insurance. Until they do it, I'm going to say this is a major miss, and Philly's going to make us pay badly in the open road.
Thanks, Kevin.
I'm so upset about this.
Appreciate you, buddy, as always. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I've run through all the doomsday things in my head. Again, it is the word panic. I'm only saying it to make sure I'm telling people don't. Right? It's too early to do that. But I am telling you, we got a little walks like a duck, sounds like a duck, is quacking like a duck, looks like a duck, is on my plate, and his brother and sister are foie gras. You know what I mean? Like it's there's a lot of things that don't look real good right now this minute. It's a lot of the same signs. And had last year just been a normal injury set year where you still had great performances, but enough players missed enough games, and you battled Miguel Cairo style, and you finished 7-10 with a couple things don't go your way. You go, we're reloaded, we're right back. You guys, you saw it. And anybody who tells you it was just the injuries, wrong. There's injuries had nothing to do with Frankie Louvu, Deron Payne, or a bunch of these other guys stinking up the joint. Had nothing to do with a lot of the production or lack thereof that didn't happen for a bunch of guys they're counting on this year. The point that you're making, I think, is such a good one, is that the cavalry is once Allegretti's healthy, something he hasn't been for 2 consecutive days this entire preseason and training camp and things. That's not the knight on the shining horse, man. That's not.
You're not getting Laramie Tunsil back, and we can say keep waiting. It's Nick Allegretti, and with all due respect to him, he hasn't been a starter throughout his career. I just don't love their plan there, and it's ironic, Danny, because I do think that their O-line played reasonably well last year. It wasn't awful, it wasn't great, but it wasn't atrocious. And this is largely the same O-line, with the exception of center, and then obviously Laramie Tunsil going down. But I've talked plenty of times. I think Brandon Coleman can play there. So then what the heck am I watching on Saturday? They can't block a soul.
I don't know what's going on. I can't even. And listen, that's 2 plays. It won't be that bad every play. But that's the best argument I can make. That's my sunshine view.
Well, and the thing is, we go back to Miami Dolphins joint practice. Everything's sunshine and roses, and everyone throws in the caveat. But they couldn't move the defensive line when they ran the ball. It's a big part of this offense.
That's a pretty big deal.
Matters.
Dan, Frederick, feel better, worse, the same, buddy?
Oh, man, I feel horrible after that. I'm lost for words really with the whole thing. I honestly see these first 4 games. I honestly think if they end up 1-3, they'll be lucky. Maybe possibly they might win that last game after the first 3. I just don't see this looking very good, fellas. I'm out.
Dude, appreciate you. It's so hard to ascribe meaning to the preseason. And it probably isn't fair. Because one of the things I always say when it comes to sports in general is you, talking about the team, set the expectations for me. If a team tells you we're all in with both words and actions, like, for example, last year for the Nationals, when we're at spring training, and they're talking about how good they're going to be. Remember? Yep. So all we can think about is, are these guys aware of who are in these lockers next to them?
Pitching,
Are they aware of any of the information surrounding them? And their attitude was, it's put up or shut up time. We're going to be good. Just you wait and see. And it wasn't just internal, that what players tell themselves and coaches tell you, because that's what they told this group too. We're out there to compete. But I think deep down in places they don't talk about at parties, everybody knows exactly what they are. These guys are too smart. But last year, when the Nats tell you we're going to be good and they're not, that's when people get fired, right? When you tell me, as the Wizards told me, hey, we're rebuilding. We're going to take our time. We are doing a slow, correct, build you something great. You get grace, right? Teams weren't willing to do that for a long time. They weren't willing to use the word rebuild. Football, they never do. But when you set the expectation that we're planning on being good and watch how we do this, we don't need the preseason. We don't need all the different games. We don't need as many practices. After that first preseason game, they were basically off for 3 days with some film and walkthroughs and ice baths in there. But for God's sakes, man, they're telling us we think we're good. Now, after that preseason game, with Dan Quinn saying, nope, we're actually practicing, and this guy that hasn't been a center, he's a center again. tells you that they see what we see, right? So the expectation now is what? 800-636-1067. Scheduled to join by Grant at 3. We're hoping his phone is live. It's charged. We don't know. He's unreachable. So we'll see if it happens or not. But we're going to try to call that young man. It's his show too. But till then, how you feeling? An underwhelming, if not bad offensive performance by the starters, and they're pretty much done for the preseason unless Dan Quinn is making some crazy announcement that I can't fathom. That's it. That's all we got. How you feeling? 800-636-1067. We're going to do this in a little bit. Grant Nanny here on the Fan. Tobes in for Jeeps. There's an online Sonny Styles discourse that, okay, in general, with the offense and a bunch of things given last year, I'm willing to have concerned discussions. Sonny Styles has played, 15 snaps in the vanilla defense as a middle linebacker through a couple of weeks?
And I wouldn't say that he's necessarily made mistakes. Like, there are maybe plays that you'd like to see him make, but I wouldn't say it's like, Styles should have been there, got to do it. Like, he's kind of there.
Right.
He hasn't stood out.
Yeah, this one, so we'll react to this. We'll do this in about 13 minutes, assuming Grant's phone is still dead. And I'm going to continue to joke because he's not listening live.
It definitely is.
It definitely is.
His laptop's also dead.
Yeah, I was going to say, in the year 2026, he has to turn his laptop to the side and, hold the power cord in. And somehow, some way, it has escaped him to just go to apple.com and order himself a new computer. But I digress. Yeah, we'll address that in a little bit and ask how concerned you were. But in general, after this dress rehearsal of a preseason game, where, listen, it's always hard to compare apples to apples because different organizations doing different things, different places, different times. This team played this guy. Well, you have a counter. Well, this team didn't play this guy. So now what's the right answer? I don't know. I just know this. 3 plays for the offense. They went backwards twice. Both plays were blown up, and then a give-up run on 3rd and 1,000,000. And that's what we're getting this preseason.
Yeah.
Hard to feel good because the concerns could have been put to bed. The concerns of the offensive line is the 32nd ranked group, according to PFF. They could have mauled Detroit's 1.5, some 2s, some 1s, no Hutchinson in there. But they could have knocked those guys stiff and marched down the field. And whether they scored a touchdown, kicked a field goal, whatever, but they could have gotten, a first down or positive yardage before it was a prevent situation.
Correct.
They could have done a lot of things that made you feel a lot better because it confirmed the concern. 800-636-1067. Jay in Fairfax. How you feeling, buddy?
Jay, what's going on?
Jay. Here you go. Oops, that didn't work. I tried to put him on. I don't know. Is he there now? I don't even know what I did.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Jay. So, Jay, I'm going to tell you something.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, this was my fault. What just happened was my fault.
Uh-oh.
I thought I pushed the right button. I don't know what I pushed. I think I pushed something I've never pushed before. It's my first time here. I'm lucky to be sitting down. You take it over now. Jay in Fairfax, how are you?
What's up, Jay?
Hey, I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
All right. So I'm 50-50 on it. And the reason why I say that, because, I still have faith in AP. Our first year, nobody saw that coming. And, he's made the moves when we needed them. When he saw that we had the opportunity in that first year, he went out and got Lattimore. And then in that next season, he went and got Tunsil when nobody even expected it. With a pretty, mediocre O-line, but that at least got it to the NFC Championship. So now we're going to year 3 with the O-line that's worse than year 1, knowing that we have a team that's ready to go, especially when we had Tunsil and now he's down, I think he's going to make a trade somewhere along the line. At some point, we have the draft capital, we have the finances. I think we have some talent. We're trying to figure out who we're going to release that receiver. And I think this is the year where it's like he would not let this go. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I know exactly what you're saying, Jay. Appreciate you, dude. Thanks for sticking with me there. After I don't know what I pushed.
Set him on a wild tour.
I hear what Jay's saying, and that's a positive view of it. This is very Ernie Grunfeldian. I'm not comparing the two because one is competent and good and should be a general manager. That's Peters. But the Grunfeld special was create a untenable bad situation. Walk over with the fire extinguisher, put out the fire with, frankly, a trade that you didn't see coming or some kind of action to dig out of the trouble, and then stand there and demand a trophy for putting out the fire. The arsonist fireman, ladies and gentlemen, right? If you recognize, hey, there's a problem, it's worse than we thought, I'll have to go give up draft capital, or maybe if something works out, you could trade one of these bits of receiver depth. I'm making this up. Would somebody who's got 3 centers, one guy that you like, you go, hey, do you like Luke McCaffrey? He's going to be have a marginal role here. Could you do that? Maybe. But the point is that you're putting out a fire. That's a year 1 thing. Year 3 should be, look at our built.
Yes.
Look at all of the asses that we're kicking. Look at all the names we've taken down. We are crushing people, not I have a panic fire that I've got to fix with either draft capital or personnel, right? 800-636-1067. Let's go to Tom Warrington. How you feeling after that dress rehearsal, buddy?
Hey, the mom?
Yes, sir.
Oh, hey, what's up, guys? Sorry, I'm out here door dashing. It's actually Kyle. I don't know.
Oh, hey,
if
Kyle.
maybe
Sorry
that
about that. You could be Tom or you could be Kyle.
no,
It's up to you.
I've been on. Yeah, long-time listener, love that. I just wanted to say I'm indifferent about it all right now because on one end, I didn't want to hit him just because a few linemen are out, which are obviously a key detail in the offense developing and needing to get where it needs to be. I do trust in Jaden. I mean, what we saw was Kalamakis, our, rookie, come out there, and he dealt with that same line, and, he put numbers up. He did what he needed to do to show that it can be done. So I have faith in Jaden. Now, what I don't know is why on 3 and out, what happened through that 3 and out was Blau didn't adjust to them blitzing the hell out of us and not thinking, hey, they're going to come for our guy. I want to protect our baby, so I didn't want him out there if we're not going to give him the best of the best protection and the reassurance that he's going to be protected. So if it means he doesn't get the preseason, I'm fine with that, so long as we protect him. So, yeah, it doesn't make sense to me putting him out there and exposing him to the exact thing that happened.
Kyle, I get that. Appreciate or Tom, either one. But appreciate your phone call. Thank you, buddy. Let me squeeze in a couple more here. Sid Bristow. What's up, man? You're on the fan.
What's up, Sid?
Dan
Routier. What's up, buddy?
Okay. Where's Frank Henderhan when we need him? That's all I was thinking, man.
Little oh no?
We know. Oh, no. Yes, sir.
No.
There you go. That's all we're saying, man. That's the theme. All right? Because we can't do nothing about it. Here's a couple points, Danny. I cannot believe that you mentioned Grunfeld because I swear to God, I already had that point in my mind to mention. But the first thing is I respectfully disagree. And I know you know this already, Danny, but the game is different. But you still start from the inside out. Everybody knows that, and that hasn't changed. Tom Brady, when he didn't have protection, he couldn't do anything. I mean, so, you know how it is. Second thing is, this guy, all you got to do is look up 95 to, what's his name? Drew, I'm skipping his name. The guy who, Hausman, right? The Philadelphia manager, the Eagles manager.
Howie Roseman.
Roseman.
You're not talking about my
Howie
college
Roseman,
teammate
yeah.
Ryan Hausman. It's Howie Roseman.
Yeah. So, I mean, all you got to do is look at that, okay? I mean, that's all you got to do, man. And the thing is, that Adam Cook thingy, I think the food is about it's burning, okay? Because I don't care. The thing is that he's cooking, but does he have the right ingredients in that pot? The last point about the Grunfeld thing, I swear to you, Danny, I was thinking about Grunfeld that, it's very easy to get proven players. Like you and I probably could pick players who are already veterans, like trade-wise and everything. You just got to know how to work out the numbers. But you earn your key, what do you call it? Your dollar, your whatever fame in the draft. It's very easy to pick Jaden Daniels, number 2, just like we did John Wall. Big deal, okay? And when you know that you have the quarterback has a propensity to get hurt, there is absolutely no excuse that you're not providing a protection, man.
I think at this stage, Sid, thanks, buddy. We're up against it. Appreciate you, dude. 800-636-1067. You want to chime on this? Also have a Sonny Styles conversation we have to have as well. Basically, how you feeling? We're all day long. Topes and I, and Darius, we talked about what we're going to do today on the show. And normally after a preseason game, we're like, who really helped themselves? Who on the roster bubble really helped themselves make noise?
Gay balls and gassers.
Hey, let's do some regular. Hey, that's what we normally do. Are you making fun of us? No, but like we could do our normal stuff. This was so underwhelming.
Yes.
That we're basically going, we want to hear from you all day long. We have a couple of little things we want to put on a tee, but it's basically you guys today.
Therapy session.
800-636-1067. How you feeling? And we'll talk some Sonny Styles when we come back. Special hello to our friends and family down there in the capital of the Commonwealth in Virginia, 910 The Fan. This is Grant Danny. Tobes is in for GP, who we think his phone is dead. We think he's doing fine, but his phone has died. Hopefully catch up with him at some point, get his thoughts on an underwhelming performance in the dress rehearsal. Again, the final score when 2s and 3s are going, et cetera. And there's some good. I mean, the defense, again, they're not facing the full complement. There's no Amon-Ra St. Brown and no Jahmyr Gibbs to torment you, et cetera. And there's no Jared Goff to be a stick figure and have a key fumble in a huge moment. But in a preseason game, will tear you up. So you saw turnovers. You see some good stuff. You see an aggressive group. But, man, it is hard to feel excited after that offense did so little.
Yeah, I mean, you just wanted to see something, right? For most fans, this is the only chance you were going to see Jayden Daniels before everything gets underway on September 13th. And so you're like, all right, this is getting built up. We're talking about it last week. This is the dress rehearsal of sorts. This is what you're, the old third preseason game where I was like, if you didn't watch anything, watch the first half of the third preseason game, and you get a little bit of a taste of what your team's going to look like. And unfortunately, you hope that the taste you got on Saturday of this first team offense is nothing of what you're going to get in the regular season. And look, it can be a bad one series. There are going to be series throughout the season where they're going to go 3 and out and it's going to look horrendous, and they could follow it up with a 12-play touchdown drive the next time out. So it's not to say this doesn't happen in the course of a year, but when this is all you're going to get, and there was an option for them to potentially get more plays, and they're not going to likely, I don't know. It's not very inspiring and disappointing and left you wanting a lot more.
Let's go to Jupe in West Virginia. Jupe, what's up, dude?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling?
Good, buddy.
Hey, I'm going to try to keep it positive. I think the one good thing out of this preseason game, actually the past 2 preseason games, is the rookie QB. I'm not going to try to pronounce his last name. Just stuck with calling him Cadillac Man or AKA North Kakalaki.
Yeah, Cadillac Man.
I like Cadillac Man.
We've gone either Baklava Bomber or Souvlaki Slinger. It's up to you. You could try the name too, whatever works.
I like Cadillac Man because he be driving that offense like a deuce and a quarter. He be whipping that thing, man. The way he got pocket presence, the way he just throws that ball, he got a beautiful throw, and he gives his players a chance for the ball. So at this point, go ahead and cut Sam Hartman because right now it might not be too much of a big difference, but when you're looking at year 1 with Cadillac Man and year 3 with Hartman, I got to stick with him, cut him out, and just let's develop him because guess what? If he can be the QB2 of the future or advertise him, maybe you got to trade.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, Jupe, if it's a I appreciate you, dude, as always. If it's a football decision, it's done. If that's what it is. So, but you think of different complications. I mean, again, think of the Nationals, for example. One of the reasons they haven't brought up certain guys maybe is, well, we can't move on from Jorbit Vivas because he's out of minor league options. My response is I don't care.
Yeah.
Please bring up the kids that I'm excited about. But there are other considerations. It's a behind the scenes thing. It's how they work. It's how they operate. It's who's good in the QB room and who's helpful. But from a football performance evaluation, it's easy to call balls and strikes on this one, no?
Yeah, very simple. It's not hard to see that he's a lot better than Hartman. The question is, do they keep 3 QBs or not? That's really the answer. Is if they keep 3 QBs, Kaliakmanis is on the team. If they don't, you hope you can get him to the practice squad. The main positive of keeping a third quarterback is they have to be on the 53, I believe, to have the emergency quarterback designation where they don't dress, they don't count against your game day roster, but they can at least play in the game if both quarterbacks get hurt. So if that's something that you're worried about, then you hope that he makes it there. But to his credit, he's been a lot better than I expected in what he's shown in the preseason.
Yeah, I was frankly not a fan of the pick. I think it's a waste of a pick generally, where you take a quarterback that the idea is that he doesn't play. I think you can always find a backup Billy. Teams love this developmental quarterback thing. God bless you. You showed me. I don't mean you, Toby, but you, team, showed me what you think of third-string quarterbacks. When a meaningless football game, I know it wasn't meaningless to you, and it's like, these guys' jabs are on the line. You're 4-12. That's meaningless. Okay, they played a game and they had to go out and sign a 40-year-old journeyman that's been on 90% of the NFL teams. You told me everything about what you think about the developmental piece. So I think it's a waste of a pick, and I still do, by the way. Now, but that's over with. He's here, and I've liked what I've seen. It's better than I thought.
If he ends up as the backup quarterback, if they don't keep Mariota long term, then I think it's totally worth it. It's just I didn't think that was going to be the case, but he's looked good. So credit to him.
Let's go to Ron, Upper Marlboro. What are you feeling, man? How you doing?
Doing all right. Thanks for asking. I'm choosing to look at this preseason like the 2012 preseason, where we had RG3 throwing like straight drop back passes, dinks and dunks, and then when the regular season came, we had the play action and the option read, and throwing across the middle to Pierre Garçon, and it was just didn't see it coming at all. It was just a brand new system with a brand new toy that we didn't know, and we didn't show anything in the preseason, and then bam, here comes the regular season. It's completely different from what we saw. And the way I see Sonny Styles, it's like the same thing with the new defense. I see him, or at least I'm choosing to see him right now, like if we're trying to drive one of those F1 cars that was driving around the Capitol like a normal rush hour car. It's not do well when you're just trying to stop at a red light, but when you have them wide open and running and doing all that stuff.
Ron, you're breaking up. It's a good point. I want to jump on that, Topes. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he mentions that he's hoping it's just something that they're not seeing. The issue is, I think what they ran, it's not deep into the playbook. It's kind of their base, but it is stuff that they're going to run, and they couldn't block it up. It was, if you go back and watch the first play, they're running a little stack.
You're talking about the offense now.
Yes, the offense. They're running a little stack with Traylon Burks and Stephon Diggs, and Burks is kind of clearing it out, and Diggs is running a little simple out route when he reads how the defender's defending him, but Jaden doesn't even have time to get to that throw, so he has to dirt it to Katron Allen. Second play, they run a play action to the left with Chig coming across to block the end, and Bates is over there as well trying to block the end, and they can't block it. So Burks is open on the play, on the second the play action pass, but they couldn't block it up. So I understand his point that there's going to be more variations, little wrinkles and stuff we didn't see in 3 plays, obviously. But in the 2 pass plays they ran, that's consistent with what we've seen at camp.
And you don't want to have to gimmick your way through a preseason game.
Correct.
I mean, again, the point here is, can you stop the guy across from you? Can you block the guy that you're dealing with? And the answer was no.
Yeah.
For that first team offense against some 1s, some 2s for Detroit.
And that's the basic part of it, Danny, is like we can scheme up whatever we want where, man, I've got this beautiful scheme where McCaffrey's going to run this clear out, Lane's going to run this little thing, and we've got a corner route going to come open wide open for Chigakonkwo. That's awesome. Jaden got sacked because the center couldn't block anyone. Well, that doesn't matter then.
Right, doesn't matter. So but I want to jump on his second point about Styles. So it kind of leads us into the conversation. I don't know. I always hate this because we're sort of addressing this ghost. And here's what I mean. If there's an article written where, for example, Washington's offensive line is the 32nd ranked offensive line, a debate can ensue. Hey, this is what they're ranking. Are they right? Are they wrong? Where is there merit? Is there not? Let's have a convo, right? This isn't like an individual outlet to me, at least I haven't seen it, maybe you guys have, of saying, hey, Styles in his 12 snaps or 15 snaps or whatever, couple possessions, has graded at X and therefore is a bust or something. This is kind of a reaction to a nebulous sort of out there pulse among some Washington fans, a couple ball knowers who do film breakdowns, the film watchers guy that I love on Instagram, who's just like an enthusiastic 30-year-old dude, bro.
He's somehow related to the Grudens, I swear.
Feels like it. He feels Grudenish. He just loves breaking down film.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know if he's right or wrong, but it convinces me, like, has some pretty smart insights. So, like, you see certain people, and I'm not saying he did this or otherwise, but there's now a very negative pulse on Sonny Styles. And again, we're addressing this like moving target that isn't something we can point to and say, you're right, you're wrong, etc. So I always hesitate to do it, but it's interesting enough because it's mixed in with this other panic or this other concern about the football team. And it's kind of like, and another thing, they made the wrong pick with Styles.
Yeah.
He ain't special. Or, I saw some Giants fan, for example, gloating, going, thank goodness the Giants didn't take this guy. Oh, I said it all along. This is some guy that covers the team or, is a Billy the Blogger or something. I have no idea. But he's going, he wasn't really that special at Ohio State either. I know his measurables are off the charts, but this, that, and the other thing. And so there's a lot of spike in the ball at this point on Styles. And before I get into my soliloquy about that was kind of my baseline for saying I don't like having this conversation, but now let's have it. Where are you at on Styles through a couple games?
He hasn't flashed, which you certainly would love for a top 10 off-ball linebacker where there's always questions about, is this worth it? If this guy is Fred Warner, there would still be people that would argue, I might take the edge rusher, right? Just because of how much they get paid, the impact on the game. So there's always going to be questions about that. So you'd like to see him flash. You haven't seen him flash. I also haven't seen him be egregious and out of place and bust written all over him.
So on the Dobbs touchdown run, for example, I don't think, having watched it a 1,000 times, too many, if I can be frank with you, it's not that much fun to watch. But I don't think that outside gap was his responsibility. I think that's the defensive end who got sucked in.
I think DQ even said that today, that's Joshua Joseph's responsibility.
Now, I would and there you go. There's your lesson, rookie. Okay, make sure that'll be on tape for someone else to see too. We play Philadelphia in week 1, so FYI. But I would love for him to get off that block and be competitive in that play instead of totally washed out. Even though I know he had, if you guys are familiar with the play, you probably saw it like we did. Styles is crashing down, looks like he's responsible either for the B gap or the C gap, depending on how the play's going. I think it's the B gap. And he's engaged with somebody, and he's sort of erring on the side of being inside to take that away. Then he's out of the play, and it's over. And Dobbs is off to the races. I'd love more than that, but I don't think he's getting out there, given that that's where his gap was, right?
Yeah.
So that if I'm nitpicking, that's my nitpick. But back to you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tough part. On that singular play, if he hands the ball off, if Josephs does his job, so, if you understand football just in a basic sense, on the read option, you're reading that end. If they crash down, you keep it with the quarterback, right? That's what happens. Joseph crashes down. If Joseph stays home and he hands the ball off, maybe Styles is in on the tackle on that one. And you saw him around some piles making some tackles. Now, understandably so, when you draft a guy that is as freakish as he is, and with the draft capital that he is, I don't want to see 52 just right on the outside of piles as the fourth guy to tackle the runner. I need to see him making plays all over the football field, and we haven't seen that. So if that's your panic, I can understand it. If you want to say, hey, it's not worth the draft pick, fine, whatever. I still think there's so much time for this, and I think there's a bunch of different ways that he can be used. I think the difficult part about this one, Danny, and I'm curious to see how it plays out in the season, I almost wonder if there are certain things that he's going to be used to do that we non-expert football people won't be able to notice. Where, I think about this Durante Jones style of defense where they want to have 7 guys lined up across the line of scrimmage. Being able to have a guy like Sonny Styles that I can say, hey, I need you to drop into the deep middle of the field like a Tampa 2, I don't think the average fan is going to look like, man, Styles really had an impact. But if you ask the quarterback, he goes, yeah, I was looking at that post, but Styles got back there so soon, right? Like, I don't know if we're going to be able to notice that. So that's the part where I'm interested to see how they use him. If it's something that it's obvious where, hey, he's blitzing up the middle, he's coming off of an edge, he's stuffing the run, which, that's going to be part of his responsibility regardless. And I'm hoping that he gets a little bit better in that sense. But I'm wondering if some of the stuff in pass coverage, it's going to look like, oh, well, he didn't do anything. But in reality, he took away the first read, the second read of a quarterback, and it's maybe something we won't be able to tell right away.
So you just touched on something. I said this for the first couple of preseason games, which I know we just finished the second one. If this is it, that's a bad pick at 7. Not because Sonny Styles can't play. If he's simply a read and react middle linebacker, go get Jonathan Bostic, go get Derek Smith, go get Will Compton.
Well, by the way,
not actually Will Compton, you know what I mean?
You already have 2, if that's the case. You have Frankie Louvu and Leo Chanel.
Then that should have been Jordan McGee's job, and you do something else. Now, what I'm willing to give a lot of space, Dan Quinn style, for is the idea that they're going to use him in ways that you and I cannot fathom. And my response to that is, that better be it. You see what I'm saying? Like, you had best have all of these incredible ideas and designs to make it so that he's not just a regular old middle linebacker. Because if he's a regular middle linebacker, 90% of the time, it's not a good pick. The whole point of him is that he can do multiple things. He can run, he can cover, he can back up off the ball, he can blitz. If he's just doing what he's done in a couple of preseason games, and I'm not saying that's all he's going to do, then you go, well, why do I have to invest the top 10 overall pick in that? And there's a reason that position makes less than everybody else pretty much at this stage. There's a reason, I'm not telling you were right, but there's a reason that Rivera and Old Dust Up didn't really care about that middle linebacker spot. They didn't care too bad. They go, we'll fill that with anybody. Now, they suffer because it was too bad, but as long as your baseline there, You emphasize pass rush, cornerback, maybe a dynamic center fielder, maybe a nickel back at this stage, whatever. But if he's only a middle linebacker that's flowing to the football, and as you said, the fourth guy there, wrong. That's not good. I'm hoping, no, let me back off. I'm demanding it's door number 2. That there's something so special that my pea little brain, that my Tyrannosaurus Rex little pea brain cannot comprehend. There's got to be some unbelievably dynamic usage that's forthcoming. And you'll always find some, the double A gap mug up blitz where this guy's crawling around. And again, you could do that with Lou Vu or Chanel. You could do that with a lot of guys. There's got to be a reason that this never before seen athlete at this position, who's this big, this fast, this strong, this quick, this agile, who hits like a freight train, there's got to be some sort of special fader that gets turned up, and it has to happen really, really soon. That's probably not fair, honestly. For a lot of positions take a minute for these. I mean, the guy's got to learn a million different things. He's drinking through a fire hose, I'm sure, and it's the NFL. But my point is, through a couple preseason games, I'm just kind of, as you said, watching a guy, hands on his quads, and okay, that's the play's going left. I'll run left and see what happens. That's not exciting. Me, and I want the excitement.
He has to be an impact player for that to be worth the pick at that position. Has to be. If he's the guy
what does
going
that look like? What does it bear down on that? What does that look like?
I think he's a little bit of everything. I mean, I think it's tackles for loss in the backfield, being really good in the run game. Think Bobby Wagner, what he's doing in that sort of sense. He's not as strong as Bobby Wagner at this point. I think he's still got to fill out. I think he plays a little bit high, just from what I've heard from various people. So, still got to learn from that sense, just from his height and just the way that he plays. But I think he'll be good in that. But I think it's just different ways. I think it's used as a blitzer. I think it's dropping into coverage. And sometimes in those zones, I don't think it'll be obvious, but I think it'll be obvious if Dallas Goedert runs a seam route and Bobby Wagner were in coverage and Goddard runs away, and instead Sonny Styles is stride for stride. Like I think Styles gives you that. And hopefully there are certain things that we can notice, but that's, to your point, sometimes we talk about these different positions. Like last year, I think the lightning rod guy is a guy that I went hard in the paint on all the time, was Javon Kinlaw. And some of the quote-unquote ball knowers would tell you he was great and this and that and this and that. I didn't see him impact a lot of football games, right? So like, if they go back in the film room and say he's fantastic, then that's fine. I personally, as the casual or maybe slightly more than casual fan, did not notice him impact. I can't use a number 7 overall pick on a linebacker, and the casual or slightly more casual fan can't notice it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that guy needs to be evident. You watch Fred Warner in San Francisco, that guy is evident. And frankly, you watch a lot of off-ball linebackers around the NFL at this point in the way that it works, Danny. There aren't that many that stand out immediately. Like Bond a couple of years ago in Philadelphia did. He didn't really stand out a lot last year. So Styles has to stand out. There's no question about it. If he's just a run-of-the-mill linebacker, you're right. It's not worth the pick. But also, I don't think that through 2 preseason games, I don't want to look at it and say, bust. Like,
of course. And that's all. So as negative as I just sounded, it's hey, my point is, this isn't it. But my point is, if this is it, we should be really upset that was the pick. And that's my point, is there's more coming. How much more, I don't know. And that's kind of the variable here. So I guess we've now kind of addressed the Sonny Styles thing, and I'll argue against everybody, right? So this is the classic me. I set up somehow. Everybody's mad at me, the people that think I'm too positive, too negative.
Danny lives right down the middle.
Right, everything in between, just getting crunched by both sides of traffic. 800-636-1067. You got a Styles thought kind of responding to some of the online irritation and upset, maybe premature slamming of the gavel on his whole career. I think that's probably erroneous. But I also think it's fair to ask a couple questions here at this point, because we haven't seen very much, and you have to kind of wonder what else is out there. So I want to ask about that, and also just again your general feelings about what we've seen this preseason. And it's very little, especially for the starting offense. How you feeling after the dress rehearsal? 800-636-1067, spinning all the plates here. G&D on the Fan.
Commanders are on the practice field today. It was originally scheduled as a walkthrough. Dan Quinn changed it to a practice. They'll have a practice tomorrow before heading up to Owings Mills to have a joint practice with the Ravens on Wednesday, their preseason finale against Baltimore at M&T Bank Stadium coming up on Friday evening. Commanders released running back Jerome Ford over the weekend. Dan Quinn provided some injury updates before practice today, saying Nick Allegretti isn't there yet as he returns from a calf injury. Bill Krosky-Merritt dealing with a lower body injury. He's going to work off to the side this week, but he's expected to be back next week after the Baltimore game. News across the NFL. Patriots are trading wide receiver Kayshon Boutte to the Texans. Patriots getting back Jalen Reed and a 7th-round pick. 49ers owner Jed York was arrested yesterday in Ohio. He pled no contest to a pair of misdemeanor charges after being arrested on suspicion of engaging in prostitution. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 4-game series against the Colorado Rockies tonight in Nats Park. 6:45 right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Ryan Feltner. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
$17 minutes away from the double play, 4 o'clock Beltway Blitz. We got plenty to do. We want your reactions, 800-636-1067. How you feeling after the dress rehearsal? 3 offensive plays, 1 give-up run, 2 negative blown-up pass plays. Ladies and gentlemen, the Washington 53's preseason. It's great Danny here on the Fan. Tobes in for GP. Carl Calvert, you've been incredibly patient, sir. What's up, man? You're on the Fan.
Hey, Dave and Terry, how are you doing on the Monday after the second preseason game of the 2026 season day?
Day.
Hey,
Day.
he knows that joke. I didn't know he knew that one.
Toby knows. Toby, as they say, the young people say, he's a ball knower.
He is a ball knower.
Something
I
like
did want to bring up Jaden Bradley. I want to give you guys 2 hypotheticals, and I'm going to listen off air to your response to see if you could connect these 2 dots for me. Let's say the Commanders keep only 6 wide receivers on the active roster.
Okay.
And one of those 6 are Jaden Bradley. How is that going to work? I'm gonna hang up and listen.
First of all, hey, Carl, good to see you. I'll always shoehorn that in. That's every time. The young people, I'm looking at Stropes. He has no idea. Darius probably doesn't know. I know Tobes doesn't know. And I know he doesn't know. Okay? There we go. That's where I'm at. Secondly, I'm going to whisper something. If Danny Rouillet was the GM, Jaden Bradley would be on my 53.
Uh-oh.
He would. He'd be on my 53. Partly, I have a couple different reasons. I don't care about De'Ami Brown. I'm good. No thanks. We recycled it here. Jacksonville said no thank you. Now he's back here.
Okay.
I'm all good. I don't care. That's number one. Everyone loves the idea of De'Ami Brown. I'm one of those weird people that values the occasional bit of production, not that time in the playoffs. I need good, consistent production.
You don't value Detroit in 2024, the divisional round?
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I had a great time. That was a really fun game. He caught the ball. He was open a couple times, and that was great. In general, he's a deep threat that doesn't get open deep. They figured that out, and they stopped throwing deep to him. They just made him bubble screen Billy. He was like their third Alameda Zacchaeus.
Yeah.
No, thank you. I would keep, here's the path to that, and I want to see if you have a different one. Obviously, your big 3, your McLaurin, Diggs, Antonio Williams.
Yep.
Put them aside. There's your 3. Burks, because that's, I care about that. That's different than anybody else that's on there.
Okay.
Now, I know that Diggs is an underneath Ulysses, right? But Burks is that big-bodied Billy. You know what I'm saying? I need that third down war daddy. 50-50, he's open. Does that make sense? Like, I need that in traffic, goal line type situation, glorified tight end. All right? He's bigger, he's physical, etc. So that's 4. Jalen Lane returns punts. That's 5. Jaden Bradley, 6, right there.
Interesting.
Now, that's a fare thee well to Luke McCaffrey. That's a fare thee well to De'Ami Brown. That's a fare thee well to Van Jefferson. It's not happening is what I'm telling you. But I would make it happen in some way.
Yeah, so I think I would swap out Treylon Burks for Luke McCaffrey just because I think because of the fact that he was a draft pick here, and they clearly put an emphasis on special teams.
Now, is that Toby Peters or Toby Altizer doing that?
Toby Altizer has no problem moving on from Luke McCaffrey.
That was why I want him. I want his opinion.
Well, I'm telling you what I think they'll do is I think they would keep Luke. But
we're doing what they think they do? I screwed that up.
Well, no, I agree with you though. Like if they're going with that route, I would keep Traylon Burks over Luke McCaffrey. The interesting part is, do you keep McCaffrey or Lane? Lane to me does punt returning is more difficult than kick returning,
especially with this group. With the way Izzo blocks it up.
So,
by the way, their special teams are good.
Yeah,
their
they're
coverage units are
fantastic.
good.
Like the best coach on the staff right now is Larry Izzo. Like
seriously,
they do such a fantastic job. Jalen Lane is a difference maker as a punt returner. I don't know that he's a difference maker on offense. Luke McCaffrey, I'm not sure that he's a difference maker on offense, but he's at least 2 to 3 tiers probably ahead of where Jalen Lane is on offense. So I think that's interesting how they would divvy that one up. But year 3 for Luke McCaffrey versus year 2 for Lane. Lane's had a lot of production that punt return spot, but I think if I had to do it personally, I would go with your route. I would keep Traylon Burks.
Alex, Vienna, what's up, buddy? You're on the fan.
Hey, guys. First and foremost, I just want to say it's way too early to make a judgment on Sonny Styles. But having said that, let's assume that what we've seen, and does turn out to be underwhelming, doesn't that just add to the pressure on Adam Peters, who, when you stack it up, has had a series of really poor drafts? I mean, you look at the Lattimore trade, gave up a lot of picks. That was a bust. Ben Sinnott, McCaffrey, you guys aren't even sure these guys are going to make the team.
Yep.
Lane, I mean, these are third and fourth round picks, should be able to make the team and be like Pro Bowl players, but solid contributors. And we have second and third round guys, we're not even sure they're going to make the team. Mikey Samuel should be a star. We can't figure out his role. Is that coaching, or is that because he just didn't get drafted well? I mean, it just feels like they've had a lot of these high picks, second and third round picks, and they should have more to show for it.
100%, Alex. Co-sign that.
Yes.
So my aunt and uncle had triplets. And when those triplets were young, it's impossible to keep the house clean. I have kids that are 12, 8, and 19 months. We can't keep the house clean. It's an uphill battle, and you're in mud. You got no chance, right? One of the things that they did every once in a while was they would throw a big Afghan or like a big, not a rug, like a throw rug or a big throw blanket, just sort of over parts of the couch or over various messes. It just kind of looks a little bit nicer. That's what Jaden Daniels is. Jaden Daniels is the Afghan throw rug. Or I don't even know if I'm using the right terms, but he's the big blanket that makes the rest of your drafts look a lot better. Now, jury's still out, of course, on this group this year. Goldman and Allen and Josephs and Williams and Styles and early returns, we don't know. We'll see. Proof will be in the pudding. But his point, by and large, is pretty good. Brandon Coleman is a win. That is an NFL lineman. I don't know exactly what he's going to be. They don't seem to love him, but he's going to play a bunch, and he'll be a contributor as a third rounder. They can't all be Terry McLaurin. Outside of that, it's Daniels, and what else do they really have at this point?
Yeah.
That's gone great.
I go back to, everyone brings up the Lattimore thing is probably the biggest sin for Adam Peters in his time as general manager. He had 6 picks inside the top 100 in 2024 and walked away with Jaden Daniels, which you get big check for that.
Yep.
Like, that's awesome.
Could have been somebody else. That's
Johnny Newton, not been good.
Nope.
Mike Sanders still, like half a season's been good. Ben Sinnott, I'm still
disastrous.
waiting.
I'll be honest with you. Yeah, that's a second round pick.
That's a second round pick at tight end. Brandon Coleman, I agree, is a win. And then Luke McCaffrey. You drafted a project receiver who was still looking like a project receiver.
Now, after that, Jordan McGee in spells has looked perfectly fine.
So,
I don't, so there's nuance to it. But the point is, like, I think Alex is dead right. Where is the plug play? No problem.
Yes.
No question. I like Trey Amos. I like Josh Connerly. I even like Jalen Lane as a fourth round. I guess that's a win, too, for a fourth round pick. He's not, an every down
I
player.
would say, like, in terms of value, Bill is probably their best.
Well, there you go. There's that, too. Yeah. But I'm just talking about in terms of, like, the first few rounds that your normal starters come from. It feels like it's not there. And it's not only these, are they not starters, or they're going to start, but are they? Like, it's way too much mystery for 3 years into this thing.
I think that's the thing. If you're not going to hit 100% of your picks, especially, you get into the later rounds. I get that, but the discourse around this team right now would be a lot different if Johnny Newton was a dude at defensive tackle, if Mikey Sanders still looked like a difference maker at corner, if Ben Sinnott had been what he was supposed to be, right? If Trey Amos was healthy and looked like a starting caliber, it doesn't even have to be shut down. I'm not expecting him to be Christian Gonzalez, but if he's a looked like a starting caliber corner. One, he's been injured. Two, there were good and bad things from him. That's the tough part, Danny, is like when you go back and look through the draft classes, that's supposed to be the foundation of your team.
Yeah.
Your foundation's pretty shoddy.
And we talked about it before. What they inherited, the Rivera and the Marty party, was a disaster. That's Forbes, Ricky Stromberg. Where's Braden Daniels? Not Jaden Daniels. Where's Braden Daniels these days? Where's Jahan Dotson and Fidarian Mathis and the rest? They were awful. Those draft classes were terrible. The point that I think Alex was making, and you and I are kind of maybe sheepishly raising our hand going, we should probably examine this. There are going to be misses. That's the draft. If everyone knew, you would just get it right, and that's that. Even the guys that are best at this have a bunch of misses. My general point is, year 3 of a build, how we got each individual decision can be defended, can be explained. You can go, this is why the left tackle is this. Larry Thompson got hurt. Okay, valid explanation. This is why, this guard is here. This is why this center is here, whatever. You can understandably explain away each one. The totality is this. They're maybe the 4th most talented team in the NFC East.
Yeah.
Depends on who you ask and who you look at. People that do these rankings for a living would say so. Year 3 of it, man. That's very reasonable. Year 1, they walked into that barren cupboard left by Ron and all the dumb Martys. Correct. There's nothing you can do there. Now, they somehow, with duct tape, dreams, a magic lamp somewhere that I don't know where they put it there in Ashburn, put together the greatest season in the last 30-plus years in this godforsaken franchise's recent history. They did that. That happened. So they're still dining out on that to a large degree, I think, with this fan base, with people that maybe aren't asking questions or aren't as concerned. There's this feeling, I think, among a lot of the faithful, and God bless you, 24 is real, anything else is fake, and just wait.
Yeah.
I wish I had your confidence, I guess is all I'm saying about that.
And go back to what a caller mentioned earlier. I echoed the same thing that Grant said during Jaden's rookie season, where you're like, this should be. I don't know that I went to the extent of this will be. This should be.
It should be.
The worst roster that Jaden plays with. And I would say that this roster, from what I like and what I'm looking at, probably is better than 24, which, I feel like I have to duck behind something with the O-line and everything.
No, it's more talented.
Going on, but
it is. It's more talented
I think it's
than
better,
24.
But doesn't make up for, I think 25 was worse than 24.
Ended up being, especially with all the injuries.
So it's like, this shouldn't be a debate, though. 2 years after 24, like we should be looking at this saying, oh, yeah, they've taken major strides. And it's like, I think they've maybe taken strides from last season, but last season was 5-12.
Yeah.
You should be. I could come up with a way to take strides at a 5-12.
Kenny, Charlotte, what's on your mind, my friend?
Hey, how you doing today, guys?
Good, buddy.
Hey, I was telling the guy that answered the phone, I was like, after the last game last year against Philadelphia, Steve Suter was on with Kevin on his podcast, and he was talking about how Allegretti couldn't make a certain block, a certain reach block or something. Steve Suter said this about Allegretti. He goes, he's trash. He's garbage. He doesn't even belong in the league. Now, Steve Suter is the cooler man from Maryland. So I was shocked by him saying that. And then here we are. They were planting a whole center position around Allegretti when this guy's saying he shouldn't even be in the league.
So, Kenny, I appreciate that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. They were up against it. I don't know if that's gospel or not. I don't know if that's consensus, okay? It's a data point, and I think it jives to a degree with the point that Toby has, made 100% correctly. We're acting like they're missing, I don't know,
Creed Humphrey, Linderbaum, one of those like top centers.
Yeah, they're missing prime Jason Kelsey or something like that. And that ain't it. This is, again, a guy that has a very little center experience that they thought would be able to compete. And they were, as recently as a couple months ago, Dan Quinn, our guy Ben Standing, Substack Standing, went through and found some of the quotes historically, month by month, like March and April and May, what was talking about the center position. And it went from, we can't wait to see these guys compete and get after it, we think we got something, to, yep, we want some more competition, to, hey, we'll have to address that. It doesn't look like it's going very well. Let's move Matt Goldman over there.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, again, I think the plan was bad at that spot, and they thought they could get away with it. To me, that's not the only woe, though. Right? Like, I think objectively, Sam Cosmi is a good football player. Sam Cosmi is good. I don't know what's going on. If it's someone who played lineman at a high level, maybe could tell me exactly what's happening, but it's guys that were turned in some pretty good service here all of a sudden looking like it's a little too much right now. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's because the system is new. No one's comfortable yet. They're not comfortable with each other. They didn't time the gel. I don't know what I don't know, but the line doesn't look very good right now, and that's everybody.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, it's like there are other issues around the roster that you point to, but I think when you talk about center, that one made no sense to me because it directly impacts your quarterback, who all of this should still be about in year 3. You're still trying to get the most out of Jaden Daniels. You know, a caller brought it up earlier if they should be looking into the draft and stuff. That's ridiculous, in my opinion, at this point. But the reality is, everybody's still under evaluation. And so it's year 3 for Jaden Daniels. You should be doing everything possible. You talked about this with the weapons until they signed Stephon Diggs. You should be doing everything possible to help him. You look at the offensive line, the center directly helps Jaden Daniels. Why would you not make sure that you're set at that spot? Or at least don't open up the potential for a hole. And they opened up the potential, and now there is a hole. And that just, to me, felt avoidable. And it's one of those things, if they had Biotish and Biotish got hurt like he had happened in L.A., and then somehow Allegretti goes down, we go, dang, bad luck's really striking him. But instead, you opened up the possibility here, and now you're dealing with some of the consequences of it. And unfortunately, they don't have good options behind. I do wonder if, in the 5th round, there were a couple of centers that got taken within 3 picks of their pick. I wonder if they thought there. But even then, do I feel great about a 5th round center stepping in and taking that sort of a role? Probably not either. So I don't know. It's just a weird situation to go into this spot, and they spent a lot of money on the defense, and rightfully so. They needed a lot of help there. But also, you want to make sure that your quarterback is in the best position possible, because let's be honest, he's your ticket to what your ultimate goal is. Jaden Daniels is. So protecting him, surrounding him, making sure that he's at his best should be the number one priority. And frankly, with where they're at right now, the offensive line is not giving him much of a chance to shine like that.
That's Toby Altizer. He's wearing a polo. I'm Danny Rouillet. I'm wearing a polo. If you're in this room, you're wearing a polo shirt. Double play is next on The Fan. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Are you pondering about selling your home? Then you're probably wondering, how do I get the most money possible when I sell? So let me tell you about Gary. Gary was relocating out of the country, and while timing mattered, he didn't want a quick sale at the expense of his equity. He wanted top dollar for his home. So Gary called Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home team with Keller Williams, my realtors. They put a strategic pricing and marketing plan behind Gary's home, designed to create strong buyer interest and put him in the best position for a great sale. The result? Gary's home sold for $23,000 over asking price and went under contract in just 6 days. Your situation might be different from Gary's, but if you're going to sell one of your biggest financial assets, shouldn't you have a strategy designed to get you the most money possible? Sell with certainty. Your home sold, guaranteed. Use the winning strategy to get your home sold, just like we did. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home Team right now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. G&D here on The Fan. We're brought to you by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. It's time for the Double Play, sponsored by FH Fur. For 45 years, FH Fur has set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase, plus a premium Enviro Air IAQ 5-inch filter. Absolutely free. Thank you, Tobes. FH Fur Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, and Electrical. Absolutely the best.
We're not spending enough time that you got through Enviro Air there.
Can we?
Very well.
I'm not kidding. I guess Grant's back tomorrow, or we think, because we can't get in touch with him again. His phone's dead. If he's not, can you print that out so Tobes can do the Double Play read for tomorrow? I don't know that I can do that again. That's like a hole-in-one for me.
Yeah. Well done.
I said it. Back to you.
You shouldn't try to double down on it, regardless.
No, seriously,
speaking of doubling down, I had a fantastic cheesesteak yesterday. Fantastic cheesesteak. So I was asking you about this the other day.
Yep.
I don't remember exactly why I was asking you, but SoCo.
I'm telling you, cheesesteaks have come up in my life all of a sudden. All the Instagram, all the content, it's like the cheesesteaks. Go ahead.
So I was like, have you tried SoCo? And you're like, oh, yeah, it's fantastic. And so after church yesterday, like, well, what are we going to do? And I was like, why don't we try out SoCo? Because we're already out in Ashburn area. So let's just drive up to Leesburg. And sure enough, tried it out. And it was everything I could have ever dreamed of, Danny. Now, I'm going up to Philadelphia for a cousin's wedding in like a couple of weeks.
Yep.
I don't know that I'm going to have the opportunity to go try various cheesesteaks, but I've had the one seed there, Angelo's. So I need to try some other ones, but I can tell you this, SoCo is alongside some of the best ones.
So my best Philly experience, I have actually not had Angelo's, even though that's known as best pizza and best cheesesteak.
Yeah.
D'Alessandro's, then of course like the kind of the classic Pat's, Geno's, Torres Traps, but John's Roast Pork, those are the two that I think are the best, D'Alessandro's and John's Roast Pork.
Okay.
But SoCo is as good as I've had in the DMV.
Oh yeah.
I love Bub and Pops. Okay, they're phenomenal, but SoCo to me is the one seed cheesesteak. Tell me about it. Walk me through the cheesesteak. What did you get?
It's just so good. I just got the basic Philly. I didn't want to venture and try anything else. I was just like, and they're like, how you want it? Everything, however you do it, just give it to me.
Yeah.
And sure enough, it was fantastic. Cheesy, gooey. I love the idea too that you're getting it from a butcher.
Yes.
So you know that it's freshly sliced and all that, and it's got a little bite to the cheesesteak, right? Like a little bite to the steak. Where sometimes you get it and it's like a chopped and it's not fully the bite to the steak.
Yeah.
This one has that. It's so good.
So the broiler in Arlington on Columbia Pike is phenomenal. It's old school. It's not as massive of a sandwich. That one, I don't know how to describe it slightly differently, because that one doesn't have the bite. That one's the like kind of creamier, has a bad connotation when it comes to cheesesteak, but I'm telling you, that's like the smooth cheesesteak, and it's great.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm here for it. I'm all about it. That SoCo one, I don't know why. Someone who knows with like what they put in it or how they do it, I'm telling you, it's up there, as you said, with the ones from Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's just
excellent.
it's so good. 2 locations, Leesburg, Tacoma Park.
Yep.
And just so thrilled with it. And the thing, you're right. It's like it's a ginormous sub. They don't skimp on the amount of meat in there, to the point that I'm like, I ate half of it and I'm like, I think I'm good. Now I ate the whole thing.
Of course you did. Of course you did.
I'm no fool. I'm going to eat the whole thing,
Right.
but you can eat half of it and you're good. So then it doesn't turn out to be as bad of a value when you look at the price of it. If you're only going to eat half of it.
If it's 2 meals, then it's great. If it's 1 meal, you're like,
it's a little bit, but
I
it's
can't
all
do
right.
this every day.
If it's that good, I'm willing to travel. There is a line like wrapping around the store. I'm sure there's at times lines outside the store. Fantastic. So hit the spot and was everything that I dreamed of.
Dare, super quick double play for old Rainy Douye, please. Yesterday was my birthday. I am a 47-year-old washed up zilch. My people, everyone was very nice to me yesterday, which is awesome. That's kind of all you're asking for it. And when you get past a certain age, basically strobes, what you have to look forward to as a young person. At 25, they won't charge you extra insurance to rent a car. That's kind of the last decent birthday. The rest of them are pretty much downhill, and there's not much going on there. I will tell you that everything was extra sore. Like I woke up, and I didn't do anything Saturday, of course, day before my birthday. Sunday's my birthday. And I'm like, it took me longer for like both of my Achilleses to kind of get it so that I could walk without limping. And my right calf was sore from doing nothing. And my quads were kind of barking. And I'm like, yeah, this is it. This feels right. And it's like my brain knew. And so it was like, okay, we're going to turn down one setting to make you worse. But I appreciate everybody being nice. I appreciate all the birthday wishes. I will just tell you that I didn't get anything. I got my wife and kids smartly got me new underwear.
Oh.
And I'm excited about it. The name of the underwear brand is called Nads. I just wanted to share that with everybody.
Nice.
Great name for underpants.
Yeah.
I haven't tried them out yet. I'm going to wash them first. I'm going to wash them before you wear them kind of guy. I don't just take them out of the bag and do it. And then we got, it was really cool. My wife got me a frame and a case for my authenticated MLB ball from the game I called on the Nationals radio network with Charlie Slows, and the lineup card that Blake Butera was kind enough to give me.
That's awesome.
From that game, which is really cool. So we're going to get a really nice frame and those kind of things. So that's my birthday. It's pretty much about the steak wrapped in bacon, the crab dip, and the cream spinach that I had for dinner, which was, to quote Jim Rome, phenomenal.
Yeah, that sounds incredible.
Ridiculous.
It sounds like totally worth it. I'm curious, though, as someone that is well past me in age. I don't mean that like disparagingly.
Come on, but I'm literally twice your age.
Yeah, well past me. Is there a birthday that you've gone through where you're like, oh man, that's depressing to see that number?
Yes.
Which one was it?
The first one was 30. That 30 got me. And I don't know why it got me as hard as it did, but it did. Like I looked up and it was one of those, my plan or my thought in life, my aspiration was I'd have been in the big leagues 5 years at that point.
Sure.
Maybe sign one free agent deal, hopefully stay in the same place, be DC's Ryan Zimmerman, or that when he existed, but be Cal Ripken, for DC. And like when I'm done, I'll open a car dealership or I'll have a restaurant like Joe Theismann. Be a guy that made it. And I'm like, I'm 30. I made $11 last year. All my friends are like triple consultants or doctors or attorneys or whatever.
Yeah, a lot
It's
of
like,
rich people.
Yeah, it's like my buddy's like almost a partner. This guy's like, he's close to $2 billion deal at breakfast. I'm like, that's awesome. I was a temp today for a firm that's going to go under. I might not get paid. Like it was just very different. And being 30, that hurt. Like that was like, you are a tremendous failure. So that was that one. So look forward to that, Tobes.
Yeah.
40 stinks because it's like, you're old now. That's how old people are when you're a kid, right? Like how corny and cheesy and stupid that old adults are. Like when you're a kid, when you're like 9 years old, right? And you go to some like holiday party because your parents make you go or whatever. And one guy's like, working hard or hardly working. And like the adults laugh and you go, I never want to find that funny. But that's how that's how adults talk.
Yeah.
I don't want to be like that. And then you're that. You're the guy that the kid sees, and you're like, look at that old man. Look at all the gray on his face.
Unk.
Look at this. Yeah, unk. Turbo unk over here. But yeah, so happy birthday to me. 47. Old bitch. That's what I got for you. Beltway Blitz is next.
Commanders are on the practice field today. They were originally scheduled for just a walkthrough. Dan Quinn converted it to a practice today as they get set for their joint practice with the Ravens on Wednesday in Owings Mills. Commanders released running back Jerome Ford over the weekend. Injury updates from Dan Quinn earlier today. Nick Allegretti isn't there yet as he returns from a calf injury. Bill Krosky-Merritt dealing with a lower body injury. He's going to work off to the side this week, expected to be back after the Baltimore game. Other news across the NFL, the Patriots are trading wide receiver Kayshon Boutte to the Texans. The Patriots getting back safety Jalen Reed in a 7th-round pick. 49ers owner Jed York was arrested yesterday in Ohio. He pled no contest to a pair of misdemeanor charges after being arrested on suspicion of engaging in prostitution. Raiders running back Ashton Jeanty left practice early yesterday. It was originally thought to be a bad injury, but it's just a sprained ankle and not a long-term injury. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 4-game series against the Rockies tonight at Nats Park, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli starts for the Nats. Ryan Feltner goes to the hill for the Rockies. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's G&D here on The Fan. Sobes in for GP. It's Beltway Blitz time. You know what that means. Spin you around the Beltway, hopefully not in the terrible traffic that you're used to, but get you a nice little update on all the teams that matter in town right now this minute. Let's start on the football field. I got Chris Russell, Rooster Radio Network, HD2, down the hall. You go to Ohio sometimes, don't you?
Oh, yeah. You
ever go where Jed York goes?
I've never been in a trailer park in East Palestine, Ohio. I tell you that much. How about them apples?
Yeah. $140 and a dream, Jed York.
We no longer have the most embarrassing ownership situation in the NFL.
Isn't that nice?
That's pretty tough.
We don't have a center, but we have no bad owner.
So let's start right there then, Mr. Russell.
Did you forget my name for a second? Okay.
No, I'm good. Dan Quinn today.
What are you eating over there?
I got nothing. Oh, this is some sadness because I'm 47 now.
Oh.
It's like a lima bean and black bean salad.
This is why you're so much healthier than me.
I can't stop putting on weight. I'm amazing at it. It's like I do well to have some pizza and then I'm 15 pounds fatter. I gained 19 pounds on vacation, having like a couple pretzels.
Tough.
Dan Quinn announced that Matt Golban is a center now. So I guess we're good, right?
No. So Golban obviously has played at center. He looked okay in week 1. I thought he missed a couple of blocks in week 2 against Detroit on Saturday in run and getting up to the second level. I don't know what they're doing here. I mean, I love Mitch Tischler, but he was like, well, guys, what you don't understand is the plan is for Nick Allegretti. No. I was for Nick Allegretti starting at center before camp. When Nick Allegretti got hurt on day 1, I said, okay, well, maybe he'd be back in a week and a half, nothing to really... Then it took 2.5 weeks for him to come back, and then he was back for 1 practice, and then he was out again, and now he's out for another couple of weeks. How can the plan be Nick Allegretti at this point? How? How can it be Julian Good-Jones might be the starting center week 1? I don't think it will be. It'll probably be... what do you call it? The rookie Matt Golban. Oh, that'll go well against Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter.
What do you think happened there? Because if you look at the starting line, I know Laramie Tunsil's out, but Brandon Coleman, I think, has been fine filling in there.
Yeah.
Chris Paul played left guard most of last year. Cosme's been good. He's been a standout in camp. And then right tackle Connerly. That's mostly your same O-line with the exception of center. What the heck is wrong with it?
I mean, you've been out there every day. I think Connerly has been up and down, right?
Yeah,
and he got eaten alive by 59 the other day. I can't even say the kid's name. I feel bad. Mary Giamma.
He had a couple of nice plays in the game.
Whatever. I mean, and he tore Connerly apart last Wednesday when we were last Thursday, last Wednesday, whatever day it was.
One of the days.
I can't even keep track. Can't even keep track. But the point being is, Sharping played 15 snaps or something, right, at center. I would rather take my chances with him than, I mean, he's at least a former second-round pick now. He hadn't played meaningful snaps in like 2 years, but I'd rather take my chances with him. Or we could do the smart and reasonable thing, spend some of that $37 million you got reportedly against the cap and bring in Graham Glasgow, who played decent enough at center last year. PFF charted him at 519 offensive snaps, 1 sack allowed. That's a guy I've been saying for 3 weeks that they should consider bringing in, but they don't care what I think.
Did they play Jaden Daniels enough this preseason?
No, of course not.
Because we assume it's over, right?
It's over. Yeah. It's over. I mean, it's over, Johnny. And so is the season already. No, look, is it his fault that he got ambushed on the first play and the second play? No, it's not. But I will say this, right? Who are we kidding here? Every team knows that they have an enormous weakness at center now, and especially on the left A gap spot, right next to Paul and next to whoever the center is. Everyone knows. And as good as Sam Cosmi is, he's not going to be able to pick up everything. Okay? So everybody's going to attack. I know on the sack it was the tight ends as well. I got it. Either way, he didn't play enough. I know they're trying to protect him, but guess what? He's going to have to face that full speed 65 times at least in Philadelphia in 2.5 weeks. He is not ready, and they are not ready, period.
What do you think about Sonny Styles?
Get off some more blocks, and I'll be okay. I don't think it was his problem on the read option keeper by Dobbs. I think that's Will Harris taking a terrible angle and Joshua Joseph's not pinching.
Yep.
Right? He's got to get off. I would love to see Sonny get off the blocks. Fine. And he tried with a little spin move, but I'm not going to kill Sonny Styles here. Of course you want to see more impact. He's still learning. He's still adjusting. Remember, he was only a Mike linebacker for 1.5 years at Ohio State. He's still growing, and he's still adjusting now from college to the NFL. Give him some time. I would like to see him play on Friday just for whatever it's worth, and then just lower your expectations for the start of the season. He'll be fine midway through, I think.
Chris, thank you as always, buddy.
Thank you, boys.
Yeah, man. Let's talk some college football, please. Our pal Denton Day, Sirius XM, talking some college football. Denton, I am not ready. I'm not in the right headspace for this. It's college football time, though. Give us a big picture preview of the season.
You are. I thought we were going to talk the college kids or the NFL kids going back to college.
Well,
I'm glad we start with actual college stuff.
The hybrid league.
So I think if you look at this season from a broad perspective, it's going to be really fun because there's a lot of unknown, right? Like so many times we enter a season with these like 3 teams are going to be the ones that are competing for a championship, and we don't really have that number right now. I think you could very easily argue probably 5, 6, or 7. Obviously Texas, Ohio State, Georgia's in that conversation, Oregon, Notre Dame. But I think you can go further down the list and say there's probably about 3 or 4 other teams that might be able to compete, and I love that. That makes the season a whole lot more fun to me.
Who are some of the top quarterbacks we'll be watching? Obviously, Dante Moore goes back, Julian Sayin. Who are some of the other names we need to keep an eye on? Arch Manning as well. Who do we need to keep an eye on?
Yeah, obviously, Arch. I like C.J. Carr at Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame has a really good roster, and they're going to make the playoff. This is their funky year where as long as they're ranked in the top 12, they're going to get in, even if that means stealing somebody's spot. So I like C.J. Carr a lot. I know there's been a lot of hubbub about LSU in the last recent weeks, but I like Sam Leavitt. I think him in a Lane Kiffin-style offense is going to be a really good pairing and a really good fit. I really liked him at Arizona State when they made that college football playoff run 2 years ago, and now he has a whole lot more weapons. And a coach that, with all due respect to Kenny Dillingham, I mean, Lane Kiffin is one of the best offensive play callers in the sport. So I really think that Sam Leavitt's going to surprise some people at LSU.
So, Denton, you mentioned this. Where are we going? Like, right now, it's, Louisiana just says these 16 players are eligible to play. Like, the Texas injunction for the quarterback. Like, is that just what it is, that you got to have a guy on staff at the county clerk's office or whatever? Like my cousin Vinny, and you just, a guy gets cut from NFL roster, he's eligible now? Like, what's going on now and where are we headed?
I mean, pretty much you need to have a clerk somewhere. I mean, I describe this as it's like when you're taking a family picture, but there's 4 photographers, and everyone's waving for your attention. You have no idea where to look. Like, we can follow the rules of Louisiana, or we can follow the rules of Colorado. The ultimate end goal is, and people made fun of Greg Sankey for alluding to this a month ago, but the SEC and the Big Ten are going to leave the NCAA, and this is the prime reason for it, because they can't do anything. The NCAA can't enforce rules because they get their ass killed in court. They're going to secede and basically say, we're going to make our own rules, and if you are a member of this conference, you are going to sign some sort of documentation to say, when push comes to shove, you're not going to sue us. We're going to make our rules, and we're going to enforce our rules the way that we see fit. It is pure pandemonium at a national level, and eventually, if you're strong enough, which those right now are the only 2 conferences that are, they're just going to leave.
Denton, it's really weird to see Clemson in a preseason poll without a number next to their name. First time that's happened since 2011. What do you make of Clemson? Are they going to be better than maybe expected this season, and what's going on there with Dabo?
I think they'll definitely be better than expected, but I don't really expect them to be awesome. So it's kind of like that middle. I mean, you look at the ACC, and Miami is clearly the top dog. And then there's like 7 or 8 teams that you could reasonably say, hey, this team could be second. You know, Clemson is one of them. SMU, I think for the first time in a long time, both schools in the state of Virginia are in that mix as well. I do not think that Dabo will ever be fired. But I do think they might give him a nudge and say, we're going to pay you a lot of money if you please go home. And if they have another bad season, I think that conversation starts to kind of become a little bit louder in the overall Clemson, South Carolina area. He's done too much to get fired. But look, man, you got to get with the times. And that man didn't go in the transfer portal, and now there are teams that are getting NFL players back on their roster. And if you're still trying to do just the classic, well, I want to go through high school and take like 2 grad transfers, you're going to get blown out of the water.
Denton, over under 2.5 conference wins for the Maryland Terrapins.
I'm going to say over. I kind of like Maryland's roster this year, right? I saw their total at 4.5, and I was like, hold on, they're not that bad. They're not great, but they're not that bad. So I'm going to go over 2.5.
You're the best, buddy. Talk soon.
Yep, see you, fellas.
There he goes. That is Denton Day. Let's do one more about the Local 53, please. David Harrison joins us, locked on Commanders, WUSA 9 as well. What'd you make of it? We didn't get to see the starting offense very much, David, huh?
No, we didn't, but man, we saw a lot in the few snaps that we saw, though. A lot to work on, a lot to clean up, and I think what was good coming out of it is Dan Quinn, not just Saturday, at night, but also today before the practice today, just being kind of transparent about it without being, overly, calling out his guys, things like that, but just talking about the lack of energy and the need to clean things up, and obviously acknowledging like they've got to figure out what they're going to do at center while they wait for Nick Allegretti. So at least there's some transparency there. I think that's a positive.
David, we had a lengthy conversation on the sideline talking about whether they should play or not. And I think watching them only out there for 3 snaps was not very enthralling. So how important does this make the joint practice coming up later this week?
Oh, it's incredibly important. They went out there today, and I mean, just the signal alone of turning a walkthrough into an actual practice is an important sign. And it's a good sign that they're not just aware that there is a problem, but that they're out there, actively taking whatever strides they can to fix it. You got another day tomorrow. Expect to see Matt Golden and Julian Good-Jones taking first-team reps just like we did today, and then joint practice. And I mean, that Ravens pass rush, we all knew it coming out of Miami, grain of salt with how well they did against Miami. Well, Detroit Lions poured a mountain of salt onto that grain, right? So now Baltimore is your chance to say, like, listen, we talked it, we've had meetings, we've had classes, had a couple of practices. Now let's see if they can go out against Baltimore on Wednesday and show growth. If they can, then, some of this, like, kind of spiraling that's going on around them can maybe kind of calm down a little bit. But at the same time, if they don't, I mean, the questions are only going to get louder.
So what about that Dan Quinn, to his credit, said we need to ramp up the intensity here. This is no longer a walkthrough, it's a practice. Yeah. And then, of course, you referenced the center spot. They're moving Golden kind of back there full time. It tells me that they saw, to a degree, what we saw, where, okay, we ain't ready yet, and more work needs to be done. Just kind of go into that a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I took it, too. I think that's how most of us took it is, it's always a good feeling when you know that you're kind of on the same page as a team, not in the sense of like, oh, like we're making them happy and we're saying all the things they want to hear, but like, no, like the flaws that we see are the flaws that they see. And then not just that we see them, but take the action, right? Because we've seen flaws in versions of the Washington Commanders teams in years past. But the frustrating part has always been, we know the flaws there, you know the flaws there, but yet we're not really seeing any actual action to get the flaws taken care of. Now, one practice isn't going to show you all that stuff. And truth be told, a lot of the action that is being taken to improve that offensive front and that pass protection is happening in periods of work that we don't get to see, right? So all we get to see is the product of that. Again, today, no pads, no live rush. So Wednesday is going to be the real, next in progress report we get to pull from that. But there's at least, if you can take a silver lining, encouragement in the knowledge that everybody's on the same page.
David, we've spent plenty of time talking about the O-line today. One of the things that I'm concerned with, because we even saw this pop up in the joint practice against Miami, is being able to run the football. How much of a concern is that?
I mean, it goes hand in hand, right? I mean, there was a rep against Detroit, and not to single Matt Goldman out. He certainly did some good things as well. But the conversation when Julian Good-Jones gives up that pass rush right at the middle on the first play of the game is immediately, okay, when's Matt Goldman going to get these first team reps? And then, Jaden comes out, but Julian is still in there at center. Matt is in there at right guard, and there's a play. And Dan Quinn referenced an outside run. I don't know if it's the same play, but there is an outside run that I kind of made a mental note of where, and this was in real time, where Goldman is right guard. He's supposed to be kicking out to the C gap, wrapping around the right tackle, and he just doesn't get there in time. You know what I mean? He just doesn't get there in time. The athleticism wasn't on display on that play, and because of it, the running back isn't able to hit the gap, isn't able to get moving forward, and the play is stopped, dead in his tracks. So as much as we love to have these dynamic running backs, and Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt's not out there, Rashad White's not out there, at the end of the day, there's very few running backs. Like Barry Sanders isn't walking through that door anytime soon. So the problem with pass pro, the problem with the O-line trickles into the run game, and the things go really hand in hand. I think a lot of it, according to Dan Quinn, is execution, which would typically sound like the worst news you could possibly get. But he says, the knowledge, where to be, the assignments are sound, the calls are the right calls. Now it's about making it happen. And it sounds weird, but that actually is good news because the hardest part is actually getting the calls right. It's why Nick Allegretti has been praised as much as he had during this offseason because he can make all the right calls. So knowing that, Julian Good-Jones is making the right calls is the step number one. You can't get to step two, which is the execution part, until you have step one. So now it's getting that step. Still a huge step, right? Still a huge step, but it is good news to know that the first step is at least being put in place. And like I said, Wednesday, first time Matt Goldman goes to pull, kick out on an outside run, we'll be watching, we'll be seeing, can he get to the spot before that defender does?
Did they play their starters enough this preseason?
I mean, to me, they played their starting quarterback and their two starting receivers enough this preseason. I don't think, I still sit on the side of Jaden doesn't need, that sack, that friendly sack the Detroit Lions gave him. He doesn't need that pressure up the middle. Jaden knows what his role is. Terry doesn't need those reps. Stephon Diggs doesn't need those reps. That O-line needs those reps. And so for that, no, I don't think so. And, listen, to be fair, Sam Cosmi doesn't necessarily need all those reps, but Sam Cosmi as part of that 5-man unit needs all those reps, right? I think that makes sense. And Josh Connerly and his continued development, and Chris Paul, now being the solidified left guard because of Laramie Tunsil injury, and Brandon Coleman getting back to that left tackle spot. I think those guys need it. I think they need a lot of work. They're going to get a lot of work. They got a lot of work today. Get a lot of work tomorrow, a lot of work Wednesday. And, listen, I can't predict the future, but, if it doesn't look better Wednesday, I wouldn't be surprised to see that starting 5 offensive line group playing against Baltimore on Friday.
David, appreciate the time, man. Thanks for hopping on.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, David. There he goes, and that is how we Beltway blitz. You heard the question. I'll ask you guys now. 800-636-1067. It's what we're doing next. Did they play their starters enough this preseason? Did they get enough work? Because you're David. Maybe they have to revert to playing the guys in the third game. So if the answer is yes, and they have to do that, how does that jive? I'd love to hear from you about it. But did this starting group, such as it is, I know some guys weren't available, see Allegretti and a couple others, did this starting offense, starting defense, whomever, whatever, did they get enough work this preseason? Does it make you confident that they're ready to go against Philadelphia here in a couple weeks? 800-636-1067, G&D on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. Commanders held practice today. It was originally scheduled as a walkthrough. Dan Quinn converted it to a practice today as they get set for their joint practice with the Ravens on Wednesday. Injury updates DQ gave before practice today. Nick Allegretti isn't there yet, according to Dan Quinn, as he returns from a calf injury. And Bill Krosky-Merritt's dealing with a lower body injury, a work off to the side this week, expected to be back after Baltimore. Other news across the NFL, the Patriots are trading wide receiver Kayshon Boutte to the Texans. Patriots getting back safety Jalen Reed and a 7th-round pick, and 49ers owner Jed York was arrested yesterday in Ohio. He pled no contest to a pair of misdemeanor charges. Baseball, the Nats taking on the Rockies for a 4-game series at Nats Park starting tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Ryan Feltner. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
You said after the game you felt like you had some work to do to kind of figure out what you guys want to be at center. Do you feel like you have the talent you need there on the roster currently?
We do, and but we still have work to do there, Nikki, honestly. And so I want to see where Matt is, get him some more snaps. He played a little bit of guard this week, and we worked him some there in the game. I'm sure you saw that. And we'll work him back to exclusively, at center into this game and this practice this week. We're still working with Nick. He's not there yet, coming back from his injury. But between the three of them, we're still in the process of evaluating, what's the best way for us to go. So that'd be one of the spots that I'm still digging in on and still looking.
That's Dan Quinn in that space. Welcome back. It's G&D here on the Fan.
To go.
Tobes in for GP to go. He's not going to say when Nicky's like, do you have the talent you need? He's not going to be like, nah, we don't. You saw it, right? Man, that was some baked turd. But he gave the answer where what they do matters. A guy that they've gone, we're good at center. Let's have you be some depth at guard. They're going, he's going to play center now. He's going to be the center. So we'll see what happens with Golban or whatever. But no, I don't think the answer's internal. I don't know. There's a couple free agents that I don't know how excited they are because they might have already signed them. But this late in the game, Graham Glasgow, who's almost 35, actually ironically played most recently for the Detroit Lions.
Yep.
Ryan Bates, who was in Chicago for a while, just a couple guys that are top of the free agent heap. Maybe you hope a Noah Brown situation happens where somebody has too many good centers and they cut one, and maybe that's your center. But right now, it doesn't look very good.
No, it does not. And I didn't like the plan originally. And I know, just you're going to immediately get people who are like, well, Biadasz is hurt and out for the year. I don't think Chris Paul or Brandon Coleman or whoever would be playing left guard is as stupid as the Chargers left guard that threw the defender at Biadasz's knee. Regardless, even if he got hurt here, that's at least a little more excusable. They opened up the possibility, and now it's just not in a good spot. And the issue I have here is Allegretti might be fine there, but the idea that any football player, frankly, on your football team, with the exception of kicker, punter, and long snapper, you can count on for 17 games. You'd love for them to play that long, but you can have a good full season and still miss 2, right? You can be fine. But the knee's not feeling great this week. I don't know that I'm going to be able to go on a short week on a Thursday night, right? Those sorts of things happen throughout the NFL season. So your option, if Nick Allegretti got dinged up and had to miss a week, is Julian Good-Jones, who you don't trust at all, is Matt Golban, who you're still trying to figure out where he fits. That's not good enough. If Nick Allegretti was your backup option, I'd feel fine. But he's not. He's your starting option, and then behind him, there's just nothing. So I'm surprised they put themselves in this spot. At least it seems like they understand it now. But why didn't you understand this a couple of months ago when you could have actually addressed it?
Indeed. Yeah, it's the thing we thought was going to happen didn't happen. And, this happens to all of us in life. Right? When you thought it was going to go a certain way. I won't bore you with the details, but I had a pretty major transaction, a major purchase, that I go, here's why this is going to be so smart. And it didn't work out that way. And it probably cost me and my family thousands of dollars in what would have been resale value. That's a mistake. That's some unforeseen thing. But, I should have been able to do that. And as the decision maker, that's on me. So I have to wear that. That's what this is. This is I need you to be ahead of the curve. I can't have too many surprises. Tunsil, that ain't your fault. It's not. I don't care what anyone says. That is a great design. That is a trade I would make 1,000 times out of 1,000. That is a contract I would sign 1,000 times out of 1,000. And it's a terrible bit of misfortune that your stud left tackle got hurt in practice. I don't know what else to say about that. That sucks. Great plan, bad result. Okay? When the plan itself is bad, though, and a bad result happens, it ain't the same. And that's the point here. These are controllable things versus uncontrollable. If Larry Tunsil hurt himself just doing something normal, like slips in the shower, or he doesn't know the linoleum's wet somewhere and he goes ass over tea kettle. Terrible luck, bad thing. If it's a Larry Tunsil was out DUIing, then it is more controllable, and you hold people's feet to the fire. I don't know, I kind of lost myself on the tangent there, but you see the entire point. This center position was a controllable series of misfires. And yeah, you can't control that someone else is willing to pay $27 million a year for Tyler Linderbaum. Right? That's
the nature of free agency, by the way.
Sure, you just did it with an Afeowe. You paid more than most people would have. And I'm fine with that, by the way. I would sign that contract too. You were in dire need of pass rush. You got overpaid to win. No problem. So I understand not paying Linderbaum $27 million. What I can't get behind is after this lever pulled and this button pushed and this and that and this and that, this is where we are. We're now going, my God, I hope the 6th round rookie can do it. Because right now our guys that were competition. Remember, Quinn was talking about, I can't wait to see Allegretti and good grief go after it. I can't wait to see these guys in pads. This is back in the spring. Early summertime. Oh, we're excited for these two guys to get after it. We're excited. Yeah, now we're in August. We got some work to do there. You see the translation, right? Or the transition.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, this is a gamble. And unfortunately for it right now, it doesn't look good. It could change by week 1. Allegretti could be healthy. He could stay healthy all 17 games. He could be starting caliber and pretty good. And then it paid off. But to me, this is one of those where, to use different analogies, like it's an 0-2 pitch, Dan, and you sell out. I'm trying to hit a home run here. You could. They could throw you a middle fastball and you hit it out. You could also strike out. Unfortunately, right now, it looks like they're going to strike out. They could still hit the home run. But it's just, I don't feel like this one was necessary. This is putting yourself in a spot where you didn't have to have this hole. Because at worst before, Danny, you have Tyler Biadasz and Nick Allegretti, and they're fighting it out. And I feel like those are two. Biadasz has been a starting caliber center in this league. Allegretti is a borderline starting caliber in this league. And if Allegretti beats out Biadasz, then fine. But now you're in a spot where you don't trust the options you have behind your starting center who hasn't even practiced back-to-back days yet fully. That's a problem. And I hope that he's healthy and ready to go for week 1. But I love the idea that people were throwing out there after, Jaden sat down after 3 plays and they go, well, a lot of pressure. You can't throw him back out there. That's the same line with the exception of hopefully Allegretti that you're going to throw him out there against Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis in week 1. And you can't trust him against the non-Aiden Hutchinson defensive line of the Detroit Lions. That's a problem. This starting O-line needs work. And I don't know that they would do this. I thought David mentioned this potentially, and I would be all in favor of this. Maybe you don't play Jaden. Maybe you feel like Jaden can go through the motions of training camp and everything, and he's totally on task and ready to go. Fine. I'll tell you who needs work. The starting offensive line. So if they have to go out there with Ethan Kaliak-Manis or Sam Hartman or anybody else, I don't really care. I need to see you be able to block so that when Jaden Daniels is actually out there on September 13th, I don't feel like he's going to die from the first snap of the game.
So that gets me to this question. And I hadn't thought of it with, David mentioned it on the Beltway Blitz moments ago, that you might have some subsection of starters playing in the 3rd preseason game. When Grant was sitting here before his phone died, he would talk about no one's saying anything crazy. No one's saying you got to play your starters the entire 3rd preseason game like it's 1985 or whatever. We're talking about some action here in preseason game number 2, and of course they didn't do very much of that. That's their choice. That is what it is. But now it might be so serious, and dire may not be the right word, but I don't have a better one, that they have to do something in preseason game number 3.
You would hope.
Maybe that's on the table. I hadn't considered it, to be frank with you. I thought they would go, well, that's all for us. And so let's assume for the sake of argument that they play this conventionally, a.k.a. your starters are not going in preseason game number 3. And that could be some subsection. You might see Sonny Styles because he needs the work, and that's reasonable. Or, a guy that hasn't had a chance to go yet, be able to get a rep or two. I'm thinking of someone on defense, like, I don't know, someone who's banged up and is able to come back. Whatever, right? But I'm talking about starters. For the most part, they aren't going to go. Did they do enough this preseason? That's the question. 800-636-1067. I'm thinking really of the dress rehearsal, we got 2 negative plays and a give-up run for the starting offense. That's it. That's my action for the starters. 2 negative plays and a give-up run on third down. Then they punted and fared thee well starting offense for the most part. Again, some of the linemen played, some didn't, but you know my point. Did they do enough for you to feel okay? 800-636-1067. Tobes, in for GP. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan. As the radio program progresses, we will have more of your thoughts throughout on what we saw on Saturday. Level of concern about the offensive line, how confident you are. Again, we wanted you guys, this was the design today, to give you guys a chance to vent, share your thoughts, be they positive or negative. We welcome all of it, honestly. We're not trying to lead the witness here. But I know a lot of people felt some type of way, as the kids say, about what they saw or didn't see on Saturday, Topes.
Yeah, understandably so. And you mentioned at the end of the last segment that there's a potential that maybe they do play some of the guys in the final preseason game. And to me, I think that's something that you can do, and we have to change our calculus on these sorts of things because, so going back to when it was just game 4, or there were 4 games in the preseason. Yeah. So I went back to 2019. I don't know if 2020 had preseason games or not, but for the then Redskins, there was 10 days between the 4th game and the season opener. Yeah. So I understand players not playing. This one, there's 16 days between game 3 and the season opener. So that's more equivalent to game 3 of the preseason of the previous era. Mm-hmm. They basically just got rid of that on the schedule. So I don't understand why they can't play in that game if they really need to. There have been other teams that have started to experiment a little bit with it, almost using that as their dress rehearsal of sorts. But I don't think it's out of the question that you could get some guys some action in the 3rd preseason game. Matter of fact, I would encourage you to do so because you're essentially then, if you don't play in that 3rd preseason game at all, you're going to go almost a full month without playing football. And then you're going to be ready to roll in week 1. I don't know. So I don't think it's out of the question that with the way that the O-line played, that maybe they play the O-line. And I don't even care. I'd love to see Jaden. I'm less worried about Jaden than the O-line. Put the O-line out there with Kaliakmanis and say, figure it out. I'm fine with that if they have to go a series or 2.
So if I'm a fan of the Bills, the Seahawks, the Rams, you can see kind of the tier I'm talking about here. I kind of just am looking at my watch going, get me to the NFL season. And I understand fans around here doing the same thing because we're talking about made-up games and we're trying to figure out what everything means. But my point is, your track record is so good. If you show me nothing in the preseason, how could I get upset? Because we're talking conference championship game type stuff, right? That's what it was. You guys are all too young to remember. I'm talking about everybody here that's in studio, the producer studio in YouTube, respectfully. But people of my age, that's 47, thank you very much, as of yesterday, and older, a little bit younger, we remember Gibbs 1. They used to get dog walked in the preseason. And at first you're going, oh my God, should I be concerned? Well, when they either win the Super Bowl, go to the Super Bowl, or lose in the conference championship game every bleeping year, you go, I don't care what they do in August. Because you've earned that right. And I think the way a lot of us feel is, whether we've quantified or said it this way or not, is what this group has not earned that. And to the people that are blindly confident, and again, I wish I had your ability to be optimistic, maybe more so than I do, where I kind of am pragmatic, I look at the worst case scenario. Their optimism is based on 2024. And yeah, that's all good. Daniels, man. Daniels. And I hope that's correct. I hope he's a panacea and he fixes all the ills. And he's the guy that we all want him to be. I see obstacles in the way which should not be in year 3 of a build on a guy with a rookie deal. But let's see how folks think. 800-636-1067. Appreciate the patience here. Did they play their guys enough in the preseason? Elijah, DC. What's up, man? You're on the Fan.
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, buddy.
I think they could have played the guys more. I've been floating this idea around backups versus starters in waiting. And I think, in a nutshell, having 22 starters make it to the Super Bowl, if you're lucky, is like almost 0.
Yeah.
So you need to know at any point who is going to actually be able to step in when I'm on this. When I think of Seattle Seahawks, you just brought them up. They won last year primarily because they had guys to step up in major situations down the stretch for them. There was questions about the quarterback position. This is not about them. Do you get my sentiment?
Yeah,
they have to still build this team. And the only way David Bilal is going to know when he can call in week 6, and the only way Deontay Jones is going to be able to know when he can call is if in these situations. Even Jaden Daniels, he has to know what audibles can I call with the personnel that's on the field at all times. And the best way to know that is right now. So, yes, I think they could have played more, but we have to recognize we're still missing teeth. So even I'm saying to myself, I can't make a fair assessment if they're playing vanilla ball and I don't even and the guys aren't even all on the field.
Right.
So Philly, I hope everybody's on the field, but we still don't know what we're looking at. And before you cut me, I think they need to be on the phone with Seattle to get their second string center, Olu. He's nice. They do have the best case scenario is why Allegretti Hills, I think Daniel Bruscool or something like that. You slide him to center. You pray to God that that Matt Gobin shows some increased capacity above the shoulders, because he can have all the physical traits, but if you can't line calls, you can't adjust the line as the offense is breaking the huddle. The center is already okay. This is where the safety is.
Elijah, sorry, I'm going to let you jump me. We're up against it. It's a great phone call as always, buddy. A ton of really good stuff in there. So forget about the specifics of which center he's talking about. How realistic do you think a possibility is that they go shopping, Tobes?
I mean, at some point, if this thing continues to linger on, you're not going to have... So we talk about the importance of preseason and the joint practices. This team is not going to have Allegretti out there for any of it. Let that sink in.
Yep.
He missed both joint practices. He'll miss the entire preseason. If that's the case, and this is something that could linger past, let's say next week, like middle of next week, if they're not certain that he's going to be ready to go week 1, I think you've got to go out immediately, because they're clearly not happy with the guys behind Allegretti. I think they still feel fine with Allegretti, but without him, they don't feel good at all. So I think maybe they're still playing the waiting game a little bit longer to hope that he's ready. I would say to them, what happens if he gets hurt in the season? Go ahead and get that guy in here. Just be ready.
Yeah, now's the time. I'm with you. Steven Sterling, thanks for being patient, man. Did they play their starters enough in the preseason?
No, not even close, especially with that offensive line being that porous. I mean, honestly, they get rid of Tyler Biadasz, everybody's scratching their heads. Still trying to figure that one out, aren't we? They give it to Nick Agretti. Isn't he supposed to be our backup? And that makes us feel really good, knowing that he's there. Now we're going to Goldman. If anybody thinks that Jaden Daniels going to stay on his feet this year, well, I think y'all got another thing coming, because I can't see it. He threw that ball away so fast, he knew he was about to get train wrecked. And I think the coach told him, if they come straight through, get rid of that ball, and I'm getting you off the field. I think that's what we saw. Now, Danny, I got to ask you a really quick question.
Please.
When I heard a little while ago, because you enjoy the Juicy Lucy hamburger or cheeseburger, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right, well, just to let you know that you may have that Juicy Lucy cheeseburger along with utilities, poutine fries, all natural milkshakes, and everything else at Burger Factory in Sterling. We just opened about 30 days ago, and we have the Juicy Lucy. We have the Juicy Lucy on fire. Now, this is from Canada. This is a Canadian franchise. We fresh into the United States. Second franchise right here in the Northern Virginia.
Steven, I like that. Thank you very much. There are rules where I'm not supposed to let people do their own advertising on the phones, but I will say I'm making the intrigued smiley face. You see what I'm saying? I heard what you said, buddy, and I'm making I got a big old cheesy grin, like the cheese inside of a Juicy Lucy. Oh, thank you. Again, every time I go to Minnesota, it's not all the time, but I have been to Minnesota, I come back and I go, you, and I point around everybody, big circle. Why aren't we doing this everywhere? What are you all doing that you don't have the Juicy Lucy as a thing all the time? It shouldn't be a novelty. It should be standard. If you do burgers, now I get a smash burger, you can't do it. Can't do it. If you got a smash burger, where's it going to go? Cheese has to go on top. I get it. We're smashing. Okay? We're talking about cheeseburgers. Get your mind out of the gutter, Tubbs. That was just your disgusting face you made at me. But if you have a regular patty, regular Matt Patricia, why aren't we Juicy Lucying all the time? So good on you, Steven. Way to go, sir.
Never had one. I have to try one at some point.
Now,
it's not that I don't think I would like
this. Is going to come out. This is going to come out negative.
Uh-oh.
You are my guy.
Yeah.
I can't predict your food takes. I can't.
I think they're pretty predictable.
You think that's what people who are unpredictable say.
I think it's pretty predictable. I like burgers. I would probably like a Juicy Lucy. I just haven't had one.
I never know. You're like, yeah, I don't really like Italian, but then you ate it exclusively in Spain. I don't know.
That wasn't by choice.
I know. You're my guy. I bust your chops. I never quite know what you're going to like and not like. I can't imagine having a Juicy Lucy not going every time. I want that always.
I mean, it sounds right up my alley.
It's wheelhouse. It's so good. It's folded right in.
Yeah,
The
it sounds
cheese is
right up
right
my
in there.
alley.
Yeah. All right. 800-636-1067. I want, Toby wants, we want your reactions. Give me the level of concern you've got for the offensive line right now. 1 to 10. 10 being panic, cancel the season. 1 being shut up, you pudgy idiot. Shut up, you weight-gaining, carbohydrate allergic, red-faced, washed-up zilch. You 47-year-old nothing. Don't ever talk again with your stupid face and in-between stage of a haircut. No one likes you. That's a 1. 10, yeah, we got an issue. 1 to 10, your level of concern for the offensive line. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Tobes in for GP.
This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with vodka. In the NFL, the Commanders held a practice today after originally scheduling a walkthrough. They get set for their joint practice with the Ravens on Wednesday. Preseason finale comes up on Friday. Injury updates for the Commanders. Nick Allegretti isn't there yet, according to Dan Quinn, as he returns from a calf injury. And Bill Krosky-Merritt's dealing with a lower body injury. He's going to work off to the side this week, expected to be back after the Baltimore game. Patriots are trading for wide receiver Kayshon Boutte. They're trading him to the Texans. The Patriots getting back safety Jalen Reed and a 7th-round pick, and the Cardinals are waiving running back Trey Benson. In baseball, the Nationals take on the Rockies for a 4-game series starting tonight at Nats Park, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Ryan Feltner. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Sorry. Here's what I just did.
You did the Grant.
Yeah. I did talk back to Darius like I was doing the show. And
is that what happens when you get to 47?
Yeah, you forget where you are.
You forget that you hit the on button versus talk back to talk on the radio.
I'm full Uncle Leo. I'm an old man. I'm confused. Yeah, so you guys don't care about this. This is Aggressively Radio Insider. There's a button that says on microphone. So right now it's off, and right now it's on, off, on. Right, you get that, okay?
Yeah.
Then there's a button that's going to silence me, but let me talk to Darius, and that's what or the producer, whoever's in there. And Grant uses it all the time. We do it. Hey, set up this clip. This is next. Let's do this. We move this guest. We're doing stuff behind the scenes to try to make the show sound
or stuff
seamless.
Like Danny said something Billy. What is
like,
it? Or Platoon Peter or something.
Yeah, a Max Effort Michael or whatever.
Or he uses it to tell me to play the music from Armageddon.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So every time, like, hey, there's legitimate danger from asteroids, Grant's like, Armageddon sucked. Play that song. Anyway, so I just pushed that button instead of the button to talk on the radio. It's clearly radio time, and I brought the show back, and Darius looked at me like, what are you doing, you space alien? So anyway.
It happens, Danny. It happens.
Well, it happens to me, apparently, when you turn 47.
I don't think I've ever done it, but it happens.
I would never do something like that.
I think you just did it in honor of Grant, because normally Grant does it like 3 times a show.
Yeah.
And nobody's done it yet today.
Well,
so you had to do it.
I was going to talk about Grant. The point is we have proof of life. He does have charge on his phone. He did text us back. We're going to try to have him on at 5:30 to weigh in on the game.
There we go.
Level of concern, 1 to 10 offensive line. 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067. Level of concern. So a lot of times we'll do an exercise like this, and I'll go, I'm not concerned at all. And Grant will go, what are you talking about? And I go, I'm resigned. Concern was 3 months ago. Concern was free agency when I'm going, are we sure? My concern happened when Tyler Biadasz was released and it was like, Nick Allegretti, ta-da! That's when I'm going, nope. That's my concern. But I wasn't even that concerned. I'm overusing the word concern. I'm aware of that. Because I go, well, here's the thing. I like Cosme. I love Tunsil. I like whoever's going to be at left guard in Chris Paul or Brandon Coleman, whoever wins that job. I'm good on, and I still think there's some upside in Connerly. Work in progress, I'm fine. Since the Tunsil injury, Coleman gets kicked over, and you go, okay, that's fine. I don't know what has happened to otherwise quality players that I like, that I would take, right? When you go, you do this all the time with any basketball team or a baseball team where you go, individually, I take that guy on my team. I take that guy, that's good. He's good. And you look up and they're 40 games under 500. Like, what the hell happened? How did this go down? Something has transpired that I don't know about. I don't know if it's this new scheme is so different. I mean, I would need someone that's really, really bright at this that could break down every bit of nuance to go, here's why it's going to be better in 3 weeks, or here's why it'll be solved in a month, or whatever. But Cosme, who is objectively good, has not looked good in the very limited time that we've seen him play. Connerly, who I like, still believe in, has not looked good objectively in the very small amount of time we've seen him play. I don't know what Nick Allegretti looks like at center. They seem to. They're very confident. But Julian Good-Jones, that's a no from me, dog. Chris Paul, who I thought played pretty well last year, has not looked particularly good. And I'd say Coleman's been what Coleman is. Coleman's fine.
Yeah.
That's what it is. You add it all up, and I'm going, uh-oh. This is no longer, hey, without Tunsil, they'll get away with it. Without Tunsil, they'll be 20th, 21st. But, you got enough weapons. You got enough action. You got enough John Bates helping out. You got enough 2 tight end sets. You got enough misdirection, play action. You got enough things that you can make up for it. With a quarterback that's really good, a mediocre line becomes great. Right? You see the different sack rates when Tom Brady's behind center. I mean, who's less mobile than that guy? Or Peyton Manning couldn't get out of the way of a Zamboni from 10,000 yards away. And yet, low sack rates. The ball comes out. So, it's hard for me to quantify exactly. But on a 1 to 10 scale, and again, 800-636-1067, this isn't just, hey, I worry about they won't play that well, and it'll be a struggle. This is now like a Jaden Health thing for me. This is a guys getting hit unnecessarily thing for me. This is a we can't even do the things we'd like to do to evaluate thing for me.
Yeah.
I think I'm a 9. I think I'm a 9 in terms of my concern. I went a long way to give you that number 9. And that may be overly aggressive after this 3-play sample. They couldn't even get a look at stuff. They had a script. They had an IHOP menu with all the different plays and all the different things. They got to do 2 of them. And they finally said, oh my God, this is so bad. Instead of just running a play. No one treats preseason the way that I would. I don't care that it's 3rd and 20. Run your thing. But they're not even doing that. They go, we can't even do that. We have to just hand the ball off and punt. My God, we're in danger. I've seen that before. It was under Steve Spurrier years ago, where you just finally said, we're in danger. This poor quarterback's going to get decapitated. Just hand it off and punt, for God's sakes. I'm a 9. Where you at?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny how we got here, because you're correct when you went through the different individual players. I actually like probably 60% of the O-line. I like Connerly. Now, I understand there's growing pains there. I like Sam Cosmi. Obviously loved Laramie Tunsil, but I really like Brandon Coleman there in that spot too. So that's 60%. I'm not as sold on Chris Paul, but I thought he was fine. So I actually thought going into the preseason, like there are some issues on the O-line, specifically the center position, but I thought they'd be okay there. And all of a sudden, with Tunsil going down and Allegretti missing most of the time, I didn't think it would look this catastrophic. I really didn't. I didn't think you'd get to a point where we're talking about, holy smokes, they've got to go do something at center ASAP. I didn't love their plan there. We've talked plenty about that throughout time. But I didn't think you'd get to the point where even Dan Quinn's admitting, like, yeah, this ain't great. And so I'd say I'm not as far as you, but I'm like an 8. Like, it's not good. Where this same O-line, let's assume Allegretti's still banged up, which could happen, or even if he is back, is going to go in and try to block Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis and company, or Quinnen Williams, or the Seattle Seahawks and Leonard Williams. That's who you have for your first 3 weeks. So it's not going to get any easier. And the issue that I have is, we talked about this with the weapons a lot for Jaden Daniels, where, yeah, we can scheme around some of that stuff. At some point, you can't scheme around an awful offensive line. If you can't block, you can't do anything. I can try to run some misdirection. I can try to run some different things here. They're not going to go to the drastic measure of running Navy's offense to help out the offensive line, right?
They're not going to go the veer like we are Marshall.
Yeah, so I don't see a way where if their offensive line is just that garbage, Jaden will probably cover up some of it. But if he's constantly getting hit, I don't feel good about that either, because I worry about him being able to stay healthy.
100%.
And that's not even Jaden's fault.
Yeah, I worry about anybody staying healthy.
Yes.
Let alone someone that's been hurt as much as he has. 800-636-1067. How concerned are you about the offensive line? Let's jump to Disco and Laurel. Disco, good afternoon, buddy. You're on the Fan.
Good afternoon, guys. I'm about a 6, and I'll tell you this. What I'm noticing a pattern with this team is that it seems like Adam Peters really does make an effort and tries hard to in free agency. They went after Linderbaum, didn't get him. Right. They went after Dobbs, didn't get him. Went after Pierce, didn't get him. But then they stopped trying. That's my frustration. Like, you didn't get Linderbaum. Keep trying. And then they tell us, oh no, we're good with what we have. Oh no, we're good with McCaffrey and Lane. They stopped trying. So what they need, guys, is a Stephon Diggs, Terry McLaurin situation. They need to find a Diggs-ish center type to say, okay, if something happens to Allegretti, then we can probably survive. They need that moment. And as far as the preseason is concerned, hey, man, I think the defense showed me a little bit more.
Yes.
I think the defense gets a pass for me because what I saw in those first they were on fire. So the defense can get a crab cake and a crush as far as I'm concerned on Friday. But the offense, every year, guys, we keep being told it's just preseason, they don't scheme, and we come out looking like trash truck juice. They need time to gel together. And I am concerned about the offensive line. They do have to go out and get somebody now.
Yeah.
Thank
you. Love it, Disco. Thanks, buddy. Didn't mean to cut you off there. Right on. Agreed. I mean, and again, what should have happened is we would come in going, oh, my God, that defense. Now, again, I know it wasn't Goff. I know it wasn't Gibbs. I know it wasn't St. Brown and Jameson Williams and everybody else. But we went months without turnovers. They had a touchdown and a pick on 2 possessions. Like, we should be in here today going, you guys, this defense may have something. They may be, I don't know, special is probably too far, but they have looked pretty good here. The ones, or at least the sampling of ones that we got was exceptional, but we're not. We're not doing that, and I think rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, the difficult part here is when you just think about the way that they're going to try to scheme open their offense now, if they're not able to protect, you were obviously going to help out Josh Connerly, I would say a majority of the time anyways, in pass protection, just because you don't want him one-on-one, especially with some of the best edge rushers in the league.
But he's going to have to be at some point.
Well, and he will be at some point. But just think about the fact that you're probably going to line up a tight end over there to help out. Now that Tunsil has gone down, when you didn't have to worry about that side, now you're going to probably have to put somebody on that side to at least chip or help out occasionally with Brandon Coleman. That's 2 fewer guys out in the route immediately. You better be glad you brought in Stephon Diggs. You're darn near going to have to max protect anytime they bring an extra blitzer. That's a problem.
Yep.
That's a massive issue because I can't trust my offensive line to protect. And that's not even the question, like, to bring in, like, Rashad White and Bill and Katron Allen. How much do you trust those guys? I think you'll trust Rashad White, but I think Bill could have a good season. Doesn't matter if they can't block anything up for him to run. And he's not going to be on the field if they can't protect in the passing game and they need an extra back to help out there. So it's just a massive problem for David Blau and company if they cannot protect up front. I'm not saying that they have to all be world beaters, but I need you to at least be something, whether it's miscommunications, whether it's missed assignments or whatever it was on Saturday. Jaden snapped the ball and he couldn't even get to his first reads. That's a problem. Like, unless you just expect them to do the Cliff Kingsbury thing, which, by the way, I think this offensive line
fired the guy because you didn't want that.
This offensive line might have almost been better for Cliff because he's just going to tell you to snap it and throw a screen out there. Versus this offense, you want to be able to run a little longer developing plays with play action and those sorts of things. And you couldn't even have John Bates protecting on the edge on the second play when they ran play action.
Kevin and Lynn, thanks for being patient, man. You're on the Fan.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Ashburn syndrome is alive and well with the fans. I'm a 10, man. I'm a 10. And Danny, we the best generation. We're the last of the 70s babies. I'm the same age as you, Danny.
Thank you, sir. Tip of the cap.
God bless you, boss.
You too.
Yep. Listen, man, they need to play these guys in the first and the second quarter. I'm tired of everybody trying to say, what is this unwritten rule that you can't play starters the last preseason game? There's only 3 preseason games compared to 4, like in our era, and they need to play the starters. I need starters to play the first quarter or the first half. I need the starters to be ready for treatment and ice baths after Friday's game, especially give them some type of confidence because most likely Baltimore's going to be playing their backups. Put them out there, run some plays. We got a brand new offensive coordinator, a brand new defensive coordinator. We need to play them as much as we can.
Love it. Appreciate you. And again, the finest generation, if I could say that, the end of Gen X. So I don't know where I'm at on that. I understand the sentiment very well because I saw so little and what I've seen I didn't love. I think of a lot of things in sports like what you've earned, right? As you know, I play a lot of pickleball. And yes, I did play today with my friends Jim and Luke and Lisa. They came over. How did I play? Fine. We dropped a game or two. I probably should have missed a couple things. But I was explaining this to one of my buddies who's new. And when you are returning serve in pickleball, you're at an inherent disadvantage. Rightfully so. It's how the points are supposed to be designed. And the way I think about it is you earn your way up to the level playing field with the opponent who's already up at the net. Okay? That's what you have to hit a couple good shots to work your way up there. in order to have your feet up at the end of the preseason, did you work your way up there? Did you hit a couple good shots? Defensively, if I was nervous about the starters after what I saw week 1 where Miami walked down the field on the 2, 1.5s, 2s, whatever, I'd go, okay, I got some concerns. They were good against Detroit. Put your feet up. Defense, you guys relax. Put the weird towels on your head or put the hood, put the camo bucket hat on.
Yep.
Smack each other with towels on the sideline. Whoop and holler for guys that may or may not make the team. Defense, you guys are good. Offense, come see me in my office. Right?
Yeah.
I generally don't love that because I'm a longtime advocate of doing as little as possible in the preseason. But that's with some understanding that it's going to look better than this. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think the two big things for me are the fact that last year, this is a similar approach, and we saw how last year went, so you just love to see that there was something different. If they played everybody last year, maybe you'd say, don't play anybody. I don't know, but last year didn't work. So I'd like to see a difference there. And the other part, these are brand new systems. If this were still Joe Witt's defense and Cliff Kingsbury's offense, I'd probably feel a little bit differently. But this is first time for both sides. And by the way, first time play callers, at least in the NFL on both sides. For David Blau, first time calling plays ever. So I think that matters as well. Like just getting reps, doing the thing, getting on task. And the tough part about this, Danny, is there's no way to tangibly weigh out whether there was actual benefit or not, or if it really, really mattered. But I can tell you this, when I tune in on September 13th, I'm going to be able to make a conclusion, whether it's right or not, off whether what you did during the preseason and in training camp was correct or not. And that's going to be the team you have to go up against. And so, to me, if you were playing the Browns or the Cardinals, maybe it's a little bit different. You're coming out of the gates hot. So I want you to be ready to go. This isn't something where you can ease into it. And you talk about the risk of injury for Jaden in the preseason and how it could potentially derail the season. That's 100% true. Doesn't starting 0-3 potentially derail the season as well?
That's pretty derailing.
So that to me is the other side of you've got to be ready to play football. Whatever you think you need to do to play football and be ready to do so on September 13th against Philly, great. I just question if only 3 plays on offense is going to be enough. I hope I'm wrong, though.
Because, again, it harkens back to last year where they're all smoking and joking, laughing, and having such a great time. Yeah. Like, the one drive resulted in Jaden tucking it, running it in, dodging a couple guys, taking a hit at the goal line, scoring a touchdown against Cincinnati, I think, in the preseason game. And it was hilarious to everybody, right? It was, oh, my God, put them in bubble wrap. We're good to go. And we all saw how disastrous everything was. And it's like, we remember that. We're stuck with the echoes of that. Are they? I don't know. Because now it looks the same, doesn't it?
Yeah. 4
plays to 3 plays. And it's in the descending order. You know what I mean? I understand the plan was one drive. Maybe you could alter the plan as you're doing on the fly at center, as you're doing to other positions based on circumstances. I guess that's all. Drew, Maryland, what's up, man? You're on the Fan.
Hey, guys. So, one, I didn't like what I saw against Detroit. Obviously, that's concerning. But I would say this, things change quick. If you would have asked me last month, I would have said, yeah, I'm pretty happy with our offensive line group, and I'm really concerned about our receiver room. And now it's kind of switched.
Yes.
So I think the issue here is these guys have to work together. They got 5 offensive line, 1 or 2 tight ends. It takes a while to build chemistry. It's not the guys we want. I think the offensive line is more susceptible to the floor being a problem than the ceiling. I mean, we had Trent Williams and Sheriff, and we still couldn't block. So, we got to have 5 guys playing together, and we didn't have that on Saturday, and we need to get to that. And so they got to practice, and they got to play. And so I'd like to see them play against Baltimore. I do think that the organized team-on-team practices may actually be better than what happens in the preseason in terms of getting ready for the start of the season.
And Drew, thank you. What we're up against, it's a great call. That does need to be brought up. Now, remember, Baltimore canceled that thing last year, and I do think that people underrated that. There was a lot that was geared towards that in terms of their work. That will be instructive. I need to see and hear, I won't see anything, but I need to hear that the offensive line held its own, looked much better. We had a transformation. The light bulb went off, whatever. What sport are we just talking about right there, Tobes?
Football.
Football coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. By God, that's Grant Paulson's music. He's got his phone charged. It's almost at 12%. He will join us next. Give us his perspective of what he saw on Saturday. G&D, don't go anywhere. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. So let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. We got a slew of preseason training camp type injuries. We'll start in New Orleans. Jordan Tyson, wide receiver for the Saints, has a hamstring. Looks like a 4+ week recovery. His fellow Saint, running back, longtime star Alvin Kamara, now kind of in a side role there for the Saints, an MCL sprain. He might be out 4 to 6 weeks. Wide receiver Alec Pierce for the Colts still has not gone. Has an ankle. His return, TBD. Jeremiah Love in Arizona, out 3 weeks likely with an ankle injury. Malik Neighbors still working his way back in New York with that knee. Still probably a couple weeks away from being full strength. Puka Nacua in Los Angeles, star wide receiver, probably a week away with a groin injury. Sam Laporta, a hip, couple-week recovery for him. And Ashton Genty, a guy looking for a huge breakout with some competence at quarterback under center, an ankle, and he is out indefinitely. A couple other injuries of note here locally. Rashad White and Ja'Cory Crosskey-Merritt here in Washington, both banged up, undisclosed injuries with no definite timetable for recovery. Local updates. That is today's injury report presented by Fanatics, the only sports book to reward every bet. Download the app today. Injuries are part of football. We talked about them just now, right? But they shouldn't automatically bust your bet. That's why Fanatics Sportsbook is the home of fair play. I love this, and you guys will too, protecting all pro football player prop bets from any first half injury. So if your quarterback, running back, receiver, even a defensive player goes down in the first half, affecting straight bets are voided. And if the prop is part of your parlay or same game parlay, the rest of your bet can play on. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection every game all season long. So why bet somewhere that leaves you hanging when a player goes down? Protect your props with Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders held a practice today. It was originally scheduled as a walkthrough, but Dan Quinn converted it to a practice, gave an update to the media before practice on some injuries. Nick Allegretti isn't there yet, according to DQ, as he returns from a calf injury. Bill Krosky-Merritt dealing with a lower body injury. He's going to work off to the side this week. Expected to be back after the Baltimore game. Patriots are trading wide receiver Kayshon Boutte to the Texans. Patriots getting back safety Jalen Reed and a 7th-round pick, and the Cardinals waive running back Trey Benson, the 3rd-round pick in 2024. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 4-game series against the Rockies tonight, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli toes the rubber for the Nats. Ryan Feltner goes to the hill for Colorado. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's Gene D here on The Fan. We will have our very own Grant Harrison Paulson join the program here in a matter of moments. Tobe sitting in for Jeeps. Just to put a Riddick bow on this offensive line conversation, I guess when you start to see those rankings and things come in, you're going, oh, they're totally off base. That's too far. Now I'm kind of going, is there a 33rd? Do you know what I mean? Like,
are you saying they should be at the 33rd team?
I am. Well, that's already taken, so maybe the 34th now. I don't know, dude. It just does not feel very good.
Yeah, I mean, you always hope that it's all right, that you hope that they're wrong, but I mean, when you're not connected to it and you're able to look objectively, I mean, it didn't look wrong on Saturday.
Let us jump right meow to the Rude Gas Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Mr. Beach, Grant Paulson joins us. What's up, buddy?
Just loving the beach. Just a beach guy loving the beach.
You are a beach guy. If I say one thing about my friend Grant Paulson, he's a beach guy. Jeeps, what'd you make of Saturday?
I can't believe that was the 3 plays, and then it was over. I'm just, we use the phrase all the time, a man shaking his fist at the sea. So I've said my piece. I'm broadcasting angry at this point, I suppose. I just can't fathom that that's good enough for anybody, but it is what it is. I mean, that's what they were going to do. They don't feel like these reps in August are mandatory or necessary to get ready for the season, obviously. They view it differently than I do, so it is what it is. And they obviously went in deciding that it was going to be one series regardless of 3 plays. And we saw that around the league. Justin Herbert with the Chargers was going to get one series. They went 3 and out. He didn't play again after that. I will say, I've seen a lot of people, I don't know, haven't been able to hear, obviously, today how you guys have gone about it, but I've seen a lot of people over the last couple of days saying, there's no real benefit to 3 plays over 0, and I do disagree with that because I'm team Daniels needed to feel some contact again, to get in and out of a game and feel the pressure of just the NFL game speed, and I actually think that was a win to get hit a couple of times, to be pressured 2 times in 3 plays. Like, to me, that was actually worthwhile, but, man, I would have loved to have had a few more reps out there.
What'd you make of DQ after the game, basically making it sound like the center position is maybe not as peachy as it had been sounding throughout camp, and maybe more along the lines of what we've been talking about, where there are some questions behind Nick Allegretti?
Yeah, I'd love to know, like, now after the tape got watched, like, how much his opinion changes, right, rather than in the real time of just watching the game and feeling some pressure and seeing, okay, maybe there were some issues there. But I think most people have kind of said this all along. I mean, Allegretti's healthy, they're okay. If he's not, it's a problem. I think they went into the camp period feeling like Allegretti would be healthy. And then he wasn't, and they said, it's a week. No problem. And now it's become, that's 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks in, basically, he's practiced a couple times, and you're closing in on getting ready for the lights to go up and the curtains to open, and the Eagles are standing there waiting, and it's still Julian Good-Jones. So I think they're probably starting to see the reality of they need a different plan. I also think, and this is kind of just the rumblings of what I've heard out there over the last week or so, I think it's very possible they've come to the realization they need some veteran help. Now, you could mention names. We've talked about Graham Glasgow, who's out there, like other people who are either retired or cut or what have you. And it just seems like they're not that interested in those names right now. But I'm guessing they're going to wait till cut down day and then sign a guy or two. Like, I would be really surprised if the number 2 player on the depth chart at the position behind Allegretti is Good Jones when the season starts. But it's one of those things where now you're in a holding pattern until cut down day, which is not here yet.
Yeah, the Noah Brown plan for the center spot. Grant Paulson with us here on G&D. Tope sitting in for GP. So we talked about this a bunch today, Jeeps. We're focused on the offensive line here for the moment, but there's more more meat to chew on. Individually, I like Sam Cosmi a lot. I still believe in Josh Conerly. There's upside there. Brandon Coleman, I've seen play pretty well. I thought Chris Paul was fine to even pretty good at times last year. But all of a sudden, it seems like nobody's playing particularly well. The center spot's in flux, and that's getting the most attention. But it wasn't as if anybody, you mentioned it, there were 2 dropbacks, pressure, sack, and they had a give-up run on third down. Nobody's blocking particularly well. You go back to the joint practice with Miami, they couldn't push that group around. All of a sudden, the offensive line is kind of under the microscope here. How did we get here?
So I think it's a really good point. I think 2 things are true here, right? The first is just the overall evaluation of the offensive line that you just gave is on point and relevant. I think it's probably overstated to just focus on the 3 plays and the 2 pressures, and I know I've been doing that. A lot of people have been doing that. But we went through them on Take Command, and Logan kind of broke those plays down. The sample size is tiny. And also, he made the point, I think it's actually very accurate, like the 2 plays that they ran, you're not probably going to run in the regular season against the looks that they got, if that makes sense. So like his point is, A, you're preparing more for an actual defensive plan, and you're going over instead of a carded period, they'll call it, where you're running through all of the Lions defense. Like they did 6 cards, like 6 plays, 6 looks kind of. You're going to do several times more than that over the course of the week going into the Eagles game. And then you're going to be able to get out of things you don't like at the line of scrimmage or only call things against certain looks that you're getting. Whereas in the preseason, you're just kind of running the play that you called against that look. And so the point was, one of those 2 plays, I guess, is like dead on arrival in Logan's opinion based on like what they called it against. So that's an example, I would say, of like maybe we overrate the 2 snaps and the result rather than like the process that's going to be different. But I think the larger conversation we need to have is not about the 2 plays or the preseason game. It's about, to your point, like, how sure are we about the personnel right now? That's what I keep coming back to. I'm with you. I thought Chris Paul was pretty fine last year, right? But does it bother anyone that he hit free agency and
no
came
one
back
wanted him, yeah,
for like 96 cents on the dollar? You know what I mean? There was not a line of teams trying to sign him. He came back for a couple $1 million. Like, there was no market. So there's your starting left guard. There's a guy, I think, who's playing and having a camp at a Pro Bowl level, and that's Sam Cosmi. Like, he looks great. Toby, you've been out there every day. One-on-ones, he just stones people. I think he's ready to have a big year. I came into camp, we've talked about this, I think, you and I on the sideline, like hoping that Conerly had that kind of camp. It has not happened. Now, I'm not down on or out on Conerly or whatever, but this camp, while better than last camp, looks a little bit more like what he looked like last year, which is inconsistent, up and down. You take on a guy that bull rushes you and is really strong, you're going to have some problems. Like, that's your right tackle. Coleman, I actually feel probably second best about on the line right now, which I don't know what that says about the rest of the line. But like, that's where I'm at on it. So, Paul, center position, right tackle, question marks. And the whole season hinges on making sure your quarterback stays upright. And you dropped back twice, and he got sacked and pressured and had to throw the ball away. So it's nerve-wracking. It's ominous. But I do believe the idea that what Logan's talking about is true, which is maybe David Blau better insulates things or calls something differently. But you're going to have to. Like, that was 2 plays against the Lions front where, like, you've got Wanham coming at you as a pass rusher who's a starter for them, but DJ Wanham's an okay player. The Eagles are going to bring a Pro Bowl front to the party. That's only a couple weeks away. There's no magical pill that this line's going to take before that. Like, I'm very worried about that matchup.
On to the defensive side, GP, what'd you make of what you saw from them? It's good to see them creating turnovers, and I want to get to Styles in just a moment, but just overall with the defense, what'd you make of what you saw?
So I really, really liked the athleticism and the play Joseph's made on the touchdown. Not only obviously falling on the ball, which was kind of good fortune, but you can just see, and you've seen it out at practice, like he is very, very athletic. I think he's actually sneaky, maybe had one of the best camps of anybody. Now, he also bit terribly on the read option and was the reason for the touchdown, the 50-yard play. Apparently, Durante Jones was just wearing him out on the sideline. To kind of like coaches that coach, that's pretty cool to see that, like, he was kind of getting into his ear hole a little bit as a rookie. But he had, I know Sonny Styles got beat up for that. If you want to take issue with him on that play, he got blocked fairly easily and didn't get off the block, but he was in the right gap, and it wasn't really his fault necessarily. So you got some good, some bad from a mid-round rookie, which happens, but I just love the way he's looked overall. And I think their D tackle depth is really interesting. Like, I haven't seen today what the update was. I know Ricky Barber got banged up in the game, but the kid Coward that they brought in, who is a former number one recruited high school player and played for the Patriots, has been around for several years. He's been pretty dominant. I thought Maurice Hurst, who they brought in, who's played a lot in the league, had 2 sacks and some pressures, a couple of TFLs in the game. He looked like he could play in the league. Like, I think they're in a good place there, especially after the Newton injury. If you keep a 10th guy and you keep an extra D tackle, I think even if they do that, they're cutting a pretty good football player. But the one thing I'm intrigued by is the turnover totals. And I don't know how sustainable that is, because we're talking about backup quarterbacks and backup players, if I'm ready to throw a party or not. But the idea that they had, 3 picks in the first game, then you have the touchdown on the second play in this game. I mean, how long has it been since this team could, take the ball away? And there is a little bit of an element of, do you have the playmaker gene or you don't? And in preseason, so far at least, it looks like they do.
So last one here in terms of looking at the preseason and the like. Dan Quinn, initially they had it today as kind of a walkthrough. He upgraded it to practice. Yeah. So that tells me a lot. And then he had the conversation where, hey, you know what else is going to happen? Matt Goldman's going to get a lot of work at center. It tells me that they saw what we saw, right? The actions are more important than the words. But what do you make of that? And what's that leading to? Do you think that leads to maybe some of the offense having actually, I don't know, God forbid, play in the third preseason game?
So I will be shocked if anybody meaningful plays in the third preseason game. And I haven't heard anything. They've got the joint practice in Baltimore coming up, assuming the Ravens don't actually cancel this time and no-show the date. But I think when you have that joint practice, the game becomes a little less relevant. If there was no joint practice, then it would be more up in the air to me. That said, I was really surprised and very happy about the practice today. Part of why I scheduled this little 3-day getaway for the fam when I did is today was supposed to be kind of a nothing burger at the facility. But they audibled. And I do think there's a little bit of, hey, are we getting enough work? Are we where we need to be right now? It's been the other way, as you know, Danny, over and over again, where they've kind of said, we were supposed to be in pads today, but we won't. We were supposed to practice today, but we won't. So I kind of love this was a change in the other direction as they ramp up and get ready for the Ravens. What they would tell you, and I think this is fair, it's not an excuse as much as an explanation. There was a day last week where they had, I think, 20 to 23 guys or something that couldn't practice. So they've been so banged up that part of why they've done it the way they've done it is I do think there's this feeling of all these guys can't go that are really important to us. Can we get the work in that we need if we're in pads today? But that's also a good sign that some of those guys are coming around and you can actually get after a little bit on the practice field this week, hopefully. But yeah, man, I just think there's a lot of work they got to do in a very short time. And to go back to the beginning of this conversation,